babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Megan?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maiden.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Uber Eats have low fee products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course I have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean, what's your name? No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut. But that's the hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair, okay?
Studios, this is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
22 seconds left on the power play. Archman tosses it off the chest of Hellebuck. Played to the corner by Pionk. Circling that, taking it. Harley! Series over!
Is that not a nice start to your weekend? Good morning, Metroplex. We are live with the Monday edition of Sean and RJ here on DFW Sports Station 105.3 The Fan. Sean Sharif alongside RJ Choppy and our Cowboys insider Bobby Bell. We got Peyton and Aiden in the back. We are live on the Fan Cam, Twitch, and YouTube. And for the third straight year, your Dallas Stars are in the West Finals.
And that was one of the great hockey games you're going to see. That was a fantastic game. To me, like maybe one of the best games of the season, the entire season. When it's all said and done, both goalies played great. I thought it was way better than Game 7 against Colorado. That was like a bad. Stars didn't play great in that game to the third period. Then Rantanen just went off.
That would be more memorable.
That'd be more memorable. This game, though, had everything. It had no penalties until at the very, very end. It had both goalies playing great. You had Scheifele, who was the story of the day. With his dad dying, he had a goal. I mean, it was really just a fantastic scene out there at the American Airlines Center. The Stars are moving on.
Yeah, and they get that one power play opportunity, and overtime they take care of it. And then, it was a great game. The only thing that was a little frustrating watching it was a little bit like, as great as the goalies were, it's like, gosh, can Dallas get second game in a row? Can they get a few shots on goal? Nobody could get shots on goal in this game.
Yeah, I bet the over on Hellebuck and saves with 17, and I was like, okay, he'd pick up a flurry, like 3 or 4 at the end of a period, and I'm on the way to a loss here. I'm going to go ahead and end up hitting this under, and it was because the Dallas Stars, DeBoer, with the in-game interview, was like, let's stop getting a little bit cute here, and let's start actually putting some shots on goal.
His over-under on saves was just 17?
It was a promotion.
Okay, all right. That seems low.
I mean, they figured there would be 25 shots on goal because he was on the road.
There we go.
So.
They used that to get you in, and then you got to bet another thing, and I ended up losing on Mikko, not picking up a point. But Thomas Harley decided, I'm going to take over.
Yeah, and Spittle sent us this note that Harley has the most overtime winners by a defenseman in the last 3 years in the NHL.
Whoa.
With 6, topping Carlson and Bouchard. So, I mean, he has come up big in a spot where you need it the most, and that's, obviously in overtime and playoffs included.
Scheifele's dad passes away. He scores early on. So you have that story going. By the way, Jamie Benn, for the hit on Scheifele, got a $5,000 fine. That is the most that you can be fined after the punch that sent him to the ice. Then Sam Steele, upper right corner. And then I think the other big thing to talk about, Rietma was screaming inside the AAC that has to be a penalty. I know that's shocking that he was screaming.
He just screams the entire time.
That it should have been a penalty shot on the Scheifele trip. What did you think?
I wouldn't have complained if they gave him one. It's one of those moment things. 15 seconds to go in a game. Are you really going to get? Are you getting that call? Then?
And in a series,
that would have been the clincher for a series. Would you really have gotten
in the regular
that
season?
call?
How many times out of 10 does that lead to a penalty shot? Jake
says 10.
Okay.
Jake doesn't know what he's talking about. He's a Red Wings fan. He just stopped that now.
What was
right? I don't know. I think probably 7 or 8. It's because I think there's some refs who with that little time left would not want to call that. I just don't know they would want to call that at that moment. But if they had called it, I wouldn't have had a problem with it. I mean, it probably was the right call.
And then you talked about it maybe being the game of the postseason. I know that we ended up getting the save of the postseason.
Connor on the attack again. Connor moves in, down low. Backdoor! Save Ottinger! Appleton had a wide open net and didn't get much after the tic-tac-toe pass. Set him up perfectly. And Ottinger, with his back to the play, dives to his left and makes a terrific save.
That was crazy.
There's no reason that should have been saved.
No,
there's zero reason when you see that lining up for that shot in slow motion. It's that's got to be 1% chance you actually stop this puck. And then he did. And when he stopped that puck, I said it to myself, this is it. They're winning it this year.
He needed two things.
If you stop that, you're winning it this year. That's the gods are on your side.
Oh, not winning the series.
No. You're winning the Stanley Cup this year.
He needed 2 things on that. One, he needed to get himself back in position with any kind of flail. And then he needed the guy to kind of whiff a little bit on the shot. Right, because he kind of knuckled that thing out there, and it happened. He got them both, and that was one of the. If the Stars do go on and win a cup, that is one of the all-time that's a poster. That's a poster.
Jake explaining the miracle stop.
Yeah, I saw Connor come in, and then I thought Lowry was going to shoot it, so I slid over, and then I blew an edge and just threw a prayer over, and it hit me. So got pretty lucky, and I think we were owed that after some of the bounces we got in this round, so I think it all evens out.
So that leads to not the penalty shot, but the penalty, the power play, and then they carry that over into overtime. Harley, night, start your weekend.
All right, and then this is the other thing that they will, and it all evens out, right? Stars got a penalty late in Game 5, in a period in Game 5 where it was a minute to go, and it kind of transferred over into the next period. Where there's a call, when you have 30, 15 seconds, when you get a power play late in the period, in other sports, they don't end the game or the half on a defensive penalty. So should they carry the penalty over, hey, you were extending the period throughout the penalty, so you get the full penalty? Because the Stars did, and every team, again, it evens out. Their penalty really was a minute 47 seconds or a minute 45 seconds because they got that penalty with 15 seconds to go in regulation. That kind of screws the team that gets the penalty. You don't get the full 2 minutes at one time. The other team gets a break and a reset in the middle of it. So, I don't know.
And the opposing thing to do would be what?
Just extend the period. If you get a penalty under 2 minutes in the period, you finish out the penalty.
Okay. So the Dallas Stars go ahead and get the W in overtime. Series over. Everyone was focusing on the handshake line as well.
Great. This was people were saying this is what hockey's the ultimate brotherhood. You saw Ben and Scheifele got in the fight in Game 5. And
even before the game, Walchuk was there. Well, people were tweeting, come on, let's shake hands tonight. That's the big hockey go. Come on, tonight we're shaking hands.
We're shaking hands tonight. And, obviously, everybody knew that Mark lost his dad. And then there's Jamie Benn. They had they had the longest exchange, it looked like to me, of the night. Together, just kind of hugging and saying their pleasantries or whatever.
And Stars fans have apparently been donating $55 for number 55 to charities that Scheifele supports after that news came out of his father passing.
Yeah, that's awesome. We see the Bills fans are notorious for doing this. I didn't notice on the pregame. I know the Winnipeg fans or team was asking the Stars fans to yell out true north during the Canadian anthem. That's what they do up there for Shifley. I didn't notice that. I missed the anthem, so I don't know if they yelled that out. But I saw a lot of Stars fans on social media go, no. We'll support off the ice. On the ice, it's battle. It's battle.
Yeah, we don't mess with anthem.
We don't mess with anthems around here.
Hellebuck doesn't even. Yeah, he doesn't even appreciate it himself.
He's sitting there doing his little dance.
Yeah, that was sad. The moment right after Hartley scores the goal, we see Hellebuck and Shifley together, and he's like hugging. That hurt.
So game 1 and all the rest of the games, RJ Choppy, we have graduated to an early hour.
Oh, baby. 7 o'clock.
Stick taps.
Let's go.
Stick taps.
7 o'clock, game 1. Can't wait. We don't need this 8:30, 8:50 start. Now, this won't be 7. This will be like 7:15. They'll BS for a while. But there we go. 7 o'clock, ESPN will be the game.
Meanwhile, last night, the series wrapped up in the East, a 6-1 beatdown from the Florida Panthers over Toronto.
I don't want to hear the name Austin Matthews ever again. I don't want to hear his name. You had the Toronto Maple Leafs had home games tied at 2 in the series and tied at 3 in the series, and they lost by a combined 12-2 score.
Woo!
That is a gutless organization. Gutless. I don't want to hear Austin Matthews. What's the other guy's name? Marner, whatever kind of Canadian language they use up there. I don't want to hear their name. I don't want to hear their names anymore. Get them out of here. I don't want to see Paul Bissonnette's stupid Maple Leafs tie on the broadcast anymore. The gall to wear a Maple Leafs tie. You're on the broadcast. The guts on him. Could you imagine we're sitting here watching the
we get it. We don't see it, but we know Teddy Bruschi is a homer.
We do.
Michael Irvin.
Could you imagine though, like on the Fox baseball broadcast, A-Rod wearing a Yankee tie, or Troy Aikman on the Cowboy game,
someone really
wearing a Cowboy tie?
Someone needs to do it in the booth.
Somebody's doing it in the booth.
In the booth. Studio, one thing.
Yeah.
But if you do it in the booth, you get John Smoltz times a billion.
But he had the Maple Leafs tie, he had the crest on the jacket, and he had the Maple Leafs pocket square.
Speaking of Austin Matthews, whose name you don't want to hear anymore, at 27 years old, why does he look like Dave Matthews around age 40?
Yeah.
He does kind of look like Dave Matthews. That's
like an old Dave Matthews, too. Not quite where he's at now, but definitely like, I don't know, maybe like 10, 15 years ago, something like that.
With the Will Chambers hair.
So Florida, Carolina, Dallas, Edmonton, your final 4 to start deciding the Cup. Jake Rietma in studio at 7 o'clock to recap it.
Rietma.
As
there we go.
He was in the building. How much did you watch? How much did you care about Highland Park taking over again?
Scotty Scheffler wins in a runaway in the showdown at Charlotte.
The showdown at Charlotte in a runaway. According to Jim Nantz on CBS, Scotty Scheffler, I think the best sports tweet of the weekend. It may have been the PGA's official account with a picture of Scheffler, and it said, "Locked up."
Locked up. Good one.
Because this is where the incident happened 1 year ago.
1 year ago. And this lacked drama for about, of the 72 holes, it lacked drama for about 65 of them. And, there was a moment between hole about 4 and 12 that it kind of got a little hairy, where Rahm tied for the lead at 8 or 9 under. And then he fell apart. He went 5 over in the final 3 holes. Scheffler birdied a few and just kind of stayed stable. And he winds up winning this thing in an absolute runaway. And it's his first major that isn't a Masters, which a lot of people I don't think really, because he's been the best player in the world for a while. And this was the first time he had won a major that wasn't at Augusta. But shout out to Rory. Well done by you. 4 straight days of interview requests, 4 straight nopes by Rory. What a loser.
Why?
Because you don't have to. Because I don't have to. He goes, other sports, they have to.
But
they have to talk.
What is he ticked off about?
He's just being petulant, I think. He doesn't have to talk, so he doesn't want to talk.
He wanted to talk a ton after he wins the Masters,
right?
Which is why it would have been funny if nobody would have bothered to talk to him at all after he won the Masters. He's such a little like snot. I really do hate him.
And there was a situation where I think his driver was deemed unplayable by the PGA, which so was Scheffler's.
Yeah.
And I don't think he wanted to get asked about it. I don't know. I know a lot of guys had their driver unplayable. deemed unplayable by the PGA. So,
man, the amount of attention I paid to the Masters compared to this was a gnat on my radar over the weekend. I would have tuned in if it did get hairy. I just assumed yesterday when Scheffler was up 3, it was done and over with. Man, I did not care about this tournament, RJ, at all.
Yeah, I mean, I watched on Thursday and Friday, and Saturday we were at baseball.
Wow.
But I made it a point to watch yesterday when we were home. But you're right. I mean,
the Masters has such a
draw, and nobody knows this course, right? This course is I don't like. This is not a major championship course. I have my own thoughts on this one. It's not. We already see it on tour. You see it every May.
Yeah, that's why I didn't watch.
Right, absolutely.
I knew with dog right leg the 16th hole was.
Yes, the dog right leg. Absolutely. But you see it every May, and the Truist, I don't need to see it again. Like, this is like, keep the major courses. That's just my thing. I mean, I would not want to see if you're playing a regular tour event on a course, I don't need to see it in a major championship.
Because I was all set up for yesterday. I was like, okay, we got Rangers, we got golf, we got Game 7 NBA, and 2 of them ended up being duds. The Rangers was the most entertaining for the wrong reasons, which we'll get to in a little bit.
Yeah, I mean, there was not much here. There was not much here. The players didn't care for it. Shane Lowry yelling out "F this place," mud balls everywhere. They're not letting you lift clean in place. Just it wasn't a good weekend for golf.
877-881-1053 to hit us up on the Franklin Franco Injury Attorney text line. It was about to be a special day for Jack Leiter until this happened. Plus NBA and WNBA recaps with the war escalating all over again. 6 a.m. Club just getting started. We got Ice Cube tickets to hook you up with later on today. Glad you're waking up with Sean and RJ on The Fan. But
to remember that Uber Eats has groceries.
Nah, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, a pepper lady? Pepper lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens.
Pre-curb?
No,
Nutmeg Maidens?
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
or 817-333-3333. With Frankel & Frankel, there is never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel & Frankel, the go-to car direct attorneys in Dallas.
1-1 the count to Paredes. Here it comes. Swung on and a high drive, well hit to left. Langford racing back to the corner. He's at the wall. He leaps, and it's gone. A 3-run homer, and the Astros take the lead. Isaac Paredes has turned the game around, and it's 4-3 Houston.
Whoa. That what you talking about Friday night? That background noise?
It was a lot. There was a lot of Astros in there.
And whoever was running that game sounded like they boosted up.
Yeah.
They turned up the crowd. We don't need that.
No.
Here on the home of the Rangers.
We do not. Yeah, so Friday, we went out to the game on Friday, and I was stunned at the amount of Astro fans that were there.
What percent you think? 30?
Yeah, maybe closer to 40. It was high. I mean, I'm not going to say it was like 70%. No. It sounded like it. When Walker hit the home run, the 3-run homer, it sounded like it was 70% Astro fan, but it was a lot. I mean, it was 30 to 40, 45%. I mean, there was a lot of Astro fan there. That's normal. We get the same thing when we go down there. Nobody likes to talk about that. We get the same thing when we go down there. But that was a lot, man.
That home run stung. That was 3 out of 4. That was Jack Leiter getting a much-deserved win. All of it goes away like that. Jack Leiter has a no-no into the 7th inning, 6 2/3. Diaz hits a home run on a pitch that was not close to being a strike. Many Tolos, I think, accurately pointed out he got robbed of a third strike call that forced the inning to continue. Chris Martin comes in, immediately hurt. He's screaming into the mitt. He's screaming coming off the field. So Bochy's plan blows up instantly, and then Robert Garcia comes in. He gives up the game-losing 3-run homer with 2 outs, with Wyatt barely missing that in left field. And then, Bobby, to add even more insult to it, Jack gets charged with the runs with 2 outs. That was the first home run given up by Garcia all season long. The Astros, with 13 comeback wins this year, second in baseball, and I believe every single run, this is almost impossible to believe, every single run they scored in the series came with 2 outs. And that was unfortunate for Jack Leiter yesterday.
It's pretty bad. And this is...
And good for Gavin Dawson.
Yeah, it's look,
kidding.
When things fall apart there, yeah, okay, it sucks when the bullpen kind of crumbles a little bit, or you get the injury to Chris Martin and you give up the 3-run homer. Yeah, all that sucks. But the reality is, like, the offense has got to be better. This is getting so frustrating that they have these power outages where even yesterday they get 7-8 hits that they had yesterday. They didn't get a single extra base hit in the entire afternoon. There's got to be.
It's obvious now, right? It's a no-brainer. There's no more decision left. It's evident.
The offense is just bad.
That they have to make a move.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, they have to. They will.
Early in the season, you wonder about, like, okay, are they just coming along? Is this a problem? This or that? Like, no, this is the offense, and the offense just isn't very good.
Right, but also think of this. I mean, take the first 60 games of 23, right? They were 40-20.
Mm-hmm.
They were dominant. Then they went into an offensive kind of lull the rest of the year. They kind of played basically 500 ball the rest of the year. They got hot in the playoffs offensively. All last year, and now this year, like, we've got 300 games of data points here, 350 games where you're looking at about 75 of them, the offense was really peaking. And then the rest of them was just kind of, like, I really don't know what to make of this. Like,
300 games sounds like they're just not good.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. But
so you got to make a move. You got to acquire something else.
Yeah, the problem you're going to run into.
What do you not know what to make of then?
Well, like, okay, so, but they win the World Series, right? The World Series really throws us off because they were so great the first 60 games, and the offense was so good in the playoffs too. That's what was the bullpen. But the rest of that. Is that what they are? The 350 games we've seen since the start of 2023, they're just a mid offense? If that's the case, yes, make a move. But the problem is, who's moving? And who are you going to get?
Saturday, they win 5-1. Malley, 6 innings, 1 run. Langford, 2 for 4 with a home. It feels like he's carrying the offense, but I actually went and looked up his numbers for the month. They weren't as good as I thought. I thought that it was going to be like 330, but it still feels like he's carrying the offense, and he is definitely not disappointing to me coming off last year and what you were hoping to continue. And then Jock Peterson with a 2-run homer and 2 walks as well. So Malley doing his thing. We know what happened on Thursday, and then you were there on Friday for Evaldi.
Yeah, and look, Evaldi was... He wasn't like vintage Evaldi. He was fine. Like he was getting guys out. He was getting through it. And the Astros just, like you said, with 2 outs, they start putting a ton of men on base, ton of runs on the board. Listen, Astro fans are the worst. They are the worst. Like, you're getting trash talked by 11-year-olds who have never seen rock bottom. They don't know any different. The Astros have been good their entire lives.
They're from Houston. They've seen rock bottom.
They've said that's fair. It's one thing you get trashed up by a Dodger fan or a Yankee fan. It's like, okay, they've been great long enough, and those teams, like, if you're old enough, you've seen rock bottom with those. The Astro fans. None of them were even around when they were bad. They didn't even have fans. The games literally weren't even on TV. So you had nothing. So now you're getting these bandwagon Astro fans up there just trash talking the hell out of you.
Well, I guess that led to Jared Sandler, Mr. Button-Up Professional, kind of launching into some personal attacks on Rangers TV.
I saw some tweets tonight, or X's, or whatever you call them, about Astros fans chanting, "Let's go Astros" at Daikin North. It's not Minute Maid Park anymore. It's now Daikin Park.
Oh, okay.
And I found those tweets to be really cute. The Astros have absolutely had a really nice run. They've been a dynasty. You can offer whatever comment about that you'd like, but they've been really good. And when you're really good for as long as the Astros have been, you travel well, especially in state. But there's only one team in this rivalry that has won a playoff series at the other team's ballpark. And if I recall, that park was pretty empty of Astros fans by about the 7th inning in Game 7 back in 2023. And if I also recall, and Elvis, you can be my witness here because I know you played in some of these games. Well, I went to a few Rangers-Astros games at Globe Life South, in which the only Astros fans in the building were the people who worked for the Astros. Everyone else, Rangers fans. So this has been a great run. But before you try and get cute about calling this Daikin North, let's not forget what life was like before the Astros went on a run. Baseball did exist before the Astros became a relevant team again, and baseball is going to continue to exist after the Astros dynasty ends, which is going to be this year. Their run of AL West titles is not continuing here in 2025.
Whoa! Oh man, they gave him the music. They gave him the. Come on, we're done. Let's wrap up. Let's wrap up. But he's absolutely right. I don't even know what is Daikin. What is Daikin?
I don't know if that was a yogurt. It sounds like, I don't know.
Sound like it.
Is that what it sounds like?
I don't know. Well, something I don't know. But that's Sandler putting it down. The Astros division championship run is also over. Seattle leads the West by 2.5 over the armpit and the Rangers. Athletics are 5 back. Angels are 6 back. So Brandon Hurtado, Jared Sandler, and now RJ Choppy getting into it with Astros fans in Arlington.
Yeah, just so disappointing. Just so disappointing to see. Like they have no
sweet ending with 3 out of 4.
It
was right there.
It was right there. I'm gonna do a deep dive into Bochy and Leiter because after he got out of the 6th, I know his pitch count was still low, but bringing him out there into the 7th again, it proved to be a little costly because he gives up a couple of runners and then all of a sudden the home run after the pitching change. But that's 3rd time through the order. And we saw this against Seattle. He was fine until 3rd time through the order. And then the last time out, he was fine until 3rd time through the order. And I need to find the numbers. I need to find the 3rd time through the order numbers here.
Sandler will join us at 8 o'clock this morning. He points out that Leiter recorded 8 outs on the first pitch across 7 batters. Double play in there. Both marks are tied for the most in a single start in baseball this year and most by a Ranger. So you end up with a disappointing split. Day off today, and then the Yankees starting tomorrow. And Bobby has something for the voice of the Pinstripes later on in the show. Yesterday, I was all set for it. It was a very nice start for Denver on the road. It did not continue.
It is 7th heaven in Oklahoma City.
Oh, God.
The Young Thunder have persevered through the stiff challenge Denver has offered, punching their ticket to the Western Conference Finals. Oklahoma City's historic season continues as it readies for its first conference championship best-of-7 series against Minnesota, upcoming since 2016.
How long is that call? Okay, there. Anyway,
come on, Pinto, wrap it up.
Oklahoma City ends up dominating Denver, and we have the NBA's dream of Minnesota versus the Thunder as this game got out of hand quick.
I mean, you got Minnesota, Thunder, and Indianapolis on the other side. Thankfully, they have the Knicks.
Well, look, market-wise, it's not good. This actually should be what is happening in the West, though.
It should be.
It really. SGA and Anthony Edwards, they're the next.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, in any other league, we should be, and the NBA should be happy about that. You're not going to get the TV ratings, but SGA, who's probably going to get the MVP, and Edwards with the takeover.
Yeah.
That's a great development for your sport.
Yeah, it really is. Now, and you need that. Now you need these superstars because the NFL has proven that the market doesn't matter. NFL's shown that, right? The market doesn't matter. It's about teams, about stars. The NBA, for the most part, it's been a stars league. Obviously, you want the market and the star to match up. That's why Lakers having stars is always a good thing. But yeah, this is the two of the next faces of the league.
Yeah,
playing in the West Finals.
This is got to be, I'm trying to look back and see, this has got to be one of the longest runs in NBA history where we've had no back-to-back champion, though. This will be 7 straight now. I mean, the last one it was the Warriors going back-to-back, and then they lost to the Raptors.
Go back to 1980. Go back to 1980 and look at the amount of different teams that won a title going back to 80. You were looking at the only teams that had won a championship was Lakers, Celtics, Bulls, Rockets, Spurs. It was like a 25-year Sixers one year, right? It was like a 25-year stretch where those were the only teams that won a championship.
Yeah, so the Lakers won back-to-back titles in 87 and 88, and before that, they had gone a while. It had been like 15, 16 years without back-to-back champs, but otherwise, that's it.
Well, this is the impossible argument. Do you want the definition of parity, or do you need a dynasty to start up for more interest? We got tired of the Warriors. You're tired of the Chiefs. So we're never happy. We're never satisfied.
No,
it's like, all right, just win back-to-back and then be done.
But don't you want a Warriors and then you want somebody to take down the Warriors?
Yeah, you want to
feel like, and then you just get tired of whoever that next team is, and then you want them to take it. Like that's historically been, I feel like, how the NBA's gone, where it's been like, all right, we like the Bulls, now we're tired of the Bulls. Okay, you gave us the Lakers, great. All right, now here are the Spurs. Like that's generally the run that the NBA goes through. But to just have no consistent dominant power is a little disappointing.
NBA may not have gotten what they wanted, but the WNBA did. The Paige Becker's debut, and the race war reignited. Next on Sean and RJ 105.3 The Fan. But let me...
that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady?
Pepper Lady? Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens?
Said that. Was it spicy?
This is Texas. This is classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, enjoy the difference based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 and 2024.
We have an Ice Cube ticket giveaway coming up at 7:20 all week long in the Expressway here on Sean and RJ. It's DFW Sports Station. Thanks for being a Tolo. That stands for Turn It On, Leave It On, and this is the 6 a.m. Club. Let's get to a couple NFL notes. RJ Choppy, they must have been listening to you on the Odyssey app in New York at the commissioner's office because they are voting very soon to change the playoffs like you want.
Oh, baby. I can't wait for this. They are set to vote on a change of the playoff format. I think it was Albert Breer reported a couple weeks ago that Roger Goodell is like in favor of some kind of change, not necessarily a full drastic change, but some kind of change. So they're going to vote on this. The Chargers brought this up back in 2023. But if they had done this last year, it would have had a completely different look. The NFC last year was Lions, Eagles, Tampa, Rams, Vikings, Commanders, Packers. If the new proposal would have happened, it would have been Lions, Eagles, Vikings, Commanders as the 4, Packers, Bucks, Rams.
Well, let's explain the proposal.
The proposal is that division winners, your reward for winning the division is getting into the playoffs. Right now, the reward is getting into the playoffs and seeded in the top 4.
Okay.
So they were going to seed based on record. The division winner still gets into the postseason. Seeding is strictly based on your record, and I assume
then they'll reseed after the first round.
And I assume the way they would do it is if you have two teams that are tied, obviously there'd be tiebreaker scenarios, head to head, yada yada yada. I assume they would do strength of record or something like that. If you played the Cowboys have a very tough schedule this year, so their 11-6 might be better than just pick a team's 11-6.
So give us an example of like a matchup where you're like, this should not be happening. This is ridiculous.
Well, the Lions proposal is saying like last year we were 15-2 and our reward was playing a 12-5 team in the second round. Whereas the Eagles, who were 14-3, they played a 10-7 team in the second round. And they're like, that shouldn't happen. They're right. They're right on that one. The other scenario would be Washington. They were a 12-5 team. They had to go on the road to a 10-7 team in the first round.
Yeah.
So
yeah,
that's the argument against it. And
Detroit, it's a little revisionist though, because most everybody was more concerned about the Rams at that point of the season than they were Washington. They were
a 9-point favorite.
Crap out of Detroit.
They were a 9-point
in a way
favorite.
that nobody anticipated.
Yeah, they were a 9-point favorite. They should have won the game. They pooped themselves, right? But this is also interesting because it's happening at the same time as the college one is happening, and they are voting, and almost everyone universally agrees that winning your conference should not automatically get you a top 4 seed and a bye, right? But the same people are not saying that this should change.
How do you feel about changing these things up, Bob?
I think there's a better argument for it in college than the NFL. Like the NFL, it happens so infrequently that it's like a massive detriment where you've got like, not every year you're going to have Minnesota being 14-3 and being the 5 seed. Like that's just, it's not a common occurrence. The way the college one is set up, you're going to have every year better teams that are going to be put in the first round because you're going to have automatic bids for teams like Boise State and Arizona State and stuff like that. And then it's going to set up where Ohio State plays Oregon in the second round. Oregon's very first game, they get Ohio State. So you're going to have those sort of instances all the time. The NFL, if they want to change it, fine. But it's also like this has happened so rarely where it like massively impacts standings that I don't know if it's enough of a problem consistently enough to say like we got to have this as a fix.
I'm not so much. I mean, I think it is too much of an advantage to when you win the division getting both into the playoffs and a home game. That's too. You're giving them too much. Like all you did was win based on geography.
But very rarely do we have anybody winning a division who wasn't going to get into the playoffs anyway.
Right, you're right.
In fact, I don't know that it's Tampa. Even a couple years ago, when Tampa was 9-8 and won and got the 4 seed, I think Tampa was in regardless. Most of these teams are going to be into the playoffs already.
It's the seeding.
Right. So that is the gift. Because winning your division is not like, well, your gift is or your reward is you get in the playoffs. Well, your record was already going to do that anyway. So I don't think there's necessarily anything totally wrong. If it's once every 3 years, a division winner is seated higher than they should be, I don't know that that's enough of a problem that like it demands a fix.
If you want to give them that, there's alternates you could do. If you want to give them a home game, that's fine, but seed it accordingly. Still seed based on record.
If you want to reseed in the second round due to record or whatever, like I don't have as much of a problem with that. But I mean, yeah, if you won your division, I think home field is something you've earned.
Miko and Joker let me down in terms of my gambling this weekend, but the ladies did not.
And look out, Caitlin Clark pushes Angel Reese, and Angel Reese gets right up into Caitlin Clark. Afterwards has something to say as Clark walks away. We know there are always increased eyeballs, energy, and attention around the matchups between Reese and Clark, and Angel Reese is still going after Caitlin Clark in the aftermath.
There it is on ESPN. What an absolute dream for the WNBA. That's all they needed. That's all. That's probably not all they wanted. That's what they needed as the WNBA season kicks off. Paige Beckers, by the way, was a disappointing debut as they get blasted by Minnesota. She had 10 points, 7 rebounds, 2 assists. She went 3 of 10 from the field. They end up losing by 15. They'll be the lone game playing tonight. So that's the debut for Paige Beckers, my Hurtado barbecue buddy. She just does not know it yet. Meanwhile, Caitlin Clark becomes the first player in WNBA history to record 20, 10, and 10 in a season opener, and they dominate Angel Reese's team. But this foul sparks the race wars and every other type of war on social media and all over the place. And this is it.
This is it. This is the WNBA's two like marquee. I don't say the marquee names of the WNBA, but like this is the marquee matchup.
Yeah,
and the rivalry of the league. And let's be fair, Angel Reese is not upset about the foul. She's upset that she didn't get to miss the layup 3 times purposely to just pad her rebound stats.
She got a double. I bet on a double-double. She got it.
That's what she's really mad about.
Yeah.
Yeah. This was like a. I guess they called it a take foul, but it's not really a take foul because it wasn't in transition. It was just she's not really making a play on the ball. She just tried to disrupt.
Yeah.
Right? She tried to disrupt.
Break up a layup. Stop a layup.
Make her go shoot 2 free throws.
Yes.
Is that an intentional foul? Yeah, you're intentionally fouling. Absolutely. Is it a flagrant? I don't think it's a flagrant foul.
Today's basketball, I can see how they upgraded to a flagrant one, but this causes RG3 and everyone else, Des Bryant responding. And I agreed with RG3. He goes, I know what hatred looks like. And Angel Reese hates Caitlin Clark. Like, she looked like she wanted to go and wrap her hands around her neck. She comes across as so bitter and so disgusted and so angry that Caitlin Clark is the it and the face of the league. And, I mean, this is what they want to try to create Bird versus Magic. A lot of people are like, oh, Angel Reese, she can't, she can't be good enough to make the rivalry that consistent, that solid. But I feel like Angel Reese hates Caitlin Clark's guts.
Hates her.
Yeah.
Couldn't be more disgusted with the presence. Every breath of Caitlin Clark's is an insult to Angel Reese.
Yes.
That's how she takes this.
Yeah, wasn't she clapping for Kennedy Carter last year? Pushing her down or doing whatever.
Well, it was her teammate.
The best, but it's more like, yes, fantastic move. The best tweet over the weekend was when somebody said, explain this to me in NBA terms, this rivalry. And they said, Andre Drummond is jealous of Steph Curry.
And then before the game, Angel, and I think this is kind of a credit to her where she's like, they're asking about Caitlin Clark. And she's like, next question. It just comes across so dismissive and so angry, like she's not giving any credit whatsoever. And then Caitlin was asked about the flagrant.
Walk me through your perspective on the flagrant foul. What was the point you were trying to make to her?
It's just a good take foul, you know. Either Angel gets wide open 2 points or, we send him to the free throw line. Nothing malicious about it. It's just a good take foul. Every basketball player knows that.
And then Angel afterwards, basketball play, refs got it right, move on in the presser. Like her skin crawls. Now Dez wrote back to RG3 and was like, you're using the word hate too loosely. You're creating a narrative around Angel Reese. But look, this is the only other time that I will see what's happening in the WNBA. I'm going to start off with Paige's career. And then when it's Caitlin Clark versus Angel Reese, I'm going to see if they fight. And I'm going to see if Angel kills her. Because Caitlin's trying to act like Angel's not even a factor, like she's above it. And that drives Angel even more crazy. So there you go. We'll see how much WNBA coverage ESPN has to dedicate to this today. It will be a lot.
Oh, it will be. It'd be nice if they played the same position and they had to guard each other a lot. It'd be nice.
Sure. Yeah, it'd be really entertaining.
So there it is. That's what happened. I know what did not happen. We did not get a horse winning the Preakness to set up the Triple Crown.
Journalism is still running on. He's back into second. He might even win it. Here's the winner. Oh, my goodness. Journalism has won the Preakness Stakes in a performance like you read about.
It's a great call.
Like you read about.
Yeah, it was a great call.
Journalism.
For a terrible sport and a terrible situation. I am so mad at horse racing. I am just disgusted. This is like the first sport I fell in love with. I was 3 years old. I was in the OTB, the off-track betting with the grandpa. Grandpa would take me there and places. He had to go bet the numbers. He had to go bet his numbers. It was probably code for him. I'm going to go use my bookie.
Is he the one who passed down the pinky ring?
Yeah, that was his pinky ring.
Nice.
I got to get this. I got to get the thing sized still.
Yeah,
I got to get it sized. I got to wear
bigger or smaller.
Oh, I got to get it smaller.
Yeah,
he had some sausage fingers, man. Holy cow, he'd have been a horrible proctologist. Probably the worst. But I knew more about horse racing at 3 years old. And it's garbage. It's garbage that this happened.
It's garbage.
That nobody watches this thing because they have screwed up the schedule where they're too close together. And these horses cannot get back up and have a rider on them 2 weeks after the initial run.
And the white Randy Moss on NBC, he was sitting there with our boy Tarico, and he said this whole thing is broken.
In the 1960s and in the 1970s, okay? 7 of those years in each decade, the 1, 2, 3 finishers in the Kentucky Derby all came back and ran in the Preakness. That's what the Triple Crown is supposed to be. That's what made it what it is. The Kentucky Derby establishes rivalries, right? It draws in the people to be invested in it, and then those rivalries continue in the Preakness and the Belmont. The 1, 2, 3 finishers with the Derby have only come back in the Preakness now twice in the last 17 years. Wow. The system is broken. Fortunately, it's an easy fix, but the sport just has to remove itself from that straitjacket of tradition that so many people are in right now that's holding it back.
17 years. What is the easy fix that he's referring to?
Lengthen the schedule. The problem is the New York Racing Association won't move off their date. So either the Kentucky Derby has to move their date into April, or the Belmont, the New York Racing Association, or whatever it's called, has to move their date back into towards September.
Because as a very casual racing fan, I don't care if I have to wait 3 more weeks.
No, I don't care
for
either.
the second race or for the Belmont. I don't need it to be the next week.
Right.
I'm like, to me, it's just like it's a party reminder thing. Like, wherever I am, it's happening today. Let me get around a TV for these next 10, 15 minutes. I want to see them line up. I want to hear the call. And I want to know if that horse is still alive, no pun intended, for the Triple Crown. I don't need the immediacy of horse racing. That's me.
Right. I totally agree. And, the New York Racing Association's basically, they're saying, the difficulty of the Triple Crown is that it's the schedule. It's every couple of weeks. All right. And their whole thought is, look, well, if you spread it out, you get more good horses in there. That makes it more difficult to win the Triple Crown. Like you're counterintuitive here. By the way, did anybody care that Secretariat raced against like 4 other horses?
Oh, he was the Bill Russell of horses.
Right, there was only 4 horses in that day, or 5, right? There was only 5 horses and he was one of them. So there was only 4 others. Nobody cares about that. Do you want more horses to be able to run, to have a truer champ?
There's only one possible way to get you more excited for the Stars in the Western Conference Finals.
Let's talk hockey.
His name is Jake Rietma. He was at the AAC for Game 6. Rietma in studio for Stars Celebration next.
What's it, Saffron Squad?
Uber Eats has low fee products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little...
On 105.3 The Fan.
While he shoots, safe man. A rebound. Steal! Four down on Hellebuck, and we're tied at 1.
Go ahead.
Dallas Stars! Come on, I couldn't even sleep last night, you guys. I could not sleep. I just pulled an all-nighter. I was so excited for this.
Jake Rietma in studio, our Stars insider living at the AAC. He was there for Game 6 Friday. What was it like in the building? I like that hat.
Yeah. You know what? I had a whole unboxing video I was going to send to Bobby to ruin his weekend, but I thought, I'll just pump the brakes on that. I'll ruin his Monday morning instead with my excitement
there with the kids
because his skin's crawling. But I don't care. It was game number 6. I will say though, entering game number 6, there was a little bit of weather, so there's no pregame street hockey game. I was bummed I couldn't go by in PNC Plaza and play a little street hockey, but it was.
Are they playing street hockey beforehand?
Yeah, most of the game, but it rained recently. On Saturday night, so we didn't have the street hockey game, but it was a focused atmosphere, walking in a business-like mentality in game number 6, and it played out.
All right, go ahead and give us your game recap before we preview the Oilers. The Stars, of course, back in the West Finals for the 3rd straight year. A lot of emotion over Mark Scheifele and what happened with his pops.
Yeah, no doubt about it. And that's a whole nother angle that I think hockey, you could make the case, does the best as a sport, top down, from management to fans to just understanding the magnitude of the moment. And credit to Scheifele. Oh, my goodness. He comes out and scores the first goal. Yeah. I mean, a stick tap, a salute to him, and also to Stars.
We don't stick tap them. We're not stick tapping anybody at Winnipeg.
No. So, but the Stars fans donated $55 for his jersey number to a lot of his charities. And I believe Stars management, the ownership group, arranged for him to fly privately back to his hometown immediately following the game so he could be with his family. So first-class organization, just like we're a first-class team right here on Sean and RJ. First class, baby. First class. Come on.
That's right.
All right, but game recap. I mean, that hockey game had everything you could ask for. It had physicality. It had some of the best goaltending you will see, mostly by Jake Ottinger, because the saves that he made to keep the Stars alive. And the Stars do not win that game without Jake Ottinger, and highlighting that was one of the best saves you will see. I know Wolchuk was at the game. He tweeted out the picture. I tweeted out the screenshot of Appleton for the Jets getting ready to shoot on a wide open net, and somehow Ottinger,
he whiffed it.
Yeah, he should have put more mustard on it, no doubt. But from Ottinger to get side to side on that tic-tac-toe pass, because the Jets tried to get a little fancy on that. It was an odd man rush, and I understand the tic-tac-toe play because you got a wide open net, and if executed, it's unstoppable. But the shot wasn't in the pristine spot it needed to be. Ottinger gets over in time, and it wasn't conventional because he kind of throws his hands at it and makes an incredible save.
Jake Rietma in studio. This hasn't gotten to the point, though, where, like, for the next 2 or 3 regular seasons, you would take Ottinger over Hellebuck?
Well, regular seasons? No, not the regular
No, your goalie
season.
moving forward. You're drafting a team.
Yeah,
the United States goalie should be Jake Ottinger going into the Olympics.
It won't be. They're going to make it as Hellebuck just because of.
But who would you take?
Why? Because Otter's better. Otter's better.
Yeah, regular season. I'll take Hellebuck. I mean, he's the best. He's been the best.
Okay, so
for like 5 years.
He can't elevate his game when it matters most.
We're talking regular
No,
season.
I'm not talking regular season.
Oh,
You're
you said-
drafting a team for the next 3 years.
Oh, I wouldn't put Hellebuck.
So you would take Ottinger over him
in a playoff for sure. Yeah, no doubt. Hellebuck stinks.
So you're taking Ottinger and drafting your team. Stop separating them. Just everything all encompassing.
It's hard. Like Hellebuck can literally lead you to the 1 seed. Right? He could take a mid. They're a good team, but they're not like the Stars are a much better team. He could take a mid team to the 1 seed, but all the flaws of the team come out in the playoffs when he doesn't play his best.
Give me my guy Ottinger. I'll run through a brick wall for him.
I don't. Well, I think you would try. So let's talk about the penalty. You said 10 out of 10 times that leads to a penalty shot.
Oh yeah, I was fired up hearing you guys talk about that this morning because throw the time and score, the juncture of the game out the window. Officiate the game the way it should be officiated. If that's a penalty shot in the first period in the regular season, it's a penalty shot in the closing seconds of a playoff game. He was clearly unimpeded from the neutral zone or the scoring zone. He was unimpeded, and Steele's going in. And he's got nobody on him, and the penalty that takes his feet out, that's clearly a penalty shot. It should have been a penalty shot. But that said, Stars power play has been really good. You take a 2-minute power play on clean ice, and Sam Steele talked about that post-game, said, look, in the moment, I wanted the penalty shot, but knowing that you had 2 minutes of a power play to start overtime, and obviously they go out and execute.
Yeah, it is the great sports debate. Like, do you change how you officiate late in game? Like, you're not going to get strike 3 to end a World Series on the black. It's good. It's got to be like, hey, this thing's over the plate.
I'm okay with it.
I'm fine with it too.
It's easier to be okay with it when you're up 3-2 as well.
It is. There's no doubt about that. I was okay with it because, you are a little bit more tight with your whistle in the late third period, just to get a penalty. Late in the third period is, that was egregious. It was egregious.
Open ice.
That's what it has to be to get a penalty late in the third period.
Right. I was okay with it because they scored, but if they would not have, that would have been a plant the flag. I am dying on that hill take, but it didn't cost the Stars.
So we know about Steele, and we know about Harley, and we know about Otter, but you wanted to talk about Miro and the difference he's making.
Absolutely, because obviously he had been out, and the runway to get back to game speed, nobody knows exactly how long that's going to take. Not that he wasn't excellent in his first game, but I thought he made such a significant step in that last game. In game number 6, the Stars win it. Take a look at listen to some of these notes. When Miro was on the ice, this is the Miro difference. The Stars outshot, now these are shot attempts, not all of them landed, the Jets 46-13. Scoring chances, 20-5 in favor of Dallas. And most importantly, high danger chances. So the really quality high scoring chances, 11-1 in favor of the Stars. He's joining the rush. He's creating open ice for guys. He's able to be versatile as a defenseman and provide that scoring threat. And he looked more like himself in game number 6. So that's only good things for the Stars moving forward.
And now, Bob, we move on to the Western Conference Finals. And who's favored?
The Edmonton Oilers, for some reason. I don't know where this came from, because all postseason, hasn't it been Dallas?
All postseason.
Dallas has been Edmonton the entire time. Now all of a sudden we get to the West Finals, and ESPN has them as the betting favorite, the Edmonton Oilers.
It drew close at the end of the last series, where the Stars were plus 250 to win the Cup, and Edmonton was the next at plus 270, so it was really, really close.
The Stars have home ice.
This is close. It's Oilers minus 120, Stars plus 100. But for the Stanley Cup, it's Oilers plus 250, Stars plus 350 now, according to ESPN.
Yeah, I mean, look, you're getting into you're in the Final Four. Maybe they're just saying, look, best player they have the two best players, or two of the best players in the world, so they're just going to ride that. Just like, to be fair, I mean, Edmonton rode McDavid last year in this series.
Yeah, I think that's where I was going to go with it, because Draisaitl and McDavid, two of the best players in the sport. Obviously, McDavid, the best player in the sport, and they've been really good, but it hasn't been the traditional way you would expect with an onslaught of goals. McDavid's only scored 3 goals. Draisaitl, they're 1-2 in points on the Edmonton Oilers, but Draisaitl has only had 3 goals as well. So they're not scoring as much. They're getting it done with the playmaking in the assist category, both McDavid and Draisaitl. So maybe there's the thought process of they got to wake up and start scoring some goals.
22 different players saw ice time for Edmonton in their first 11 games of the postseason. Of the 22, 16 of them have scored.
Whoa. There's some balance.
They've gotten some balance, which is not what Edmonton's been like over the last few. It's been basically the McDavid-Draisaitl show.
Jake Friedman in studio, rocking the Keller Indians shirt as well to go along with the Dallas Stars hat, live on the Fan Cam, Twitch, and YouTube. What's going on with Edmonton in net?
That's the $1 million question. I mean, it is a mystery, and you're going to pull your hair out trying to solve this mystery, because now in goal for Edmonton, Stuart Skinner. Now, Stars fans know that from the rematch from last year's Western Conference Finals, but it wasn't always Stuart Skinner in goal. Calvin Picker was the backup goalie that came on to replace Stuart Skinner in the opening series against the Kings because Skinner was terrible, like egregiously bad, like Connor Hellebuyck on the road bad.
Oh, no.
And so when you have Pickard come in, when you make a goalie change in the postseason, obviously that's the head coach telling the rest of the guys, this is who I think we can win with. Now, Pickard gets hurt in the Vegas series. So now you're back to the backup and you're thinking, what is Skinner? This is a liability, especially with the way Game 4 ended against Vegas, where Skinner makes an egregious goaltending move, allowing Vegas to score at the horn. So what does Skinner come back and do? Back-to-back shutouts. So he has the potential, back-to-back shutouts to clinch that series against Vegas. And so it really is just a roller coaster where this guy can be a brick wall or he can be Swiss cheese and net, and you never really know what's going to show up.
It's so frustrating. I hate watching that because even when you're playing a goalie like that, you don't know what to expect. That's really annoying.
Yeah, and he was not good against the Stars in the regular season. Dallas won 2 of 3 against Edmonton in the regular season, but he just there's always that little glimpse. And I hate to give Hellebuyck any credit, but he played very well in game number 6. And I was texting with the same hockey group of, oh boy, is Hellebuyck maybe finding himself on the road a little bit here? So to clinch that series and move on, I think was a big deal.
So what was it like there in the plaza after they won?
Oh, it was electric. I'm getting excited just thinking about it. I can't wait to go back, and I'm so excited the Stars got home ice advantage. We get guaranteed 7 o'clock puck drops. It's going to be electric. But last Saturday night, I was like a kid with, this is going to come as a huge surprise, but got a little ADHD that I work through, and I'm walking around in the plaza after, who wants to talk? Got a couple of good sound bites. The Tolos are always electric after a win, and I had a little guy telling me that Sean and RJ was his favorite show.
Nice.
Like a kid?
Yeah.
For the
demographic.
Franklin fan text. Is the flasher for the Orioles from last season going to be
Please,
there?
God.
Great question.
The Oilers flasher, yeah.
The flasher, the Oiler flasher.
Free the nipple.
Yes. Well, Biz, I heard you guys talking about Biz, one of the, Biz Nasty on TNT, that he's down in the dumps a little bit, and maybe that's what he needs to help him recover after his leave.
He saw Bieber's outfit yesterday and said, I'm done with this. That was awful.
Do you have initial feels on both series?
I would say
not homering it up. Don't be a homer.
Right. No. What's interesting about Edmonton is their power play has not gotten started. It's 1 for 9 in the postseason, which is not good. And they've been traditionally such a strong power play team because they have so much firepower. And the Stars have started to be really good on 5-on-5. So I know it's not groundbreaking rocket science, but the Stars stay out of the penalty box. I feel good about how well the Stars can play in 5-on-5. So I feel Stars in 7. Like, it's going to be a rock 'em, sock 'em, punch it, grind it out kind of game. Now, Eastern Conference, we got rid of the Canada team, so that's all that matters. But I think when Florida comes out, they boat raced the Maple Leafs in that opening period. Didn't even score, but you just felt them dominate that game.
Gutless.
Oh, yeah. Well, I mean, you got all the corporate fans for the Maple Leafs in the lower bowl. They talk about, it's the best ticket in hockey. Yeah, it's the hardest one to get, and all the real fans are up in the nosebleeds. You can't hear them. They got more fans in Maple Leaf Square than they do actually in the game. That's their problem.
Jake Rietma in studio, bringing it strong.
Most electrifying man in sports radio.
Let's talk hockey.
Most electrifying man, baby.
Thank you, Jake. Give him a follow on social media as well. He'll be joining us to recap every game. Game 1 Wednesday night. AAC, he will be there at 7 p.m. Tony Romo is a big fan of what the Dallas Cowboys have done, and listen to CeeDee Lamb talk about his new best friend. We take you inside the Star with an Ice Cube ticket giveaway during the commercial-free Expressway next.
I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut. But that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay, forgive me a little bit.
think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Are you okay?
You all right?
From news and notes to the coaches and players for America's team, let us go inside the Stars on 105.3 The Fan.
Are you all right?
Man, something snuck up in the throat there at the end. I didn't know what I had I just had coffee this morning, but jeez.
Inside the Star on the home of America's team. In case you did not know, Sean Shreve, RJ Choppy, and our Cowboys insider Bobby Belt were live on the Fan Cam, Twitch, and YouTube. Tony Romo, Cam Newton, and others continuing to praise the Dallas Cowboys for the George Pickens trade. Here's Tony on the golf course giving his CBS commentator thoughts.
Well, that's a big trade. I mean, that's having him and CD together is a game changer. And if you remember when they had Amari earlier and CD Lamb together, it makes it very difficult to focus on one player when you have two, kind of superstars out there. And I feel like when you have two guys like that, it just opens up the offense quite a bit. So I think the Cowboys did a great job this offseason, and kudos to the Joneses and what they did, because they needed to make up ground on the rest of the division, and they did.
Man, that sounds a lot sleepier than when I watched it.
I was going to say, that sounds like he doesn't know who George Pickens is, and he's making up an answer on the fly. He's like, oh, gosh, those two guys. Man, when you have two guys, that's good for your guys.
To be fair, I know they called Steeler games. He probably didn't see a whole lot of Pickens because nobody could throw him the ball. So to be fair, he probably didn't see him really.
It's true. Yeah, had a bunch of Romos thrown to him.
Here we go.
Oh, boy.
I'm just kidding. Romo's great. I'm just kidding.
So there's Romo on the Pickens deal. Listen to the way Cam Newton. People said, why is he trying to sound like Cat Williams here? But this is Cam Newton on his 4th and 1 pod talking about the Cowboys.
Our team is a little soft.
We ain't got no edge.
We don't got no edge. We a little smooth. We country club.
Yeah.
We need somebody that's gonna give us that that ain't scared to grab a face mask or two or being this or being that. So what we gonna do? We gonna go get us a certified crash out, talented as I don't know what.
Yeah.
We like us rough around the edges.
And he not rough around the edges off the field.
Man, listen, this is the thing about George Pickens that's the biggest misconception. Every issue that everybody has ever had with George Pickens has always been where, Peggy?
On the field.
On the field. We can manage all that. See, typically a crash out is always labeled off the field.
Legal problem.
Yeah, you know what I'm saying? No. George Pickens ain't that.
He a competitive football player.
We don't never see George Pickens in the club. We don't ever see George Pickens doing anything rambunctious. We don't ever see George Pickens doing anything but besides being a model citizen outside of the facility.
I love his delivery.
I hate that I love him.
It's so amazing. I love the delivery.
That was Cat Williams.
I love Cam in general. I've wanted to hate everything he's done with his podcast because he is a little trolly at times. But man, I really do like a lot of what he has to say, and at the very least, I respect his perspective on everything. Like even when I completely disagree, I really respect the way Cam Newton at least thinks through things and stands by what he has to say, and he's consistent with what he has to say. And I love him.
Two things there.
Two things.
Number one, the added edge of nastiness. Like Tolo Eric left me a voice memo. Like, stop being so. I know you like the trade, but how would he sound?
Stop being. I know you like to trade, but stop.
Michael Jackson.
There you go, Eric.
I mean, you met Chef Eric.
He said Shimone. But he wants the edge, wants the nastiness, and then Cam is accurate in pointing out that at least George doesn't have off the field issues. We're not talking about.
Right.
And then someone tweeted, for a Georgia player not to get in trouble with the law is a miracle.
Yeah, I mean, he's a speeder. He didn't speed. Like that you got to put that in the win column.
Now, speed in my routes.
Now, I'll tell you this. You get him on that North Tollway a little bit. You get him north of,
don't do that, RJ.
You get him north of Park. It's like the Autobahn.
Don't put that out there.
No, yeah, I mean, look, his biggest issue is he doesn't get along with coaches. He doesn't show up on time necessarily for things. That's his problem.
Personal fouls.
Which you can live with that a little bit. I mean, that's honestly... they keep comparing him to Dez. A lot of the headaches that they had with Dez were a lot of times related to just stuff he would do within the facility, or was he showing up on time and things like that. They're going to have similar management there.
CeeDee Lamb looks smitten. He sounds smitten. This was audio. Was this at a softball game?
Yeah, this is at Kyler Murray's charity softball game. So CD and Kyler are still really close. So he was there at that.
Yeah, that's kind of stack of the deck if you're Kyler doing a softball game. He's a baseball player.
Yeah, I mean, making it a little unfair. It's like a couple years ago, I was at the Houston Texans home run derby, and one of the guys there for the Texans, I can't remember, he was a former minor league baseball player, and he hit 10 home runs.
Yeah, that's not fair.
This is CD being asked about his new running mate.
Oh, no, we both ones.
Yeah.
It ain't no A, B, none of that. It's one. You look over there, you see one. You look over here, you see another one. So do what you got to do with that.
Sure. If they both seem to have seized on 1A, 1B is super offensive, which is just, I don't know how they've created this into some big negative narrative about either of them. But hey, whatever motivation you need. When we were talking about KG last week, making things up about Dirk, just all right, well, here's how I'm going to get motivated. Fine. If that motivates y'all, locks y'all in, puts the chip on your shoulder, saying that this is somehow offensive and that you've never heard the term 1A, 1B if you're George Pickens, fine. Yeah, sure. Both go out there and both be ones and everybody will be thrilled. Go do it.
RJ, you may have been proven right when I thought you were dead wrong late last week, and Kurt Warner has maybe come to your defense. This is the Caleb Williams article and information where he said, no one watched film with me. Well, some quarterbacks got to battling on social media. RG3, Caleb Williams not being taught to watch film weekly by his coaches last year in Chicago was malpractice. Just because it's the NFL doesn't mean that the development stops. If you want your quarterback to see the game like you, then teach him how to watch tape like you. That's the way I would think. That's the way I thought it worked. Kurt Warner comes in and said this: I never once had a coach sit down and teach me how to watch film. I might glean from watching film with them, but no one walked me through it. I watched, asked questions, and developed my own means of prep based on what I needed. Not saying the coaches should not have asked. They are coaches and should definitely know and help coach this, but I don't think a class in watching film is a normal practice at the NFL level, at least based on anything I've witnessed. And you were kind of questioning what the coach's role should be. Go ahead first, Bob.
I'm just going to say Kurt's experience is not normal for anybody. Kurt spent 5 years around the game of football, so a little bit in the NFL and then doing the arena thing. Kurt spent all that time around football learning to watch film, things like that, where no coach was going to invest in the fifth quarterback who was going to get cut during camp. Yeah. It's a different thing when we're talking about the number one pick in the draft coming into your building and showing him what to do. And then by the time Kurt established himself, nobody's going to walk in there and tell Kurt what to do watching film once he's an established MVP. So that makes it, Kurt's experience is so unique that I don't think he can, in a pace, apply it all the time to everybody else.
Yeah, I get what you're saying. I think also what Kurt's talking about, though, I think there's not a generational difference, but a time that it happened. Kurt busted into the league 35 years ago, right? Like early 90s, mid 90s with the Packers when he first got onto a roster, right? That was I just think that, and Brady talked about this, players aren't prepared to come to the NFL from a brain standpoint anymore. Talent-wise, they are. They're better equipped. 7-on-7, they do year-round. They're more skilled today than they ever were. But it's so much scheme dependent as opposed to just being a smart quarterback, knowing what you need to do, being able to read every kind of defense by the time you get to the NFL level. Yeah, I think that's where I was coming from. What Kurt's saying.
If you're behind in those areas, like schematically or mentally, which I agree with, I heard what Brady said, why wouldn't you need the coach in there next to you like Caleb was asking for?
Yeah, that's a completely valid.
I thought your point was Caleb shouldn't need the coach with him to watch the film the way I was thinking. I thought you were kind of...
Yeah, I mean, he should at that point. You should know. A quarterback should be developed by his coaches at the high school and college level to know that by now.
I also think Kurt is kind of he's making an apples to oranges point. Like, Kurt is talking about the way he prepped to watch film, not like how to watch film. He's like, it makes it sound like Kurt was kind of talking about his own schedule of like, this is when I decided to do it and how I decided to do it. I'm just not going to, I can't listen to anyone who says that the quarterback coach for the rookie franchise number one pick should not be in the room at all times, watching it with him, teaching him the way they want it done. That to me is painfully obvious.
Yeah, not just the way they want it done, but also just this is what you look for. This is how you learn to you look for these tendencies. This is what you do. You want somebody to stand there and teach you those sort of things. That's why you have somebody to guide you. Now, I know whenever they talk about training, like for instance, mechanics, like in season, and a lot of times that you're not getting mechanic training. Like there's a lot of different things that NFL teams don't coach up during the year. But watching film is one of those things where you think somebody's showing you, especially very early on in the future of your franchise, that they'd be showing you how to do that.
Boomer Esiason got out the rocking chair on WFAN and got on his front lawn and had some reaction to Caleb.
I understand that there could be a discussion, hey, this is where quarterbacks go to die. Well, go fix it. Be the reason that the team is going to turn it around and you be the player that you think you are. And I would just tell them, just keep your mouth shut. You're going into the greatest league that there's ever been for the sport that we all love. You're going to have a chance one day to make $500 million because guys like me and guys before me all went on strike so you could actually make more money. So keep your pie hole shut and go out and play football and earn your keep and earn your respect.
I'm picking it for you.
Wow, I'm picking it for you. I missed 6 games in 1987 for you.
That is a boomer take.
It is.
It's a boomer take.
Yeah. Boomer take.
No, that's a
Norman.
I'm gonna have to go through. I was listening.
Is that his real name?
Yeah, Norman.
I was listening through the podcast of G-Bag on the way in this morning. I gotta dig through and sort through this. These boomer comments started a massive fight between Zach Wolchuk and Gavin Dawson.
Really?
Yep. Dawson was going hard after Boomer for it, and Zach was like, I agree with him. Shut up. Just learn your place. Sit there, be a rookie, learn your place, and if you're not good enough, if you fail there, it's because you're not good enough. It's not because of the Bears. But they went after a little bit, complete with then Zach, I guess, trying to fight somebody on the fan text, literally with his fists. So.
Oh, I saw that.
Yeah.
I got some rookie odds from Bet Online. Oh, sorry, this is from sportsbetting.ag. How many rookie quarterbacks will start a game in 2025? The over-under is 5.5. I know you're trying to race through your brain to say who was drafted.
Oh well, they might count McCarthy as a rookie since he was basically redshirt early. It's still, I'll say under.
Yeah, Shador. I bet you Dylan starts one. Cam. That's 5 if you count JJ, because Tyler Shuck's going to play.
Don't count JJ.
Don't count JJ?
No.
Milroe. Will Milroe start one?
No. Unless Darnold's hurt. He's not starting.
Plus, they said quarterbacks, not running backs.
I'll take the under. I think 4 start.
Which quarterback will take more snaps in 2025? Shador or Gabriel?
Shador.
Shador is the slight favorite at -150. Why'd you both immediately say that when Gabriel was drafted ahead of him?
I think that was a statement by the league with Shador.
Oh, no, I don't think that when they get in there's a lot of different things that people were concerned about in terms of.
You don't know a lot of people that had Gabriel over Shador.
Yeah, I don't even trust that Cleveland did. I think Cleveland just they weren't comfortable with some of the off the field stuff. He fell for a reason that didn't have to do with is he good enough.
How many games will Shador start in 2025? I'm not even going to read you the over under. What would be your guess?
My guess would be 8.5.
All right. The over under is 2.5. There you go.
Give me the over.
You can run to bet it. How many games will Gabriel start? Over under is 2.5. How many games will Jackson Dart start?
The over under?
No, your guess on games.
Injuries aside, 17.
No.
Oh, you think he's the day one? He's not going to start over Russ.
Yeah,
no.
Just start him over Russ.
Dayball's already said.
Dayball's a moron. Dayball's not in charge
No,
anymore.
You're saying what they should do.
Yeah, what they should do. They should start.
You don't bet in Vegas on what should happen.
That's a fair point. You got me cornered here.
Yeah.
2.5.
The over under is 2.5.
Yeah, I think what they're really going to wind up doing is they're going to do exactly what they did with Eli. They let Warner start. Eli came in week 6, something like that. Week 6, 7.
Well, the Browns' week 1 starter, by the way, is Flacco at -150.
But I can see that.
That's what they should be starting. One of the rookies.
They should be.
Just throw him out there.
They should be.
So that's where it is. And Anthony Richardson -350 in Indy to start, followed by someone asked me the other day, "Where's Daniel Jones?" I had no idea. I had no clue. I had to look up that he went back there. He didn't go back. He went to Indianapolis.
Was it Indy? I couldn't remember where Daniel Jones ended up.
By the way, speaking of rookie quarterbacks, one final note. Quinn Ewers getting back some of that money he lost out on. He announced a $3 million deal with Panini. So nice job by his
America
agent who jumped on the show.
214 just texted in about Ewers. Said Ewers will start a game at some point with Tua getting hurt. So there should be over-unders on that too.
877-881-1053 in order to hit us up here on the home of the Cowboys. This is Inside the Star during the commercial-free Expressway, and we want to thank you and hook you up for turning it on, leaving it on right now and all week long.
I can't believe today was a good day.
All right, Tolos, that's right. Right now, caller number 10 at 877-881-1053 wins a pair of tickets to see Ice Cube on Thursday, October 2nd at Dickies Arena in Fort Worth. That's caller number 10 at 877-881-1053.
Jared Sandler will join us to talk about a disappointing ending to the Silver Boot. Why is he fighting with Astros fans and his excitement over the Dallas Stars as well? So the Sandman at 8. Every week at this time, though, let's recap your weekend.
Ladies and gentlemen, the weekend.
I'm having a bad fucking weekend.
Well, Will Chambers did not. Apparently, he had the birthday party bus going on Saturday.
I didn't see. Did he have his tux on?
He did not.
Okay.
He did not. Will had texted me like, "Hey, man, you going to make it?" And I was like, "To what?" And he's like, "I texted you guys about." And I was like, "Oh, God." So now I got to find, there's like 9 group texts.
Yeah.
I have to start typing Will into the phone to see how many other names come up. And then I'm like, all right, were these people included in the plans or was it this group? It took me like 7 different searches rather than just ask Will because I didn't want to come across as insensitive.
Mm-hmm.
Like, well, I don't remember what you were talking about.
Right.
I'm clueless.
Yeah.
Well, he listens, so he knows that now.
Well, Will also throws out random. He throws out random plans, and lately it's been last second. So I haven't been able to hop on the Will train.
Right.
He's like, hey, man, I know it's last second, but tonight we're all wearing suits out. I said,
suits?
I got 2 children, bro. Like, I need a little heads up. And then he's like, well, we're getting a party bus, Frisco, Dallas. And I was like, I need times. All right, that's the way my life is.
Times and places.
I'm not going to meet you in Frisco. I'm not going to be able to get permission on that one. You tell me in Dallas you're going to be there like 6 o'clock, 7 o'clock, 8 o'clock. Maybe I can come and hit up some bars in the local scene for me local. But that's Will Chambers just getting down.
Yeah, we were at baseball. Then it got rained. We got drenched. We got drenched late, like around 7 o'clock. And by the time I got home, I was like, I'm soaking wet. I'm not gonna go now. It was just too late.
A miserable weather weekend. Awful. Disgusting.
Hot and then rain.
I don't even care about the rain.
Rain for some. It wasn't. It was just muggy. It was gross.
Yeah, yesterday I was like, please, just rain. Like, stop teasing me. I hear the thunder. Bring on the lightning. Just have the downpour so I can save the sprinkler bill from the town of Sunnyvale continuing to rip me off, you crooks and you thieves. But you can't walk outside for 10 seconds. I was at a restaurant Saturday, going outside with Ollie, letting him run around for a bit. I had to take a shower. And then yesterday, taking the kids out for a walk. You can't be outside for 10 minutes without. Once the forehead stickiness gets on me, I'm done. I'm over. I'm not sweating under the armpits and all that stuff, but it was an oven.
Yeah,
it was a disgusting humid oven.
Were you in a hoodie?
No.
Okay, good.
No, it's not me. It's instantly.
Yes,
as soon as you step outside, though, this weekend, it was like, when you say the forehead thing, that's within the first minute. It's so gross outside. It was disgusting all weekend. You felt like you were walking into a cloud all weekend. It wasn't raining consistently enough. Like, I kept hearing the whole Metroplex batten down the hatches. Friday, Saturday, it's going to be awful. Hide the wives and children. And then it was like spotty. It was like showers would pop up here. Mm-hmm. Some people get rained on, but for the most part, we didn't get much at all in Flower Mound.
We were in Denton for baseball. We got just drenched. Just drenched.
Start us off with best and worst.
Best was the Ranger game on Friday night. That was the game didn't end up well, but the seats were great, and it's always fun. We
saw Tolo take a picture of you in line at the bar.
I didn't see
a sneaky photo. Yes, you did. You saw that on our group message.
I did see the group message.
Sorry,
we're
not supposed to talk about the group message.
Yeah.
No, we're good.
I referenced something else in the commercial break in the group message. He had no idea what I was talking about.
So that was fun. Getting out of the ballpark. We like going out there. It's only our second time we've been there this year.
Yeah, shout out Philip Higdon, who took a picture and tagged Kevin Hagelin and it said he was stalking Choppy. Took a photo of him at the bar ordering some sort of beers, it looks like.
No, it would have been a, like a ranch water. I got a couple of ranch waters. So seats are great. Fantastic night. And then we got there a little bit late because we were waiting out the rain. We went to go,
Bobby.
I know, we went to go eat. Went to Mariano's right outside the, kind of on 360 and
Mariano's is so good.
Lamar, maybe.
Is that Italian or Mexican?
Mexican.
Okay.
They invented the frozen margarita.
Invented it?
They claim they did.
They claim they invented the machine.
Wow.
So we go there and we're getting ready to leave, and the skies are just open. And Sarah's like, we could jump the river that's floating down by the sidewalk. And I'm like, that's 8 feet. That's an 8. I'm not going to walk around with wet shoes the entire game.
No.
We'll wait here. So we wait there. We go get another drink. Wait there for about 10, 15 minutes. And then we leave. And we didn't realize that the Kid Rock concert was also going on at the same time at AT&T.
Perfect.
So,
you should have walked next door.
Could have. I mean, there you go. And it was just, the traffic was a disaster getting in. We didn't get in there till the top of the second inning. So we got in there a little bit late.
I hate driving to Ranger games.
Yeah.
I don't know which ones. It may be worse than going to the AAC. I don't know.
Yeah, it was.
Oh, do you think so? Like actual drive-in or around the venue?
Around it.
See, I think around the venue, AAC is a slam dunk worse.
Really?
Yeah, just because it's so tight.
It's tight.
But the Rangers is the stoplight. Two people make it through on a stoplight.
Yeah, my issue
and then
here.
the traffic cops, man, they take for.
They just shut down half of the streets, I feel like, with the Mavs game, for the Stars, to where it's like claustrophobic getting in there.
My issue with this, and this is the problem that you have when you have an event at AT&T at the same time as a Ranger game, or when you have a big game. So when you have Houston or the Dodgers or the Yankees, where you have a lot of visiting fans coming into town, it is amateur hour. You get your regular Ranger crowd. They are efficient. They know exactly where to go. They know where they're parking. They know the shortcuts. And you get these Johnny-come-latelys. These are these. You know what these are?
Fans?
They're the non. We don't go to a lot of game fan. This is the amateur hour. These are the people who board the plane and just put their bag in the first receptacle they find overhead.
Yeah.
Okay, that's what these fans are. It's amateur hour out there. We got to be efficient. Astro fans, do better. Do better when you're coming. The worst is we got on the way to the game. We found out that Sarah's grandma passed away. That was the worst. I have a worst, but that was the worstest of the weekend, and that was, she just kind of broke down before the game.
Unexpected?
No, not unexpected. She was in a home. She had dementia. So Sarah and I are screwed. It's a race to see who loses their mind first between Sarah and I.
Wow.
We both got dementia on both sides. But But she's winning, I think, right now. She's winning the race on who's going to lose their mind first. I'm very sharp. I don't forget anything. You know me on the show.
You're also 20 years older.
I don't forget a thing. That's true. I don't forget a thing here. My mind is sharp as a tack. But so her grandmother passed away. Now, fortunately, she was able to see her last week and see her one last time. But she said that she was she wasn't great. She wasn't doing great.
God, I cannot remember what it's like to have grandparents.
I don't either. It's been 20 years.
I
15
loved
years.
my grandparents, and I'll have these memories here and there all the time. But man, it's been a long time.
I have one left. My mom's dad is still around, but other than that, I've been empty now for like 10 years.
Yeah. How many you got, Peyton?
Geez, a lot. Because both my parents' parents are still alive.
That would be grandparents.
Yeah.
Wow. So, do you have great grandparents?
Wait. My parents' parents are still alive.
I was just trying to
That means you're 100%.
No, but do you have great Are you saying you have great grandparents still alive?
I was just trying to do math. What? I was just trying to do math.
The math was to 4. The math is out of 4.
So 4, yes.
What did you do? All right, I want to get to your best and worst because you did something. You're a space cadet right now today.
Oh my God.
I got a lot. I got a lot.
I don't know how many. There's only 4 of them. 1, 2, 3, 4.
Do you have great grandparents?
No, I don't.
No, okay. So then I don't know what he was adding up. I was trying to defend him a little.
Like you don't really count step parents, so like I was thinking that, but yeah, 4.
No, you don't count them.
No, you don't.
Don't count them. So the worst is?
No, the worst is her grandmother passed away, but that just tied in with the Rangers. The worst, though, this is slightly worse than worstest. She rearranged all the apps on my phone. So,
like Bobby and his Samsung.
We're in the car.
Not on purpose, though.
Yeah, we're in the car, and I'm like, here, put some music on. So she gets on the phone, she puts some music on. Then she was like going to Google something because her phone was in the bed of the truck, and she goes, where's your Google app?
The bed in the truck, like the second row,
in the backpack.
What? At the outdoor part.
Well, it's got a cover. It's got a.
Why was the phone back there?
I think we just put it in one of the travel bags we were using for the cooler or something.
Okay,
and we put it in there and we put it in the bed. So she was going to Google something. She goes, where's your Google app? And I'm like, it's right there. It's on page 3. She goes, why isn't it on page 1? And I go, I don't know. It's just not. So she takes it and she moves it. So when she moves it, though, everything gets rearranged. Everything behind that just slides. And in my mind, I go, like, I just got to go here. That's where it is. And now it's not. So I
moved the Google one back to where it was.
Well, that's all. I've already rearranged everything else. So it was a disaster. It was a nightmare. I was like, I said, you just made worse of the week.
Do you use Google that much?
All the time.
Okay.
Yeah, all the time.
So she thinks it should be arranged by like frequency of use rather than alphabetical or whatever, I guess.
I don't even know how it got there.
Kristen always, what Kristen does.
Doesn't everyone, I would have thought frequency of use.
So my home screen.
Yeah, she's probably right.
I have shortcuts on.
There is no right. It's the way you want it and the way you use it.
Right, absolutely.
It's to your usability.
Yes. She's probably right, though. Like, everything should be on the home screen that you use the most.
Yes.
Right? But that's just the way I have it.
So mine is, on the home screen, it's the stuff I use the most. If you go to the actual apps page, then it's alphabetical. So that's how, like, if the actual app screen, I want alphabetical, so I can just go, okay, where is it? But if it's frequency of use, that's on the home screen. Kristen has the most nonsense arrangement of her apps because she goes like, well, they all need to be organized. So she's got like banking, and then she's got like little subfolders where she puts all the apps. But then there's like no rhyme or reason of what order those are in. So whenever she's like, hey, can you find this? And I'm looking at her phone, I'll stick like, it takes me 45 seconds to find whatever app she wants me to do. Because I'm like, I can't find it. And she's like, it makes sense.
Yeah,
you gotta hear
just search it. I'm like, no.
I
don't want to search where the apps are. Because she's got her like little box and then 3 in the box.
Yeah.
No,
I hate
that's what Kristen does. And she has those little boxes she has. Kristen has like 12 of those, and then she's like, well, they make sense because this is phone stuff that like settings. I'm like, no, that doesn't make sense. Just organize them.
It's got to make sense for you. That's all that matters.
I can't stand it.
Best and worst of the weekend here on 105.3 The Fan.
I had a lot of just bad this weekend. First off, I'm closer than I've ever been before to moving. I'm like moving out of DFW.
Oh, I thought you meant the apartment.
Just thought you were moving out of your house.
Nope. House,
your
apartment. No, apartment. This is as close as I've ever been to leaving Texas, period.
What?
The allergies this season are so bad, and they continue to get worse every single day. I'm like, I feel like I need Benadryl every day right now. Where it's been going on for now, like
Benadryl,
yeah, like 3 weeks. It's not enough to just like a daily Zyrtec. It's like, no, I need like the one that's gonna knock it out because I'm coughing or like my eyes. It's been like in my ear, buried in there. And it's when I looked at the forecast for allergies, it's like in perpetuity, super high grass levels moving forward. I'm just like, this is, I don't know what I'm supposed to do here. This isn't going to work anymore.
Tested?
Yeah, there's nothing wrong. It's just they're like, oh, allergy tested. Yeah. Well, no, I thought you meant like if I had
there's
a bug.
definitely something wrong.
No, I thought you meant
allergy
tested. I thought you meant if I had like a bug, like tested for a cold or something.
No, allergy test.
Yeah, I've gotten allergy tested.
And?
The two of my strongest allergies are Johnson and ryegrass, and so grass levels being super high are killing me right
So
now.
I had a Tolo tell me this, and Amanda, she kind of, rocked my world in terms of saying, no, Tylenol, aspirin, give me 3 of them. And I'm like, no, you're supposed to take 2 max. I'm following the bottle. And she's like, no, I'm taking 3 Tylenol at a time. Like, so we'll have destroyed livers.
2 pills.
But then I had a Tolo DM me and say, take 2 Zyrtec. And I said, really? It says 24 hours.
Wow.
And they're like, no, just double it up. So that's going to be the next time I have a bad attack. I'm going to double it. And then he's saying, that's not working. Just take 1 a few hours. So I'm like, 3 in a day? Are you sure? Are you positive? But I'm willing to try it out 2 at a time. So maybe do that.
Doesn't Zyrtec cause drowsiness too, though? Like a little bit?
Zyrtec D, I can't keep them straight.
I've never.
You take Adderall. Who cares? It'll offset it.
I think
it's like a Red Bull vodka.
Hits everyone differently, I think.
I don't know if they offset them. Yeah, the good. Well, this was good and bad.
The Adderall, trust me, will override the Zyrtec. I take Zyrtec, and I'm not like, oh my god, I'm exhausted.
So Friday night, I took Laura and her friend.
And nose spray, maybe. It's
I took the nose spray for a long time.
And try doing the flush. That sucks.
I hate the flush.
The nasal.
Yeah, I need to get back to taking
not the ass wipe.
Right,
yeah. No, the Rhinocort or whatever. I need to take Rhinocort again. That was the one that used to work for me. But I took Laura and her friend Myra to Chuck E. Cheese on Friday. Which funny story. About a year ago, I was just scrolling Facebook and Laura walks over and she's over my shoulder and she goes, Myra. And I said, what? She goes, that's my friend Myra. Go up. And so I went up, and a listener that had friended me on Facebook that I accepted their request, it turned out that his daughter and Laura, they had no idea that they go to school together. They were in class together, and they were like little buddies. And so I found out, oh, all right, Laura's friends with a listener's daughter. And so Chris Brown is his name, and he listens every morning. No,
keep him away.
The good Chris Brown. He showed up the other night in a great Expos throwback Andre Dawson jersey.
Nice.
Yeah, fantastic.
I thought you were going to say a wife beater.
Myra was invited to. Myra invited Laura a couple weeks ago.
You were describing. You're like going up your shoulder, and I was like, take that.
Myra invited Laura to her birthday party a couple weeks ago, and with my scatterbrained nature, I had forgotten that the party was that day. I was supposed to take her.
And you want to get on Kristen for organizing, yeah.
Yeah. Well, I mean, organizing her phone. Great. Yeah.
Organize your life.
Yeah. Well,
don't forget your kid's birthday invites.
Organize the dishes, honey. So anyway,
Monday meeting be fun. You're good in the WNBA talk.
Yeah, you
fine. Couldn't hold it together.
So no, but it's one of those where I had missed it, and so I was like, I feel bad. I'm going to take the girls to Chuck E. Cheese in a couple weeks. So we got the families together. It was Myra, her little sister Corey, Chris, his wife Laura, and so we were all running around Chuck E. Cheese, which was a good time. The girls had a great time. It was awesome. Chuck E. Cheese, though, is not the experience it used to be when I was a kid. So Chuck E. Cheese, you would always have the big, like,
mouse.
Yeah, you'd have the,
you're an adult. It's different.
No. I'm telling you, it has zapped the experience. First off, the actual arcade area is like half of what it used to be. Mm-hmm. So they cleaned out half the games and also they've taken out the ball pits. Those ball pits that used to be everywhere at Chuck E. Cheese, those don't exist anymore. They don't do tokens anymore to play games. Instead, they've switched them to cards that are like time, like you get 60 minutes at a time.
Yeah.
Luckily, now they've also got an option for points where each game costs a point. You can just buy a point total instead of having a clock running. But they've taken the tokens out. They don't spit out physical tickets anymore. Those also go on a card. So it's not like you get to run around with your tickets and have that kid experience.
Yeah.
The like design is all dull now. It doesn't have like the bright flashing colors, like looking like a kid's casino. It's just, I don't know when it happened that they just decided to kill the childhood experience at Chuck E. Cheese.
And they rip you off with that trampoline extra charge in there. You have to wear
$12, dude.
$12 if you want to go on the trampoline. You got to wear their socks.
Which we got hooked up, and so we got to do it for free.
You got a Chuck E. Cheese hookup?
Yeah, I'll tell you about it during the break. I don't want to out it on the air, but we got hooked up, so it was free.
My best of the weekend is my grilling experiment. That was 2 weeks in the making. I was on a waiting list for something called the bacon rib. It's like pork belly still attached to a rib, and then I cured it like bacon for 7 days and then smoked it, and this whole process. So that made my weekend. The worst of the weekend is I may be dealing with tubes in one of those.
Oh, no, in the ears?
Yeah. Ava had her 4th ear infection, double ear infection, And the pediatrician was saying if you have 4 in a year, you got to investigate the tubes. So I am dreading the 5th and 6th coming around to see what that entails.
Julian had 11. Not in a year, like in a 2-year stretch. And they were telling us the same thing. We didn't do it.
You didn't do it on the 8th, 9th, 10th?
No, we didn't.
Why?
We figured out that the reason he was getting them was because he was falling asleep with his bottle, right? And then the milk was getting into his ears.
Wait, hang on a second. Falling asleep,
he'd be drinking the bottle, all right?
And you didn't take the bottle from him?
He just fell asleep, right? He fell asleep, and all of a sudden it'd be dripping down the side.
Ugh.
And the milk was getting in his ears.
What?
Right? And
So it was external.
Yeah.
The milk was causing?
The milk was, curdled milk in the ear.
Ew.
Gosh. Yeah, so we thought about the tubes, but everybody said, if you can avoid it, avoid it.
How old was he?
He was about 2 years old.
It's just fascinating that never went back and checked the status of the milk bottle. He's just
it was done.
And
He would always finish it, but as he was sleeping and still eating, it would just kind of just drain down.
We've got a great video of Laura when she was getting tubes in her ears, where she is high as hell on the little pre-giggle juice thing, and she's just giggling and flipping off, almost looking like she's doing.
Pepe's
972 really quickly. Shout out to the Panthers of Herrera for finishing first in their playoffs on top of an undefeated season.
Pepe says he didn't have a lot going on this weekend, but I do know why the brain may be fried a little bit because you're just moving.
Just moving. I mean, look, you're a homeowner when you wake up, 7 a.m. Saturday morning, you're like, I got to do something around the house. The weather, you mentioned it, Sean, the weather was bad. It was once I stepped outside, I told Mackenzie, I got to do something outside because when I come in, it's going to be shower and then it's just staying inside because I don't want to have to walk out again, sweat again, take another shower. So Mackenzie bought bed frames and drawers and dressers, so we were putting those together. And it didn't lead to many fights, but, the voices raised a little bit, but I'm glad I'm back at work.
Yes.
Yeah,
Exactly. All right, there it is. Best and worst every Monday, commercial-free Expressway. Why is Jared Sandler fighting with all the Astros fans? Next on your home of the Astros. Home of the Rangers.
Whoa.
Dump that. 105.3 The Fan.
LIV products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking out a little bit.
The Fan. Hello, baby. KRLD-FM and HD1, Dallas-Fort Worth.
An Odyssey sports station.
Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios, this is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
The pitch is on the way. Strike three call. The game is over. Fastball on the inside corner. Duran is out. And the Astros have won it 4-3. Duran gives the home plate umpire Nick Marley an earful.
And you hear the disappointment in Eric Nadell's voice on your home for Rangers baseball. That is because 3 of 4 was right there, sitting on Jack Leiter's no-hit right arm heading into the 7th inning, and then everything fell apart. Let's talk about the very eventful series and everything else with one of the voices of the Rangers, Jared Sandler, joining us live on Sean and RJ 105.3 The Fan. Good morning. How are you?
What's up, guys?
Did everything turn yesterday with that Chris Martin injury?
Well, I guess I don't like to put on the umps. I'm not putting it on the umps. I think the non-strike three call to Cam Smith that extended the at bat was a turning point. And then when Chris Martin gets hurt, it just Robert Garcia gets as much time as he needs, but it never feels. I've talked to so many pitchers who've been in that spot, and you've got 40,000 people staring at you while you warm up, and the game is waiting on you. It just, those guys always talk about how, it's really tough to figure out how warm you need to get in that spot, because it's not a normal routine get loose situation. That really was tough. They obviously wanted Chris Martin in that spot. They were going to save Robert Garcia either for later on or maybe go right from Martin to Luke Jackson, depending on how things played out. They had Robert Garcia throw the day before, and he threw well. Unfortunately, he made one pitch to Isaac Paredes that he was able to take advantage of. But that whole eighth inning was it was kind of wonky. It started with 2 blue hits for the Astros. And then, obviously, Paredes hit the home run that just barely got out. And then in the bottom of the eighth, the Rangers had 3 hard outs that all, more often than not going to turn into hits. But, when the Astros have Chas McCormick in left and Jake Myers in center, those are 2 of the better defensive outfielders in Major League Baseball, and they made some big-time plays at a critical part of the game.
Jared, after Leiter gave up the home run to lose the no-hitter, and then he got the very next out on 4 pitch, I thought it was a great at-bat for him, being able to lose the no-no in a home run fashion and then just mentally just get right back to it. What was your thought on bringing him back out for the 8th that they actually did bring him out?
I didn't have a thought. He had 70-something pitches.
Because he's been ish third time through the order this year, right?
Yeah, but he looked great. I mean, he gave up a home run on a pitch that wasn't even right. I looked, it's like that ball when swung at in that location is a home run less than 1% of the time in Major League Baseball over the last 5 years. So, yeah, I mean, he had allowed 1 hit through 7 innings. I can almost hear Chuck Cooperstein calling you an absolute dummy for asking that question, RJ, right? Like, is that not?
But that's the way the game is now. That's the way the game is.
No, but RJ, no. I'm not saying I feel that way. Like, because I asked Eric and Matt, we had our post-game roundtable. Like, guys, some people are going to ask, what are your thoughts on bringing Jack Leiter out for the 8th? And Eric kind of gave me a look like, why are you asking that? And I'm asking it because I think fans are asking that question, right? But I agree. I mean, I bring him out. You also are dealing with a bullpen that. You use Chris Martin the night before, you use Robert Garcia, Luke Jackson hadn't yet pitched. If you can get another inning. And here's the deal, too. Again, he gave up 2 blue hits. I mean, if we want to play the numbers, we want to look at stuff. I mean, he gave up weak contact. That's all he can do. He can't control whether that weak contact ends up in a glove or ends up on the grass, right? That's out of his control as a pitcher. But it'd be one thing if he came in there and they were just, they ripped 2 balls in the gap and it's like, oh, yeah, he's lost it, should have pulled the trigger. But that wasn't the case. So I had no issue with it. At the end of the day, they just didn't execute. When Robert Garcia came in there and, in that final at bat, he got the first 2 outs, but, unable to get that third one. And, that's just the way the game goes. But I don't have any issue with Jack Leiter going back out for the 8th, even though obviously the Rangers didn't win the game.
Jared Sandler here on The Fan. How do you handle the no-hitter on air and online?
Yeah, I mean, I think it's your responsibility as a broadcaster to explain what's going on. Now, that doesn't mean you need to every 2 seconds say no-hitter, 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 but, maybe once during the inning and when you're going to break or when you're coming back, whatever, I mean, what if someone's tuning in and, they just got in the car? I mean, it's your responsibility to talk about it. Now, you can talk about it in a number of ways. Hey, he is not allowed to hit through 6 innings. It doesn't have to be the phrase no hitter. You look at the H column for the Astros and there's a donut. There are a lot of different ways to talk about it. I just, unless someone can provide data or evidence that shows me that my voice from the press box or the broadcast booth or Eric's or Matt's or any other broadcasters impacts the action, then that's not going to change. And the other thing is, I think we all take cues from the late Vin Scully, and Vin Scully, would rip a broadcaster and what if they decided that they felt like they were so a part of it and powerful that their words would jinx an event like a no-hitter. So I kind of take cues from the late Vin Scully.
Jared Sandler joining us here on 105.3 The Fan. Jared, there's obviously been inconsistencies and struggles with the offense throughout the season. Trying to look for ways that it could turn around a little bit. Are you feeling like with the way Jock Peterson's been able to get on base lately and getting the home run over the weekend and seemingly hitting the ball pretty hard lately, do you feel like Jock Peterson's getting closer to being the guy that they thought they were getting when they signed him?
Yeah, I hope so. I mean, and the getting on base is a great step in the right direction, but, getting base hits in this game is, and maybe we talked about it a few weeks ago, but getting base hits in this game is as hard as it's, ever been. I mean, the league batting average is like 242 this year or something like that. So walks are great, right? I'm a big fan of the walk because I'm a big fan of on base, but we also need some slug. You need some slug to have success. You either need to walk as a team a ton, like you need to be top 5 in the league in walks, or you got to slug. And the Rangers right now are kind of, as they have turned things around the last couple weeks, it's been more slug based than walk based, but they are demonstrating more patience. But I want to see more of what we saw from Jock the other night when he hit the ball over the fence, because at the end of the day, Jock can get on base. That's good, but you brought him here to mash the baseball. And the Rangers, obviously, they've gotten Jock going. Now they need to get Marcus Semien going. It's just tough. He's, obviously you want to believe in the person because he works his tail off, but, the results just haven't been there for Marcus. And as the Rangers have gotten things going, to Marcus's credit, you can tell just with his approach, he's making some changes. His patience has improved tremendously. I think he still leads the team in walks. So he's not chasing. He's not going up there and just, being a free swinger. He is still aggressive and he will still swing at the first pitch, but there's nothing wrong with that. The hitters typically have a lot of success on the first pitch, but they've gotten Jock going in the right direction. Want to see, more slug, but they really need to get Marcus Semien going desperately.
Is it just obvious? Do you believe that Chris Young knows and thinks himself that this group is not going to get it done offensively to go along with this amazing starting staff, and that a move is going to have to be made?
Well, he's always said this is a results-oriented business, and at the end of the day, I think in that applies in one way to, hey, it doesn't matter what the names are on the back. I mean, if you're not producing, you're not producing, and now that means something different for everyone, right? If Ezekiel Duran's not producing after a few weeks, that's going to be a little bit treated a little bit differently than if Marcus Semien isn't producing after a month and a half, and there are business reasons as to why. There's track record reasons as to why, but at the end of the day, I think Chris Young right now, if the trade deadline was approaching at the end of this month, then I think you would see them try to get a bat or two, or someone that's going to try and change the calculus of this lineup. There's no doubt about it. Now there is the financial component, because if ownership is firm on staying below the first luxury tax apron, then anyone that they acquire in a trade, they've got to make sure that financially they're still in a position to do that, to stay below, if that is a mandate. Now, if they're willing to go above that first apron, all right, that could change things a little bit. So there are some obstacles, in place financially. Doesn't mean that there aren't guys out there who are cheap, or maybe some money that can be exchanged, but that is one challenge. It's not that the Rangers don't have the resources to make acquisitions. It's just a matter of what is the money mandate for this front office? What are they not allowed to do from a financial standpoint in trying to add talent to this roster?
Jared, Boone told us that he's just observing, to start. Fans love to point to maybe a change that he has brought. Is there? I mean, it's hard to quantify. It's only been a handful of games, but has there been anything that you've noticed that's been different with the offense since he's come over?
Yeah, it's tough to know. You're right, RJ. I mean, I do think he's having conversations with guys, and I think that there is a mental component. I think there is when you've got a guy, a coach, and a coach with his track record. Maybe that means something. Maybe the track record doesn't. But he is in the position of coach, right? So in theory, players are going to listen to him. And when things have not been going well, I think players are more inclined to listen to a new voice. And so, he has a great opportunity here the first few weeks to establish whatever is most important to him. And it just seems like, and you guys have talked to him, for the last few years, but, the mental side is big, right? There's an understanding that, players are different physically, one guy to the next. But I just get the sense that he really wants to simplify things for these guys and, have them go to the plate with, their mind filled with the right things and not, trying to pass a math test. And it's not that the prep isn't important and the data is not important and understanding the numbers is not important. It is, but I mean, you go up in the box against, he's talked about stepping into the arena, right? And it's, kind of like a gladiator battle, and just it's you versus the other guy. You don't have time to think. Right? You don't have time to think when there's 98 coming your way or an 87-mile-an-hour slider, and a guy that also maybe has a third pitch that's in the, in the mid to high 70s range. I mean, it's the tools, the weapons that these pitchers have these days. It's harder than ever, and so. I think he's, in talking to some guys, he's done a great job of just simplifying things. Now, the Rangers, since Brett Boone's arrival, have started to hit the home run ball as well as anyone in Major League Baseball. Is that because of Brett Boone, or is that just because there's a regression to the mean for a lineup full of big boppers who just were not hitting the ball over the fence? That's tough to say, but at the end of the day, I do think that his approach in combination with some of the work the other hitting coaches who are still on staff are doing kind of come together and build this complete pie that hopefully will result in much more consistent success offensively. Because Bobby asked it earlier about the offense, and things are starting to turn, but it's still not where you think that this group can be, and they've got to get there if they want to. Maybe not win the division, because this does not seem to be a division that's going to have anyone run away with it up to now. But if they want to do what they did in 2023, this offense has got to get a lot better.
We got a minute left. Why are you fighting with Astro fans?
Well, first of all, rivalries are fun, right? Sports are fun. And so would I do it if it was like a Rockies person? No. There's not a rivalry. They suck. It's not. But this is fun. And Brian McTaggart is one of these beat writers who plays the beat writer body armor. I'm not a fan. I'm a beat writer. Oh, shut up, dude. You clearly get paid for impressions, which good for you. There's nothing wrong with that. But to identify that there were Astros let's go Astros chants, nothing wrong with that either. But to say it Dyken North, it's just one of my biggest issues with Astros fans and Astros writers, I guess. Baseball existed before 2017 when the Astros began this unbelievable run. And I just remember, I said this on the postgame show, but I remember going to a couple games at Minute Maid Park where there was there weren't Astros fans there. And it's funny the way that Astros fans feel like they invented baseball in 2017. It's not. There was no baseball in the 1800s. There was no baseball in the 1900s. Baseball started in 2017. So you're on this. You have this incredible dynasty, and you travel well. That's what happens when you win. And they've been unbelievable since 2017. Right? No one's doubting that. But the Rangers did go down to Houston and kick their ass in 2023. The Astros didn't win a single game at home in that 7-game series. Now, the Rangers didn't win a game at home either. But, that happened. Let's not forget about that. And let's not forget about what existed 15 years ago when the Astros didn't even have fans. And that's going to change, right? Their dynasty is not going to extend. They're not going to win the division this year. You can save this. You can roast me if they win the division on, September 30th or October 1st or whatever. But they're not going to win the division. They're not that good of a team. And that's part of why it's so frustrating the Rangers didn't take 3 or 4, because they swept a really crappy team in the Rockies. They had a chance to take 3 or 4 from a very average team in the Astros, and they gave that away.
Thank you, brother. Have a good trip to New York.
See you guys.
Jared Sandler here on 105.3 The Fan. The Stars Party continues, and it's a new Music Monday, our brand new segment next.
think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, pepper lady? Pepper lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Baby.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Megan?
Pre-Club?
No.
Nutmeg Megan.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Donate today at carsforkids.org, and also brought to you by the personal injury lawyers Frankel and Frankel. If you have been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214-0817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there is never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck attorneys in Dallas.
22 seconds left on the power play. Marksman tosses it off the chest of Hellebuck. Way to the corner by Pionk. Circling that, taking a Harley.
And that was quick into overtime, taking advantage of the penalty that did not result in a penalty shot, but it did give the Dallas Stars the power play that allows Thomas Harley to send them to the Western Conference Finals for the third straight year.
Oh, baby.
And the Oilers await.
The Oilers await, and this was a great hockey game. The goalies, they were on one, took a power play late. The first power play was a clean game. Refs did a great job staying out of it. They get it into the overtime. Stars able to get the power play goal and win it. But that was a fantastic hockey game, and now it is the Oilers, like you said, and then Edmonton. I mean, they've been to 3 of the last 4 conference finals. So it's been a kind of a wild ride for both of these teams the last couple of years.
We've talked about the goaltenders a lot. We got to talk about Pete DeBoer. I'm trying to remember whose tweet it was.
Mine.
It was dumb. So, yeah, I probably
never mind. It was Peyton's.
It wasn't. A guy said, man, it seems like there's just like 7 coaches in hockey. And I agree with that. Someone just got rehired at Tocchet.
Yeah.
I'm like, I see that name all the time. And we need to stop down on Pete DeBoer for a little bit and talk about his greatness. I think someone said he's made like 6 of the 7 last conference finals and been fired twice. There's something weird, a stat out there about hockey coaches. But this was, and we know the Game 7 greatness, like 9-0 as of late. And this is DeBoer after making it to another one.
It's hard to believe we're halfway, right? It sure feels like we've been through a lot. But you know, that's the beauty of the NHL playoffs. I mean, we'll take a couple days. I think we got a lot left. I think, you know, I've said it here. I think we've got something special going on. We're going to have to prove it again. You know, we've been to this spot the last 2 years and haven't taken the next step. So that's the challenge.
So there's DeBoer. Here it is, too. It says Pete DeBoer has made the Western Conference Finals 6 out of the last 7 years and has been fired twice. And he is getting also a ton of praise. Mark Scheifele was a humongous storyline. Jamie Benn punching him in the face. Ben getting fined $5,000. And then Stars fans donating 55 for 55 charities that Mark supports after the news came out before the game that his father passed away. He was also involved in the trip that gave the eventual, and I did feel for him watching him in the penalty box when things ended.
Yeah,
it's
of
like,
course.
all right, there's the penalty that ends your season.
Of course. I mean, you do feel bad for a fleeting moment. Then you realize that you're winning and you're moving on, and they're going home. They're going back to Canada. Listen, the best thing for them is that it's almost the only livable time of year in Canada, which is the summer, right? Where it'll be relatively.
It's 100 degrees there, apparently.
It was 100 degrees there, apparently. But DeBoer's been fantastic here. He had a knock where it was, you know, he came in, and the teams that he had, San Jose and Vegas and the Devils, they were great early, and then they got progressively a little bit worse as they went on. That's not the case here. The Stars have been great since he got here, and they've maintained that level. So we'll see what happens here. They obviously have a tough test with Edmonton, and Edmonton has, obviously beat them last year, and the Stars have lost a couple of these in the West Finals, Vegas, and then Edmonton, of course.
It'd be nice to get a short series. I heard this number recently, and I was like, let me go look and see exactly what it was. So how many? Do you know how many of their series recently, the Stars playoff series, have gone to minimum 6 games?
All of them?
21 out of their last 22 playoff series have gone to at least 6 games. They don't finish anybody. The last time they were consistently finishing off teams, like where they had a stretch of like 4 or 5 game series, was 05-06.
I bet that's hockey, though.
No, it's not. Like, if you go back and look through it, I looked through it, and that was the thing about the note. It's not as consistent as basically 20 series in a row.
Well,
that's
when you
a
can't
lot.
win game ones, but you end up winning the series. That takes off a game there. So that's just how it is.
Yeah, it's just because hockey is like a lot of these series are going 6. I mean, it's so difficult to string together dominant performances. It's not like the NBA where you're just the better team. You're the better team.
Well, I'm sure there's stats.
I'm sure there
to
are.
settle the debate. How many end in 5, 6, 7? I'm sure there are percentages that Bobby will have here momentarily, or Grok will have.
By the way, Money Puck said 84% the other night for the Stars. So the Stars should have won that one easy. Shouldn't have gone over.
Wow.
Pete DeBoer also making fans fall in love with him with his personal statement after winning the series.
Condolences to Mark Scheifele and his family. I consider myself a Kitchener guy. He's his family's from Kitchener. Just courageous, what he did tonight. And I'm sure, his dad would have been really proud of him and what he did, and I'm sure his dad would have wanted him there. So tough night for him and anybody in the hockey world, that has been in a situation like that. So hats off to him, a courageous young man.
So there's Pete DeBoer being classy after the Dallas Stars move on. Game 1, 7 p.m.
Oh, yes!
At the AAC home ice advantage.
Sounds like Rima over there.
For the rest of the postseason. It is the new segment. It is a new Music Monday.
I'm Casey Kasem. Coming up next are the 3 biggest hits of the year.
Yep, it is time for New Music Monday. We got 3 new songs. This is a week collection this week.
Is that AI Casey or is that real Casey?
No, that was real Casey. That was real Casey counting down the top 100 songs.
But a dog dying.
1977. Hopefully it wasn't Scooby-Doo. That was what he was on, Casey Kasem. He was Shaggy. All right, we've got New Music Monday. We got 3 new songs here from big artists, and they're I gotta say, I'm not a big fan of any of these, including your boys in this collection here. Morgan Wallen is in this. He had a big release last week. And I think that we've gotten better before. Let's start off with song number 1 here, Peyton, which this first song that we have is from Rihanna. It's you remember I've told you before, one of my least favorite songs is that, ooh, move your body, girl, make that. Yeah. It's 3 minutes of repeating the same thing. That's what Rihanna has released here in Friend of Mine from the new Smurfs soundtrack.
But you feel like a friend of mine. 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 Oh, be so familiar, be so brand new. Just me tonight, but you feel like a friend of mine.
I like it.
I'm gonna do you a favor. That's the song for 3 straight minutes.
Oh,
it's that for 3 minutes.
That's catchy. It can't be the 3 minutes, though.
This is 10 p.m. in the club.
Oh, yeah.
This is out at a rave.
Yeah.
That's what that song is. Maybe.
Glow sticks out there.
Yes. But you're sitting there, you're day drinking on a Sunday, or you're at night.
Catchy.
Yeah, it's catchy,
it just
but
can't
you can't
be
do
that for
3
3
minutes
minutes.
of that, no.
That's going to be a bit of a beatdown. All right, we got Sexy Red, very, very popular budding artist out there with Snoop Dogg. We've got a combo platter now. This is the new song, Me and OG Snoop.
It's just me and OG Snoopy and the lack I'm in that boot. I'm a blood, he a crib. He say cause I say so.
Flying down, hit him up, catch him slipping, wet him up. Sexy Red, let's get this bread. Come on, girl, gon' it up.
What's the word? What's the move? Let me know what you want.
I like it. You don't like it?
That's all right.
I like this too.
You get absolutely stank face to this. Absolutely.
What's that?
The beat is fine. I'm not about Sexy Red. I'm not about modern day Snoop either. Modern day Snoop is just, he's like he's gone the way of a lot of these guys who they soften up and they go, all right, let me mass produce wine and jump on any track possible.
God forbid, be an entrepreneur, make money.
Exactly. I'm not crazy about it. The production, it's catchy. It's catchy. I'm sure the bass pumps, but man, I'm out on it. Now, here's the other one. This is the big one from over the week. This is the much anticipated Morgan Wallen release. He has a new album out, and this is the big money making single apparently with.
I haven't
Tate
gone
McRae.
down the album route. I haven't listened to the album. I only listened to that one song last week. We didn't love it.
No, he's starting to sound the same in all his stuff.
It's his voice. His voice will start to do that. So I haven't gone down the album.
Voice will start to sound the same.
It's just he's become a caricature of himself now, right?
Yes.
So I gotta have to go back.
And I don't like him personally, so that's playing in my mind.
He's a jerk.
He's a punk. He absolutely is.
You can see it during
but go Vols.
The Caleb Presley sit down in those amazing interviews, Sunday conversations, and I'm just like, you're an ass.
Yeah, he is.
You look like a little punk.
He is with that little rat haircut of his too.
He's a top 5 chair thrower though. I think
he is. This is. Okay, I've come to expect a little bit more, though, from Morgan Wallen. This is What I Want with Tate McRae.
Now you ain't gonna hurt me tonight, and it won't be the worst thing. If this is all it is, and in the middle of a kiss, she said, you don't want this heart, boy, it's already broke. Told me everything she touched just goes up in smoke. Only stay a
It's okay.
It's okay.
It's all right.
I like
it's better than the other one.
I'm used to usually there's there's like a grittiness.
He
and like
needs to be faster.
Yeah, like this little. It's like a softening. It's a reimagining of Morgan Wallen that I'm not loving.
Yeah,
right
we don't need an image change with him. We need him to be
Keep
the bad
throwing
boy
chairs,
again.
baby.
Yes, keep throwing chairs, man.
New Music Monday every week with Sean and RJ 105 through the fan. Eric Chiafalo says they just ended their run, but Bobby Belt says the San Francisco 49ers just got a steal with their Dak deal. Below the belt. Next on the fan.
Uber Eats has LIV products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen that before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean, like, your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean, like, this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maiden.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Chevy dealership in the world. More new Chevys than anyone else. All prices to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, enjoy the difference based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 and 2024.
The great Bobby Belt.
Bobby Belt is an idiot.
Don't make me take off my belt.
Don't make me
No,
take out my belt.
we're not.
Over to you, Bobby.
Oh, the 49ers window, has it closed? No, it just opened up because they got themselves a steal at quarterback. Brock Purdy gets his extension done. First off, it is a it is a 5-year, $265 million deal that comes out to $53 million annually. Just initial thoughts, though, on higher, lower than you thought, right about where it was going to be. What are your thoughts on the Brock Purdy extension?
That's in the Trevor Lawrence, Jared Goff, 53-ish territory. That's a fine number.
She's better than both. So,
well, I'll give you the numbers per year. 60, which a lot of people are making fun of the Cowboys again for taking it to 60 and not having anyone come really, really close to it. So, like, outbidding yourself. That's the joke over social media. Burrow, 55. Josh Allen, 55. Jordan Love, 55. Lawrence, 55. Tua, 53. Purdy, 53. Goff, 53. So, the topics to this discussion for me were, number one, is Purdy worth it? Number two, did Kyle Shanahan say, I can just create another one? We don't have to do this. The secret to our team over the years has been the awesome, balanced roster. And that has been what it's been. Was Kyle Shanahan's ego and mind going to win out in replacing Brock Purdy? I was then wondering, who else is going to try to be like Tom Brady and take less? Was Purdy going to be that guy? Was Dak going to do it the second time around? Both answers, a resounding no. But the most important thing is what Eric Chiafalo, I think, said on the G-Bag Nation when he goes, okay, hopefully this slams the door shut on San Francisco, as their GM and owner can now talk like Jerry and Steven on this radio station of how there's less pie to go around. Welcome to Dallas, San Francisco. Welcome to DFW.
That's the problem that you have when you pay a quarterback. Any quarterback.
That old rule, and you've talked about it for years, you don't pay good elite.
Good thing San Francisco didn't.
And Dak Prescott is good. He's not elite. Brock Purdy, Bobby Belt is about to, I guess, take control back of his segment.
I like Purdy a lot.
I do too.
He's not an elite quarterback.
I don't believe he's a game manager. I've said it for years.
He's way more than a game manager.
He makes impressive enough throws that he's not a bus driver.
Nope,
at all.
He's a really, really good quarterback. Is he a game? Is he going to win a playoff series or a playoff game or a Super Bowl? Yes,
he could be on a team that wins one.
He absolutely could be on a team that wins one. He also can
but there's a way we say that.
Games.
There's a way we say that. Can he? Is he going to win it, or will he be on a team? Like when we say you're on a team that wins it, that's a backhanded compliment.
Like he slapped his name on the group project.
It is, but
not to that degree. But yeah,
he can have a game where he wins it for you in the playoffs.
No doubt.
Like there's no doubt about that. He could also be on a team that wins a game that could have won with a dozen quarterbacks.
Yeah,
that's possible.
Yeah, I think if you look at Brock Purdy, there's no question that is a slam dunk top 10 quarterback in the NFL. And I think that if you look at every single metric that we have, whether it be statistical or, advanced analytics, or you want to look at just tape study or different things like that, Purdy is right near the top probably 5 to 8 quarterbacks on any given day in every single category. He will be I can be the bus driver, I can be the beat you with the deep ball, I can slice you up in the short and intermediate game, I can execute a game plan, I can just say, all right, I'm taking over, I'm making checks at the line of scrimmage, I'm calling what we're doing here. He's shown he can do every single last bit of that. He is, to me, the new era Dak Prescott, which is the question of, I think he's become a similar litmus test of just, are you pigeonholing what he was or what you thought of him when he first entered the league, or have you correctly adjusted and said, no, he's shown enough to say he's a difference maker? And to me, Brock Purdy's a difference maker. Is he Mahomes? No. Is he Josh Allen? No. But he's right there in the group that's right behind that very top of Allen, Burrow, Mahomes. To me, that's right where he is.
I agree.
So you think he's right below those three?
Yeah, I think he's in that tier where those guys kind of jockey.
Tier. All right, so you don't think
because on any given day, those guys he can be as high as the 4th or 5th best quarterback in the NFL on any given week.
I would have paid him just because of the fear factor without. The year before he was 31-11 touchdowns to picks. Last year he was 20-11. He missed 2 games. The year before he played 16. Last year he played 15. So the numbers were definitely down. They were down by 600 yards in yardage. Duh. He was down 600 yards there. He was down a yard per completion, 11 less touchdowns, 1 more interception. And the QB rating went from 73 to 68.
Yeah, I like him a lot. I'd have paid him. I think you can absolutely win with him. The idea that, I don't know that I put him as the 4th best quarterback.
Only quarterback in the NFL the last 3 years who's had a 67.5 QBR or higher. Only one.
No, hang on. Let me RJ Choppy you here. Let me put you in a corner.
It's easy to do.
You would not have paid Dak that money again. You would not have given Dak 60 a year, correct?
What, the most recent one?
Yeah.
No, probably not.
All right, what's the difference here?
More of a sample.
What? More of a sample with who?
With Dak. We've got more.
Oh, okay. More unknown with Purdy.
More unknown.
Oh,
we've seen the Dak book, the story.
Okay.
So like I would have at that point said, quarterback. If you haven't made one by now, history says you're never going to make
one.
All
right, I got you.
What do you need? What more do you need to know about Purdy?
He doesn't need anything.
I don't need to.
No, but I'm saying what was the difference between, you're saying that
he's seen enough of Dak to have more of a narrative.
Okay.
Purdy, there's more unknown.
I know. If
by the way, if you all watching the fan cam, here's a Bobby Tell. Like when he plays with his hat and he
this is I'm itching
he's
crazy.
He's getting ready to come for you, and he does the eye flutter. He's getting ready to come for you, but there was nothing to come for, just like Sandler.
That's right. So my thought, the whole thing with Dak is like
when he does he's doing this. He's asking the innocent question for you to walk into, and then he's getting ready to pounce.
The whole thing with Dak is like we're looking at it like the only quarterbacks who make their first Super Bowl as late in their career as Dak is like Stafford, Ryan, Manning. Like it just doesn't happen where they make their first one.
It's also historically the smallest sample size we have of any professional
for
sports.
Sure, absolutely.
Like Super Bowl era is the shortest era we have of any of these others.
No doubt. So it's just difficult. Like if you're Dak and you're in your 30s and you've never made a conference championship game to think that something's going to magically change. That's why I wouldn't have with Dak.
I just think that if you're talking about the top of the market, $60 million, and Purdy's not even coming in at the reset, Purdy's not coming in equal to, Purdy's not even coming in at the deals that have come in behind Dak since then, that's a deal.
Does it make Dak's look and feel worse that no one has matched or topped it?
Allen did. The Allen deal made it look worse.
Yeah.
The Purdy's probably not nearly as much because you can make an argument that says, all right, there's some reason that they want to keep. He basically jumped on at the end of 22. I mean, it was still the last 6 games of the year or whatever it was, but you're essentially saying, some people would say, Purdy's giving you 2 years and one of them was a losing year. is essentially all you've got.
Yeah.
I think it's a bad argument, but I at least could see where the market would dictate, well, we got to see a little more. You haven't shown us anything yet. Whereas Allen, the fact that Allen came in below that looks worse. That looks like he cut them a deal that Dak wasn't willing to cut. Now, this could be the terrifying thing for Dallas to consider, and I don't think it is this, but it's the terrifying thing for them to consider, is that they did issue the market correction. If you're the one who issued the market correction on the quarterback position when no one else had before in 30 years of the salary cap, that's bad. That's going to be a bad thing that's going to have to sit around your neck for a while. And that would be an area of concern, I think, for them. All right, really quickly, in the last couple minutes that we have here, let's talk about the Las Vegas Raiders. I've wanted to talk about this for a little bit now. What the hell does Tom Brady do?
I thought everything.
Yeah.
I was reading before the draft, everything.
Depends on who you're talking to and when you're talking to him. So there was Brady's super involved. He's involved in everything. Then Brady went, well, guys, look, I'm not really involved in much at all. Like, I'm not making decisions. What are you talking about? And then Pete Carroll this last week was like, boy, Brady's really everything. I mean, he's touching everything right now. Well, the Athletic has...
And then as soon as Shador gets passed, I'm not around.
I have nothing to do with this.
I mentored him, then dodged him. That's not me.
I'm just a dude. Who am I? But a humble servant to the Las Vegas Raiders. Exactly. All right, so there is an article up at the Athletic on the Raiders' new GM, John Spytek, who was brought over from the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. That sounds like some Brady influence right there. This is a guy that he had gotten close to while he was in Tampa Bay, that had worked in their personnel department. They have what is one of the oddest relationships in the NFL, it sounds like. Or this just stuns me that this is Brady's approach. So the Athletics talking about how close they are and how Spytek is, like, according to this profile, that's what his name is, SPYT.
It sounds like something out of like Terminator.
Sounds like the Patriot scandal.
Spygate. Yeah. There's that. The thing that's funny about this is that, according to this article, he is keeping Tom Brady updated on everything the Raiders are doing. So again, now the GM in this profile piece, they're saying he keeps him up to date on everything they're doing. The problem is, how much does Brady actually push back or do anything? It says that Spytek says Brady asks many questions but has not objected to anything. His typical response is, cool, babe, trust you. Is Tom Brady's typical response to anything the Raiders are doing.
Who let that out? Spytek?
Yep. Sometimes
Cool,
they just talk about what's happening in the league. He's as consumed with it as I am, and our love affair with the game is what we have most in common. But, man, I would be pretty upset if I was Tom Brady and you let out that my response to you on everything is, cool, babe, trust you.
Let me have the mic for a second. Fan cam, zoom in.
Get it, Aiden, right here.
I'm looking right at you. Peyton Russell.
Yes.
Do you know what this is a result of?
Nope.
You know what guys do this? FaceTime bros. Tom Brady is known to be a freaking FaceTimer.
And he's rich.
For all his bros.
He is rich.
And you do the same thing.
You do.
And I'm rich.
Without being rich.
You're not rich.
Yes, you're rich in...
New bathroom. Your new bathroom rich.
Half mustache.
Your
looks.
new bathroom rich.
That's what you're rich in. Stop FaceTiming your bros for random... Me and Bobby's texts don't work to each other. Okay? I thought about doing the FaceTime audio or the Instagram. If it was an Instagram call or a FaceTime call, I was not going to do it. If we didn't communicate for what we needed to communicate for, it just wouldn't have happened. I'm not FaceTiming them. You don't FaceTime your boys like that unless it's a drunk college reunion and y'all haven't talked for a long time. Tom Brady's a FaceTimer.
Imagine how Raiders emails have changed over the years. Remember Gruden's emails? We've gone from Gruden emails to cool babe, love you, trust you.
It's a big change.
Both inappropriate.
It's a big change.
Yeah.
Big change.
Belo.
Rebuilt.
Every single day at this time. Peyton's... Hi, Peyton.
Sean!
Look at that. He gave me the old Steve Smith view.
FaceTime. I gave the Steve?
He did. He had the phone down here.
Peyton gave me the Steve Smith. All right, there it is. Monday edition to start off your week. Thanks for being a total. That stands for turn it on, leave it on. Does Vegas think it's the Dallas Stars Stanley Cup to lose? And we have a drinking buddy for Luka this offseason. Final hour of the show. I'm messing with my teasers.
I hope it's of the week.
I almost said the week.
Great.
My mind is I need to get away from my kids next.
Uber Eats has LIV products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean, like, your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean, like, this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freak me out a little bit.
Sports Station.
Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios, this is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Connor on the attack again. Connor moves in, down low, back door, save Ottinger! Appleton had a wide open net and didn't get much after the tic-tac-toe pass. Set him up perfectly. And Ottinger with his back to the play, dives to his left. and makes a terrific save.
Definitely need to be fist pumping for that final hour of the Monday edition of Sean and RJ here on 105 through the Fan. Aiden Payton getting it. I'm Sean Sharif alongside RJ Choppy and our Cowboys insider Bobby Belt. We're live on the Fan Cam, Twitch, and YouTube as the Dallas Stars advance again to the Western Conference Finals to take on the Edmonton Oilers. Let's hear from Ottinger after the save of the postseason.
Yeah, I saw Connor come in, and then I thought Lowry was going to shoot it, so I slid over, and then I blew an edge and just threw a prayer over, and it hit me. So got pretty lucky, and I think we were owed that after some of the bounces we got in this round. So I think it all evens out.
The Bassick opening up some popcorn there in that audio, in that clip, while Jake is getting very emotional talking about helping to win the series.
What's the I want to know they always have the sports science, when that shot went up, they had a 98%, I got to think that was one of the highest probability goal opportunities that existed in this entire, that's borderline empty net probability, you'd feel like. And it's just a miracle, him diving the way he did, and basically it looked like a guy jumping in a movie in front of a bullet. I'm going to jump in front of this bullet to stop it. No, there's no chance. And then
I still don't know what body part hit it and blocked it.
It looked like his elbow or something.
Yeah. Stick.
All right, sportsbetting.ag with what Vegas thinks is going to happen moving forward. The favorite, ladies and gentlemen, to win the Stanley Cup championship is
the Edmonton Oilers.
It is the Edmonton Oilers at plus 230. And Bobby, last night in your email, you're asking, what happened? What happened here?
What changed? Aren't there all these questions about their goaltending and things why all of a sudden we're flipping and we're saying, yep, Edmonton. Right after
Dallas, Colorado.
The Colorado-Dallas series, we kept hearing about they were the second and third best odds to win the Cup. And it was if they whoever gets past that round is going to be the favorite coming out of the West.
Otter's better.
And now here we are all of a sudden, even at the end of last week, Dallas was a stronger favorite to win the Cup than Edmonton, and now that's flipped. It's slight favorite, but Edmonton's minus 120 in this series. Dallas is plus 100.
I don't know. I mean, and obviously
with the home ice,
and it's the bettors are making it a wider gap. It opened just a little minus 110, and already now it's up to minus 120 in a lot of these series prices for Edmonton. So it's actually going the other way we would think it would. It doesn't make a whole lot of sense as to what's going on. There's no, unless there's an injury that none of us know about with the Stars, which I would not imagine there is.
They've gotten healthy.
They've gotten healthier, so I don't understand this.
Stars beat them 2 out of 3 games this year, too.
Who's second?
Dallas.
Stars.
No.
Okay.
Florida.
They got to cover for the other conference.
Yeah, Florida.
Plus 250, the Panthers. Stars are plus 270. Hurricanes are plus 325.
But you know what? I'm telling you that these are incredibly close, and these are all tremendous teams.
Except Carolina is plus, they're in the threes with everyone else mid-twos.
But still, I mean, it's not like they're 390, it's 325. That's still pretty close.
So, okay, the rest of these I'm just giving you for money-making opportunities. You can tell me when to stop, and it's a glaring one, Choppy. The exact matchup, you don't even have to pick the winner. Who's going to face each other for the Stanley Cup? Panthers, Oilers, Hurricanes, Oilers. Panthers, Stars is plus 265. Hurricane Stars is plus 300. So those are your opportunities.
So the worst odds involve both the Stars.
Yes.
I don't like that.
I mean,
Peyton and I, you know what, Peyton? We gave
Meanwhile, game one, the Stars are favored.
They're favored in game one.
At minus 125. The over-under for the series is 6.
Peyton and I gave them some good luck a couple years ago. Peyton, we need to go to a West Finals game. That's what we're going to do. We're going to bring them good luck. We're going to beat these Vegas odds.
Do it. Let's go Stars, baby.
Yeah, exactly.
Let's go Stars, baby.
Getting another chant going on the mezzanine.
Total games in the series. 6 games plus 195. 7 games plus 200. 5 games plus 265. Sweep plus 550. So there you go.
Yeah, I don't see a sweep happening. I mean, the 6-7 games. I mean, you're not gonna. I guess you could bet both of them, but you wouldn't make any money out of it. You would just break even. So it's kind of pointless.
Exact outcome in the series: Stars win in 7 is tied with Oilers in 6 at plus 425.
That makes sense because they obviously the game 6 would be in Edmonton.
Oilers win in 7 plus 450. Stars in 6 plus 550. Oilers in 5 plus 600. Stars in 5 plus 625.
So Stars in 6 is that's the one. That's the money odd.
Plus 550.
Yeah, plus 550. If you wanted to go,
That's good.
Yeah, if you think Edmonton, if you want to hedge your bet, Edmonton at 7, like that you could hedge it that way. But our Stars at 6 at plus 550 is a solid odd.
All right. Anything else here from Spittle?
Yeah. So if you go back and look, and these two teams are not new to this whole thing, right? They're not new to this
from last
conference finals. not even just from last year. If you go back, the last four conference finals, one of these two teams has been in the West Finals each of the last 4 years. Stars in 2020, Edmonton in 2022. There was nothing in 2021. Stars in 23, and then both teams last year. So they have been mainstays. They have been the mainstays in the Western Conference. Pete DeBoer is only one shy of Scotty Bowman. DeBoer and Laviolette have taken 4 different teams to the conference finals. Bowman took 5 different ones. So we're talking at all-time greats here. But, the Edmonton and the Stars, there's a connection. Klinberg was with the Stars. He's been with Edmonton. Oilers signed him in February. It's not just McDavid and Draisaitl. They've become a much more deep team this year. They've got 22 different players seeing ice time in the 11 games. 16 of them have scored. That's pretty good depth. This for years, this has been McDavid and Draisaitl. McDavid and Draisaitl. This year, they're a little bit more deep. So we'll see what happens.
All right, over to the NBA. A fan base has lost their minds.
If you want to knock off the champions, you have to play like champions. And the Knicks did that tonight. A 119-81 win. And the outcome that no one in the NBA saw coming, aside from the New York Knicks themselves. Knicks in 6. And they're on their way to the Eastern Conference Finals for the first time in 25 years.
Knicks radio with the call. You can argue, stained, asterisk with the Tatum injury. I'll come back and say it was going to be 3-1. Even when Tatum went down having the 40-point game, the Knicks, I thought, had control of that game. Do I rule out Boston winning 3 in a row? No. I don't rule it out. In most series, you do. But there's nothing fluky, and I don't think asterisk-y about New York being in this position. And New York fans gave it to the Celtic fan base and everyone else. This was a dangerous edit for Peyton Phillip Russell as New York fans. Well, we didn't do that video, right? That one I sent to the group text.
Oh, no, I didn't grab that.
All right, that was really, really dangerous. This one's a little bit dangerous. Brian Windhorst on set and then walking back to his hotel gets verbally jumped.
Thanks to Jackson and Zach, our producers, who came here to the Garden tonight and are going out into humanity. I'm just walking to my hotel. I'll be fine. Thank you to Bontemps as well. We'll talk to you in a couple days.
A few moments later.
How do you feel about Boston losing? I don't give a f***. Knicks is 6. Suck all that shit out. Suck all that shit out. What you gotta say?
God.
I hate people.
P-word.
In general.
Talking S to him. Windhorst trying to be nice, trying to answer his question. It doesn't matter what you think. It doesn't matter what you say.
People are the worst. Especially when you get them in a group. People in a group are the absolute worst.
Especially when the people in that group are grouped in New York City.
And then they went after it's like, I think, a Pacer fan wearing a Halliburton jersey.
Yeah, he's just walking to the street.
There should just be a baseball bat rule. Like, I don't know, in the Nintendo game, maybe it was Toad who got the Magic Star. I don't know. I wish someone like Halliburton or Windhorst could get the Magic Star or be granted a baseball bat and be able to knock all these people out and break their bones. But people act like animals. Literal animals. On the street. You should have your head busted up.
It's like you're punching a little person.
Now, I will say this. Should you have awareness to not walk around down the street of Manhattan with a Pacer jersey on as you're getting ready to play them? Should you not have by yourself? By yourself.
You can't wear a Pacer jersey now to the game?
It's New York City. What jersey is not represented walking around New York City?
That's fair. But, if you do this, you got to be in a group. They're not going to jump a group. An individual, you're a target.
I don't know. If you have to walk around a city and hey, walk in safe groups if you're going to wear a jersey. Well, then that sounds like a city that's like nuts.
It is a nuts city. The city's insane.
Oh, yeah, you support this.
What? Yeah.
The intimidation.
Absolutely. I support fan intimidation.
But you just said I hate people.
I do hate people. That's why I don't go to games like that. Yeah, I don't go like this big. Yeah, I hate people. Listen, I'm a walking
But you're
contradiction.
supporting them.
I'm supporting. This is how you get a home court advantage. The players, it's unacceptable to throw things at the players. But the players should feel like you're about to throw something at them. So it's on their mind.
This has nothing to do with any of the players. This Windhorse and a random fan
I know.
on the street.
Listen, you got nothing to do with the players. Intimidation starts with the fans.
It's like
Intimidation starts.
Those idiots at wasn't that in Arlington where the guy threw something during the dot race?
Yeah, it's insane, right? I think you can't throw things at anybody.
What are you, a loser?
Yeah, you are a loser. You can't throw things at people, but they have to think they're about to. That way, they're off their game. They're off their game, baby.
RJK.
What's that?
He's Michael K. That's what RJ is.
All right, so Denver gets blown out by OKC. They got off to a great start yesterday, but they couldn't stop turning it over. And the Joker, who I feel like had no help, his greatest help came from Shams messing up a story that Aaron Gordon was going to miss a month. Here comes Aaron Gordon through the tunnel, so that made Shams look bad. Jamal Murray flew sick. What the hell happened to Michael Porter? Well, Michael Porter was on his way to ascending. And he is a bum, playing like a bum. And Joker was asked about his offseason plans.
We will see, But from now, like next couple of days, there's going to be a lot of beer probably.
Imagine if Lucas said that. Imagine if Lucas said that. Right? Well, win a title first.
He would have been traded before he even got an opportunity to say that.
He wouldn't even have been able to see the beer. Once he opened up the fridge, they'd have cut him.
Going to be a lot of beer in my future, according to the Joker. So, bye-bye, Denver. And
they were gassed. They were gassed in the last two, in Game 5 and 6. I mean, they should have won this thing in 6 games.
It's an exhausted team from losing their coach, too. Everything that was just a mess of a team at the end of the year.
But, I mean, Game 5, they just faded down the stretch. They had no energy. I'm stunned they were able to win Game 6. Don't know how they did that. But then they didn't even show up at the in the second half.
877-881-1053 to hit us up on the Franklin Franco Injury Attorney text line here on Sean and RJ. We have to vote on flag football and how $5,000 milk could keep your relationship together. It's the Red Zone, your football fix on the home of the Cowboys. A tease I finally didn't mess up. Next.
No.
Nutmeg maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
It doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Personal injury lawyers, Franco and Franco. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Franco first. 214 or 817-333-3233. With Franco and Franco, there is never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Franco and Franco, the go-to car and wreck attorneys in Dallas.
How many people want to eat a W tonight?
You know what I like about the media? They think you can just dial 1-800 and get a quarterback.
This is the Red Zone every day at 9:20. Get it? Red Zone 20. Yep.
I got it.
Your football fix here with Sean and RJ. We got our Cowboys insider Bobby Bell. OTA starting today?
Yep, we get OTA starting today. Media will be allowed out there tomorrow. So we'll have some Tuesday coverage for you. But yeah, Monday starting today, we get OTA practices.
A lot of football voting. We got playoff reseeding. We got college football reseeding. We got flag football possibilities. What's going on with the league? Thinking about doing something that you've been a proponent of
with the with the Lions with the playoff seeding, and that's this week they're going to have an owners meeting, and the Lions put this forth this year. The Chargers did this a couple years ago, where the Lions would like to have a different seeding element to the postseason. So right now, obviously, you win your division, you get automatically into the playoffs, you get a top 4 seed, and you get a home game. Their proposal is that you seed based on record. That winning your division gets you into the playoffs. I haven't seen if they still get a home game, which I don't believe they do. But could there be an amendment to it where you're still getting the home game, but you're not seeded in the top 4? but you're just guaranteed the home game. So you might play the 2 seed, and you might be the 7, but you're at home. So there could be an element to that where they change it up. But Roger Goodell apparently is in favor of some amendments to the playoff seeding the way it is.
It always feels like sour grapes. It's always a team like Detroit that just lost that is always whining about this.
But is that not what Green Bay's doing? With the tush push?
No, I think everybody's been complaining about the tush push. Like
everybody?
This is who hasn't been bitching about the tush push now for 2 years?
The teams that aren't
vote against it.
Yeah.
Well, no, I mean everybody's moving against it now. Like it's going to get passed. Beat it. So I mean, like, is it sour grapes if Green Bay's against it, and now like everybody's moving against it? Like everybody clearly is against it now.
Right, but is it not sour grapes because it's the team that won the title is using it? I don't know. It's like,
No, this is every single time the playoff scene is brought up, it's literally always by a team that just got burned by it.
I don't care who it comes from. What matters to me is, does it make sense? This makes sense. Getting rid of the tush push makes sense. We can make fun of as a side note who it's coming from, bitterness. I don't care. Is it better for the sport? Does it make sense?
Yeah, so the way it would work is like, this past year, NFC went Lions, Eagles, Bucks, Rams, Vikings, Commanders, Packers. The Bucks and the Rams were 10-7 as the 3 and 4. The Vikings were 14-3. The Commanders were 12-5 as the 5 and 6. So under the new format, the Bucks and Rams would be the 6 and 7 seed. The Packers were 11-6. They would actually get bumped up to the 5. Vikings would have been the 3. Commanders would have been the 4. So the Eagles would have played, they may still have played the Rams in the next round, and the Lions would have gotten a different team than a 12-5 team in the next round. And then the other side is they set up a bracket as opposed to reseeding. So the 14-3 Eagles played their second round game against a 10-17 team, while the 15-2 Lions played a 12-5 team in their round.
Did we get this in hockey at all with Stars Avalanche?
Well, the NHL does. They do it by division. So there's 2 divisions, obviously. So they got 1 through 4, 1 versus 4, 2 versus 3 in the division. So yeah, it's the same kind of format in hockey as opposed to being 1 versus 8, 2 versus 7.
And are we reseeding the college football playoffs as well?
That is more likely to happen right away. So yeah, what they're looking at now is that your top 4 seeds are going to be just your top 4 teams. Like it's basically, so in the past they've had the automatic bids that will get you a bye. So Boise State and Arizona State in this first year got byes because they had won their conference. And a lot of people complained about that. They said, because, okay, now you're setting it up to where when Oregon is the number 1 team in the nation, they're taking on Ohio State in their first game because you've already got some, 3 and 4 seeds taken up. And that kind of pushes everything down a little bit to where the eventual national champion is going up against Oregon right out of the gate. That makes a little more sense when you're talking about especially 12 teams and automatic bids from conferences that are nowhere near the level of SEC or Big Ten or whatever else. And so that looks like it's likely to pass, and you're just going to get a straight seeding plus whoever wins their conference.
Yeah, and it needs to be unanimous in college in the voting. So like I think Notre Dame is the one they got to really kind of put the screws to on this. I just don't know how you could be in favor of reseeding changing the college one and not the NFL, or vice versa.
Because it's like they're almost different levels of play. The NFL is the NFL. If you make the playoffs out of the NFL, you're generally one of the 14 best teams. If you get just there as a conference champion in college football, you are definitely not one of the 12. Boise State was not a top
tiers
12.
Of the like we knew going to Tampa had no chance of winning the Super Bowl last year.
There's the best and whatever else, but I mean you're talking about the drop from
the drop-off is definitely bigger.
From Detroit to Tampa is not as steep as the drop from Oregon to Boise.
100%. Absolutely agree. I just look at it like, home field advantage can tilt things, especially if you're in a dome team having to go into a cold weather environment, or the Patriots.
Miami.
Patriots having a home game against Miami. Well, that wouldn't work because they're the same division.
Kansas
but you get
City.
what I'm point. You get what I'm saying, right? Yeah, Miami having to go to Kansas City. Let's say Miami had a better record, played in a tougher division, even though they don't, but let's say they did. And Kansas City had a worse record but won, and Miami has to go to Kansas City and it's 40 below.
Why were you talking like tush push is inevitable now?
So the idea behind the tush push is apparently, this is something that we've heard from Schefter a couple weeks ago when he came on with us, and he said, yeah, this is where it's heading, is that you've got some inevitability at this point with the tush push. So here's the little tweak that's apparently been made that's going to kind of clear things up a little bit and should get everybody on board. The new law, because the Packers were all about pushing the quarterback with their rule. They didn't want that anymore. The broadening of this rule now says you're not allowed to push any ball carrier. So that's what it's going to be like brought up as, is the idea of just initially the Packers were insistent on quarterback sneaks, can't push the quarterback, and that's how they wrote their rule. When they said, hey, let's table it for a little bit, apparently the league went back, is kind of whispering to them, if you want this passed, you're going to need to make it consistent as any ball carrier. It cannot just be the quarterback. So that's the rule that'll be proposed and pushed up there, is just you cannot push any ball carrier at all.
And I thought they were trying to balance it to say you can't push defenders in the back either, like pushing a D tackle.
So you already can't push D tackles. That's what got this pushed. That's what brought this up that had a lot of people changing their minds.
I feel like I'm okay with it. I'm okay with you can't carry any ball carrier forward. I do think that's a cool thing that a crowd always reacts to in stadium.
It is.
It's not a football play, but I feel like that might rob the fans of something cool. They love that when an offensive line carries a guy the extra 6 or 7 yards because it looks cool.
It does.
And then it's your battle of strength.
Yeah, and now
so
what are they
taking something out of the game that's fun for the fans.
Right, and so now
that part of it.
So now you're going to have two or three guys, 2 or 3 defenders trying to bring down a ball carrier, and nobody can help the ball carrier. I wish they let them both push. Let the defense push the defensive guys. Let the offense push the offensive guys. Let's go.
Well, then why don't we just have rugby?
Yeah, let's have man on man. I don't like the scheme crap. Give me strong.
Oh God. 877-881-1053.
That's peak athleticism. Who's stronger?
That's true. Yeah, you've been calling for man on man for a long time.
Who's stronger? Let's go, baby.
We're gonna vote on flag football. We getting that too?
Well, one could hope. So the Olympics are happening in 2028. That is the next Summer Olympic Games. And listen, there's zero chance that they allow this. And they would be massive hypocrites if they don't. But I don't think they're going to do this. They are going to vote on whether or not to allow players to play in the flag football in the Olympics.
The owners are going to vote.
The owners are voting whether or not to allow this. So you would need permission for any player on an NFL contract to participate in tryouts, a limit of 1 player per team on each national team participating, all right, and allowing, in addition, a team's designated international player to play for his home country. They're going to purchase insurance policies, a salary cap credit if someone's injured, so they're going to give a credit there.
For flag football.
Flag. An expectation that Olympic flag football teams will establish medical staffs and a schedule that doesn't unreasonably conflict with any player's league and club commitments.
And you're saying you don't think teams will allow a player per team?
I don't think so.
I don't know.
They would be hypocrites if they don't.
Why?
Well, I mean, like, you know what? If you don't, then stop trying to sell those camo hoodies in November. You're all about the flag. You're all about the military. Then you know what? And you won't let your players go play for their country?
Oh.
Nah, man, you ain't selling me a hoodie anymore.
You know what, though? You get a salary cap credit. Who's to say the Browns aren't just like, Deshaun, you should try out for the Olympics. You just every team just starts putting their most expensive salary cap albatross on the Olympic team.
Dak versus Deshaun. 2027.
Well, no, it would not. It would not be Dak Prescott. You'd want that on your team.
But the NHL is allowing it, right? The NBA allows it. Major League Baseball allows their players to participate. Soccer encourages it.
Well,
right, with the World Cup, with the Olympics.
And if it's flag, then you're just running the same as the other sports.
I mean, is the LA Galaxy going to really tell the world soccer community what it's going to do?
Well, yeah. But like, you know what I mean? Like, the Man U and Chelsea.
Do you have more of a worry of CeeDee Lamb playing versus Luka Doncic for his country?
Yes.
Yeah.
Why? It's flag football.
Because all the cutting you're trying to elude people, I feel like, you could tear an ACL.
Who was the guy that did that? It was the beach. It was the beach flag game.
Yeah.
I can't remember.
20 years ago.
Yeah. All right. So you all tell us on the fan text whether you want the NFL to approve it for your Olympic enjoyment. 877-881-1053.
You know who would really push for this too is Micah. Micah would be the one. Let me be the one.
Because he wants to be the quarterback or the wideout.
Yeah, he'd be all about it.
All right. So Bill Belichick, a pleasant sit down. They're either pleasant or unpleasant. It all depends whether there's former players interviewing him. That's it. This was with Ryan Clark, And Belichick on the Pivot Pod was telling a milk story to keep Tom Brady and Antonio Brown connected.
Well, one of the funny stories in that book really is the Antonio Brown story. You know, he was only with the Patriots for 11 days. I mean, and he, you know, Tom's very nutrition oriented, and, you know, Antonio wanted to, Tom had Antonio come and stay at his house, wanted to embrace him, bring him onto the team, so forth. Went down there, and we actually beat Miami in Miami, which was, you know, that was good. But Antonio ordered milk. He ordered this special milk for Brady. It cost $5,000.
What?
$5,000. And to make a long story short, it kind of got mixed up, and it ended up in the mail room for too long. And by the time the milk went bad.
Right.
And so here we are sitting here with milk, and like, all right, well, what will cost $5,000? Oh my God. So we go out and get $5,000 worth of milk, this special milk, and give it to Brady from Antonio, even though it had all, you know, and so now we like turn in like an expense report, like $5,000 worth of milk. I mean, but you know what? Sometimes you just gotta do the right thing, and I didn't want to ruin the relationship between Brown and Brady on this spoiled milk, so we spent $5,000 to replace this milk.
How awesome is that story?
So confused, but it's great.
Well, the confusing thing is what I'm trying to find on Google, Bobby, I don't even think you can find it. What milk costs $5,000? What type of animal would produce that type of liquid to be so expensive? I don't see anything when I do $5,000 milk.
I'll take a little sip.
Real Cambodian breast milk, maybe? The most expensive milk on earth is mouse milk, which can cost up to $22,000 per liter.
What?
Mouse milk?
That's what Google just said.
Well done. Well done. So that's Belichick saying, hey, man, Tom thinks Antonio got this for him. We screwed up. It's in the mailroom. It's spoiled. Let's replace the milk to keep Tom and Antonio on really good terms and have Tom be like, oh, my God, this guy's here for me.
Got to replace it.
Mouse milk, maybe?
The leagues teams will go to, or just in general to protect. I still to this day, I crack up that we were on set one day. And no. We're counting. No, this was TV set at Cowboys training camp.
Yeah, we know.
LaDainian Tomlinson was wearing sunglasses. And they got in my ear, and they're like, hey, we need you to find sunglasses. I was like, why? Like, we need Jane and Rhett to wear sunglasses. I was like, why? They're like, LaDainian won't take his sunglasses off, and we need them to all look the same. So I need you to find 2 pairs of sunglasses around there.
LaDainian's cool enough. I feel like, why didn't you just say, LaDainian, can you take your glasses off? They asked him to take them off.
He said no.
Oh!
So they're like, hey, Bobby, you need to find 2 pairs of sunglasses around there to give to Jane and Rhett.
Where'd you go? You go to our quick shop?
I just looked around. Eventually, we found 2 pairs to give them.
All right, let's crosstalk with the fellas. The streak finally over. Thank goodness that Kevin Hagelin has been stopped because it was good for the Dallas Stars. Crosstalk with KNC after this.
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, breathe.
Classic Chevrolet. If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine today. The back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. More new Chevys than anyone else, all priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, enjoy the difference based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 and 2024.
Farley shoots, save made. A rebound. Steal! 4 down on Hellebuck, and we're tied at 1.
Thank goodness the reign of Kevin Hagelin has come to an end. I think it's because we didn't officially put it in the tease that you thought we were going to Game 7. It's now time for Crosstalk with a KNC masterpiece. You were just listening to that other song before the highlight.
By a band called Butthole Surfers.
Lead singer lived down the street from my dad.
Really?
Mr. Peppermint's son.
Yeah. Mr. Peppermint, who did Peyton? He was one of the guys on the wall when we went with the Pates to dinner at Knife and Plato. That was one of the guys that Peyton couldn't recognize was Mr. Peppermint.
Really?
Yeah.
Do you know the name and the reason for the band title?
I have no clue.
Okay.
Yeah, no, I just know that that Mr. Peppermint lived down the street at the corner from my dad growing up. So.
And is that a real name?
Mr. Peppermint?
He was a character. He was like he was Dallas Mr. Rogers.
Is that his legal name?
Yeah.
Maybe. I don't know.
The Peppermints?
Change it.
Who knows? What's coming up on the show?
Right out of the gate, Stars advance on the blades of Sam Steele. And then we'll get into some Jaden Blue conversation at 10:20 today. Big show, though. I'm excited.
Is it raining yet?
No.
Or is it just this? What a tease. This has been a 48-hour tease.
We got a lot of rain.
More rain?
Yes.
Okay.
Clear some of this up, dude.
Rain saves the sprinkler bill.
Yeah.
Fills
The
up
water
the pool.
bill.
Fills up the pool a little bit too.
Fills up the pool a little bit.
Yep.
Is yours evaporating?
No, but my Polaris, like the tail on it, has been shooting out of the water. I had to get a new tail for it. So
Did you name yours?
Charlie is his name.
Yeah.
You guys named your pool cleaners?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oscar.
That being said,
Mine's name is Douche. You know who I named it after?
Good Lord.
Me and Corey.
Yeah, exactly. Kyle. Well done, Choppy.
Hey.
No, Kyle Gilbins. Peyton played that.
I don't know what you're talking about.
we Kevin did get a prediction correct though on Friday, and today at 1:00 in the C block we will be trying to rename my new dog. Kevin said, "Mark my words, by Monday Corey will have that dog," and I did not know. That might
That
be
is
the name.
actually, we try to suggest
That might be. Actually, there are 3 current names on Twitter for the dog: Franklin, Jonesy, and what was the other one?
Jonesy.
Jonesy's a hockey dog.
That's Romo's kid.
I really like that one. And then the other one was Forrest. And for some reason, Megatron got pushed out. It was a strong front runner, and I really wanted that.
What type of dog?
We don't really know what he is right now.
Is he a big dog or like
he's
going to
be a big dog?
Okay.
He's going to be a big dog.
Are you
Kind
gonna
of
do the wisdom panel? We did the wisdom panel on Pudge to see what he is.
Okay.
He's got like 17 breeds.
Oh, really?
Yeah, you got to do that. It's fun.
Yeah, we did that with Landry, and we found out like he was all long hair dogs, but he's a short hair dog. It didn't make sense, so we'll find out.
What would Jonesy be after? I don't know if your Tolos would love that.
Yeah,
every Friday.
That was kind of the first thing when I said it out loud. I was like, "Yeah, Jonesy," and we'll call him Jones. And I went, "No, never."
How
mind.
big? Hagee's been a big influence. Why don't you name him after Hagee's son, Brandon?
Yeah,
I tried to name him replacement.
Let's go, Brandon.
Dog.
You can
just call him in.
No.
If you name
Bobby
a
does right now.
kid after a dog, is that complimentary? Would you view that as complimentary for you?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I would.
And then the
dogs are great.
I got to name the last one, and that's why I named him Landry, Tom Landry. But now I'm kind of being outvoted on all.
My
this.
grandpa named his dog when he was a kid, "Damn it," so that he could scream, "Come here, damn it."
Are you for real?
I'm dead serious. He named his dog "Damn it."
Wow.
I like it.
And then you got the unfortunate news with President Biden.
Prostate cancer, but it's like an aggressive on the whatever scale it is, not the stage scale, but it's like a level 9 on some scale
I'm not familiar with the levels.
I'm not either. I just saw it in the story. But it's like a level 9, and the Gleason. It's called a Gleason grade.
Jackie.
So I don't know, but it's got an elevated PSA level. But people are wondering because it takes like 5 to 7 years to like metastasize, and it's gone to his bones. They're saying, how did he not?
How was it not picked up?
How was it not picked up? I mean, you would do. They said routine blood work picks up prostate cancer like this. Like, any physical that he's had over the last 5, 6, 7 years would have picked this up. So how did this go undetected?
You got an answer?
Not on air, I don't.
Yeah, all right. Jeez. All right, Corey, I already know Kevin's answer. How much did you care about the PGA Championship? And how much of a drop-off is it from the Masters?
Oh, it's a huge drop. I think it's significant because just the interest level for me.
Even with our guy winning.
For somebody like
Is
Chop,
this the lowest
I can
level
see.
interest one? Is this like the Australian
of the 4?
Open of
Yeah, it's the lowest level. I mean,
yeah.
you know, it's obviously the Open, the
Yeah.
British Open. It's on
Weather.
it so early in the morning for so you're not really getting the afternoon.
U.S. Open a second.
And then British Open, then this. This is like the least prestigious. Although the players will tell you this is the toughest field because it's got a lot of it's just a very solid field, but also they get a lifetime exemption if they win it. So they get to play this for the rest of their career.
Oh, that's smart. I like that.
Isn't that the Masters same thing?
Masters the same way, but the other two, I think it's like 5 or 10 years exemption.
Yeah, I wasn't much tuned into it. Everything was focused on Saturday night stars. That was like my whole. Got up in the morning.
Well, what about Sunday? Yesterday's the day they actually decide the golf.
And yesterday. Oh, I spent a lot of time with my children yesterday.
Oh,
yeah.
what
My
an
wife went out of
answer.
town. She went up to Broken Bow for the weekend. So I was with all the kids, and Sunday was very I went for a walk with one of the sons, and then I went and did some computer work with the other one, and then Lucy dominates everything.
You got one of your sons to go on a walk with? I can't get my kids to touch grass.
Him and his girlfriend may have broken up, so he needed a little dad time, little conversation, mostly just to kind of clear the head.
She broke up with him.
I think so. That's kind of what it sounded like. But he was like, it was going to happen anyway. The macho part of you is not willing to admit all that. So I think that was what he needed, just some dad time. So
Yeah, when does the walk with the kid get the cutoff point? Like 5?
Yeah, for me it's been.
I gotta
years.
push mine. I gotta stroll mine.
They don't want
The
to
older
outside.
one?
Yeah, I put them in a dual stroller.
Are you serious?
Yeah, he's not going on a regular walk with me. I push them. I push them in a stroller.
Okay.
I mean, not like a little baby stroller. Like it's an advanced, or
Oh, you're about to say it's a fancy stroller.
This is a Sharif stroller, guys. That has a little motor on it.
Fancy stroller.
The girl plugs in whenever you get back to the garage.
The girls still want to go on walks.
Really?
I mean, they're 11 and 9, and they still want to go.
Was your advice to him, you got to get under to get over?
I didn't know. That's
Okay.
not the advice. I was just saying.
Good night.
of the PGA Championship.
Yeah.
I'm kind of the same. He's a lot like me. He just surrounds himself with his friends whenever things are rough. And so I said, just keep doing that. Get outside, find new things to get invested in. And then I went to the gym this morning, and he was eyeballing some girl at the gym. So
There
I was
you
like,
go.
he's gonna be all right.
That's
So,
right.
Yeah.
I thought you took your kid on and take your kid on walk. How old's your?
Not anymore, but till he was like probably 14.
Oh my God.
I think that's going to be a rarity.
Yeah.
With people saying because kids want to stay inside.
Yeah, that is kind of a bummer. But also at that age, they don't get a decision.
Yeah.
Yeah, like mine are outside all the time. It's just they would never be caught dead on a walk with me. Ever.
Do you take walks?
Yeah, I'll take the dog on a walk.
Okay.
Yeah, I'll take the dog on a walk.
Got to. A Facebook dog issue did blow up. You can use this for neighborhood watch of picking up the poop. Someone got caught and they broadcasted the camera from the house doing the fake pickup.
Oh, yeah.
Which I have done.
Me too.
I admit it. When it's 9 p.m. at night or 9:30 and I was out walking the dog, unless it's like, I mean, it's got to be to the middle of your yard. But if it's on the edge of your yard, I was not picking up the poop every time at night. I'm sorry, I'm just being honest. But the reason you do the fake pickup is if it's like a runny.
Oh my God.
You know what I mean? It's not you're not going to get anything anyway.
It's very difficult
So
on
you
a
want to
running.
do the fake pickup, and they put these people on blast. They put the video out of the fake pickup, and it became an issue in the neighborhood. Yep,
It's a big one. That's a big one. That's all over the Facebook page. You get blasted.
What are they going to do about it?
Mock
they
you.
shun you.
Yeah, they're going to
It's a
shun
scarlet
you.
letter.
Yeah, by the
There's
way,
a community. There's a community here, Kevin.
Yeah.
They're going to shun you. Be ostracized.
TikTok,
Let's just machete his feet off.
Oh my God!
TikTok convinced me over the weekend, by the way, that I don't even want a house at this point. After I got stuck, I got in the loop of TikTok HOA algorithm, and it was like all these like porch videos of somebody from the HOA coming up and being like, your chalk has been on your porch too long, and like spraying stuff off of their porch, or like removing packages where like, this package has been out here too long, we're taking your package. I'm like, I think I might harm somebody if I had to live in one of these communities.
Yeah, it's very rare to get the cool HOA. I feel like my neighborhood is run by cool people. I'm still getting screwed every which way, but
why is that?
I'm paying for a second HOA with like a connecting neighborhood built by the same people, but they have a pool and the gym on the other side. It's another neighborhood, and I'm paying for another HOA. I just found out, I don't want to get into details of the security measures, but how else have I gotten screwed?
Snakes.
Oh, they're like, hey, this pond, the dam is going to break. We need to build the dam up of this pond nobody cares about. So we all have to pay thousands of dollars to sit there for this pond that's not anywhere near my house.
And it's not an option for you to be like, I'm good.
No, it's a vote.
I was going to say, you can't just be like, no.
It's a vote.
I'm not doing that.
Yeah.
Man, they had they asked
These are liens, and they put the lien on you.
I love my neighborhood. No HOA.
No HOA, you too?
I love
what?
it.
We had somebody ask on our neighborhood Facebook page, can we get a breakdown of the HOA fees? Because
Go to the meeting.
They're like $40,000 for pool maintenance that we don't even have a pool, we have a splash pad. Seems a bit high.
Yeah, but they're calling your bluff. They're like, you're not going to the meeting.
We don't even know what the meetings are.
Here are the minutes.
Here are the minutes.
Who's going to read the minutes?
Nobody reads the minutes. I don't even know what the minutes are.
No, see, that's
what happened.
I don't know. I think I would have altercations in an HOA. I don't think that would be good for me.
But would your children be happy with space?
Do I think they'd be happy that I'm not in jail? Is what they'd be happy with.
I'm frequently happy.
You'd
about
be there
that.
the same amount of time for
Yeah,
them.
they probably see you more.
I was at Chuck E. Cheese. Hey, my kids like going on walks with me. They like being seen in public with me, Chop.
Holy moly.
We're back tomorrow. Things getting a little testy. It's the KNC Masterpiece next on The Fan.
Let's keep it real.
Uber Eats has low fee products? I gotta remember that.
Well, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
You've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maiden.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. You got me, Kevin Hageland. You got, oh man, Corey Majors and the famous Alec Medford. There are still some people lingering about the HOA discussion on the Frankel and Frankel injury attorney text line 877-881-1053. If you have fiery thoughts about that, glad to hear it. Otherwise, gentlemen, welcome to the program. How we doing today?
Dude, the Stars won on Saturday, and that means that Wednesday is more Stars hockey. We're in full Rangers season right now.
Are you really glad tonight's not Game 7? Would you be like so much more like nervous or antsy?
Absolutely, man. I really am happy to be done with that series. The start of a new series is very fresh. Like, I really enjoy this because now we get to go, all right, who is this team? What are they? We've been kind of keeping an eye on them through the season. We know what they were from last year and get those comparisons down. And I like that also the Stars get a break. You know, like from Saturday till Wednesday, they get some time. And Edmonton had a little extra time. So I like that the Stars get this little bit of a break. But yes, Kevin, if we were coming in here today and it was Game 7, it would be an awesome day. Like, I'm no doubt about it. It would be an awesome day, but it absolutely would be heart racing, like whenever the Rangers and Astros in the ALCS a few years ago. That was intense.
Now, Alec, there's a lot of pressure on you from the 903. I need you guys to be funny today. It's been a rough day. So, what do you got to say that's funny? Do you think Corey should name his dog Arf Vader?
All right.
Or Chewbacca?
Or Ozzy Posborn?
I think there's more of a cat name, though.
Okay. All right.
Yeah, get a cat. Get a cat.
Interesting. Yeah. I'm intrigued by Alex. Like, no. That's cat name.
Raider of the Lost Park.
I actually like it, but I think when I think of paws, I think of cats more than dogs.
Oh.
So, yeah. I don't know why. Maybe because my cat hates me and just smacks me all the time. So I'm
sure.
You know, that's kind of what comes to mind first. But yeah, that's a great cat name. I think you should invest there.
So, what do you got to say that's funny?
That was fun. That was pretty funny.
Winnie the Pooch?
Monday? Are you kidding me?
Garfield. Yeah, he hates Mondays too. Just
Garfield
like
is a cat.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, I get it. You want me to shift away from certain pop culture, Harry Potter?
877-881-1053. If you're tired of Kevin already.
What's your bit, dog?
Like Alec gets so beat down by you, dude. I think you're just a delightful person.
Thank you.
Alec.
I think you are too, Kevin. I just think that you have some ill-timed jokes.
Uh-huh.
Ron Fleasley.
Okay. I don't want him to have fleas. I don't want a flea-filled dog. I feel like he had them. They've cleaned him up. He's 5 months old. I'm really excited. We'll talk more about him at 1 o'clock. Kevin is trying to push the name Megatron.
Bark Wahlberg.
Chewbacca. Yeah, I get it. I appreciate that. Whiskey Proper. Thank you.
Wahlberg. I have a feeling there's going to be a job listing open by the end of the day today.
Mutt Damon. I'm just trying to help.
I'm going home.
I'm just trying to help. All right. To get us out of this spiral, give me a hockey highlight. Go ahead and give me cut number 6.
22 seconds left on the power play. Marchman tosses it off the chest of Hellebuck. Played to the corner by Pionk. Circling that second. Harley! Series over!
All right. So people said we're letting them down on the funny so far. Just 2 more for your consideration.
Stop.
Fuzz Aldrin or Snarls Barkley.
Snarls Barkley's always a good one.
You like that one, Al. Just admit you like it, and hold on. Man, that was about to be a disastrous drop.
You were about to pick up on the funny.
No, that was about to be a disastrous drop for me. All right. So the Stars advance, and like I said, and you just brought this up, I can't express, although I bet a lot of people around the Metroplex are feeling the exact same way right now, how much more ease you have tonight knowing that, because the Rangers are off today, clearly no Mavericks or Cowboys.
I hate it. I do hate it.
That we don't have a game tonight?
We have nothing.
Okay, but you wanted a game 1 tonight.
Yeah.
I'm just saying, I'm relieved that there's no game 7
I would love a
tonight.
Rangers game, just something that was local. Is there something local that I need to tune into tonight? That's something that I do need to know. Otherwise, I guess I'm spending time with the family. I guess
wrestling.
I have to do that.
That's true. You can watch wrestling.
Yeah, SmackDown on Monday nights.
No.
Is it SmackDown?
No.
What is it? What's Monday?
Monday Night Raw.
Yeah.
Raw is war.
On Netflix.
I think maybe the Wings play tonight.
Oh, the Wings. I'll watch some Paige. I'll watch some Enrique.
If you want to get in on
that. Which one's your favorite? The Wings. That's my favorite, Kevin.
Okay. Look, obviously I'm going to say the one who was there for our interview right now. But, I'm looking forward to
love the Wings.
I'm looking forward to the rest of it. But yeah, absolutely jumping on the Wings. Now, I want to go to a couple things about Game 6 on Saturday night. That was I might have got lost in the shuffle, but that was a power play goal, which means the Stars have now scored a power play goal in 7 straight home playoff games.
Awesome.
And that is incredible. But what was really wild to that game is that was it. There's no penalties, nothing. And I know people are caught up in penalty shot, and I think you have some thoughts about that. But after the Jets really stepped it up with their power play in game 5 back in Winnipeg, after they had just been the worst all series, they get no opportunities in game 6.
So, and that's watching that game too, they let a lot of things go. There were some moments where I was like, oh man, somebody's going to get seriously hurt, especially after the Morrissey injury.
Yes.
It looked like after the Morrissey injury that they wanted to even it out a little bit, and they started attacking a little bit at the Stars in a certain way, and I was like, whoa, hold on, let's not do that. But for the most part, Kevin, it was a good hockey game. There didn't need to be a lot of penalties called.
For sure.
The netminders were playing out of their minds. That was awesome to see. Both offenses were clicking and moving up and down the ice. So it had a really good flow to it. It was smart of the referees to say, we're just gonna let this thing ride because we don't want to be the ones to really screw it up. It was one of those things, as we were all probably watching it, thinking to ourselves, the only way a penalty is going to be called is if it's like it was at the very end.
Yes.
That penalty was blatant, and everybody saw it, and everybody knew it, and it needed to be called.
But it was still a smart penalty,
Yes,
right?
yes.
Because you prevented that breakaway. Well, that was happening, and I realize it cost them, but I don't think that was like a dumb hockey play by any stretch of the imagination.
No, Miro had one kind of similar to it the other night, where he chased him down. He didn't get called for the penalty because he got there just in time, but he kind of had the same moment where he was behind and everything was gone. This is the last line of defense, or let Otter do what Otter. Good God, man. How lucky are we?
The diving
that we had,
chest.
And they had the breakaway.
Save.
Wide open, and Otter was just like, I'm sticking it with my knee pad. I got my pad out here. Bam, done. That was fantastic. But I didn't want it to be a penalty shot. Yeah, a lot of people, they're like, oh, that's a penalty shot, and I get it. I didn't want Sam Steele to have a penalty shot against Connor Hellebuck one-on-one in that moment. And even after the game, Sam Steele said he didn't want it either. He was like, the ice was crappy. I was exhausted, so he was like, I needed a breath. So it actually helped them. It benefited them. And if you go back, watch the Tyler Seguin interview in between the period and the overtime. Tyler Seguin was all business. Every question she asked, it was like he hadn't even thought of what she's asking because his mind's so focused on, I got to get back in there and know what we're about to do. And I loved how that was. And then I found out everybody doesn't like Leah Hextall, and that was confusing to me. I didn't understand that this is a thing. 877-881-1053 if that's a real thing for y'all. But they were so focused on, DeBoer said, here are the 3 things we need to do. Guys, go out there, accomplish this, and we can go home. We're good for the rest of this series. And I love that. And is there anything as beautiful as watching Miro say, I'm going to take it up the ice, guys. Just watch how fast I am. And did you just say this?
No.
Oh, sorry. It's
just an interesting turn of phrase.
I'm going to take it up the ice is what he said. And he took it all the way to the net. Now, he didn't score, but it was, I think, 2 or 3 different times you saw him just skate the entire ice with the puck, and he is an absolutely beautiful skater whenever. He's giant, dude. He's giant.
Yes. No, absolutely. I want to go to cut number 8 because it was Mason Appleton who looked like he had the right side of the net, or from my perspective, the left side of the net, wide open, and Ottinger swings over there, kind of blocks it with his chest. At first, I thought it was like his stick, and then seems to punch it in the air. Ottinger, break it down. What happened on that crazy save?
Yeah, I saw Connor come in, and then I thought Lowry was going to shoot it, so I slid over, and then I blew an edge and just threw a prayer over, and it hit me, so got pretty lucky, and I think we were owed that after some of the bounces we got in this round, so I think it all evens out.
This might not be fair, but then I think about Hellebuck talking about how he has read more about goaltending or whatever than anybody ever. And then you hear Otter's like, yeah, threw up a prayer, got kind of lucky. And so, I like that he wasn't like, yeah, I've studied goaltending for 29 years or whatever. I knew based on the angle of this and that's what he was like. Yeah, I blew the edge, so I had to come back. And I was like, whoops. And I got lucky.
Dude, that was the save of the century for us.
Yes.
The complete dive of it and everything. And it does save what should have been a goal. And listen, man, I know that team and Scheifele was going through something, man.
For sure.
I know that he was going through something, and that was something that hey, look, we're on the ice playing right now, and I know those emotions are living with you, but that's something I can't, those guys couldn't think about it. They were asked DeBoer after the game, hey, how do you prepare those guys for it? And he was like, we had to prepare like it was any other game. Like, we knew, we understood. We felt for him, but we also understood what we were here to do, and we had to accomplish that. The other, Kevin Otter, after the game, they asked him about Harley's goal and Harley's growth.
Hopefully we'll get to that a little bit later.
All right, we'll get to that later
in the show. Let's stick with Scheifele for just a minute. The 55 for 55 donations and if you didn't know, you might have watched a TV broadcast on mute, but Scheifele's father passed away, or he found out that he had passed away
suddenly.
Not
like it was one of those things that had been for a while. It was a sudden thing.
And so people were encouraging the $55 donations for number 55 in honor of Scheifele's dad to the Winnipeg Jets Charitable Foundation. And this is something that, we've talked about before. The Bills are really good about this, and they raised more than $30,000 just in the span of 24 hours. And like, again, I know that doesn't fix anything or change anything or make your dad come back, but it is a nice like tribute to how much that player means to the people in Winnipeg and Dallas and the hockey world.
Yeah, after the game, when the goal was scored, they panned directly over to him sitting in the box, and his head's just hanging.
And I feel like they usually do that with people who had the penalty, who gave up the goal. And
But that's not the look you're getting. You know, like you're not getting that same emotion with those people typically, right? I felt bad for him.
Oh.
In most instances, if it's somebody over there, I'm like, ha ha, sucker, you lost, punk ass. And, you know, that's how I'm feeling. But for him in that moment, I felt bad. Like, I was like, dude, you scored the goal.
Yes.
You scored the goal. It was, as they said at the break, Disney movie all set up. Everything's going well. You're going to go back to game 7, and then you're the one that gives up the penalty and put your team, the only penalty of the game, put your team shorthanded. He's in there forever, Kevin. The players, Lowry and company, had to go get him out of the box. They had to go fetch him from it and say, come on, surround him and hug him and love him. And then whenever he's standing there shaking hands with Jamie Benn, like it was
everybody took some extra time.
Yeah, man. What amazing effort to be out on the ice too. I had told Carter multiple times. Carter and I were watching it. Carter was like, "Dad, I don't know if I could get out there," and I was like, "Yeah, I don't know how either." You see athletes do this all the time, and the belief that, and you know your dad, like guys know exactly the people that have been supporting them and what they would want them to do, and that was the reason he was out there. And the team. They lift that team all day long. They said they lifted him up all day to get him in that position, and he goes out and scores. What a great moment, but not enough.
It is interesting too, because like if he wasn't there, obviously they were like, let's do this for Scheifele, but then he is there, and that's a whole different level. Especially when he scores the goal, you're like, holy crap, is this happening?
It's destiny. You know, you start believing those things.
And then Steele, Harley, and Ottinger were like, hey, it was a neat moment still.
But this is our moment.
Yeah, I can't let you advance. And then the thing that I know that Alec was really upset about is they had to change the date of his Katy Perry concert tickets.
Dude.
She was supposed to have a show Wednesday at the American Airlines Center, but hockey takes precedent.
You know what Alex said about that? He said at first he was hot and then he was cold. He was yes and then no.
Oh, that's one of her songs.
I mean, it was a teenage dream to see her, so that was kind of disappointing, you know. Had other plans.
Well, look, I don't know when they're going to reschedule this performance, but fingers crossed for you, Alec. Now,
when she does get the schedule happen, though, she'll be coming at us like a dark horse.
I do like that song. Hey, I don't know if this will help. Maybe this would win your wife over. Would you consider?
I've won her over. She's
naming?
stuck
No,
with me.
not for you. For the dog. Would they consider naming the dog Woof Bader Ginsburg?
You know, Kevin, that does fit her approach. So maybe so.
Christina Aguilera? Nothing for either one of those?
Oh, man. This is going to be a day.
Madness.
Kevin predicted that I would have this dog by this week, and here we are.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, let's talk about Cowboys OTAs, Paige Beckers, and would you prefer seeing a ton of Jaden Blue over Sanders and or Williams? Next, right here on The Fan.
say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay. This segment of the KNC Masterpiece is brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today at carsforkids.org and by the personal injury lawyers Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
So far on this drive, it's been the rushing attack. And here's Jaden Blue with room off the right edge. Inside the 20. Turning on the Jets. Into the end zone. Touchdown.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan, where I've had multiple people say that they're done with the dog puns. Well, I will try to work on that if you'll admit that Bone Pugs in Harmony would be a great name. Obviously, you have to have a specific type of dog, but that would be pretty good. All right. Let's talk about Dallas Cowboys OTAs and Jaden Blue. Would you like to start with the running back or the OTAs?
Let's start with the OTAs, and we'll get into the running back. I'm interested in what your thoughts are on these OTAs, Kevin.
I'm trying really hard
to be interested.
Yeah. Okay. Does that make me a bad sports fan or probably a bad talk show host?
Look, man, I know Jerry probably doesn't love that.
Yeah.
You know, he's like, oh, man, I want everybody to be interested in this team. Look, man, I keep saying, look, man, every one of us out here will be interested if they're winning.
Yes.
And if boring means winning, I'm all about that. So, Kevin, I'm in the same place you are with this, where I'm like, I'll keep track of what's going on. If there's a significant moment, I'll keep up with what's going on. I do want to know how the rookies are adapting and going through the processes of it all. But ultimately, it's Dak is your quarterback. We have seen that story many, many times, and hopefully it can change. I don't see it happening anytime soon, but hopefully it can change. But that's what OTAs are for me right now, is just get through it and be healthy, and then hopefully we get this new installment of Schottenheimer's team.
Yeah, be healthy is a big one for me. Now, for no money, because you should definitely get this. This is an article from the Dallas Morning News. I'm going to let you guess who said this quote. It was about talent acquisition. Here we go. Quote, "We're never done. I think I've said it forever. 365 days a year is player acquisition, and certainly if we see something that improves our football team, we'll make a move." Corey!
He shouldn't have even said it, honestly.
Can you name who said that?
Stephen Jones.
That is correct.
And again, I honestly, Kevin, I think he shouldn't even. If you hear it, and it's the first time you've heard it, you're like, oh my God.
Yeah.
They're all about it. But we hear it all the time. And it is a good mantra. You know, you should be that way. You definitely should be. I think it's an easy way of saying we're not really interested in certain things.
Yeah.
But we will never turn down a look and an opportunity. They should be looking absolutely all the time. But in this instance, I think they're settled on what they are right now.
Yeah. Look, this time I need to remember the follow-up when he says that is like, but what actually keeps that from happening? Because, I know they say that, but that's not what they do whatsoever.
No, well, you're probably right.
Okay.
The part of me wants to argue that they just don't have the same interests some other people have.
You know what? That actually probably is true.
But it does come across the desk, and they go, we don't have a high mark on that guy.
Yeah.
And sometimes I'm like, you should.
Now, you just brought up something about you're looking at OTAs, and one of the things that you want to walk away from is feeling healthy. I know probably a lot of people are going to be jazzed up to see George Pickens, but we wanted to focus our conversation today on Phil Maffa, Jaden Blue, Javonte Williams, Miles Sanders, and if you want to throw Deuce Vaughn in there, and if you still think the Cowboys should go make another move, whether that's for Nick Chubb or whoever. Now, what brought this into your brain, the idea, Corey, of let's see some Jaden Blue?
It was the Sporting News, I believe.
Oh.
The Sporting News is suggesting.
Do they have a quote from Stephen Jones?
I didn't see the quote.
You could have just made it up.
Okay,
I could have made it up.
We're constantly looking for 365, 24/7.
Yeah.
The Sporting News suggests that the Cowboys will probably move on from Javonte Williams before things get rolling.
Do you know why that is?
It would save them $2 million.
And also, to go along with that, you don't save anything from moving on from Miles Sanders, because Miles Sanders, actually, his contract is way lower than I thought. I don't know why in my brain I was thinking both of them were at about $3 million. I think Miles Sanders is like 1.3 or 4 or something like that.
And Williams is a 1-year, $3 million contract.
And you only eat $1 million of those dollars,
which is fine.
Which also, what a weird world we live in, right? Oh, you'd only have to eat $1 million for like a regular person. That's insane. But in the sports world, not that big of a deal.
From the 817, I am really interested in Miles Sanders and April Phil Maffa as potential workhorse. I have no clue what April was in there for, but Phil Maffa as a workhorse. There was a lot unknown about him. He's a big running back. Like he has some big, strong legs on him. That is for sure. I'm getting a chance to watch him right after the draft. There were some things I was questioning some of the efficiency, and sometimes the power didn't look like, as for his size, I was like, that wasn't as powerful as a run as I expected.
Yeah.
And he was a late rounder for a reason, obviously. But the room, I don't know exactly what Schottenheimer's going to do with these guys. I've seen him work a running back room before, and it's pretty good. Is this the room that's talented enough? And Javonte Williams, for me, Kevin, I actually like the running back if you want to get some power 2 and 3 yards at a time. He is not a breakaway guy. And since the ACL injury, and in the offense last year, and again, I asked this question, how much of it was him following and saying that's what the hole was? That's what I was told to run to that hole. Our offensive line didn't block it. You go back and watch it a lot of times, though, Kevin, last year. I watched a lot of the Broncos, and he was getting stuffed a lot. But I was interested in seeing him. So I don't know that that's going to happen, but this is a suggestion from the Sporting News that, hey, maybe they could move on from him to save some money.
And this is where I struggle as a fan, I think, and maybe I would struggle as a potential GM. To me, I just wouldn't have made the Javonte or Miles moves, because like for Miles Sanders, he had his breakout year 3 years ago. Carolina paid him accordingly, and he did absolutely nothing with Carolina. And if you want to say that it was all the offensive line's fault, like, okay, rock on. We can.
I didn't watch any Carolina.
Yeah, we can just agree to disagree on that. And then for Javonte Williams, you're right. Same kind of thing. They picked him up because he was previously a second-round pick.
Mm-hmm.
They didn't pick him up because they liked what he did in Denver post-injury. And so this is where I think I would get into trouble, because I'm not saying that these guys are all going to be able to play, but I would be way more intrigued with the idea of Blue, Maffa, and hell, even Deuce Vaughn than I would either one of those running backs, just because I don't see it.
Which one do you think is going to get more training camp, preseason football reps? Because I think that Maffa and Blue need as many as you can possibly get them.
I think it's going to be Maffa, because they need to figure out if he's going to be on the team. I think, and again, just my opinion, going into training camp, he's already on the roster.
Oh,
now,
really?
see that, but that's just kind of based on also Cowboys draft philosophy and the way they seem to have built their team over the years based on where certain people went.
Royce Freeman got brought in, and then they immediately was, hey, we appreciate your time. Thank you.
And it kind of seems like 5th round, and maybe a lot of NFL teams are like this, is the cutoff. If you're a 5th round pick, we're going to try to give you the benefit of the doubt. After that, so I would love plenty of moves from Phil Maffa because they might see from that, to your original point, that Javonte is expendable and you could save $2 million in the process. So maybe it's more likely that it would be, the combination of Sanders, Maffa, Blue. That would be my guess.
I know this is kind of a running back centric conversation here, but Zach Martin was not the same Zach Martin last year.
Sure.
You can finally admit that, Kevin. I know your adoration for him.
He is an all-time Cowboys great, but that's fair.
Last year was tough. And Tyler Smith almost seemed to struggle too, having Tyler Guyton out there. Like I got to babysit this, and it's not working quite well. However, with the addition of Booker in that middle, I'm not expecting him to be better than Zach Martin was.
Sure.
But I'm expecting him to be pretty damn good to start this thing off. I feel like the interior of this offensive line is going to give those running backs really good opportunities this year. And in training camp, I know there's going to be a lot of rotation and trying to keep guys healthy. But as we move forward here, those guys are going to get those opportunities because of the guys in front of them. And I'm hoping that interior right there sets up really well for what's following behind, especially with a guy like Blue who can just fly.
Yeah. It's funny that you said that because there was a quote, and I know we were kind of dunking on Stephen Jones with the Dallas Morning News quote, but in the Sporting News, he actually did have a quote that I thought was very different. He goes, when you break the huddle, you want weapons. I get all of that. But this is what I thought was really interesting. He goes, you see a lot of times a 4.4 besides a guy's name. And you turn on the tape and you're like, where is it? Mm-hmm. Where's the speed? And then he goes, with Blue, it's the opposite. He has a 4.4 by his name and you're like, it looks like a 4.3 when you turn on the tape. And so I know
you're in a 4.25 on his pro day.
Yeah. And so I know we were kind of making fun of that other quote just a little bit, but I actually do think that quote is really intriguing.
That's good stuff right there.
Absolutely. And I want to address this because I think sometimes there's a little confusion about how this all works from the 469. Y'all got to let this Deuce Vaughn dream go. He's nowhere close to Sanders or Williams. And that I'm not disagreeing with, but I think here's the issue. You would never, ever, ever, at least the Cowboys wouldn't, use Deuce Vaughn as your primary running back. It's just not going to happen. It's never going to happen.
Unless last year and the year before, whenever he had his opportunities, he blew everybody away.
That's true.
In preseason games, he had some really special moments. Whenever it was regular season time against the big pros, he struggled.
And I know that's probably, they're thinking Jaden Blue will handle some of those roles, but that Deuce Vaughn would just be like a 3rd or 4th running back, whereas the reason why I like that as opposed to Sanders or Javonte Williams is they're going to try to push those as your primary running backs, and I just don't see it. I don't see it whatsoever.
Sanders as the primary?
Or Williams as the...
okay.
I don't.
I know. I understand where you're coming from with this, Kevin, that is it feels like it's a Jones philosophy.
Yes.
It also felt like it was a McCarthy philosophy, too. Hey, I'd rather go with these veterans than I would with any younger player that might screw up my opportunity to continue to be this coach. So what if Schottenheimer, those coming into this really fresh, and he's like, you know what, man, I appreciate the Javonte Williams, but I have none of these guys are starters.
Yeah.
None of them are starters in the league at this moment.
Yeah.
So let's have a real competition and see the best out of that. They say it all the time. They always say it. Schottenheimer, I've appreciated all these little bits we're getting from him on the outside of you're seeing a different kind of coach and he's fun. We met him. We talked to him. We've had conversations with him. We know what he thinks. So I'm hoping that is the reality, is that they're like, look, I appreciate that we signed these guys. This one's the best one.
And look, because maybe I'm just jaded because that's what we got last year.
Yes.
Look, the Cowboys talked about a competition and they were like, oh, we've seen Zeke. He's got that burst.
That's why he's not playing in preseason games.
Yeah, you didn't. You had certain websites that focus in on this team. They lied to you about, oh, man, I saw the burst. No, you didn't. I saw all the same things you did, and he looked slow as hell in training camp. I'm sorry, if that's your job. He just, he looked really slow. And the Cowboys tried to cover up for it. And instead, they said it's because he's ready. No, he wasn't. And that's why, if that's what happens, I can totally live with that. If you have a real competition in Javonte Williams, or if you think it's Miles Sanders or Moffa or whoever, they really tear it up, then good. You had a real competition. This person earned it. So while I might not think that, you have training camp, OTAs, everything else to say. This says otherwise. I can live with that.
There it is. That's message to Garcia right there, Kevin, right? Go make sure that this is a real competition, Shotty.
Yes.
Make sure that it's a real one.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, it's time for Baseball Nuggets. The winning streak is over. Next on The Fan.
It's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Pre-curb?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens?
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
This segment is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. Back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. They've got more new Chevys than anyone, all priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Based on new Chevy registrations 2023 and 2024.
Fly ball left center. Churriel back, and he will leap, and he caught it! Churriel brought it back!
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105 through the fan. Right now, brought to you. There we go. By Reliant Air Conditioning. I sounded like Bobby in that spot from earlier. Gimmick-free AC repair and replacement. It's time for baseball nuggets. And that was Jackson Churriel right there with a grab. He robbed Royce Lewis of what would have been a game-tying home run. The Twins went on to lose 5-2. It broke their winning streak of 13 straight. I know you want 18.
Yeah, that's what we were shooting for.
13 straight was the Twins' longest winning streak since 1991.
Congratulations to them for losing.
Oh, man.
Suckers.
Took such a harsh
91,
turn.
was that the World Series year for them?
That's correct.
Kirby Puckett, baby. Al Newsom. Hold on. Yeah, Al Newsom.
Al Newsom?
Give me a second.
I don't think I was going to say I am not familiar with that player.
I'll have to go figure it out. Yeah.
Okay.
Sorry. I don't know where my brain is on this.
All right. Well,
I know there was a dude named Al. There's got to be an Al on that team. Minnesota.
I just really want to see who it is. It's going to be like Ozzie Newsome, and you're like, no, that's the football guy. And okay. Well, while you figure that out, the Orioles fired Brandon Hyde.
Al Newman?
Probably because his name wasn't Al. They fired him because this has been a just horrendous start to the season for the Baltimore Orioles, a team that a lot of people thought was going to be in the mix for being one of the best teams in the American League, maybe best teams in baseball. They have the second worst record in the American League.
Really?
Ahead of only the Chicago White Sox. And in all of baseball, they have a better record than the White Sox, the Pirates, and the Rockies. And that's it. And that is why their manager got fired.
First off, it's Al Newman, by the way. My apologies. Secondly, is it a little too hasty to do that? Or is it one of those very similar to the Rockies, somebody had to go, that Paul Skeens said?
See, I think with the Rockies, they felt like they needed to make a change just so they could tell people, hey, we're trying. For
intrigue purposes?
Yes. For the Orioles, or for just
believe they have
people off your back purpose.
They believe they have a team.
And this feels like what Chris Young said when the Rangers fired their offensive coordinator. They're like, hey, look, we still think we've got what it takes here and we can still turn it around. I know it feels like the Orioles can't turn it around when I tell you that they have the fourth worst record in baseball. Yeah. But on the flip side, when I tell you there's 117 games left,
right,
then you're like, okay.
Anything could happen in that many amount of games. And I think the other part of that is when you believe the talent is there.
Yes.
You know, and that's the, as a GM, you put a team together, you're believing that talent I built is mine. The manager's the problem. And you got to start asking around. Hey, what's the message here? If you start talking to the players, they'll tell you what they're feeling. Do they like the guy or not? They probably do like him, but you know, what's the emotion on this guy? Is his message actually giving us anything that's motivating us for the next level?
And I don't think that the playoff failures of the last 2 years,
that's a big deal,
had no factor in this either.
Huge deal right there.
Maybe they would have been ahead of schedule 2 years ago, but I think last year the expectations were high and they were warranted and still ended up going freaking nowhere. All right. So the Orioles manager is out, which begs the question, Corey, who will be the next manager fired?
Next manager fired. White Sox still have their manager?
I think the White Sox, they're like, because they just hired a new one and they're like, what the hell?
Marlins, they just hired a new one, I believe, too.
It's going to make you a little sad.
Is it Ron Washington?
Ron Washington is actually second. Behind
Bochy?
What?
You said it was going to make me sad. And that would make me the saddest.
That's the part that would make you sad.
Okay.
Behind, I believe, Brian Broaddus' protege, John Schneider. The Blue Jays, possible.
It was
it's
a different
person.
John Schneider.
Possible. Don't want to rule anything out. So John Schneider leads the way for the Blue Jays, but Ron Washington is second. And so we can talk about that, but I wanted to also transition into an article we didn't get to talk about last week.
I like it. I like this article.
It was Ron Washington running an athletic beat reporter through the infield drills. All right. So Sam Blum, or Bloom if you're fancy, and Ron Washington agreed that he would do this on one condition. He said, you must take it seriously.
Okay.
And Sam said, all right, that's fine, but I'm 31 and my baseball experience ended after Little League.
Okay.
And Ron Washington's like, all right, that's fine. But then made sure to tell him, I'll quote this as best as I can. By the way, I know we're joking about his last name. This is a really good article if you get the chance to go read it on The Athletic. Ron Washington said, you've got things in your mind you think about the way S is supposed to go. What you're doing right now, you're with an effing expert. I'm a mother effing expert. All right, so let's get to it. There's a towel set up on the grass, folded on the ends for a little extra padding where his knees were supposed to go. There were 3 baseballs sitting in front of him. Ron Washington.
I've seen this drill with Acuna and a couple of different guys.
So Ron Washington said, what do you think those baseballs are for? And Sam said, reaction time, I guess. And then Ron Washington just sat there and looked at him. And so Sam decided, I can't take this never-ending silence, and said, I imagine I'm supposed to field them in some capacity. Then Ron Washington had heard enough and said, what they do is line up your hands. Okay, so he let it linger for a little bit. And so he was doing the infield drills. Every time he got one, Washington would be like, hey, there you go. And he was like, whoa, good job. And then after...
He's supportive when it's supposed to be.
Yes, exactly. But then after 14 minutes... things went wrong for Sam. He started flipping the ball back with his glove. And Ron Washington at that point put a brief stop to the drills and said, again, as best as I can, don't be flipping that mother effing to me out of the glove. All right? Put your hand in the mother effing glove and flip it to me.
Alec has just so much content for Friday already. And that's the right thing, because listen, man, everything we know about Wash whenever he was here is his instruction has purpose. And when it comes to fielding, he is one of the best, if not the best, at getting you to be good at this craft.
And immediately after that, he goes, this is the way I work. I'm not demeaning you or down on you. That's just the way I teach. And then once it was all over, there was Angels players that were walking by that saw this happening, and they're like, how are your legs feeling? And the reporter, he said he woke up feeling like he'd run 5 marathons and was sore for more than an hour just trying to attempt to walk around. And Ron Washington's response? That means you did it right. And then there were multiple Angels players who said going back to spring training, they felt the aches for days. Mm-hmm. These are actual Major League Baseball players. Like, I felt those aches for days after that.
Because they weren't doing the right work.
I guess so.
You got, and what we saw too is you do have to be willing to do those things on a daily basis. Do those, even Freddie Freeman went back to him. I don't know if you remember seeing this last year. Freddie Freeman, when the Braves and the Dodgers met up in a game, he went to Wash and was like, "Hey, can we do some of our drills?" And they did them because he was like, I know how important these drills were to me, and it's important to do it on a daily basis. And I agree with the 214. Wash is doing a decent job with a bad team.
This weekend certainly helped.
Yeah, and it's a bad roster. I mean, Mike Trout was the best player, and nobody can rely on Mike Trout. We know this.
Fair.
Even though we wanted, the numbers were so good to start his career. Griffey-like, right?
Yes.
Amazing start, and then the end just kind of,
It's kind of the same thing.
Wow.
Look, I'm not here to tell you.
I love this story. This is an awesome story.
He should be fired. I'm just saying betting odds have him at second. Do you guys think you could make it through the Ron Washington infield drill?
Alec, one time, Michael Johnson, he opened up his performance center out there in
Is that
McKinney.
multi-time gold medalist Michael Johnson?
Yep, at Craig Ranch. And we had an opportunity to go out there, and basically what they started to do was they started to kind of train us for our sports. So they were like, let's get into a stance. 3 people behind me, they were like, yeah, I play softball. And it was like, all right, get in a stance for softball. And the next person was like, I'm a sprinter. And he was like, all right, get in a stance for that. The next person was like, I play football. And then he got to me and I said, horseshoes. And Michael Johnson literally fell over laughing. And I thought to myself, I just made gold medalist Michael Johnson laugh so hard that he fell over on the ground. And he was like, that's hilarious. All right, now what are we actually going to do? And so, Kevin, yes, I loved that experience. I would love the experience to train with Washington for a day. It would be so cool.
Yeah.
I got that chance to spend about 45 minutes with him just talking to him one day, and I thought it was awesome. Out on the field. And I was like, man, I wish I had a glove right now so I could play some catch with him.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, let's do some Wanker of the Weekend. Who was the best at being the worst this weekend, and why was it Denver and Toronto? We'll do that next right here on The Fan.
You're proud, home.
Uber Eats has LIV products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean, like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay.
Uber Eats has groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you...
Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios, it's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan, 877-881-1053. Frankel and Frankel Injury Attorney text line. If you want to tell us your wanker of the weekend, and I've seen one of these get texted in by various people for the better part of an hour, so I think we're going to go ahead and lead off with that. The Texas A&M softball team.
Oh, buddy. I know this is where your heart is with this
It could
team.
be all Texas A&M athletics, honestly, outside of track. So, Texas A&M, they didn't advance out of the regionals, so out of their first little pot of 4 in the NCAA tournament. And I was like, man, that sucks. They ended up getting bumped off by Liberty. I was like, man, that's terrible. They were number 1 and all of that, but I didn't realize how terrible it was. So for Liberty,
it's their first win.
It's not their first win ever.
All right.
It's the first time they've advanced out of the regionals. I just wanted to make sure people knew, like, it's not the first time they ever won a softball game, but they advanced to the super regionals for the first time ever. And then I was like, oh man, that's a bummer. This loss hurts even more. And then I see that Texas A&M is the first number 1 seed in NCAA softball history to be eliminated in the regional round, which was also played on their home field.
Kevin from 214. I thought Kevin was addicted to Duke. Is he a bandwagon fan or something?
No.
New listeners all the time. Kevin went to A&M. He was accepted into Duke. However, Duke is very, very expensive.
Oh my God, so expensive.
But he did go to A&M, and when he was a child, he was at the game at not the AAC, at reunion, where the Dukies ended up winning and losing, and Kevin said, "That's my team," even though they lost.
It really set me up for a lifetime of being an A&M fan.
There are a lot of championships after that with Duke.
No, I'm saying for a lifetime of being an A&M fan.
So, yes, his football allegiance is to A&M, his basketball allegiance is to Duke, and then A&M second. I have seen this firsthand as Duke and A&M met up, and Kevin was torn on who he would root for, and he immediately said, you know what, I'm pulling for Duke in this one. But either way, he won, so he was happy.
Man, this is a great day for this person. From the 585, as a former student at both Texas and Liberty, yesterday was very fun for me. Man, that is a great combination of schools for that. And so, look, the Texas A&M softball team, unfortunately, they have to go in the category of wanker of the weekend.
972, my wife's a Liberty University online alum. Liberty is better.
Man, it was like the time that Stephen F. Austin beat Duke in basketball. I have never heard my wife talk about anything Stephen F. Austin, that's where she went to college, athletic related.
Until then.
But yeah, she was like, Axum. And I was just like, I've never heard you say anything about their sports. And she was like, well,
now's the time.
We usually don't have a lot of time. Now, this, you might think this is mean-spirited, but I think it's deserved. Are the Winnipeg Jets the wanker of the weekend? Consider this, if you will. Winnipeg went into the playoffs with an NHL best 26 road wins during the regular season.
Really?
Yeah, who would have guessed it?
They were really good this year, man.
And instead, on the road in the playoffs, they went 0-6, and they were outscored 27-9 in the process. That now extends their playoff road losing streak to 10. And this last one, Game 6, was easily the most competitive that they've had along the way.
I will say, yes. That was what I was going to say, Kevin, that this was not a typical Connor Hellebuck on the road game.
Yes, agreed.
He was sparkling just as much as Otter was.
He played great.
No! You know, I really thought we'd never have to hear that again. I honestly was very excited whenever it was over. I was like, finally, I don't have to hear them just glaze all over with Connor Hellebuck. Like, it was just so... Dude, you watched it. Yeah. Every single game was like, oh my God, Connor Hellebuck. You're just like,
look at those
Otter's
eyes.
Out there doing something special.
Those eyes.
So that was he was really good though. And that's why that was such a good hockey game, because both netminders were great and both teams came prepared and gave us a great Game 6, man.
Well, guess what? We're not done dumping on Winnipeg just quite yet.
All right, I'm in.
Another thing Winnipeg failed at, or the Stars destroyed them at. Winnipeg entered the playoffs with the league's best power play, 29%.
Now, the Stars are the best power play left, I believe.
Yeah. Well, it certainly ain't Winnipeg because they lost.
Yeah.
So it didn't translate to the postseason, where they were 8 of 43. That translates to 18.6%. They went from 29% to 18.6%. That was 12th among playoff teams. And there was only 16 playoff teams. So they went from being the best in the league in road winning, then 0-6. Best in the league in power play, 12th out of 16.
So, and that was through the whole playoffs, not
Correct.
just, okay, because I was going to say, the Stars' PK is pretty damn good, right? Like, they did a pretty damn good job against them, too.
Oh, yeah. No, absolutely.
Yeah,
I give them credit on that for sure.
Yeah. That was really great that the Stars were able to do that. And, Kevin, I think we'll talk about it a little more. The fact that Harley grew up in this thing this year for the PK, and Miro was good.
Yeah.
But Harley is still the one-liner on the PK. So that's an interesting thing too. But well, congratulations to them for stinking it up whenever they should have been better.
Do you want to stick
Stars gave them so many chances too.
I know. Do you want to stick with hockey for people stinking it up?
Sure.
All right, so in just a second, we're going to go to cut number 16. But here's a quote from one of the Maple Leafs players before Game 7. We're prepared to go to war in Game 7.
In Canada,
well, much like an actual war between the United States and Canada would turn out, here's what happened.
Jones, Panthers stay onside. Here's Greer, kicked out by Woll. Greer slides it across. Score! Gadjevich! Makes it 3-0 Florida.
6-1 on Toronto's home ice in Game 7. 6-1.
They lost that war, it looks.
Yes, they did.
Dude, they lost 6-3. No, that was the Lightning. My bad. 6-1. Dude, I guess the Panthers like to score 6 goals.
That actually has kind of been their
a little bit
MO.
of a vibe on those finishing games there.
I saw a stat that said since, I think it's 04-05, Toronto has won 2 playoff series and Buffalo has won 4. Buffalo hasn't been in the playoffs in 14 years. Just think about how just crushingly sad that is.
That makes sense when you hear the Cowboys comparison. Then that makes a lot of sense with it, because
the Toronto Maple Leafs are the hockey Cowboys.
When I think of hockey, a lot of times Leafs are one of the first names that pop up for me. So from the 214, Hellebuck glaze was mere appetizer to the McDavid and Draisaitl glaze we're about to receive. By the way. Yeah, that's about to happen.
That person is not wrong.
That is definitely. They love Connor McDavid.
Yeah, and look, I understand that because he's theoretically the best player in the world. Well, guess what? Sometimes having the best player in the world doesn't equate to your team winning in the playoffs. Give me cut number 12, or once again, a Game 7. And what did we tell you last week? There is no team in the league that will give up more than Denver. And you saw it on display yesterday.
Here's Wallace, throws it. Jokic, he throws it down. A thunderous dunk from Cason Wallace, and the crowd erupts again.
Now, the Oklahoma City Thunder beat the Denver Nuggets by 32 points, 125-93. And you might be thinking, well, this game was probably just not competitive the entire time. False. Denver had a 5-point lead going into the second quarter. And honestly, with, I think it was 4 minutes left, they got it down. They were still trailing, but they got it down to 1. So it was 40-39. But then by the end of the half, it was 60-46. The Oklahoma City Thunder scored 20 points in less than 4 minutes to really put this game out of reach. And then Denver could not have cared less, it felt like, in the second half.
We got the matchup that, if you're a basketball fan, you really want to see.
I get it.
I think, I know how much you care for Jokic and your Jokic card collection, but
that's true.
The league and most of basketball people want to see the Shea versus Anthony Edwards
I get that
combination, and that's interesting to look forward. But yeah, for the sake of Wanker of the weekend, your team, the Denver Nuggets, just gave up the booty.
Now, let's go back to Jokic, because these are the two different sides of Nikola Jokic in a press conference. By the way, and Alec, you know as well as I do, this Eastern Conference final was predetermined when we saw Jalen Brunson face off against Tyrese Halliburton in wrestling. So you knew this like almost a year ago, right?
Yeah, that's true.
All right, good. Now, for Jokic, do you want the really, really intense quote, or do you want the fun one to start?
The intense quote.
All right. Because Jokic had another quote later, and it kind of felt like he was just like blowing off how important it was that they just lost Game 7. But here's another thing he said after the game. Jokic was asked, do you think the Denver core can contend for a championship still? And this is what he said, quote, we didn't, so obviously we can't. If we could, we would win it. I don't believe in those if stuffs. We had an opportunity and we didn't win it. Damn!
It's honest.
It really is.
It's honest, it's blunt, and it's telling to your front office. Hey, you saw what happened. We tried to change coaches. It didn't work. Right at the very end, there's something here with the team that's a problem. Maybe we should bring the coach back. I'm not saying that's the case, but
they don't seem to think that.
When your best player says something like that, you have to respond. And a lot of times whenever Dirk would say something like that, the Mavericks would say, all right, we got to go we got to do something else. And so I'd be interested to see if that core stays together.
Now, this is the quote that's a lot more fun. If we go to cut number 13, all right, now that the season's over, like, hey, Jokic, what are you going to be up to next?
We will see, But from now, like next couple of days, there's going to be a lot of beer probably.
That was in the same press conference where he said, I don't believe in ifs. We didn't, so obviously we can't.
A lot of beers probably.
Yeah.
They lost. Off-season is beer time.
Okay, let me ask you.
Yeah.
Question. Because you guys drink beer. You like beer?
Beer's good.
Yeah. Is he drinking beer because perhaps he had kept it from himself to stay in better shape during the season? Or is it to make the pain go away?
I think probably both.
Okay.
But I also don't think he's that hurt by it. I don't think that the pain is there, Kevin. I think that he looks at it very realistically. I think the beer is just because him and his brothers like to party. You saw him after the championships.
For sure.
He wasn't championship partying. He was just partying because that's what he does.
And he was mad that he couldn't get back to his horses sooner and stuff.
Yeah. So I think that for him, it's just like, this is just what I do in the off season.
Okay.
I drink all the beers with my brothers because that's when, you know what? We are going to go ride some horses and drink some beers. Beer for my horses, right?
Alec, your thoughts?
Yeah.
What is it with people's fascination of getting beer to animals?
They just want to see drunk animals. You know that snake? You ever see that snake? You give him beer and he's just going all over the place.
Wouldn't he just slither straight then? Because otherwise he's like...
It's like when you're on a cruise ship and you're drunk. You're walking in a straight line. Everybody else is all like, oh my God, I don't know what to do. Because the waves.
Huh.
You ever been on a... No.
No.
From the 641.
It was free.
Wanker of the weekend is, and this has been going on for a while, is everybody turning Angel Reese versus Caitlin Clark into a racial thing? Let the WNBA have their rivalry and people will tune in. And
I'm totally about that. Let the rivalry exist.
Yeah.
Let them go back and forth with it. And yeah, I'm all about that part of it.
It was, so we got a kick out of it this morning. And I know Sean likes to dunk on like First Take and stuff like that. They had quotes from both of them about like Caitlin Clark, it was a basketball play. Angel Reese, it was a basketball play. Because in case you miss it, Caitlin Clark had a hard foul on Angel Reese, and it looked like something might happen, but then it didn't. And it was like, but what do you think, panelists for First Take, about the foul? And I was like, okay, if both of the players right there are like, it's a basketball play, I also think it was a basketball play, then like,
let it go.
Kind of feels like maybe you should defer to that, but I know that's not how that show likes to get down.
From the 972, we give beer to our show cows to make them fatter.
Okay. Is that, look,
I don't know. Is it Kobe beef? They do give them beer while they're growing. so that they have more fat marbling in the meat for their, and they're calmer. They're calmer.
Oh.
They're calmer cows, so they're not stressed out and got tumors, I believe.
I'm honestly not sure where like PETA and animal rights activists fall on this. So if that's just like things that cow people do, I guess I could have just said cow people? Farmers or ranchers. I don't know why I said cow people.
They're walking around milking themselves.
Yeah. Oh my God. That's still a quality cow noise. But like, if that's okay with them, then fascinating. But I think there is a fascination of people who want to try to get animals drunk. Probably their dogs.
It
Yeah.
happens too.
Don't give your dog weed.
You blow the weed in his ear.
Don't do that either.
I don't know how they get high off the ear weed.
And then somebody else suggested this. Are the Dallas Wings the wanker of the weekend for losing their season opener? They lost to Minnesota, the presumptive favorite to win the WNBA title, 99-84.
Hey, they got room to grow.
Yeah.
And Paige says she has a lot of lessons to learn from this one.
Yeah, I agree with that.
Best of luck to them on that journey.
They play Seattle tonight. It's another home game. Go check it out. College Park Center in Arlington. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, it's time for AM on the FM.
We got the question of the day plus another crazy parlay. This one, a WNBA parlay. You got to hear it next on The Fan.
A lady.
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil baby.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg maidens?
Recurve?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
This segment of The Fan is brought to you by A-Star.
Don't choose between staying cool and having fun. With A-Star, you can do both. Get a new AC system for as low as $89 a month and enjoy a 5-day, 4-night stay in Cancun on us. Call 214-655-COOL or visit astardfw.com. Restrictions apply. Visit website for details.
This segment of the KNC Masterpiece is brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today at carsforkids.org and by the personal injury lawyers Frankel & Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel & Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel & Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan, still basking in the glow of the Stars' victory in Game 6 as they defeat the Jets, move on to the Western Conference Finals for the third straight year. That series against Edmonton will get started on Wednesday. Another quick note for you. The Eagles announced that they have agreed to a contract extension with Nick Sirianni, which I can't say is particularly surprising.
They did it.
Good for them.
He won a Super Bowl, so.
I mean, look, you can think whatever you want about him and the Eagles and Jalen Hurts, but guess what? They won the Super Bowl.
He's been to the Super Bowl twice.
Yes.
Recently.
Yes. We haven't even been in the game that gets you to the Super Bowl.
Okay.
Let alone won the Super Bowl.
Yeah.
Let alone been in the Super Bowl.
All right.
Let alone won that game.
All right.
Let alone been in the game that gets you to the Super Bowl.
This is our year, though, right? Everybody?
Yeah.
No.
Alec?
I don't know, man.
Did you just say yeah just to make me feel better?
Yeah, he did.
Yeah. It's a Monday. I'm trying to get
Sorry, I was going to answer that question for you, Alec.
You weren't wrong.
Oh, man. All right, guys.
Have fun, Corey.
Yeah.
Hey, I know it'll cheer you up. It's time for this.
What does this button do? Please, please, do not push the button. You have no idea of what it...
Alec, you be quiet.
Alec, that was awful.
1 for Alec, 0 for Peyton.
Don't you dare touch that dial.
Don't you dare do it. It is time for AM on the FM. My name is Alec Medford. They call me the pride of Mansfield, Texas. Sorry, Corey. Not the purveyor of false hope. I can't do it. I just can't. Yeah, I had to admit to it. I'm a liar in that regard. I have no hope. 877-881-1053. That is the Frankel & Frankel Injury Attorneys text line to answer today's question of the day. Twitch and YouTube as well. Want to hear from you. And then a crazy parlay that I was actually following in real time this weekend that I saw get tweeted out. As controversial as he may be, Dave Portnoy made one of the craziest sports bets that I've seen in a while.
Okay.
I don't
intrigued.
have the funds nor the gall to make this bet.
Did you know, you probably already knew this, but did you know that, of course, Drake bet $1 million on the Maple Leafs? And again, if you forgot, they lost 6-1 on their home ice.
That's because whenever he bets on a team, what happens, Alec?
Yeah. Or whenever he bets on himself against Kendrick Lamar.
Yeah. I'm still in awe that 60,000 people were just, screaming different jokes made at Drake. That was the most beautiful scene of hatred I've ever seen. But the question of the day today...
I actually want to know more about that in the future.
Please, ask away. I swear that I've never been more motivated to hate in my life than I have been ever since that concert at AT&T. But kind of weirdly in the same vein... The question of the day today is actually going to go in line with the morning show's New Music Monday segment that they're running. Peyton, when I walked in, he was like, dude, it's amazing how fiery people's opinions are about music. And I'm like, oh yeah. Like, even in my group chat with my college friends alone, it's just so polarizing. So the question of the day, real quick, Corey, what is your most controversial music take? You don't care what anybody says. You will stand and die on that hill.
Okay. You ready? Nirvana.
Oh, no.
Is so beloved because you didn't get to see all the garbage that comes along with aging musicians. All right? Not to say that they didn't put out good music, but they're elevated to a status because you didn't have to see their stupid experimental period that everybody hated or whatever. And you're like, the hell even is this album? So, like, they're good, but they get sent to the next level because Kurt Cobain killed himself and they disbanded.
Wow. You know what? I don't think that's a hot take.
Oh,
I think that's correct.
I think.
Oh yes.
And just because it happens to, you're right. It happens to a lot of bands.
Yeah.
Like, I think, would Jimi Hendrix have just continued to be amazing, or is there a great legend that goes along with Jimi Hendrix?
Yeah, and you see this in movies with James Dean or whoever. Like, that's just the way it works.
Yeah, I think the hotter take you have is that Pearl Jam isn't that good, and that the Beatles aren't that good.
No. Hold on.
Overrated.
Man. I'll stand by the Pearl Jam take. But look, we all love 10. And then what? So for the Beatles, this is what I'll say. I don't love a lot of their songs the way society wants me to. Like, I understand their influence on generation after generation. I understand their popularity. I might not have said they were more popular than God, but you know what? That's fine. They clearly did fine for themselves in their career. Just a lot of their songs aren't for me, and I like other people's interpretations of their songs better. Is that acceptable?
I'm all right with that.
Okay.
Yeah, that was actually really well articulated. Like, that's been brewing for a minute. I can appreciate that.
See, here's where I'm struggling because there's part of me that wants to take the negative angle on it. The other part, though, is like Schoolboy Q's one of the best rappers out there. Go check him out if you haven't. Like, Schoolboy Q's fantastic. Then Carly Rae Jepsen is actually very talented. All right, and like, can we all agree on that or no?
Because do people hate on her?
That song was stuck in your head it's probably stuck in your head right now just thinking about her.
Was she the Call Me Maybe person?
That's the song, and she could actually sing. The one that I got a lot of flack for was that Machine Gun Kelly is bubblegum punk, like Blink-182. And because I like Blink-182 a lot, but I consider that bubblegum punk because it's not the same as like No Effects style punk rock music, or my brain's so anyway. It's just a different style. And what MGK did was he went and got the drummer from Blink-182, and basically a lot of the songs have a very similar sound of what Blink-182 did. I liked one of the albums that he did. I thought it was pretty good. And just because I said that doesn't mean that I hate it. That's how I feel about that. So that was mine. That somebody got really mad at me one day for saying Blink-182 and him were bubblegum punk.
And I just want to say, I'm sorry, I did not know that there's a whole bunch of people who think that Courtney Love killed Kurt Cobain.
Oh yeah, you didn't know that?
I guess I might have at one point.
Bad brains. Sorry.
Back to you.
I just love from the 972. Kid Rock should change his name to Man Rock. I don't know if anything's going to beat that today. Thank you, 972. I needed that today.
That is tremendous.
Let's see. From the 469, Lil Wayne is the GOAT. From the 214, Nirvana is super overrated. From the 321, the Beach Boys were better than the Beatles.
Well, I did agree with somebody who said Queen is better than the Beatles.
Oh, yeah. I'm right there, too.
Would you say, though, that the amount of music put out is different? Like,
yeah.
Queen put out less.
Sure.
The Beatles wrote every song, right?
Yeah.
Like that's the idea is everybody thinks they wrote every song that ever existed.
I think that about Queen sometimes.
Yeah.
There's a popular song you've heard, there's like, yeah, Queen did.
Yeah, Queen probably did a version.
And that's
of it
just
too.
my personal taste. I just like Queen better than the Beatles.
See, from the 951, Beyonce's country album was album of the year.
Oh, that was good.
Yeah, that one draws a lot of controversy. I liked it. I'm not a country music guy at all, but I thought it was kind of fun.
Okay, question. Alec, you're not going to be able to answer this for me then, since you just said you're a country music guy. So maybe, Corey, this is for you. Maybe it's for the people listening. What is it that when people say, I don't like new country, like, what do they mean by that? Because you hear, like, that's one of the things I heard about Beyonce or whoever else. They're like, yeah, but it's not really country. Or, yeah, it's like new country. I don't really like that. Like, what does that mean compared to old country?
A lot of it doesn't even have an acoustic guitar in it. You know, it's just like, there's probably a lot of digital stuff created. It kind of all sounds the same, like AI wrote it. Where it's just like, hey, you know, I got in my truck and I was crying about my girlfriend into my beer. Which, again, David Allan Coe said all these words in his song, the song, Kevin, that we taught you at Redneck Heaven that year.
Oh, yeah.
I was drunk the day my...
Never heard that song.
So it's just a little bit of a, like, Florida Georgia line is new country. And that was kind of the mark for me, was a little bit different from what I was used to with, like, Alan Jackson and Clint Black and... You know, John Michael Montgomery and stuff like that.
So a whole lot of people immediately said it sounds too poppy. than country. And then some people said no heart, no soul, just catchphrases.
And the 903 new country is referred to as Nashville country, and Nashville country is corporate. And that is true. There are people literally in buildings, in offices, writing music all day long, where you also got like the Texas and the red dirt style. Those dudes are just on their ranches and playing some music and stuff like that.
And if you go to Nashville, it's super fun, and there are elements that are like totally different. But there's a lot of corporatizing that's happened in Nashville with the bars and everything.
Yeah, for sure.
And a lot of it with new country is even just the implementation of a simple element that's really associated with something else, takes it in a direction in people's minds that they don't want it to. Like if you add a hi-hat into the bass line, people are going to think it sounds like a hip-hop song. If you add a synthesizer to it, they're going to think it sounds like an old pop song. Like, if you add the smallest element to it that you usually think is like a pop, rhythmic element, then they're going to think it's a pop song now. If you add a heavy bass line in there, they're going to be like, it sounds like a trap beat, and we're all guilty of that, and it kind of does. And you see guys even like Morgan Wallen are putting hip hop verses in their songs.
They got Tate McRae in there on his new album. And I mean, Taylor Swift did make that transition from country. She started as like a young country artist and rolled over. She was like, I'm going to go to pop.
I did not know
and that. There were lots of those. I mean, Shania Twain started as a country artist, and while she still has the Any Man of Mine, you saw her more in the American Idol role for a while and stuff like that.
Yeah, like Man, I Feel Like a Woman. Yeah. That feels like a pop song. That video, though. Thumbs up.
Dude.
Simply irresistible.
Dude.
Don't you miss when music videos were prevalent in music?
Man, that needs to be another segment. What's the most old person take you have? Because I'm with you, but that already feels like an old person
I do
take.
miss videos.
I miss the creativity that went into them, and it felt like it was part of telling the story of the music. And it was part of the promotion, too, was like whenever you got the album, you're like, okay, these 3 hits, I need a music video for that. I need to see what kind of story they're going to tell here.
And so I know you're too young for this, Alec, but I remember when it felt like some of those music videos were going to break the culture. Like when Freak on a Leash by Korn came out, everyone's like, what is this? Oh, my God. And then you're like, that song is good, though.
Before we get to Dave Portnoy's crazy WNBA bet, I do want to play this sound real quick. Jason Benetti, Tigers TV. This is just the beauty of Homer broadcasts for baseball teams. He was amazed by this breaking ball. Take a listen.
See if the Tigers do get that one in. 2-2. Oh, my goodness. A lightning bolt directly at Bichette. That'll activate your nervous system. Look at this thing. Anybody have an exorcist?
I just love Homer broadcasts where they're just like amazed by one small element of a game. It's just the best thing ever. That's why local broadcasts are always my favorite. And this bet that Dave Portnoy made, I saw him tweet this. He was at the Indiana Fever game, and he was decked out in like a full Caitlin Clark uniform with no undershirt or anything. That was kind of crazy.
Oh, my goodness.
I still think wearing the basketball jersey with no undershirt as a fan or just a regular human
you don't care for it.
Yeah, that's psycho activity. Psych ward right now, because it's just going to smell crazy in that room. So as soon as he got to the arena, I guess he was just feeling the energy and everything. So he decided to put a bet down on the Caitlin Clark triple-double. He put $25,000 down on this.
Oh, that's a lot of money, it feels like.
And he ended up cashing on it.
What?
She got the triple-double, and it paid him $350,000 on a $25,000 bet. And if you go to the Indiana Fever's Twitter page, they tweeted out the video of the rebound that secured the triple-double. If you look in the bottom right-hand corner, as soon as Caitlin Clark grabs that board, Dave Portnoy can be seen jumping out of his seat and fist pumping, high-fiving, and hugging people around him. Coolest thing ever to know that I just got $350,000 off of somebody grabbing a basketball in real time, sitting front row courtside. I don't have the funds nor the gall to make a bet like that just because I walked into the arena. I said, you know what? I'm feeling it today. I'm feeling the energy. I'm putting this last-minute bet down, and I'm going to win $350,000. So good for Dave, I guess.
I mean, you know what you could do, though, Alec?
Ooh.
You could start small with an underdog account, and then with each play, work your way to get to that $25,000.
Use the promo code Masterpiece for cash matching bonus.
I tried yesterday, Kevin,
It didn't
and
go well.
no, I will read. I did NBA second half bets, thinking that it was going to be an actually competitive second half.
Oh,
and
yeah.
OKC ended up pulling all of their good players, so I did not get a single player on my 6-man slip to cash.
Sorry about that.
It hurts.
There's always next time.
That's right.
Yeah.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, it's time for Gridiron Gravy. Why give your quarterback all of the money when you can only give him most of the money?
Okay.
Next on The Fan.
Uber Eats has low fee products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens? No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
You just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
This segment is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. Back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. They've got more new Chevys than anyone, all priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Based on new Chevy registrations 2023 and 2024.
First down and goal. Play action. Purdy looking end zone. Lets it rip, and he's got a touchdown to Brandon Ayuk.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Right now, what say we go around the entire NFL and dip into some gridiron gravy?
Dip it and rip it.
Now, I'm going to start with the Colts, who, never forget, deleted their scheduled release video out of cowardice. They have also sent a letter to season ticket holders cautioning against reselling most or all of the tickets. Remember, I think we talked about this with the Packers. They went ahead and took away a whole bunch of season ticket holders' tickets, and they were like, hey, you're not going to be eligible to renew because you were doing this. And so one Colts fan got a letter that says, our records show that you listed or resold most of your tickets for the 2024 season. And while no action will be taken today, if you are shown to be reselling most of your tickets again this season, you will unfortunately not be able to renew.
Oh, wow.
What do you guys think about that as a concept of, seems kind of anti-capitalistic, but at the same time,
absolutely.
The government's already given a thumbs up to the NFL's monopoly protection, so what are we going to do about it?
I don't like it. Because I paid for it. I purchased it. Therefore, I should be able to do whatever I want with it.
As long as it didn't harm anybody else.
Yeah, absolutely. So that doesn't seem fair to keep tracking that and then try and force something like that upon me. I don't think this has ever happened with Jerry. Jerry's like, the ticket's sold.
Yeah.
What do I like? He said that many times. Look, we have lots of NFL fans that
true.
travel, and sometimes they want to be in our stadium too. Our stadium's a destination. Only 7% of people have ever been in a stadium.
Oh my God, I've heard that so many times.
No, you haven't. And
so many times.
And so, like, that was I don't like that at all. Sorry, Colts.
If you were like a diehard Colts fan, though, would you fall in line, or were you like, I'd rather watch it on TV and I've just been using this to make money?
Probably that.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, like, this is a way of paying for my season tickets is by selling some of them.
Yeah.
You know, this is people do this with all over the place. My friend has Stars tickets. He has his Western Conference Finals paid for from the first 2 rounds.
I could see that.
And so he's like,
Yeah.
I'm good. If we get to the Cup, you know, he's like, I'll pay for the Cup. But you know, most of this season I was able to sell some, and like it's part of the game. And it, like you said about a capitalistic society, it seems like that would be encouraged.
Yes. Now, let's go to the San Francisco 49ers and Brock Purdy. This was my take of why give your quarterback all of the money when you can give him most of the money. He agreed to a 5-year, $265 million extension, so that's $53 million per year.
Not
and it
61?
includes correct. And that deal includes $181 million in total guarantees. So I'm just saying, the narrative that the next quarterback always gets paid more money, that has really been taken to the woodshed over the last couple of years.
Yeah.
Or especially the last year, I guess, with Josh Allen and this, and like that has proven to not necessarily be the case anymore.
The Cowboys were
Except
just
for us.
going along with the market, right?
See, I disagree with that.
They were just advancing. That was what they told us.
Yes.
The market is what it is, and we're just going along with what it is. It's the next one up.
And then you find out other teams.
Multiple. Josh Allen was like, that's not necessarily the case.
Yep.
And all this has been going on. It's really... It stinks as a Cowboys fan whenever you kind of felt like Dak wasn't the quarterback to deserve that either.
It does.
And the Cowboys just were like, well, they got stuck in a bad situation, though. They needed to either rip the Band-Aid off right then, or they needed to go ahead and sign it and deal with the contract and move on with it. And they decided to not rip the Band-Aid off because they couldn't. They didn't want to waste a season trying to find a new quarterback. That being said, I believe he also has a no-trade clause, a full no-trade clause in his.
Oh, well, good.
And Kevin, I think that is starting to become a norm.
Yeah.
In the NFL right now,
because it's an
there's about nine or 10 of them.
Because there's an extra bit of leverage.
Yep.
Like you consider, like just look at it on the front side. Okay, so if you look at the front side, the team might be like, hey, if we can give this up, it's not going to cost us any extra money.
Yep.
Now, but a player, when they're looking at their leverage, that can absolutely make them significantly more money or get more of their money guaranteed if they do end up getting traded down the road. So I think that's a smart move. I really do. Now, Corey, we're going to need to talk positively about the Eagles real quick.
All right.
I'm sorry, but I think you're going to hear this story and you're going to be like, that's some damn fine work. So over the weekend, Jeffrey Lurie and the Eagles Autism Foundation, they raised more than $10 million during the Eagles Autism Challenge, their annual cycling and 5K run and walk. They had more than 7,000 participants.
Dang.
Since 2018. So again, like 7 years, not that long, they have raised $40 million for autism research and care programs.
Do you think some of that is because of the Super Bowl win?
Yes, I do.
Yeah?
100%.
When you win, we saw what happened with the Rangers.
Yes.
Rangers stuff went for like astronomical prices.
Because people were like, I can help out charity, and it's my favorite team.
Yeah. And it's something that means something to me.
Yeah.
No, that's absolutely, man. Congratulations to Eagles fans.
Look, it is a cool deal. I know we still don't have to like them, but it is a cool deal. Now, I don't know if you've heard this story already. I didn't want to play the audio because it goes on forever. Bill Belichick wanted to help foster the relationship of Antonio Brown and Tom Brady. And part of the reason, or part of the way he was going to do that, was through super expensive milk. So Antonio bought this special milk for Tom Brady that cost $5,000. All right. It got mixed up. Yeah.
What kind of cow is this? Is this from the cow people?
I don't think it's from the cow people, if you missed that a couple segments ago. So, long story short, it got mixed up and ended up in the mailroom for too long, and the milk went bad.
Oh, no.
All right. And so,
Bill pay $5,000 for milk.
You know what? That's a fair point. That is a very fair point. So, Bill Belichick
never go back home.
Said he went out there and he got $5,000 worth of this special milk to give it to Tom Brady from Antonio, because he was like, you got to do the right thing. And it seemed like Antonio Brown and Tom Brady were building a good relationship. Wonder how that turned out. And he didn't want it to be ruined over spoiled milk.
I'll take a little sip.
Was that Peyton?
Yeah.
I was like, that's not Alex's voice.
That really did feel like he said that right
And
then.
what was crazy too is that Kevin nailed that joke with the spoiled milk line, but that was Belichick that nailed that joke too.
That's right.
It's pretty impressive, Bill Belichick.
What's the most you've ever spent on milk? Like $10?
Okay. What, that milk that Mike bought in Arizona? Remember when he bought that milk and he was just so excited about the chocolate milk that he got in the glass bottle?
Yeah.
And he was like, not as good as I expected it to be. I mean, it tastes like milk. And I was like, yes, it tastes like milk, because that's what milk tastes like.
Exactly.
Alec, you worked with the 4A club for a while. Is milk
Is it not 4-H?
4-H club. Is milk, like, did you ever do any milk competition tastings?
Competition tastings?
I'm sorry. I don't know why.
Did you just go, Josh Green? You were up in the lane, you had the ball, and you're like, I don't know what I'm supposed to do.
Did you do something with 4-H? Am I wrong about this?
I have no idea what you're talking about.
Did you take a tour of an egg facility once?
What? I worked in a...
Have you ever even met Alec before? What the hell is happening?
I mean, I used to stock milk, like...
I think you look really good, Milk.
I got put milk on shelves. I worked in a dairy freezer.
Milk.
Is that a new carton? All right, too far. Too far.
Ugly
milk. Mom always said it would be like this, Milk.
Yeah. And if she doesn't laugh at your jokes, you can ask her if she's lactose intolerant.
Lactose and stuff?
Damn it!
That was the joke.
Good job, Corey.
I had it for the first time ever. Whatever. All right, let's move on to Netflix.
All right.
Netflix is looking to expand their portfolio
by adding Sesame Street.
Is that right?
I just saw an announcement from Elmo and Sesame Street. On Twitter, at Sesame Street and at Elmo said, "Hi, friends. Elmo is Elmo, and Elmo is excited to welcome you to Sesame Street, and N is for Netflix."
Elmo wants football next for Netflix. All right. You're welcome. So, Netflix is kind of looking, it seems like, to see if the NFL will create a specialty package for them. Obviously, they've already got Christmas Day on lockdown, and it was on CNBC. They had a conversation with the Netflix CEO, and he talked about how they would like to potentially work out a thing where maybe they can get 15 games. And
wow.
So it wouldn't necessarily be like the full season package, especially since I believe now they have 3 games on Christmas, but they're looking to do a little something else. And if the NFL's like, we can create another new revenue stream, great, let's go do that.
Yeah, so they get their money all from subscriptions, correct?
I think now they do advertising as well, right? Don't they have the lower tier?
I believe. Maybe I don't have it.
I believe there is now a lower tier of Netflix that includes advertising.
But before it was all subscriptions and CD based or DVD based or whatever it was.
Yes.
And obviously a money laundering scheme. But they saw this as the, hey, we'll get 500,000 more subscriptions. Like,
oh, I'm sure they've run
so
that.
worth it for us.
And then you wonder about, like, will you be able to convert at least what percentage of those subscriptions to full-time subscriptions? And
exactly.
I have no doubt.
And for 15 weeks, that's plenty of time to keep people around.
Absolutely. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, park around and find out inside the rise of Thomas Harley. Next right here on The Fan.
Thanks for Toloing through your midday with the KNC Masterpiece.
New revolutionary idea.
D&M Leasing Studios. It's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan, where Corey is still trying to convince Alec that he was in 4-H. And not going super
we
well.
We had a conversation a while back about eggs lasting longer than usual.
Mm-hmm.
And for some reason, I thought that Alec, he agreed with me and I don't know why. And I just assumed, I think I just put in my mind the Napoleon Dynamite scene that he was with 4-H and tasted milks.
I worked in a dairy freezer, man. That's the closest thing I can give you.
Man.
Sorry, man.
Yeah.
I'm going to go back there.
I need to really dive into your origin story.
Oh, it's not the greatest story. Sit down, crack one open. You're going to need it.
Oh, okay. Well, we might get to that later or off air. In the meantime, go ahead and give me cut number 6 because I want to hear it again and again and again.
22 seconds left on the power play. Marchman tosses it off the chest of Hellebuyck. Played to the corner by Pionk. Circling that second to Harley. Series over!
Now, I don't want to make it sound like this segment is only because he scored the series clinching goal against Winnipeg to move on to the Western Conference Finals for the 3rd straight year. The build of Thomas Harley has been going for some time. He now has 4 goals and 7 assists in 13 playoff games. So I get that that's what we're all focused on at the moment. But the build for this, at the very latest, goes back to the job that he's been doing since the end of January, filling in for Miro, right?
Oh, yeah, definitely. We were very concerned because Miro plays so many minutes for one. Yep. He's so effective. And last year, I do believe they kind of wore down defensively. I think they only had 5, and they really did wear down. And you were thinking, oh man, this could be the same kind of thing. They could wear down this year too if Miro doesn't come back. But all along, Thomas Harley continued to grow. The line that Otter said after the game was something along the lines of when he abandoned us and to go play for Team Canada. And that's when he really started to grow.
Right.
And I liked, it was a funny shot and everything, but the people have been texting in through the last couple weeks, furious with some of the mishandles at the point, furious about a couple of other things.
That's
here
fair.
And there. And then he does this, and he saves you. But his work on the penalty kill, his work on the power play has been so effective that I don't think the Stars knew they had that he had this capability. They were just like, we have to do it. We have no other choice. And then he grew into it so quickly. And now you have a place, Kevin, where, and I was just about to say this from the 682, Miro and Thomas are 1A, 1B. You have a 1A, 1B with your defenseman. People would love to have the situation the Stars have here.
And on the power play.
Yeah.
That's something I don't want to undersell either. Now, let's just look at the scoring. And we can break down different aspects of this. But for the scoring, before Heiskanen's injury, Harley had 23 points in 48 games. Okay. All right, so about half a point, give or take. Since then, in the last 30 games of the regular season, 27 points in 30 games.
Wow.
So we're just talking about a basic jump of about 0.5 points per game to 0.9 points per game. So didn't quite double it up, but you're almost to a point a game. And he does so many other things as well. But when you can see the offensive defenseman, I know the Stars love that over the years.
Oh, yeah, for sure. And Makar is that, right?
Yes.
So and when you watch Miro bring it up the ice the way he did a couple of different times, you're like, dude, he is fast. On top of his stick handling is amazing. So like that's fun to see. But with Harley's growth in this, it's become so universal with one of those guys. I can just go to either one of them and I have an effective play here. He shoots hard from the top. He can also be down in there in the mix of it because he's a big guy, shoving guys out of the way, clearing space, creating space. Dude, go back and watch that pass from Sagan now. Like
that pass was tremendous.
And the shot itself is amazing because you had clear interference by his own defensive player. Like he's in the way. He masked Hellebuyck. And Harley has this shot, and he could go one way with it, but he went back across the grain with it over the other shoulder because he saw everybody floating one way, and he was like, it's going to be open here. But that pass from Seguin was spectacular, and the fact that Harley was able to put it home, that was, Kevin, it feels almost drawn up. It feels like they knew they wanted to kind of get that kind of shot out of it because that was their best way of getting this one done.
And I don't mean to undersell Harley on this, but did it look like that pass was so fast and so on point from Seguin that Harley kind of hesitated for half a second? He's like, oh crap, I've got the shot.
Yeah.
Like, I'm sure that's what he was setting up for, but I watched that playback again and again, and it looked like there was this little hitch where he was like, oh my God, how did he, like, that was an amazing Seguin pass.
And watch also, like, I don't know how much you watched the last part. Seguin slams his stick down like, hey, it's time. Like, get the shot off now. It's going in. He knew it was going in. I really enjoyed that part of it.
So let's go to, you mentioned Ottinger. I wanted to go to another Ottinger quote. It's hard to replace a guy like Miro, but Tom has done everything. It's weird to hear him called Tom. He's been a workhorse. I think everyone in the locker room knew how good he was, but now he finally got to show it. Mm-hmm. He showed everyone how good he was with the best players in the world. Not surprising to the guys in here. So obviously, glowing review from one of his teammates. Let's go to the coach. And this is what I think a lot of people have been thinking, or some people have been sending it in. If there's an MVP of the second half of the season with what happened in Miro, I think it would have to be him, talking about Thomas Harley. He went to a different level.
Yep.
We put so much on, and you know what? I'm going to go back to you in just 1 second because you said yep, and I'm with you on that. But this is what makes it more impressive. We piled so much on his shoulders, from running the power play to playing against other teams' best players to transitioning the puck. The kid just keeps delivering every night.
And never got fazed by it. You know, like
so true.
Think about this for a second. You have your job that you're doing, and then all of a sudden, the person who's better at their job, they're the best at it, they're not there anymore. Now you have to take it on. You can make excuses and say, well, I'm not used to doing these things or this and that. And he was like, no, this is my opportunity. This is my chance to really help the team out. Those guys have a complete faith and belief in him that he's going to be able to do that. Again, there are other moments where you're like frustrated.
You saw him in that very same series.
It happens all the time. It will happen again against Edmonton, and there are going to be a couple moments. And then you also get the dirty work that needs to be done. It's important for what he does. And that taking it to the next level, when you are what you are, but you're capable of the next, you know it. And you do the work involved. And I think that's the other part of it, is the team sees the work that's involved and the work that he puts into it. Also, dude, his vertical had to have been like a 70. It was insane to see him jump on skates like that.
How difficult must it be to jump off your skates like that?
The landing part's the part that concerns me the most, for sure.
So Thomas Harley, 3 game winners this year, including 2 overtime goals. If you want to go back to the last 3 seasons, including the regular season and the playoffs, he has 6 overtime winners. That is more than any defenseman in the league.
Yeah, it's pretty cool.
That is really cool.
And sometimes people do get the line we keep seeing is he thinks he's a forward. He thinks he's a winger. He thinks he's an offensive player sometimes. The Stars allow that.
They have a long history of allowing that too. Hello, Klingberg.
Yeah, when we run up against Edmonton, you're going to see Klingberg is one of those kind of guys. They allow it. They actually, because just like when Miro was skating up the ice, this is now a 4-on-5 breakout.
Yeah.
Or you got 4 offensive guys flying up the ice because your defenseman can handle it so well, and then you got your other 3 forwards that are just like, okay, we're just waiting for this offense to really collect.
Now here is perhaps the most exciting part about what the evolution of Thomas Harley brings to this team. You just mentioned it a minute ago. You're about to take on Edmonton. In Edmonton, you have Connor McDavid, who is the best hockey player on the face of planet Earth.
Yes.
And Leon Draisaitl,
and
who
I guarantee you, we will not get any few more of those superfluous things said about them.
You're going to hear it 60 million times. There's a better tandem in the league. I don't know what it is.
Yep.
It's going to happen.
Yep.
And you're just going to need to deal with it.
It's going to happen.
There's a decent shot if you make it to the Stanley Cup final, you'll be the A side of that story.
Does the hockey world not like the Stars?
I just don't.
Or is it just all the Canadian teams they're more in love with?
I don't think it's just because the Stars, to make this clear, on a national level, they haven't mattered as much. Because, like, if you look back, so let's just look back at the last round, okay? So obviously the Maple Leafs are the biggest brand name in all of hockey. So obviously they're going to be a big deal. With both Winnipeg and Edmonton, you have the Canadian factor going to see if they can break their cup streak. And then for the Oilers have the defined best player in hockey, and he hasn't won a cup.
Yeah.
And so that's the thing. Like, Jamie Benn is awesome. We would love to get Jamie Benn a cup.
The country doesn't love Jamie Benn.
But, like, he's never been viewed, or maybe there's a small window, but for the most part, he's not consistently been viewed as the best player on the planet.
Yeah.
So Connor McDavid getting the title, that would be like going back to Ovi or Sid or any of those people like that are just like the household name in hockey.
From the 817, wonder how many teams have gotten shut out twice in a series and 1 in 6.
You know what's really funny? I do not believe the Stars have outscored a series opponent yet.
Really?
I think they've
been able to sneak away with these at the end.
They lost to Winnipeg, and I think they got outscored, or at least were even up maybe with Colorado. But yeah, they haven't outscored.
The bad games are bad.
Yeah, exactly. But the great thing about that is you saw that really two standout performances from Hellebuck in 2 and 5. And that's great. And he was good in 6. But then you can look at Ottinger and you're like, hey, that's great. You take your 2 of 5. I'll take
6.
1, 3, 4, 6.
Yeah. The other thing though, Kevin, is those 2 and 5 games, that team, the Stars did not look like the Stars. The opening period of Game 6, was that not the most intense opening period you've seen in quite? I guess going back to the Colorado series, there was another one. But dude, the Stars were flying at the net. They were like, we're attacking, attack. And I got to give the Winter Pigs some credit for they withstood it. Like, they withstood that attack over and over and over. That was a line, Kevin, that I didn't get to about Harley and this whole group that DeBoer said. And I don't think we've discussed this. He said a less mature team probably wouldn't have been able to withstand that Game 6 the way that this team did. And that is because they just kept fighting, kept sticking to it, kept battling for it, believing that there was something good going to happen. And ultimately, they did get the penalty that put them, the one penalty of the game that put them in position because they kept fighting for it. And then whenever it was time, they didn't go into it going, oh man, I need to rest, or this and that. Oh, we're in overtime. They went into it and they said, here's our plan. And they all went in that locker room with a purpose.
So this text is really intriguing to me. Stars are top 3 in wins since 2000, aren't they? And I have to go fact check that, but let's go off of that assumption. How do they not matter nationally given the amount of consistent winning they do? Because they don't win all of the way, right? The Stars are the Chargers. So in terms of why they get the level of attention they do, because do the Stars, before Mikko started just taking over the playoffs, did they have the best player in the league or one of the best players in the league? No. They had a really good team, whole bunch of really good players that are in that next tier. Well, who does that sound a whole lot like? Phillip Rivers, man, he's in that next tier. He's really good, and the Chargers would win a whole lot. And sure, there were times for LaDainian Tomlinson, but I feel like usually he got the backseat to some other running back. And so they won a lot, but they didn't go all of the way and win. Like if the Dallas Stars had, I know they made it to the Stanley Cup final in the 2020 season, but what do we keep talking about? 3 straight Western Conference finals. They lost the first 2. If they had made it to the Stanley Cup final both of those times, I think this would be a bigger deal because it'd be like third time's a charm.
Yeah.
Can the Stars finally lift the cup this time?
That's going to be the thing with Edmonton.
Yeah.
Like they're definitely going to be telling that story of, and listen, Edmonton is going to be hungry.
Edmonton went to Game 7 of the Cup final last year.
They believe they belong in the final again this year because, hey, we got better this offseason. We're a better team. We're a deeper team.
Yeah.
And we still have the best player, and we believe we belong there. And DeBoer knows that too. He said that.
And that's why I think you're third in the hierarchy of national attention for this Final Four, because you might get Oilers-Panthers rematch. Best player in the world trying to get his cup against the defending champions. But If you got like Stars Hurricanes, obviously you have the built-in. That's the actual team we took Rantanen from. Like, I realized he was there for a cup of coffee, but that's the actual team. And I think the Stars would be the A side of that matchup. Then again, I thought the Rangers were the A side of the World Series against the Diamondbacks, and John Smoltz said the hell they are.
Yeah, he hated us.
We're the KNC Masterpiece. You know what? I'm sorry, just one more quick thing, and I know I'm not supposed to do this. I was going to say, I think one of the biggest things going into this series is this is going to be the healthiest the Stars have been since the first month of the season. Like,
some rest.
Yes. And you're going to have a 12 forward, 6 defenseman lineman that gets that extra time off, and let's go. Like, I know Edmonton is badass, but like, let's go.
Yeah.
Let's see what happens. Coming up next, we'll move into the Expressway. How the Rangers went from a no-hitter to heartbreak in the span of an hour. Plus, from the mind of Corey, which athlete do you really hate, or would you maybe most want to punch in the face? Next on The Fan.
Uber Eats has low fee products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut, but that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay.
Swung on and a high drive well hit to left. Langford racing back to the corner. He's at the wall. He leaps, and it's gone. A 3-run homer, and the Astros take the lead. Isaac Paredes has turned the game around, and it's 4-3 Houston.
Way too many people cheering in that highlight. The Rangers lose 4-3. They end up splitting the series with the Astros, which is particularly frustrating because you absolutely had the opportunity to win all 4 of those games.
Yeah, you do. Absolutely, you do.
And we did not.
Why not, Kevin?
Well, the bullpen should take a heavy chunk of the blame on this, specifically yesterday's game. So yesterday, in the span of about an hour, you went from a no-hitter to disaster. So I'm going to go ahead and give me cut number 1. And this is the second batter of the second inning, which means Jack Leiter gets this one, and he would now be 7 outs away from a no-hitter.
The 1-1 hit sharply up the middle, but Simeon is there behind second. He picks it up, fires to Berger. We've got 2 men out here in the 7th inning.
And that was at a point when it was 3-0. You're feeling good. I don't actually know if Leiter would have finished the game. Probably not.
No, probably not.
Yeah, but still, you were putting together something incredible.
You want to give them, when it's a no-hitter, as many you want to give them every chance.
Sure.
Then whenever a couple things happen, then you're like, okay, we've reached our limit. That's how it usually is.
Yeah, and he had a lower pitch count even going into the 8th. Now, we'll talk about what happened in the 8th in just a second, but that would be the last batter that Leiter would get out with the no-hitter intact, because go ahead and give me cut number 2. They put a home run on the board.
Ready with the 3-2, and here it is. Swinging a high fly ball deep out into right center field. Haggerty going back. He's looking up, and it's gone. Yainer Diaz spoils the no-hitter and the shutout with one swing of the stick.
Now, even then, it's still 3-1. All right? Feeling good, feeling confident, feeling okay. I liked the nod of confidence for Boch to put Jack Leiter back out there in the 8th inning.
Okay.
Now, he gets a couple of, I don't know if this is the exact description, but soft hit. Some would say dink farts. I believe that's what Mike would say about some of those hits. And I know people are also up in arms about perhaps a squeezing of the strike zone that led to that.
Yeah.
Are you up in arms about that?
Just seeing what I saw, the umpire did not, those calls weren't great.
Yeah.
Those calls were poor, and that was rude.
And what is it particularly, was it particularly the second batter? And you're like, hey, we could have had a strikeout right there. Then 1 on, 1 out. I think he would have gotten the opportunity to continue to pitch. And if he would have given up a home run, then that would have only tied the game. Instead, what happened? Chris Martin goes out there for 1 pitch, and he's hurt.
Oh, man. What are we going to do about that? Do we have an update yet on that?
Yeah.
Is it bad?
I think there's a chance it could be bad.
Okay. All right. Well, I mean, and we were already kind of like fingers crossed on bullpen anyway with the Luke Jackson.
Yes.
Bochy was like, hey, look, it could happen. Not the same as Corey Seager.
Yes.
He was like, look, it could be 5 days. It could be 2.
Right.
His swelling could go down. He could be right back out there. So I don't know.
I'm afraid it could be bad. And then you go to Robert Garcia, and he goes out there.
Who's been money, dude? I mean, both of them have been money, though.
It's tough with being a bullpen pitcher. We talk about this all the time. It's like the life of a kicker, the same as the life of a bullpen pitcher, is like you can be doing great, and he has been doing great, but he gets the focus a lot of times right now because and it's not his fault, but you go back to the first game of the Houston series, another bullpen catastrophe, and you're like, well, we could have won that game. And so now I saw some people immediately were like, you need to get rid of Garcia. And I'm like,
Dude, he's been really good for
you should take a look at what he's been doing for most of the year because it's actually been very, very good. But there's no question this loss hurt.
Well, this one in the 7th inning on Friday.
Yep.
Like those two games right there where you hand that over to them and you kind of expect, all right, let's shut this thing down and let's move on with everything here. You expect those to when you go to your bullpen.
Oh, you're right. Second game of the series.
Yeah.
Yes.
When Eovaldi wasn't phenomenal. All right. He was Eovaldi. You got exactly what you expected out of him. You expect that you're going to be able to hand it over to the bullpen and them shut it down. And against Houston, it kind of amplifies it with with a 4-game series. And especially, Kevin, you said going into the next 2 series, if you could win 3 of the next 7 games, you're feeling pretty good. And here you are, you got 2 of them. You had a chance to have at least 4.
Yep.
No, I mean at least 3.
Yeah.
But a 4th one to add on top of it, and bullpen gave it up. And now you got to go to the Yankees, and you have questions about your bullpen and trust. But there's no doubt Boch is going to keep going back to those guys. He'll just keep going back to them because those are his guys right now.
And I think this is where the scheduling and the loss part of it is particularly agitating, because let's just say you take one of those games. All right. So whether it was yesterday, whether it was Friday, let's just say you take one of those games. Then what would you be looking at as the Rangers? You would have won 3 straight series, and you would have had an 8-2 record in that run. Now, look, that way it makes it easier to not have to worry about how terrible Colorado is.
Yeah.
Because on the other side, you could be like, hey, you beat a streaking Detroit Tigers team and a solid Astros team going into that series against the Yankees. And so now, you didn't lose that series, but
you didn't really gain any ground in the standings and
exactly
the confidence. You were less concerned about the standings, more concerned about the confidence.
Exactly.
And this is just a whole nother set of problems.
Because you could have said, or hopefully you would have said coming out of that series, all right, so we've gotten dusted up a lot in the month of April, but we've come out post-Boston, won the series against Detroit, swept Colorado, took 3 of 4 against Houston, which you got to think, whether it's now or later, will probably be a factor in the AL West standings. And now you'd feel like you have a great deal of momentum going into the Yankees series, and you hope that they're on an adrenaline dump coming off of that Mets series.
And you kind of felt like your offense got in, started producing just a little, at least 3 runs. That's nicer. I know the 1-0 win on Thursday, you're like, okay.
Yeah.
But then, you add 3 runs here, 3 runs there, and you're feeling pretty good about yourself. You're starting to feel like maybe the Boone thing was the actual right move.
So I have positive injury recovery news, and then I'll get to the negative one again.
Crud.
Look, there's more. So Kumar Rocker threw 2 innings during a live bullpen session before yesterday's game. If Rocker responds well physically, which hopefully we'll hear more about that today, Boch said that Rocker would be cleared to start his rehab assignment.
All right.
So that's a step in the right direction.
That's nice. I like that. This is positive.
I already told you my concerns about Chris Martin, so let's talk about Evan Carter.
Well, hold on. Before we do that, Kevin.
Because that's not going to be good.
Yeah. What are your thoughts on Jock Peterson over the last few games? Are you feeling any more confident about him stepping up to the plate and the long ball's back in his arsenal?
And this is one of the things where you have to be careful not getting caught up with season-long stats, right?
Yeah, he's getting on base.
Yeah, if you look at his season-long stats, he's just still an atrocious player.
But he wasn't
worst.
getting walked at all before, and now he's starting to find a little bit of a groove.
Absolutely.
But yes, you're right. Those season numbers don't look great still.
5 of the last 6 games, he has walks. And they had 2 walks yesterday, or going back to Saturday, I'm sorry. And so that's 6 walks in 6 games. His OPS for the month so far is 712. All right. If you're thinking, neat, 712. Keep in mind, that brought his OPS for the season up to 503.
See?
So it has just been god-awful.
And then from the 4-6-9, so we split a 4-game series with really good chances to win 2 of those losses. And we're at glass half empty today?
Yes, because you just said it.
Wanted 4
You
wins.
had a chance to win 2 of those games. All right.
4 wins.
And by the way, I don't think that's glass half empty.
Brad Sam would disagree with you.
Yeah, I could see that. So what I said was you had a chance to win 3 straight series and be 8-2 in that span. Instead, you're 2-0-1 with a 7-3 record. Like, I don't think that is glass half empty. I see where it went wrong in my brain. Yeah, I don't think it's that way at all. It's being realistic because you have high expectations for this team. And the high expectations for this team were, look, maybe you're not going to sweep a 4-game series. That is a lot to ask. But you were in position to take 3 of 4. I don't see how that's being negative at all.
Yeah, I understand, Kevin, how it can seem pessimistic, as Mike would say, but this is you still have 117 games left or something like that.
Yeah.
So we're hoping that we can continue to add to this. All right, Kevin, hit me with the bad news.
All right. Here's good make-believe news. Hopefully CY will be on the G-Bag today. That is going to happen. And he'll say that they're bringing up Ozuna and signing David Robertson.
Dude,
I have nothing to base that on, but I would also love that.
By the way, AA.'s Abel Ortiz just got Player of the Week. I want to let you know I got a couple autograph cards. By
Yes,
Thank you.
Absolutely. Evan Carter. Bruce Bochy says that Evan Carter's injury is worse than they initially thought.
Crap.
He has a grade 2 quad strain and could miss multiple weeks. I'm going to go ahead and change that and will miss multiple weeks just because that's how it is. And this is not a back injury, which I get. Some people think is encouraging. And I understand that line of logic. But what do you hear all of the time? When Alec, I'm sure you know this, when you're trying to rehab another area of your body or compensate another area of your body, there are other spots on your body that can take the toll for that, can they not?
Yeah, it's something that you don't even intentionally do. It's just second nature to try to help yourself out in any way that you can. And that might be a byproduct as you end up hurting something else because you put too much pressure on it.
And that is, it's really disappointing for a variety of reasons. You feel bad for Evan Carter, the person, because I'm sure he's not like, yeah, I got injured. But when we talked with Boch last Wednesday, one of the things that he said that surprised me was he goes, hey, we're not really looking to go like super platoon on this. Evan Carter is going to get the majority of the opportunities.
And Kevin, it felt like the Tavares move was because they were confident that Evan Carter was going to be their center fielder.
Yes, absolutely. And so look, what happened to Evan Carter? He hit adversity in spring training, partially physically, but also on the field. They sent him to the minor leagues and they're like, you got to pick it up. He got to the point where he picked it up, brought it up to the majors. You saw some semblance of an impact, whether it was on the field or to the Rangers making that move. And here we go.
His
and
patience
now,
at the plate was becoming. It was everybody else was feeling it too.
And the reward for him and the reward for the Rangers is he's hurt again and is going to miss multiple weeks. And that is the issue that you're going to run into with Evan Carter going forward. Next year, you have to have a plan B. Probably the year after that, you have to have a plan B. Because as soon as he got up here and he was ready to go, unfortunately, he got hurt again. I'm not saying it's his fault, but obviously now you're to the point where whether it's his back or whether it's this or whether it's whatever, he is an injury-prone player.
Yeah, and that's the other thing, too, his body type. I don't know what he needs to add, what he can add to it. He lost a bunch of weight while he was in that World Series run. His body, he just wasn't used to that stretch, that kind of thing. He looks like he needs to put on some weight. For his body to be able to hold up. But here we are. He has one of those unique thin body types, very wiry in general, and I don't know if he can add anything to it. And that's going to be an offseason that he would need to do something like that.
Yeah.
He's not going to be able to do it in season.
From the 2-4, I have to admit, we had done a deep dive on this maybe 2 years ago, and we'll have to reevaluate. Do you think it's strength and conditioning? We seem to get hurt a bunch this season. And I know there's some of those soft tissue injuries. We'd have to go back to the drawing board and re-research that. But I know a couple years ago we had a discussion about this. Unfortunately for Evan Carter, he feels like an outlier in whatever issues you run into just because, hey, he's got talent to spare, but his body, it appears as though maybe isn't totally built for this.
Just that catch he made in center field.
Yes, yes.
Flash leather, and from Jeff and Edgewood. Plan B should be Wyatt in center field and bring up Ozuna.
Look, I am all about that. I feel like I helped champion the crusade of Alejandro Ozuna up to the point that I actually called him the wrong last name when we were talking with Bochy a couple weeks ago. But it makes sense. And Boch said they have had discussions internally and with Wyatt about center field. And so I would be epically fascinated by bringing Ozuna up here. And he's shown that, I know he did a lot of it in right field in spring training, but he's shown that defensively he can make some plays as well.
Yeah.
And so if it's Ozuna in left then and Wyatt in center, or I don't think they would go Ozuna in center, but I mean, look,
I don't think so either.
But I'm intrigued by that concept. I would love for Alejandro to get a shot. He seems like a breath of fresh air on and off the field.
And Carter isn't any more injury prone than Young, right? Can't Pilar be the backup plan? On the Young part, Carter's injury prone is, for me, like soft tissue, back.
Yeah.
This is things that aren't contact. Young I'll call him injury prone by accident. Like it's not his fault, but it's by accident.
Yeah.
And it stinks, but here we are.
Now, I understand what you're saying.
He also, you know what? He did have some neck problems and other things. The calf injury, those are non-contact.
And that's the other thing is sometimes people dispute. Look, I had a conversation with Chris Arnold about this once.
I've never seen Chris Arnold want to punch somebody in my life.
Which is interesting because he's the nicest person.
I know.
But I don't think it matters why you miss time. If you consistently miss time because of injuries, whether they're like theoretically your body's fault or not, then you become injury prone. And I think you can put Josh Young in the category of injury prone as well, even if they're different kinds of injuries. What I care about is availability. You know, and I'm sure the Rangers, they wouldn't be as cold and heartless with the way they said that in public, but they also care about availability. They're like, hey, you're the best dude in the world, probably the best dad, best neighbor, all that. Great. Can you play on the field for me or not?
Yeah, that's, can you be out there?
Yeah, exactly. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Now, all of this is kind of tied into the PGA Championship. So we're going to talk a little golf, and then in a roundabout way, we're going to go to who has the most punchable face in sports.
Okay.
Now, that could be a couple of different things. Is it because you want to punch them, or is it because they just have that face that makes you want to punch them? Like, definitely, I have this look, and it was the time I thought Corey might punch me, where I have this kind of smile that makes you really want to punch me in the face.
It's not a smile, it's a smirk. He thinks it's a smile. Obviously, he would think that.
And it makes people want to punch me in the face. Luckily, that hasn't happened in a really long time. But Scotty Scheffler, I do not believe is one of those people.
I don't think if I punched you in the face, I could continue to work with you.
I mean,
I just want to.
There's precedent on this station for that to happen.
I don't think I could. I don't think I could.
Okay. Yeah, that's fair. I can see how I might feel the same way.
I would be like, nope, I've done it. I've crossed the line. I punched him in the face, and now I'm done with him.
So Scotty Scheffler wins the PGA Championship. He won it in dominant fashion.
Good job, man.
He now has $81.9 million career earnings.
He is so good.
That is fourth behind Tiger, Rory, and Phil.
What's interesting is, would it be behind Jack if the money was as big as it is now?
If we adjusted for inflation, maybe. But look, I say this all the time. I don't care a lot about golf. I think every single golfer that shows up and wins a tournament or doesn't even win a tournament but gets lots of money should text Tiger Woods and say thank you.
Yeah.
Because you saw an explosion in golf purses when he came along. Because he made
How much did Nike have invested in golf before he showed up?
Just swing. Who cares? Yeah, but then
they were like, let's make these commercials about Tiger.
Exactly. And so, I think from a monetary standpoint, a lot of golfers owe a lot of thanks and probably some money to Tiger Woods for making this takeoff. So that's part one of this thing is Scotty Scheffler. Good job. Local guy. We were all rooting for him. Took over in the last round, wins the PGA Championship, has lots and lots of more money. Now, there's another golfer in the mix who it feels like he is not as universally beloved. Is that fair to say?
Uh-huh.
It's Brooks Koepka. And in the midst of this tournament, it felt very Happy Gilmore-esque, where, and you'd think he would be used to the people giving him crap about the LIV tournament by now, but
for sure.
Apparently not. So somebody's running their mouth about, you took all this blood money and blah, 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 blah. And he looked over at the heckler and said, you want to come down here and say that? Which, again, feels like the giant guy with a nail in his head from Happy Gilmore, who's like, let's do it. And so I believe that has led you down the path of Brooks Koepka has a punchable face.
Does have a punchable face.
Okay, what?
And the first time I ever heard punchable face comment was our friend Reginald Atatula, who now resides in Houston and is forced to talk about the Astros, I believe.
Oh, yeah. But he's yucking it up today. Doesn't think the umpire jobbed us.
He's probably, yeah. But he said that Miles Teller had the most punchable face. And I was like, first off, who's Miles Teller? Because at the time I didn't know at the time. And then I went and looked at it. I was like, oh, yeah, that's definitely a punchable face. But Brooks Koepka comes across as one of those, like, very cocky, arrogant kind of guys. And when things weren't going well for him, dude, I watched that full swing. He looked bad. Like, I don't have my swagger at all, and he looked bad. And now he seems to have, with the LIV money, he's kind of back in his groove. And we know people that work with him. Maybe he's the nicest guy, but he just seems to hate everybody else so much.
Okay.
Like and I know DeChambeau's easy to hate because he's kind of goofy and different and everything. But Koepka just seems to hate everybody. And that way, that look on his face just makes me want to be like,
Okay, quick
I don't really want to hurt him, though.
Sure. Quick question. What is the percentage of just the look on your face versus all of the background arrogance or confidence or whatever?
Somebody said a minute ago that Bobby Belt was on their list. And I was like, that's more about what he says than I think that it is about his face.
I want to say this, and I hope this makes sense. I like Bobby a lot, but I get it. I don't want to take that away from anybody. I like Bobby. I think he's delightful, and the way he runs afoul of Sean Sharif, I think is very funny most of the time. But I get what people are saying.
Well, moron. Good for Happy Gilmore. That's Shooter McGavin. Nick Sirianni from the 469 has the most punchable face.
Agreed. And you know what? I think his face has gotten more punchable because he's backed it up. Because people will tell you...
He backed that thing up.
Okay, not that. People will tell you like, oh, if they haven't earned it, it makes it even worse. False. If they have earned it and then continue in their S-talking era, that's what makes it worse. So if you wanted to punch Nick Sirianni in the face and you're like, oh, you went to the Super Bowl and lost. Great. But now he can be like, oh, hey, who won the last two? Oh, that's right. And start hitting his ring on the table. That makes it worse.
Because you wanted to punch T.O. in the face at times, right? Especially whenever he went out to the Star and our friend George Teague went out there and told him how it is.
Yeah, he did.
But like T.O., that was the thing. He backed it up.
Yeah,
he was going to
really
score a touchdown. You were like, you know what? I'm going to take him out of the game today. And he was like, no, you're not. I'm going to score a touchdown today. Unless it was like a Super Bowl or playoff game. But he was one of those guys that you were just like, oh! But you couldn't stop him.
Yeah.
And the only thing I always told people was, if you hate it that much, stop him, keep him out of the end zone. Otherwise, you're going to get that.
And that is what makes it agitating because you're like, I can't. Stupid Larry Bird keeps talking all this trash, and I can't stop him, and I don't know what to do. From the 812.
I bet Larry Bird back then had a punchable face. I bet a lot of the guys that played against him felt that way.
I'm surprised that it didn't happen more often. Because he would make the shot, and you're like, you know what? We're going to lose anyway. Bam! And then you just, take a shot at him.
I really thought your top of your water bottle was off. I was like, oh, no!
No. So, from the 812, Zach Wilson. From the 321, Tom Brady, and they said his Botox face now. I don't know that
I've accused him of it for many times.
To be the case, but it definitely looked like the NFL world was abuzz over the weekend about some cosmetic surgery and features.
To who?
Go look it up.
All right. I'll have to go look that up.
From the 214, Patrick Reed compares with Brooks Koepka for most punchable faces. And this is where I think it originates. Eli Manning's dumb face makes me want to punch him.
Really?
And that was the thing.
He played for the Giants.
And he has too much forehead. And
He had
Peyton has more forehead than he does. Peyton has more forehead than he does.
Well, guess what? Let's go to the fan text yet again. It's Peyton from the 903, although most of those guys, actually, this person said the entire morning show minus Peyton has punchable faces.
Oh, I was talking about Peyton Manning. But
Brittany is the first name I was looking for.
Gotcha. Kevin, somebody said Russell Westbrook. Did you see what Russell Westbrook said afterwards?
So, look, I thought this was an incredibly smart comeback.
I did too. I loved it.
Asking, hey, are you going to keep playing for the Nuggets? And Russell Westbrook's retort to the reporter, do you know what you're going to wear tomorrow?
No, I don't.
And he said exactly.
And just walked off.
I thought that was amazingly clever.
Pretty genius.
The fact that he made a couple of really big-time plays for the Nuggets does not overshadow the fact that he still shot terribly in that series. And if he comes back for like a minimum contract, great. Otherwise, what are we doing?
The 469, the walk that Rory walks makes him have a punchable face. So it's not his face as much as it is the way he walks makes you want to punch him.
Liam Cohen has an incredibly punchable face. But I'm intrigued by this because I think if you go to wrestling, and I know not everything's wrestling, but Alec knows really it is. Look at the Eastern Conference Finals in the NBA. Mr. McMahon adopted an even more exaggerated version of his preposterous walk because he knew it would get people to hate him even more. Now, then we eventually learned there was a lot of other better reasons to hate him, but he adopted that ridiculous walk because he's like, this is going to make people even madder.
Yeah.
And so I get
Good
that.
Good approach.
The walk is absolutely part of it. I have heard this a lot. This doesn't bother me at all. I have seen this come up for the last 2 or 3 years from the 214. Steph Curry chewing on his mouthpiece makes him a punchable face. That doesn't bother me at all, but you hear that a lot.
You know what I never understood? How Dirk would stick his mouthpiece into his sock, and then he'd get up from their break, from their timeout, and he'd take his mouthpiece out of his sock. Now I do feel like he had ankle wrap, and then he also had one sock on top. He probably had multiple pairs of socks on, but it's still, you're sweating. The sweat's running down your leg into your sock. Unless maybe he doesn't sweat that much. Who knows? Paige said she didn't sweat that much when she's on the court.
Man, can we, at some point, revisit Paige talking about how she sweated a lot on WNBA draft night, and then Corey trying to relate to her about sweating problems, and then her responding that she doesn't really sweat that much. It was a roller coaster of emotions, and I thought our interview was almost done.
Altuve, well, you know what? Turned out to be your favorite interview ever.
True.
Altuve has a punchable face. That's easily that has a lot to do. I saw Bregman's name pop up. That has a lot to do with what they did to the game.
And that's one of mine. Altuve pops up on my list along with Aaron Rodgers. It's that false sense of self for certain things, not on the football field, though it's a good thing he won that Super Bowl out of the wild card spot, or people would have dumped on him forever. He has a punchable face. Ryan Day.
That has a lot to do with the fact that things he says, too.
Yes.
It's definitely the things that he says.
No, I'm with you on that.
I see inflation did happen over the weekend. I got you. All right,
okay.
I appreciate you.
Do you think that seems to be a take on NFL Twitter? I don't know. If you believe
the prices went up.
That is factually accurate or not. And from the 601, arguing with CA is one of the few things God doesn't forgive you for. I think I've only had 2 arguments ever with CA, so I try not to, because he's a great person.
Yeah, he's not going to argue with you much, you know? He's just right. So that's the way you got to deal with it.
Help get you ready for marriage.
Jose Bautista, we'll wait.
Man, that's still the best thing. Did you see the building idea of Punch Canada Day? Because that's when Ben dropped, how did I just forget his name? His dad died. Shifley, thank you. In Game 5, and it was the same day of the year.
Yeah.
That
Texans punching Canadians since 2016.
Yeah. I don't know if that's something you want to pick up. Don't do that in your regular life. You can't be like, he said
man.
A.
Yeah, I thought I could cancel my plans tonight.
No, don't.
Canadians are pretty nice people for the most part, you know? That's the thing. That's what Frank always told us.
All right. Coming up next, it's the C block.
Oh.
And I know you got stuff to tease.
I hope I do.
I'm going to ask you guys a question in the break about if this could ever be a topic that's brought to air, because I brought it up to my wife and she said, well, I'm not celebrating that.
Okay.
So I'm just going to throw that out there.
All right.
Back to you, Corey.
Hey, these guys just taunted the police next on the fan.
The Rangers.
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen that before. Well, I mean, of course you have. Rachel. Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Pre-Club?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens?
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Through the fan, and right now it's time for the C Block starring Corey Majors.
Thank you very much, Kevin. I got two things. I needed to ask you this in the break, but I did not. And my apologies for not asking you this.
Do you think that new holiday I suggested probably is not for air?
That's not going to happen, bro.
Okay.
I'm sorry. Did we discuss this on Friday? Kay Adams had a guest on last week that said who is a schedule maker. He's a schedule creator, Mike North. And he said the Chiefs have almost kind of surpassed the Cowboys as the bell cow.
Oh, yeah. We did not. I did see that.
And I just, do you think that's a real thing that's really happening, that the Chiefs, and I know they're on the national scale more.
Sure.
Now, when you look at the schedule, everybody's like, well, let's put them against the Chiefs. Let's put them against the Chiefs because that's going to draw the ratings, because Mahomes is really the star, and people want to either see him do something spectacular,
definitely,
or see him fail, and that's how they feel about it. And that's the Cowboys. You either want to see them do something spectacular as a fan, or you want to see them fail sometimes as a fan. Like, it's really weird how the Cowboys are. But do you think that if you were to make the top 5 list or the top 3 list right now, is it Chiefs, Cowboys? Are the Eagles there?
See, I would still put the Cowboys first because the numbers bear out that those are going to be better numbers. But with the Chiefs...
Oh, yeah. I mean, what was it? How many night games do the Cowboys have this year?
Exactly.
They were like, let's line them up against the Cowboys.
And so, but the difference is the Chiefs bring a lot of the pizzazz and name recognition that the Cowboys do, but they actually win consequential games.
Yes.
And so, like, I get it. Like, if I was a schedule maker for TV networks and stuff, my first pick would still be the Cowboys, because it's been shown that the Cowboys draw, for better or worse, more than anybody. But if you want like the draw along with somebody who will be in a game that matters and they might actually win it, then the Chiefs should be number 1.
It feels like you're taking some shots at the Cowboys there.
Oh, I'm sorry, Cowboys. Does that hurt your feelings?
Win some more games.
Yeah, exactly. Look,
do it.
It's so weird to say this. The Chiefs have everything that the Cowboys do, except they play in and win relevant games.
You actually brought out the study last week of over the last 20 years.
25.
Over the last 25 years, the Cowboys are in the top 10 in regular season wins.
All the other 9 have won a Super Bowl, and 5 of those 9 have won multiple Super Bowls. And so, like, if you want a better team, then obviously pick the Chiefs.
Oh, that was the number, Kevin. It was the ticket prices. The ticket prices for games, the Cowboys are like the 6 of the top 10 for current already where the prices are. And that's not home. I think there's one Cowboys home game. All the rest of them were road games.
And one of the things that is deceptive...
It's like the Bulls.
Yes.
Remember the Bulls were the draw.
Yes. That would be the one time Reunion Arena would be full.
Yes.
Now, the thing that's deceptive to a certain point about the Cowboys games is you'll see really low prices because those are for the party passes. Like, if you ever look in the secondary market, you can find really cheap Cowboys tickets because those are for the party passes. Like, I understand why that's on there, but you should just look at, like, the lowest seat that you can get.
Also, 877-881-1053. please go to my Twitter, @InTheMajors, my Facebook page.
Oh, I did that.
Corey Majors, I don't know. And look at the picture I posted as the family has found a dog. So our boss, Tim Collins, came in the other day and he was like, look, I'm just telling you what's worked for me. Get a new dog. Because my dog Landry, who I love so much for a lot of years, passed away. And so he said, get a new dog. The more people I talked to, they were like, oh yeah, it definitely helps. And immediately I sent a link to my wife from Dallas Animal Services, and that started the search, right? Like that started, the whole family was like, I gotta, and we had the conversation of, is it too soon?
As soon as you sent that link, did you know that wheels were in motion that you would not be able to undo?
Yeah, I did.
Okay.
And again, I missed the dog, so I was like, all right, let's see how this goes. My oldest kid finally was like, I don't know that I'm really ready, but let me meet some dogs.
Okay.
And so that really helped. And so this dog comes into the house yesterday. His name is currently Kodak. We meet him and we talk to him, and I'm like, oh my gosh, this dog's great. The whole family, though, wife, kids, were all waiting for me to approve, which made me feel really good in the house. Like made me feel like that really did help a lot to make me feel like I got some say in this place, finally. Everybody, and they all looked at me and they gave me the thumbs up ?
Yeah.
And I said, thumbs up, period. ! And they were all like, yay. And so tonight we will go pick him up and he will be in our family. And that is where we are. Now, I posted it up on Facebook and Twitter. We're having a little bit of a difficult time coming up with a name. Now, we did this with Landry. People said you can't rename the dog. His name already has a dog name. And then our friend Chrissy Scales called into the show, and she said, I wouldn't have Charlie Waters if I didn't rename the dog that I rescued. And again, this is a rescue pup. So
would you consider Sherlock Bones?
I wanted Sherlock Holmes so bad. I like Sherlock. I don't know if you know this, Kevin. As much as I love The Dark Tower and Stephen King, Sherlock Holmes is my favorite books. Growing up, I used to read them all the time. So I was trying. So the names currently that we have on the list.
Cleopatra?
No, not Cleopatra. Dang it. Currently we have Franklin, Jonesy, and another name that obviously Forrest. Franklin,
Forrest Gregg,
Jonesy, and Forrest Whitaker. He's a fantastic actor who's in Andor also.
True.
So those are the three names. 877-881-1053. Go take a look at the picture. Let me know what you think. You can also add yours in. Currently, Franklin is dominating this. Now,
over Mary Poppins?
Yeah. Carter, my middle kid, wanted to name him Megatron. And I do not know why that has just completely slipped away. It's gone now, though. Miko definitely was in the mix, but Adrian was like, it sounds too much like Nico, and we don't like Nico, right? And I was like, doesn't matter. Let's name him Miko. I also threw Miro in there. The name I wanted the most, they didn't even give it a chance.
Charles Lickens?
Not Charles Lickens.
That actually sounds like that might be something else.
A Tale of Two Cities. Get it?
It was the Pets of Time.
I wanted to name him Bochy.
I hate it here.
I wanted to name him Bochy.
Oh, yeah.
And somebody said name him Jimmy Johnson to replace your dog Tom Landry. Ooh. But Bochy, how awesome would that be to be like, Boch, come on, and you're hanging out with your dog Boch. So that was it. I threw Wyatt out there because we have Wyatt Johnston and Wyatt Langford, and Adrian was like, I like Langford. So we have now settled in, and I just got a new friend request. Thank you, Ryan. We've now settled into Franklin, Forrest, and Jonesy. So let us know which ones you think. So I'll take that list back to the wife. And tonight, like I said, currently Franklin is dominating the field. So that's where we stand on that.
If it was a girl, would you consider Sansa Bark?
I did kind of like Jon Snow. I was like, call him Jon Snow.
Yeah.
But he's brown. And I was like, I don't know.
Okay.
Adrian wanted more of like a caramel kind of name. I don't know exactly what that's why Forrest stuck. Because he's, never mind. All right. So have you seen what happens at the Preakness?
Yeah, they run the horses. It's been happening for 150 years.
They also,
next topic.
Over the last 10 years, evidently they run the porta potties. This is something that's kind of fascinating to me.
That doesn't mean they race them,
They
right?
get on top of the porta potties,
Okay.
sprint across the top of them while people attempt to throw full beer cans at them. Now, I think the beer cans are open, but they throw beer cans at them. And people fall on top of these porta potties. Some people get hit in the head with these things. But Kevin,
Yeah. I thought those races were fancy.
That's what I'm asking now. Would you rather go to a fancy Kentucky Derby type with all the $5,000 mint juleps and the hats? And
I do like the hats.
Wes Welker throwing out thousands of dollars because he's very, very hammered. Or would you rather go to a thing that's just like, you know what? You might get hit with a beer can at this sucker, and we're going to run across the tops of porta potties. Which one do you like? 877-881-1053.
Also, would you consider Doctor Strange?
From the 214, oh my gosh, Kevin. That's it.
Too many puns?
They're done with it right now. Or they'd love it. I don't know.
Look, I think
my name is Forrest. You should 100% be the name of your dog.
Oh,
I like Forrest. I suggested
that would be cool. See, I think I'm going to go Kentucky Derby here, because if you're going to go to the horse track, you're probably maybe going to fancy it up a little bit. I don't want to go halfway.
Okay.
Like, if I feel like you can go down to a construction site or something if you want to run the porta potties. Like, if you're going to go to the horse race, I want to make it a fancy horse race. Like, I want to wear one of those suits that you're like, society's probably changed for you too much, huh? And
oh my God.
I want to, know those suits that people
fancy
wear.
Suit, okay. You want to have a pocket watch.
You shouldn't wear that anymore.
Kevin really wants a pocket watch and a cane.
Oh my gosh, yes.
You should move up to Winnipeg and do the KFC dress up thing that they do.
I think a cane or a monocle are the two fanciest status symbols in the world.
Sounds about white.
Yeah, see? Sean gets it.
My buddy did say that he needs a bow tie and a monocle.
Yeah. You can wear this baller hat that everyone else in your regular life would judge you for, but at the Kentucky Derby, welcome aboard.
See,
I don't want to be mixing with the riff-raff at the Preakness.
See, that's the thing. I feel like I'm amongst my people when I'm there. I feel out of place when I'm surrounded by rich people.
No, that's what I'm saying. I get it, but that's why you go all the way rich.
The experience.
Like, if you're going to go half-ass rich, just stay in your T-shirt at home and watch it on the TV.
Or you can go have some beers with some friends and run the porta potties.
And that's fine. Yeah. Nobody, arrests these people for that.
The other thing, too, is now I got to go buy a suit like that. That's an expensive feature. Like, I don't know. I don't have the money to do that. That's not okay.
I don't even own a suit.
Oh, really?
I own one, but I grew out of it because I put on weight. Sucks.
I love you, dude.
I can't even button it up anymore.
So awesome.
$200 waste.
Would you consider naming your dog RuPaul?
That's not on the list. So, don't send me any new ones. All right. We already narrowed it down to 3 names.
I have a new one.
What's that?
Kyle Yeoman.
Oh, that's a good name. That's a good name. I'll ask Adrian if we can throw that in there, but we have to say it like that every time. Kyle Yeoman's a fantastic name. That's why we play that drop all the time. I do like that.
That is true. There was one time they played it at the most inappropriate time. They teased a very negative story about somebody who'd done something really bad, and I think Peyton played it. All right, a lot of people are loving the dog puns, but there might be more people that are like, I need you to stop.
Oh, okay. All right. Kevin.
So I'll work. Do you think you could win one of those porta potty races?
With beer cans being thrown at you? You ever gotten hit by a full can of any fluid?
No.
I don't know why I said it like that.
I don't either.
I don't know why you reacted that way either. No,
because of the way you said it.
One time somebody threw a full can, like an unopened Coke can, to me from very far away, and I was in the water in the lake, and it hit me in the hand and split my hand open. Like the dull part of the lip hit my hand, and I was like, So I don't want to get hit with a beer can, but I would like to be one of the people throwing because I'm pretty accurate, So I'm going to knock that dude out off the porta potty. And if you knock him out, then do you get your chance to run? Is that how it works? Or if you run and make it across, do you get to throw?
I don't know. You're the one who's bringing this information to me. I don't know the further answers. Except you should name your dog Wagatha Christie.
All right.
Will you admit that you like some of those, Alec?
No, I'm not going to admit anything.
Because then he thinks you'll just keep doing it, which him ignoring it isn't helping either right now. Kevin, there was a prison break in New Orleans. Have you seen this?
Did you help with it?
Prison break in New Orleans. 10 inmates escaped from the New Orleans jail with help from the inside, is what they think. They yanked a cell door off the track, breached a wall behind a toilet, and and left a message above the hole in the wall. They wrote on the wall, "Too easy," and then LOL, and then took off.
All right. Here's the problem with
They
that.
taunted the cops on their way
Here's the
out,
problem with that.
The police are on their way, mofo.
Yes,
Thanks, Mike.
that's true. But if you get caught, you know the prison or the guards are going to put up little signs and stuff and be like, "Not so easy now, is it?" Or that it's going to be easier than your night. Like, just things like that. Like, I don't know if I would. That's the thing. People taunt too quickly. You need to make sure that you have actually won the situation.
So once you escape prison, then give it some time.
Yeah, it's too early.
Or maybe leave like a series of taunting notes that will that aren't necessarily understood until the last note.
That's fine. Because like it's the same thing we talk about with college football. People will dunk on their rivals, being like, "Oh, your team lost," before your team has even played that day. And guess what happens if your team loses? You need to wait until you're comfortably in charge of the situation.
Yeah, that's a good approach on that.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, you know what? The hell with it. Let's go back to hockey. Do you love the NHL playoff handshake line? And we'll talk more about the Stars' victory over Winnipeg in the series. Look ahead next on The Fan.
This segment of the KNC Masterpiece is brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today at carsforkids.org and by the personal injury lawyers Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
Farley shoots, safe made. A rebound. Steal! Four down on Hellebuck, and we're tied at one.
You almost said Ottinger. KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. I want to go back to the Stars for a variety of reasons, but we were talking about Scheifele earlier. How much do you love, I guess especially when you win, how much do you love the post-game handshake line?
It was, I don't know that I've been that emotional as I was with this one specifically. I think it's awesome.
Reset for people who missed that for some reason.
Scheifele's father passed away. Now, let's go through this whole thing. We find out at the beginning of the game, right before the game, that this happened. Yep. We find out, I think. Maybe other people didn't know. He gets on the ice. The story of from Leah Hextall and from everybody at ESPN, they were just like, hey, man, or his TBS, hey, can you believe he's even out here?
Yeah.
His dad would have wanted him to be out here. He's here for his teammates. He's here for him. He's here for his dad. What an amazing story. He scores the goal. He scores the first goal of Game 6.
Although I have to admit, in that moment, I wasn't like, what a nice story. I was like, screw
This is very much after the fact, obviously. And I was like, in that moment, I was like, dadgum, man, what a story. Like, that's what I was thinking. I wasn't happy for him. But I was like, man, this is Disney moment right here.
Yeah.
And then he's the guy that makes the penalty on Sam Steele that could have set up a penalty shot. I'm glad it didn't, because I preferred the overtime for our guys.
Right.
And then the Stars score in overtime while he's sitting in the penalty box, helpless. Can't do anything about it. His head falls.
And he's evidently going to think it's his fault.
Yeah. Oh, for sure. And his head hangs, and he's sitting there. I know Hellebuck sitting in the goal, just slouched down and just completely gone too. And his coaches said, go get him. Go get him.
Yeah. And
his captain, Adam Lowry, skates over, pulls him out of the box. They surround him. They hug. They let him know look, man, we're a family. Afterwards, dude, if y'all didn't see it, go watch the Adam Lowry, I think it's Niedermeyer post-game. Niederreiter. That post-game was so emotional because they're asking Adam Lowry about this and, what his thoughts of it. And he was like, look, his dad was a friend of ours. He was just as we loved him just as much as it shook us. But they go through it and to see what a captain Adam Lowry is. I got to tip my cap to him, stick tap, all those things for him, because I was at the end of that, I was like, man, that's a good man right there. And so the handshake line starts. Jamie Benn gets to Scheifele, and this is the guy that punched Scheifele in the face.
Yes, just one game
before that, and there he is hugging him, talking to him for what seemed like a minute and a half.
Yeah.
While everybody else is waiting to shake more hands, but everybody in that line knew this is going to be a little bit different than usual. And every one of those dudes that walked across or skated up to him, they all had something different to say to him specifically.
They were all giving him hugs as well.
Absolutely.
Because, sometimes you get that, sometimes you don't. But, you saw, and I'm sure a lot of people were like, you're a warrior, something really uplifting. And so they were all hugging him as well. And I very much appreciate that.
So that specific one was full of emotion. And, then finally you got to see the two goalies meet too.
Oh, yeah.
Like those two goalies that, obviously one hates the other. And the Otter he was out for blood. And then you get to see the two captains, Lowry and Ben, meeting. Like, that was great. But this is the perfect explanation. The handshake line from the 214, sportsmanship at its finest. Both teams have the chance to behave honorably in victory and defeat. And this is two teams that slug it out for 7 games, maybe 6, but it is seriously, they get chippy, they fight, they battle, and then when the series is over, they congratulate each other and move on about their day, because that's what sports is ultimately about.
I felt the same way after the Colorado series. It feels like both of these series were 13 games long.
Yes. Oh, yeah. This is already, DeBoer even said that. He was like, can you believe we're only halfway through?
No.
And I love the fact that he's thinking that way, but he's like, we're only halfway through. It feels like we've been at this for 2 months, 7 months already.
And I'm going to make the argument you're playing the best team you've played so far in the next round, with all due respect to Colorado and Winnipeg.
So Kevin, I think that more sports, when we were kids, baseball, you got done, you shook hands.
Yeah.
Football, we've seen fights break out at football games before. But in high school, they shake hands.
Yeah.
And you don't see that as much anymore. Like the baseball teams, they go back and shake their own team's hands.
Yeah.
And in football, they end up taking pictures with each other's jerseys. Like that's how that goes. But I really do admire the handshake line from hockey.
Now, you talked about Ottinger. Go ahead and give me cut number 5 if you can. I know we talked about the save earlier, but this is what it sounded like. Just a ridiculous save in the third period to keep the game alive.
Connor on the attack again. Connor moves in, down low, backdoor, save Ottinger! Appleton had a wide open net and didn't get much after the tic-tac-toe pass. Set him up perfectly. And Ottinger, with his back to the play, dives to his left and makes a terrific save.
Larceny.
Yeah, what a great call, first of all. But secondly, I don't know if you can go back. Maybe we can hear it one more time. I want you guys to listen to how long the crowd is still buzzing. Not off of a goal, off of a save.
Connor on the attack again. Connor moves in, down low, backdoor, save Ottinger! Appleton had a wide open net and didn't get much after the tic-tac-toe pass. Set him up perfectly.
Like, those people are still cheering because they were like, that might have just saved the game. And I'm sure some people might think it just saved the series. So I want to go back to Pete DeBoer. You know, we kind of talked about, people were saying Connor's back up, and then the Dallas crowd responded, Otter's better.
And I'm pretty sure, Kevin, that was because of Are You Better?
I can see that.
Otter's better. Are you better? Like, those make sense.
Ooh, I get that.
I do feel like most of the time when I heard that chant, it was Otter's better. And it stuck like that.
Very flattering. Thank you very much. So,
it's just the facts.
Pete DeBoer said this about Ottinger. He just went head-to-head with maybe the MVP of the league, and what everyone is saying is the best goaltender in the world. And he probably was this year in Hellebuck. He went toe-to-toe with him, nose-to-nose with him the entire series. I do wonder, to a certain extent, I'm not saying I'm saying this, but this is something that DeBoer has carried with him. I wonder if Otter also carries with him, I'll remember it when you win the cup. Like, there's a lot of people who think Ottinger's a damn good goalie, because he is. But then there's a lot of people who have the feeling that he'll fold when it matters most, which I don't think is necessarily backed up by facts at all. Mm-hmm. But you know how sports work.
Yeah, and I think this... I'm not saying that Team USA is going to be like, well, you didn't win the cup, but it just stamps it even more if you do. Hey, we got that. Why wouldn't we make him the starter since he did what he did? I hope there's not a letdown after what was, that was motivation for him.
Yeah.
Every night he gets on the ice and he's thinking to himself, I got to one up that guy. Bill Parcells used to tell his players, I'm sure other coaches do this, but Bill Parcells would come up to you and say, be the best player at your position today. If you're the best tight end and he's the best quarterback and he's the best offensive lineman, we're going to have the best offense today. And so if you can be better than the guy across from you, you're not necessarily like pitchers, be better than that pitcher today. If you give us zeros, then our whole team's doing better than theirs right now. So I hope that there's not a letdown because he doesn't have that across from him to motivate him.
Yeah.
Skinner's a good netminder. And I know he's had his problems too. Go show him up too, man. Like, get after that one out there. That is definitely, that's what I'm hopeful of, is that he doesn't have all right, now I can put it in cruise control because I don't have to go be the best like Connor Hellebuck was.
Will you guys take more interested vantage point now of the Panthers-Hurricane series? Because
sure.
I have to admit, other than watching the spectacular and inevitable way that the Maple Leafs would fail, and man, did they live up to their NHL Cowboys
They also had some fun games. Like, they had some really fun games. You're right, though.
For sure. And in that series, it looked like they were going to dominate, and then they got dusted in 3 straight games, and then they're like, hey, We took Game 6. We're going to make it back to Toronto, make it back to our home ice, make it back so Edge, the wrestler, can be sitting right there to see us triumph. And then they lost 6-1 because that's what they do. I'm definitely more interested, or quite a bit interested, in Hurricanes and Panthers because you don't need to be a scientist to figure out that's who the Stars would play next if they win.
Yeah, no, I feel like if you've been, and what's interesting, Kevin, is a lot of our Tolos have been, they give us the leash and say, we'll go with you wherever you go. And I really appreciate that from the Master Peeps out there that, look, man, we'll listen. Y'all just talk about your things and never mind. Y'all just talk.
I took that at face value.
We're on the ride with you because a lot of people are like, I've never been interested in hockey before. And you guys are making me interested and excited about it. Baseball. Mike made a lot of people interested in baseball. And then they went and won a damn World Series.
Yeah, they did.
So that's the part of this is if you've been on this part of the journey, now here we are. This is the other part of it. You're going to know the opponent better if you watch them and you're prepared and we actually get to the cup.
Yeah.
You know, Kevin, you've always said this. About 2 weeks out is when we really start telling the Tolos, this is your chance to scoreboard your friends at work. This is your chance. You start listening now and you start catching up on the Stars these next 2 weeks. You're going to be 2 weeks ahead of your friends. And so that's that opportunity. We've fortunately been able to stick with this team all season because we had a lot of interest in them, and we've had a lot of interest in them for quite some time now. So, yeah, Kevin, I am very, very interested in what's going to be happening in that series.
Now, let's quick hit this just a little bit. We'll probably dive more in depth into it tomorrow and certainly on Wednesday. In Edmonton, you are going up against a team that, man, they have been on a freaking tear. After they lost the first 2 games of the playoffs, they have been smashing folks left and right. And look at the betting odds. So the reason why I wanted to bring this up, outside of the fact that I'm just fascinated by them, they have shifted slightly in Edmonton's favor. You remember when we talked about the beginning of the Dallas-Winnipeg series, it was pretty close. Dallas was a bit of a favorite, and man, they jumped up. They went from like minus 125 to minus 175, something like that. So a huge increase. And so the Oilers open as about a minus 115. And so we get new listeners all the time. If it's a minus, that's how much you have to bet to win $100.
Okay.
So you'd have to bet $115 to win $100. If it's a plus, that's what you get if you bet $100.
Okay.
So minus 115 for the Oilers, plus 105 for the Stars. Obviously, that's about as close as you can get without it actually being even, which you see occasionally. There are a couple of spots that had it reversed, so the Stars as super slight favorites. That line has moved just a little bit towards Edmonton, and they're now sitting at about a minus 125, which makes sense to me because you have the biggest name and you're on the hottest streak of anybody in the playoffs.
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
Well, Carolina's been playing really, really well as well. But so you'll go into the series.
Can you imagine if they were playing really well and Mikko was playing really, like, would we even be thinking to ourselves, like, if he was playing at that level that he's played for the Stars?
I cannot imagine. They've only lost 2 games so far, so I can't imagine how much better
that thing mixed into it. You're like, jeez.
And so you'll open the series tomorrow or on Wednesday. Even though you have home ice advantage, I do believe it looks like it's going to settle in that the Stars are going to be really slight underdogs in this series.
I'm fine with that, man.
But that was the case with Colorado, and it was close to a pick-em.
Yeah, I'm perfectly fine with that, man. Like, keep not believing in this team, Vegas, and keep. That's why Vegas isn't in the playoffs, dude. That's why Vegas got booted, because they didn't believe in the Stars.
And you know what and that makes sense.
Mm-hmm.
But you know what I love about that? How often do you get to say we have home field advantage or we have home ice advantage and nobody believes in us?
Yeah.
Now,
don't you love that you stole a home ice advantage back?
Yes, I do.
By taking down the Winter Pigs?
Yes. Are you going to let Winter Pigs go now?
Nope.
Okay.
No, we're sticking with it for the rest of their futures.
Wow. I will try to remember all of that. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, let's chit-chat with those fellas from the G-Bag Nation right here on 105.3 The Fan.
low-fee products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen that before. Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, I'm freaking out a little bit.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Baby.
Sapphire Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens? No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
This segment is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. Back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. They've got more new Chevys than anyone, all priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Based on new Chevy registrations 2023 and 2024.
20 seconds to go. Breaking a steal. Off the takeaway. Tripped. Is it a penalty shot? It might be. There's the tripping call. Will they call a penalty shot or just a minor? 14.8 seconds to go. The first penalty that could carry over into overtime.
I think we know what Drake would have done. 877-881-1053 if you want to get involved in the conversation right now, courtesy of D&M Leasing. It's time for our chit-chat with those fellas from the G-Bag Nation. Gentlemen, how is you today?
Terrific, Higgy. How are you?
Hell yeah, I'm doing fantastic as well. Now, Corey had a different point of view on this that I really liked. Did you guys think it should have been a penalty shot, or did you know at that point in the game with no penalties called so far, there's no way in hell, or no penalties that stood, there's no way in hell they were calling a penalty shot?
You know, I was Googling up what the exact rule was and what it would have to be in order to be a breakaway, but yeah, I was thinking the whole time, well, we haven't had a penalty all game long, and I thought it would take something like that in order for the whistle to blow.
Brother-in-law that I went to the game with is like, that's a penalty shot. I didn't want it to be. Therefore, I don't think it should have been.
Okay, tell me why, because that's what Corey said.
Well, I just think you had a better chance of scoring on the power play. I know we talk sometimes about that overlap where the fresh sheet of ice, we just kind of assume that's going to make the difference, but then some coaches will tell you it's tough to get kind of reset. Sam Steele, bless his heart, and he had a goal earlier, and he's been absolutely phenomenal when it comes to the fourth line and the chippiness and the forecheck and just dirty winning hockey plays. But I don't want him taking a penalty shot in that situation. And he even admitted he was exhausted post-game. And it looked like it. I mean, he's huffing and puffing there, just skating back to the bench. So I was hopeful this is just a power play scenario because I thought that was the Stars' best chance to capitalize on it.
Seen a few shootouts this year for the Stars.
Yeah,
Sam Steele was never part of one of them.
Yeah, that is a very fair point. Now, I know we don't know for sure how it would have turned out, but could you see a world in which that Jake Ottinger third period save kept your season going? Dude. Because the last couple games in Winnipeg,
did you feel like they got enough on the puck though?
That's fair.
But we've seen plenty of those soft ones get through.
Let me tell you what, this might have something to do with the fact, and I think this is going to play out in the Western Conference Finals, and it can even play out in the Cup Final. The more humid it gets here and the hotter it gets, that ice is going to become worse and worse and worse.
Can I tell you, I think that's a benefit for the Stars going into this season.
If you're talking about a team with a lot of speed and a lot of team that has those seam passes and stuff like that, where they break out, that rough ice.
Is that the way you see it?
That could be a problem.
The choppy ice could be an issue.
Yeah,
it could be. But I agree with you in terms of that could benefit the Stars because, I mean, Edmonton, this is going to be, we'll have a ton of time to preview this thing.
Right.
I did think the Scheifele storyline was, and I love what the Stars fans have done.
With the donations and everything,
That's amazing. That shows the hockey community. I felt for him. It was tough because it's like we're celebrating, obviously. And the American Airlines Center is a top sports viewing moment ever to be there. Finally see a handshake line. I don't think I'd ever actually been to a closeout game.
Yeah.
But I couldn't help but be looking at the box. And, I mean, you felt for him in that moment. It's like not only is he playing with a heavy heart, he did score a goal that put him up 1-0, which did a little doubt started to creep in there. Stars dominated that first period. He scores. I'm thinking, my God, is this just the puck luck that we've been getting here? But yeah, you couldn't help but your heart go out to him in that moment while he's just sitting there.
Did he just kind of slink out of the box to his teammates?
It was awful, and they're hugging him and embracing him, and of course everyone going through the line. They took extra time with him as they should have. But Thomas Harley, man, that dude, ice in his veins. He's just money when you need it most.
Ready for the moment.
Oh, absolutely, and he's been ready for the moment since the end of January when he's really picked up. He's done a phenomenal job of picking up the slack without Miro around to a level that I did not think he could do already. I thought eventually he'd get there, but not already.
Spitzy, the hockey hawk, was like, I wouldn't be surprised if Thomas Harley ended up at some point down the line being better than Miro. And I kind of thought, what are you smoking right now?
Right.
But
what was he smoking?
I didn't see anything. Who knows what's going on in the office back there? But
he's impressive with the way he can hide it.
It's it's a premonition that might end up coming
somebody
true.
hasn't turned him in yet.
Might happen.
Yeah, that's great. Hey, but shout out to Miro though, because it looked like a guy who was sort of
he's back.
The rust is off, and this dude's ready to take.
And some of the
off.
stats on him were unreal.
Yes. No, you're right. Is Robo back, and this is just playoff Robo?
Yeah. This is playoff.
I'm sorry.
No, it's fair. It's fair.
I think everything you've been talking about with what Madonna said on Spit and Chicklets about Austin Matthews and how the ice shrinks, you're not giving as much space, and for those that could just be good regular season goal scorers, maybe it doesn't translate to the postseason. I don't ever want to use like the soft word, but there is a little bit of that with Robo.
He's not the most physical guy on the ice. He's not the fastest skater. But his brain is fantastic.
Yeah.
He sees things differently, and that's why from time to time you'll see him swoop in or you'll see him make a pass. And you're like, whoa, that was
creating for others is something where I think that's going to be his game in the postseason.
Yeah.
I don't know if you're going to get the goal scoring version that you see in the regular season.
I think you're also at this time of year you play against teams that the goaltending doesn't give up rebounds.
Yeah.
And one of his best attributes or traits is being like around the cage, quick hands, and now it's in the top corner of the net because it was a rebound that the goalie didn't control or didn't glove.
Yeah.
Or something like that. That's where I think he shines more. There's been times with the puck that he's looked like he's been unsure about making the pass. There's been some off-target ones. There's some that he hasn't got to connected tape to tape that he's missed on. So hopefully this is just something that he's kind of having to deal with being back. But, man, if you get a goalie that gives up rebounds, he tends to be that guy around the cage that puts it away.
Yeah, they seem to be more willing to say, "I will stop the puck, stop the flow, and we can reset." I don't want this moving around at all.
Yeah.
And we talked about the running back position quite a bit earlier in the show. Is there anything in particular for our OTAs besides just stay healthy that you're intrigued by, interested in, anything along those lines?
I mean, I think it really speaks to the Oxnard stuff as well when we actually get out there, but I'm excited to see how Joe Milton spins the football. I want to see just, hey, is there any potential that there's something here? I would like to get some good reports.
Running back, he thinks Joe Milton.
Oh wait, are you talking specific about the running backs? I'm sorry.
No, I said anything.
Okay, I thought it was like open ended.
It doesn't have to be about the running backs
earlier.
You're good.
For sure. I know.
You're good.
I heard the
you did lead with the running back, so I thought you were trying to draw him off sides.
No. You're good. You're good.
That would have been a funny bit if I still went with Joe Milton.
It would.
Oh yeah, he's a great running back too. Yeah.
Trey Lance. That would have probably been the best.
Else across the team besides just running back that you're intrigued by or watching out for an OT?
It's got to be Guyton. And how's left tackle looking, right? I mean, I think that the offensive line is really what's going to end up making this a season that is better than a lot of people think, or it's going to end up being really rough again. And I'm excited with what they've done in terms of the interior of that line, adding Tyler Booker, the power that they have, which they lacked with a guy like Tyler Biadasz in the middle.
Yeah.
Good center. Not a powerful player, right? I think that was the same thing with Connor Williams and Connor McGovern. Now you're strong in the middle. Steele, I think, is going to be a huge benefit when it comes to a new offensive line coach. Mike Solari, I think, really messed with his head quite a bit, and you got a bad version of him.
Sorry to cut you off there. Can you walk through like a Cliff Notes version of why you think that is?
Yeah, I think it's technique. I think that Mike Solari wanted Terrence Steele, to do stuff that he wasn't good at. And he was talking, I know, with Duke Manyweather as well, and some of the stuff that I had heard was Duke said, you know what, dude, just go back to what you were doing, right? The tape is on you. As a player, you've got to do what works for you. If the coach is telling you one thing and there's a disconnect there, at the end of the day, you kind of got to look out for yourself here. And when he started playing better, I do think having a healthy guard next to him.
The guard made it
was huge.
Yeah, because he was able to coordinate steps better. So, because Zach was struggling getting off the ball at some, and that was a little bit of a problem for him.
But I think, Philbin and Steele, they worked well. I don't think Solari did, and I'm hoping Coach Riley and him are able to connect well.
This is this guy's third coach already.
It's tough.
Yikes.
Think about him and Tyler Smith. I mean, these guys just overcome. BB, now that he's got his Kansas State coach back, I think that's a good thing.
Mm-hmm.
That'll help. I think BB's only going to get better.
Didn't that Frederick Smith Martin line have the same coach for a bit of time?
Absolutely.
Yeah, that always helps.
Is it fair to have some confidence in this offensive line no matter what? I know we all want Tyler Guyton to be the man that he's supposed to be as a first-round pick left tackle. But if he's not, haven't they done enough to where Tyler Smith's your left tackle. Maybe Austin Richards steps up in a big way and you don't even have to worry about that. But Tyler Smith is a guy who can play left tackle. You got 1 million guards on this team. I think they're trending up. We don't have to worry about them being horrible.
Right.
And I'm looking forward to both lines of scrimmage. I don't know how much we can get from the OTAs. Maybe that'll be more Oxnard, more preseason.
Yeah.
I think OTAs, I'd love to start seeing something from Jalen Tolbert or Brooks, one of the young receivers or one of the young corners. We're looking for a slot, Brian.
Where you should, and all good points. I think what you should be looking at the OTAs is where guys are lining up.
Yep.
That's the number one thing. How they're going to line up at corner, how they're going to line up at nickel. What are they going to do? What's the rotation? Who's coming in? Who's coming out on this as the third down back? As the thing. I'm still of the belief that they don't have a back. I mean, as far as I love Blue, I'm worried about the other two or anybody else that's not named Blue.
Yeah.
So to me, just focus in on how people are reporting them lining up, and then when you get to training camp, you'll be able to put that. Okay, this is what the coaches think. The rookies, they're putting they're running with the twos. Oh wait, look at this. Booker's already one guard. It's not always about, but just see where they're lining up. That's really the most important thing.
What do you guys got coming up on the program today?
Pure Gold, as always, thanks for asking, Hagee. Of course, it is Monday, so Chris Young's going to join us at 4:20 for the Cy Young Show, and Greg Wyshynski, senior writer, ESPN Hockey, is going to join us at 3:20.
All right, I love it. Roll home with the G-Bag Nation. We have in the KNC Masterpiece. Make your way back with us tomorrow, 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. right here on 105.3 The Fan.
Say good night, Kevin.
Good night, Kevin.
D&M Leasing Studios. You're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Welcome to the Nation.
Here we go. It's Hour 1, G-Bag Nation, 105.3 The Fan. Thanks for making us part of your day as the storms continue to circle around us and threaten. But we're going to deliver 5 hours of sports come hell or high water, Brian. I know you know that. General at your service. There's Broadus, his Longhorns burnt orange shirt, supporting his son as always.
Trying to do my best, sir.
Yes, sir, you are. Lucius Alexander is in the Pimp Cup over there. Master Control here, 75 and Fitzy. Fixing to go 5 flawless once again. Wolchuk and Chiafalo are in the house. And Carter Freeman's coordinating your video. You can watch us on 105thefan.com, Twitch, and YouTube. Yeah, at the house all weekend, I thought it was going to be a massive storm the entire time. I saw some video footage of northern DFW where they were in it, but it never produced anything more than a distant rumble and a sprinkle in Sunnyvale. Same with my place in North Fort Worth. Same deal. You're just waiting for...
Did we get ball sacked?
I don't think so. I think it was patchy.
I don't want to... If somebody actually got hit by some bad weather, I'm sorry. I don't...
There are some folks that definitely did not get ball sacked.
Okay.
In the Mets place.
Like bad damage?
It's just a few.
Damage is damage. I should
It's
not
usually
damage.
flooding.
Yeah.
There's flooding. You can get very, very scared.
Okay.
I know people that were having to hide out in their little secure spots in their home because the tornadic activity was right there within striking distance.
Why are you looking at me like that, Dawson? Because I
wonder what your thoughts are.
I just...
It just feels like you're lashing out a little bit.
Well, I just kind of was thinking that I get these reports.
Say what you need to say to Brunoff and Delkus, man. These things are unpredictable. I just thank Mother Nature for sparing me.
I would appreciate, I work really hard at my cowboy content when I'm on, if it's...
look at that. Look at that. Work ethic question.
Yeah, I just wonder, are we...
2.5 minutes into the program.
Will we take off the jacket? Are we really what are we doing?
I know the guy on Fox will take his jacket off. That guy, he'll get down to business on you.
Yeah,
he will.
And listen, hey, if you're folks that got affected, I'm not here for that.
I mean, you're offending the affected people and weathermen, Brian. You're really off to a hot start here.
Weathermen are just as bad as me.
It's hard to predict.
Just as bad.
Might be harder in sports.
Yeah.
But it is a crazy good Sports Monday here with you. It's great to talk here over the next 5 hours about everything. I mean, mostly the Stars and Oilers rekindling a playoff rivalry we're very familiar with recently. And, going back into the 90s and 2000s, these teams have faced each other a lot in the Stanley Cup playoffs. And that is a rivalry that is going to be absolutely rocking. Like, they hate us, and they still remember what that was like in the 90s. Like, we were the Yankees and they were the Rangers in the late 90s, just kept whooping that ass. I think they met 6 times, beat them 5 times, obviously. Last season was a different story, but this, of course, all thanks to the great overtime goal from 23-year-old Thomas Harley. As you got to tip your cap to Jim Nill and the roster that he's put together, and Coach DeBoer as well. Pete saying Harley's been their second half MVP since the Miro injury. He and Rantanen are probably the biggest differences for the Stars compared to when these teams met 1 year ago. And the fact that Hintz missed games 1 and 2 last year can give you some confidence. I don't know how you feel about a team that just beat you last year. Typically in playoffs, if a team beats you, they kind of got your number. And if you see them again over the next 3 or 4 years, it's going to go the same. Hopefully enough's different. Wolchuk, what do you think?
Yeah, I think the Stars, they started off the series really well. I think the highlight, reflecting back on it, was special teams. The Stars stunk. I don't think they had a single power play goal the entire series. And the penalty kill was solid really until Game 3. And then Edmonton got hot on the power play. They scored a shorthanded goal as well. Special teams, I think, are going to dictate this series. And then goaltending last year, Stuart Skinner was brilliant. But you do have moments where Stuart Skinner can be poor, and he'll let in some weak ones. So
that King series, he was bad.
They went through that last year too, where they're benching him at times, and he comes back in and he's awesome. So we got to hope that you don't get the Stuart Skinner version that played against the Stars in the Western Conference Final. But either way, I think we talked a lot about the Stars' depth last year. Edmonton is a deeper team than they were a year ago. They get Evander Kane back for the playoffs, and he's been awesome for them. So this is going to be a great series. These are the 2 best in the West. I think Colorado was in that conversation. You were able to beat them in 7. It could be another 7-game series. But winning that Game 6 was unreal. An incredible experience to be there. And then the save that Otter had. I mean, that was like you're channeling your inner Dominic Hasek, Patrick Waugh, Eddie the Eagle. It's an all-time great postseason save. Just brilliant. So I'm excited, man. I mean, I think the Stars are going to have a great chance to finally break through and get to the Cup final.
I mean, the Harley shot has got to be a strong candidate for moment of the playoffs so far, but that Otter save I feel like is one. What was that, a cartwheel save? I mean, how do you even describe that?
He just like doubles back, then it ends up hitting like the knob, the under of the stick, because he had it tilted backwards. So I mean, he even said afterwards he got a little bit lucky. But that series was all about that, right? Yeah. It was all about weird bounces, kind of crazy caroms off the wall, weird deflections, hitting off bodies. So finally, the Stars got lucky on one.
It was like a lot about pressure, though, too. I think both teams in that game missed shots that were, that normally you would think if you were playing game 46, those would have probably been in the back of the net.
There were some flurries that I was just stunned that it wasn't in the goal.
Yeah, and really to me, I was texting with a couple buddies of mine, that were, in football, and they were saying, "Man, it's amazing to watch this," and I'm like, man, I wonder if it's just us missing the net or their goalie's that good. Because I felt like there were some opportunities where Dallas could have just could have cashed in and just didn't. But very fortunate though, the way, like I say, they had the best goalie, and going into this Edmonton series, they'll have the best goalie again.
Good sized tornado in Santo out by Weatherford, says the 817. The 972. Be safe. 3 tornadoes near Santo.
This is today?
This is yesterday probably. Okay. They took cover in Aubrey, says the 817. The sirens were going off. Had one in Salina last night as well. So it was north and south. It was scattered. You know, it was kind of a picky.
I was expecting real problems here.
Yeah, me too.
I was expecting. Yeah.
Okay, man. Rangers had a lot of good things happen, but they get a split with Houston over the weekend. I don't know how you guys feel about that. I mean, it could have been a sweep. But I'll take solace in the fact that you get 2 quality starts in a row from Jack Leiter. He takes the no-hitter into the 7th. You're hitting home runs. I don't think you were a real threat to be shut out all weekend long. So, I mean, we'll see how things go. But right now, I'm believing that over the last 14 games, things are starting to really settle down for the Rangers. I think they're 12th offensively over the last 2 weeks.
Okay.
So I'm not quite feeling as good about the Rangers as I am about the Dallas Stars. They are off tonight. They will visit the Yankees tomorrow. It is a 5 o'clock pregame and a 5:40 pitch this week in the Bronx against the Yankees. But, man, this thing with Jack Leiter is fun. We need to see sustained success. He started the season really well, and then he went out. He came back. He really struggled for 2 or 3 starts. Now we got 2 good ones in a row, and I think quite a bit of reason to feel good about your baseball team here as we hit mid-May. This is much better than April.
Oh, 100%. We still need to get some guys going offensively for sure, but the lighter stuff, I heard Jared with Sean and RJ this morning saying that homer that he gave up and where it was placed and everything, because it was out of the zone, it was like a 1% chance that ball's a home run.
Damn.
And so that's something that you're like, oh my goodness. But otherwise, he was phenomenal.
Yeah, and he got robbed too. Yeah.
Yeah, well, absolutely.
The ump screwed him. I mean, that 8th inning, and then that results in the East Sock Paredes ending up getting the 3-run home run. 2 of those get charged to Jack, but 2-2, you get a strike that would have ended the at-bat there with Cam Smith, and it ends up being called the ball. And, I mean, that's one where, hey, it happens, but it's a sucky time for that one to go down.
Indeed. Okay, Thunder beat the Nuggets. They go to the conference finals. Shai Gilgeous-Alexander against Ant-Man in the West. Pacers, Knicks in the East. I just think it's worth repeating. I know we talked about it a little bit last week, but and I was tweeting about it over the weekend. But we're going to have a new champion in the NBA for the first again. We've had one every year for 7 years in a row now. So the dynasty era of the NBA is over, and it's replaced by parity. Is this version better? I think it's a big question.
I would say no. I like dynasties. I know at some point you sort of get sick of them, but then just the way of the world in sports, like there's always going to be a new team that is coming for the crown, and those storylines to me are really, really fun. And so I prefer, I like watching the greatness. And sometimes it's maybe you hate them a little bit, like the Patriots over that sustained period of time. At some point, you're like, man, this is ridiculous. But you also have to appreciate the greatness here, and you can't wait for them to get knocked off.
Yeah, and I love how the Patriots did it. I mean, in a parody era of the NFL, and the Chiefs are doing the same thing. I like dynasty. I like watching greatness. I think knowing that you could be watching one of the greatest teams or one of the greatest players, what this is going to do, it's going to take the shine off of the best player on the team of the decade, right? Because now you can't build over time. If a player can truly carry a team to a championship in the NBA, he is going to have to earn it. He is going to have to do that. Like, you look back on Jordan's Bulls, they were more loaded. They were the best team. Same with Kobe and Shaq's Lakers, the best team. And throughout Lakers, Celtics in the 80s and 90s, right? We projected this greatness onto individual stars that allowed the game to grow, because we're watching a guy that has done stuff that nobody could ever do. Nobody can catch this. Nobody can catch that. And then Steph Curry goes on this run. Well, look at the Warriors teams that he had. It was crazy how loaded those teams were. The NBA, I don't know exactly why, but they've decided under Adam Silver that model, isn't ideal. And I don't know. Is this all just trying to suppress salaries? Is there a financial business motive behind it, or maybe they truly believe that getting everybody a chance to go on that championship run can lock in more fan bases?
Yes.
We got these teams around the country that haven't sniffed success in decades.
You're speaking correctly now.
All right.
Yeah, well, I think it's the NFL model. Like the NFL, they stress the parity, right? Even though they have fallen into the quarterbacks are dominating the sport, to where you get the dynasties that are the Patriots and the Chiefs, but we've seen teams get to go from worst to first.
Yes.
That happens almost every single year. We've seen some teams go from top 3 pick to Super Bowl the next year. You didn't get to see that a lot in the NBA, but I think you nailed this, Gavin, where the singular great players, there's something about that, and having grown up now in the LeBron era, to where it's all about comparing to MJ, and it's all about the championships. And that individual chasing the titles, right? Kobe was chasing the titles. The legacy that MJ set, the Magic set. I mean, nobody's going to get to the 11 that like Wilt and Russ and those guys had. But in terms of championships, 100%, you're looking for that. And like guys like Jokic, for example, they're not going to have a shot to even be in those conversations.
No. I would say to the NBA as well, if this is how you're going to do it, then you can't do the lottery draft the way you do it, because you can't have both of these. If you want parity, then you got to let the worst teams in the sport actually get the best player.
Absolutely right about that.
I'm glad that if they start it moving forward, we got to secure what is hopefully going to be keeper flag.
No, you're right.
But after that, I mean, come on now, because the Hornets and these teams, the Wizards, they're going to suck in perpetuity.
Yeah.
When they're Wizards picking 6th overall in a draft where they should be number 1.
Yeah.
You can't be doing that.
No, I think you make some good points there. It's interesting, the different ways they can configure it. Celtics reportedly more likely to move Drew Holiday and Kristaps Porzingis over Derek White. Holiday sitting at $35 million a year. They paid massively to try to keep that core together. Does it make financials? I don't know. Can you trade for him? I don't know exactly. If the Mavs think that that's a good plan. I do know that Drew Holiday at $35 million is way too much money.
It's a lot of money.
If you are, trying to carve up that pie, I think the Celtics might just be seeing that. Plus, he's older now, and he's always been injury prone. Congrats to Dallas' Scottie Scheffler winning the PGA Championship. Incredible round 65 on Saturday. He set the table. And apparently had to overcome a driver that failed inspection. He and Rory's drivers both failed inspection.
Both TaylorMade equipment, I believe.
So what happens there is over time, the face of the driver gets thinner and thinner.
Mm-hmm.
And the layers get compacted. And at some point, it crosses the threshold where it's too bouncy. And Scotty said he'd been playing with that driver for a year or so and was kind of surprised that it hadn't been banned earlier.
Yeah.
But his other thing was, it's weird that we're only pulling 50 of the players out of the pool to test the driver for, because, if you want to make sure you're being fair, then we should test them all.
Test them.
Half the field?
About half the field?
Yeah, but see, I think
he said a third of the field.
Yeah, but I was just saying, I wonder if I think most tournaments are 120 guys, I think is what it is. So if that's the case.
I'll take your word for it.
No, I'm just saying, would half the field be okay for you on that?
I mean, I think Scotty's got a point.
Yeah. Well, yesterday we had in qualifying for the Indy 500, we had the Penske teams try to use illegal pieces. And so they got, one of their cars passed through inspection. The second car didn't. So there was questions like, well, wait a minute. They both have the same issue. How do you, but it's
loopholes.
It's a matter of catching.
Yes.
That's the whole thing.
Yeah. So if I'm on tour and I got a driver I've been using for a year and a half, and this is a razor thin wall, and I know I'm getting 10, 15 yards extra, I'm putting that in the bag and I'm showing up. If they don't test me, I'm using it.
Every time.
And if they do find it, then I'm trading it out. Inter Miami captain Leo Messi urging the team to stay strong and remain united after losing to Orlando City 3-0 last night. 5 losses in the past 7 games for Miami. He's also complaining about the refs. 37 years old is Messi, and you got to say it, the end might be near. It might be near. I think that's what we're seeing. Okay, Greg Wyshynski, Puck Daddy's coming up at 3:20. Top 10 is next after a replay of the G-Bag of the Day champion. We'll check where you taking us.
Yeah, we had National Barbecue Day on Friday. I've got the top 10 best barbecue joints in North Texas. 877-881-1053. Where's your favorite spot? But also, what's your go-to barbecue order? That's next.
Ames, you want the scoop from the sources? You came to the right place. It's the
has LIV products? I gotta remember that.
You know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean, like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay.
That you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Razor Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
The Pre-Club?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Is it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
G-Bag.com. It's hard to stop a train.
Yeah, buddies, welcome back. It's the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. Wolchuk's Top 10 is coming up in just a second. We'll replay the G-Bag of the Day champion here in just a moment. Segment's brought to you by the Frankels. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call the Frankels first, 214 or 817-333-3333. There's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. The Frankels, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas. It's also brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today at carsforkids.org. Into the Pimp Cup. Lucius, who's the champ?
Yeah. It is AI Broadus.
Oh, that's right.
AI Broadus is our G-Bag of the Day champ. Day 2 right here. If you see anything floating out there on the social webs, hear it on another station, might see it on TV, I don't care where you see it. A podcast, hit me up at Lucky Lucius P on social media. I'm Lucius Alexander. Lucius Alexander on Facebook. You can follow us all if you find G-Bag Nation on Twitter. Yeah, Day 2 right here. The RJ and Choppy Show. Which one of these fools is Chop? AR Broadus. I'll let them set it up for you.
Brian Broadus had the worst take when it came to talking about why maybe some Stars fans or some casual hockey fans have not jumped on the bandwagon aggressively for the Dallas Stars yet.
If I can ask you guys this question, though, hockey fan is going to do this, but is fan that's trying to be the bandwagon fan, these games are hard to find.
True TV?
No, it's hard to find if is it a TNT game? Is it a...
It's TNT or ESPN.
It's a remote. But okay, what night?
Let's give more covering fire to the casual fan. I decided to ask AI Brian Broadus yesterday. Oh. Hey, AI Brian Broadus, do you have any more excuses for Stars fans?
How do the Stars expect fans to even get to the game with how confusing cars are these days? I put it in R to go, L, N... That's a lot of letters that you expect guys and gals to learn. Are you going to learn that if you're a casual hockey fan? If you're walking around Dallas, how do you even know a game is going on at the AAC? I can't see any ice from the outside. It looks more like Petra to me. Seriously. The first time I went down there, I was like, whoa, am I in southern Jordan right now with this rock-cut architecture and these water conduit systems? I'll tell you what, I think Jake Ottinger is really hurting the Stars right now with their fan base. People are going up to me and they're saying, Ryan, I love your podcast with Vach Lombardi. And then they say, I went to the Stars game last night, and I never saw an otter on the ice. My children were so upset. And it's like, you're not wrong about that. You're not wrong about that. Maybe we should stop with such confusing nicknames. I just think we need to be consistent here.
We need to be consistent.
Yes.
You're not wrong about that.
There he is, Bobby Bell, with our one-time G-Bag of the Day champion, AI Broadus. Okay, tune in tonight, 5:30, see if AI can make it 2 in his pursuit of 5 in G-Bag Nation immortality. Here he is, Zach with an H. Wooly bully.
Well, let's go to something else I think AI Broadus knows a lot about. That's barbecue. We had National Barbecue Day on Friday. So we've got the top 10 best barbecue joints. This is specifically in North Texas. We've done the entire state before. We've done best barbecue foods. But this is in North Texas. Obviously, we all love Hurtado. Hurtado's delicious. That anytime we've been there, like whether it was when we got to do Love of the Star at the new location,
Dawson treated us to nachos the other day. They were good.
Nachos were delicious. The ballpark, the station in Arlington. Anytime we've been there, and we're in Haters Bar, it's badass. And the crew there is awesome. Brandon's crushing it. They're going to be in the top 10. I'll let you know that. Hurtado will be there. But 877-881-1053, what is your favorite barbecue spot in Texas? But I also want to know, what's your go-to order? Because there have been times I'm not sure. I kind of want a little bit of everything. Now, as a kid, I always just kind of stuck to the tried and true brisket sandwich. That was a great start. The brisket I will always get at a barbecue place, but I will say the meat that is starting to be the runner-up for me is the turkey.
You about to say the T word? I knew it, dude.
The barbecue turkey at these places is freaking outstanding.
They nail it. Yeah, the good smoke on it still. It's very tender.
Yes.
And
so
it's not
damn good.
Not dry at all. I mean,
all right.
Hurtado has amazing turkey.
Yes.
Let's circle this back.
Okay.
I hand you the brisket sandwich that we normally get or turkey sandwich.
I'm going to go with the brisket sandwich.
No question.
The prosecution rests its case.
But hey, the number 2 for me used to always be probably the sausage.
I'm with you though. I do.
But the turkey.
The JC.
How do you?
Yeah.
Jalapeno cheddar sausage.
How do you load up though the turkey? What all do you put? I mean, do you do onion and the pickles and?
If you're doing the sandwich,
if I get the sandwich, honestly, what I've enjoyed is a lot of these places will pop some slaw on there, or I'll just go if I get a side of coleslaw.
They're making like a pulled pork look.
Yeah, exactly. The pulled pork style of sandwich, but with the smoked turkey. Otherwise, I would just go like pickles and barbecue sauce.
We've got a lot of texts coming in already, Woolchuck, and 2 spots that I've never been to are popping up. Cadillac
in
Farmers Branch and Goldie's. Goldie's is the one that Meat Church Matt would tell me about.
Goldie's is the goat, dude. Goldie's has been the number 1 on basically every list we've done.
How far is that from here?
But you got to get the. It's in Fort Worth, I think.
Really?
Let me look at where
we're gonna have to try that one.
Yeah, the thing is, like with Goldie's, the line.
Is it down like Franklin's down in Austin?
Crazy.
Franklin's got that line that runs out the door.
Like I think you've got to get there super early. People make a whole commitment out of this.
So he cooks. Does he cook just enough to stay open, and then when it's out, it's out?
I believe so. I think Goldie's is one of those places.
I'll tell you, the smart barbecue places that are really, really good will do that.
That's the way to do it.
Just like the demand for it, like, oh, God, I got to leave now. I got to go.
Yeah.
And my Uncle Sonny at Sonny Bryan's, he used to cook just up until like he knew exactly how much food to put on his pit. And by about 2:45, he was completely sold out and he was heading home.
Wow.
It's
good life.
Yeah.
It's the best way to do it. There are some new locations here, like new barbecue spots that I haven't tried out that are on here.
I'd be really, really excited to hear my favorite barbecue spot now that I haven't gone anywhere else for the last couple of months since I discovered them in Newark. It's Local Craft Barbecue. Absolutely 10 out of 10, unbelievable. They actually cook all their stuff in tallow and things like that. You walk out of there, I embarrass myself, and I walk out, and I feel fantastic afterwards. And oh my gosh, dude, got the burgers.
What's your favorite?
I got my because Steve and Jason and Rocky, those guys over there, they're big Tolos. So once I started popping in, they're like, and they know how I like to eat burgers. They're like, we're gonna make a burger in your honor. So it's the Big Chief. There's actually a pork belly on top of it. You think bacon's good on a burger? Wait till you have a pork belly situation. But the bun's unbelievable, and dude, I can't get enough.
I'm gonna need to stop in with you next time in your neck of the woods. D Magazine. I don't know if maybe they just didn't go. They're not listed on here, but we do love them. Honorable mention. We've got Slow Bone in Dallas. They also apparently have some of the best barbecue deals in the Metroplex.
Slow Bone.
You also have 4T's Barbecue in Forney. So if you're in the Forney area, they're getting some love. Of course, Heim, who usually cracks the top 10 of a lot of these lists.
I brought Heim here on a Friday for us one time. Sandwiches.
Heim's good, man.
Heim's good.
Heim
Over by
does
the
it the right
airport.
way. They're an honorable mention on here. Lane's Oaked Handcrafted Barbecue there in Addison and in Dallas. Their barbecue, their dry rubbed smoked pork spare ribs are one of the best items that they've got. So
watched somebody cook some of those the other day on YouTube. Just dry rub.
Ribs.
Yeah, dry rub. Yeah.
We got some more honorable mentions. Meshack's Barbecue Shack is on here. Meshack. That's kind of a badass name. Meshack's.
Meshack.
I'm down to go to Meshack's.
What about a Bendigo? Yeah.
Smoke and Ash Barbecue in Arlington comes in at 14. That's I think that's the Ethiopian barbecue style barbecue.
Oh, I've been seeing
which I've been wanting to try. It looks really, really badass.
What are we doing different? Is it all charcoal or something? What are we doing that's different?
It's a traditional smoke. But I think his wife is a native to Ethiopia.
It's like they're just their flavor profiles, the way they put stuff together.
Okay, so it's the spice content then.
Yeah, so they've got it features the same cuts with the same smoke rings, rendered fat, and peppery bark with salt crystals. But the meat is glazed with aromatic awaze sauce. AWAZE, like a waze.
I think you nailed
sauce.
it. Yeah,
I went awaze because awaze didn't sound right. It's a traditional Ethiopian condiment. Dried chilies, garlic, ginger,
wasabi,
onion. No, it's got cinnamon, nutmeg, cloves in there. So they recommend the lamb tibs. And it's tibs
tib with a B.
With a B, like a good tib.
Are they? How big are they?
I don't have a picture of them here.
Really?
But the whole plate that they do show.
What kind of question was that?
Absolutely delicious. How big are the lamb tibs?
I'm wanting to know proportions.
Like, was it a bite-sized tib? Or what kind of tib were we looking at?
Exactly.
Did they measure them by the cup?
Are we going tib for tib?
Yeah.
Number 10, though.
Only Chief.
Hutchins comes in at number 10. D Magazine's best barbecue joints.
I'd tell you what, I'd struggle to find 4 that are just as good.
Yeah.
I've been doing Hutchins quite a bit. The location McKinney
is that the turkey one you like?
Close to a lot of soccer.
Who's got the turkey?
That's the half chicken.
Oh, the half
You
chicken.
go to Hutchins.
Yeah.
A lot of people might not think half chicken at a barbecue spot. You got to try it.
Yep.
Good Lord. 817 Goldie's is out of food by like 9 or 9:30 every day.
Dude, and they're only open Monday through Friday.
They start selling at 7. They stop at 11 a.m. You're never going to make it in there. They're open Monday through Friday.
That is amazing. Good for them for being able to do that, though. But that's just keep the demand high.
I think that's how Cadillac is. I think Cadillac's only open for like literally 2 or 3 days a week.
We'll get to Cadillac's up high on this one. Number 9 and quickly rising every year is Hurtado Barbecue.
There you go.
Comes in at 9 on the best barbecue joints in North Texas.
Outstanding.
Their side dishes are good to go along with their barbecue.
The sides are so good. But I think the tacos, I don't think anyone else can really even compare with that. And that baked potato is a hell of a value.
That baked potato at the game is really good. Is that a menu item at Hurtado? We think, or is that just, that is?
Yeah,
I would
think.
think. That is.
It is.
All right.
Number 8, we go to Grand Prairie, and it's our friend Zavala's Barbecue, which you can also get at the American Airlines Center.
Oh, yeah, they're outstanding.
Their rub is really good, too.
Good people. They're Tolo, Zavala. I mean, honestly, we're spoiled because a lot of these amazing barbecue joints, they're big fans of the station. I mean, Hurtado takes care of us. Zavala's has come in before. Obviously, we've had plenty of dinners at Pecan Lodge, Jared's charity event, which is outstanding. Every time we go Heim, we mention. We're spoiled, man. Lucius, did you want to add in maybe a spot we haven't mentioned yet? And what is your go-to order when we get to barbecue place?
100%, bro. I go to Smoky John's Barbecue. Smoky John's Barbecue on Mockingbird.
Yeah,
man. They have a big showing at the State Fair. They're really, really good. And you go in there, like, you see Johnny Taylor and Ed Too Tall Jones on the wall from the 70s.
Oh, yeah.
You're like, oh, man, football players and blues guys used to hang out here and eat
this
this
place is good
barbecue.
there.
Yeah, you know it's going to be good.
Yeah.
I like ribs and sausage. Give me some nice cold mustard potato salad.
Ooh,
and some beans, bro.
I'm with you. I got
Bean me up.
Potato salad with the barbecue. I'm with you there. 7 is Dane's Craft Barbecue in Alito, which I've never been to.
Never been.
I have heard about that.
Dane's Craft Barbecue.
We're adopting
in Alito.
these craft names for that. Is that we're trying to niche? This thing?
Maybe. It could be. They're doing vacuum sealed smoked meats.
Oh, you say vacuum sealed?
Vacuum sealed.
Wow.
That's weed. Take home and smoke it yourself kind of deal.
You can get that under the register if you want to
Exactly,
buy it.
bro.
Yeah. And they've also got flaming hot street
You
corn.
so appreciate it, too. You're like, hey, man, you know what?
You want a bag to go? We got you. Go smoke it yourself. There's a pizza place that does that, like Papa Murphy's or something. Like
that's their whole business.
You got to go home and cook it yourself.
Come in there, get you a frozen pizza, and throw it in your
Surprise the kiddos, huh?
It works, I guess.
Dude, Papa Murphy's.
I've never done it.
It used to get it done.
But when I heard about that, I was like, what? Like, what if I'm going to make the effort to go and get it, don't I want it just ready?
It's just like a high value frozen pizza, which I mean, there's a time
It's cheaper,
where you just that's all you want. So it's refrigerated.
Yeah.
Okay.
Good call.
Slightly
Fair
different. But it's amazing. It tastes amazing. We used to get them a lot. And the amazing thing is they'd be like $6. You know. And great value. That's what I'm saying. Like in
Feed
high
the
school
family.
and stuff, dude.
Yeah.
College. Papa Murphy's. That was like me. I was like brought us at the China King buffet or whatever.
Yeah, geez.
Where they know him by name, they know his order or whatever.
I walked in there. I walked in like
Papa Murphy's got it done for me.
2 months later. They go, "Where have you been?" I felt
That's
like
so great.
I know I put a deck on one of their houses back there.
A lot of love for this best barbecue burger at Dane's at the 817. Like the barbecue burger is getting a lot of love.
Getting a cheeseburger at a barbecue place.
Are we using brisket trimmings? Is that what kind of talking about there?
Absolutely. That's what we're kind of talking about.
I hate when they don't cook the burger on the grill, though. They'll cook it on the flat
top.
grill. Yeah, like,
Flat
no,
top.
man, put it on that barbecue grill, fam. I want the smoky flavor of it. I want an outside cookout burger.
Yes, sir.
Bricks Barbecue in Fort Worth comes in at number 6. Bricks with an X.
Sounds like Fort
white
Worth
bricks.
getting it done.
Bricks, yeah, Fort Worth is getting it done. Top 5 best barbecue joints in North Texas. Vaqueros Texas Barbecue, number 5 in Allen. D Magazine says biggest surprise on the list. They visited Vaqueros in just the second week of business in its new location. It was a brick and mortar. And they had originally started out of a trailer in Grapevine. They called it Hop and String Brewing Company there, and they were just serving barbecue. And now they officially opened up their own location. So give them
number
some
1
love.
in the North Texas area, huh?
Number 5.
Oh, number 5. I'm sorry.
4 is Panther City. Panther City also Tolos. We love you.
They're a staple.
3 is Cadillac. Cadillac Barbecue and Farmers Branch coming in at number 3.
And does it say they're at business hours? Because I feel like they are literally like a Thursday, Friday type operation.
I don't have the hours in front of me here, but I think you're right. I think they are. But the meats of aplenty here. I mean, some of the pictures they're showing, it's divine looking. But the top 2, number 2, Smokey Joe's Barbecue.
Hey,
in Dallas.
How about that?
How about that? Number
Nice.
2 is Smokey Joe's.
How about that, Lucius?
Nailing it.
I like Smokey John's.
I don't think it's too far behind.
Just a few letters off.
You got the Big Mac and you have the Big Mick. You know what I mean?
Smokey Joe's has been in business since '85, and the ribs are the mainstay if you're going to go to Smokey Joe's. But number 1 is indeed Goldie's Barbecue in Fort Worth, and I feel like every barbecue list we do, it is indeed Goldie's that comes up. Whether it's the best in Texas, best in North Texas, it's Goldie's.
Got to figure out a way to get in there.
Yeah, dude. We need to make that happen.
Camp out.
It'd be
We're
easy.
spoiled out here, man. We got Terry Black's and Pecan Lodge on the same damn street, dog.
Yeah.
We're spoiled.
Amazing places to walk into.
Yes.
Like, that's Texas barbecue right there. Downtown Dallas, so good. All righty. Flights delayed at DFW Airport and Dallas Love Field here with this weather
Okay,
situation.
I talked it into existence, I guess.
Yeah, I suppose.
Nice work.
It doesn't look too bad.
You proud of that?
It's been ominous for like 72 hours.
Done worse.
All righty. What's coming up next, Chief?
Multiple weekend dubs to address, and today's the 1-year anniversary of this Wolchuk disaster. Next in the nation.
Coming up Tuesday morning on Sean and RJ, we'll get you ready for the Yankees. We have another Ice Cube ticket giveaway, and we'll...
you say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else? Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, great. I love it.
Featuring Elvis and some of his favorite former teammates. Get your tickets now at Rangers.com/Hall of Fame.
If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine, back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. They've got more new Chevys than anyone in their all-price of sale. Silverados, Tahoes, Blazers, Malibus, Equinox, and more. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference. Based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 and 2024.
Well, thank you, Lucius. It's the G-Back Nation here on the Fan. Greg Wyshynski, Puck Daddy's coming up at 3:20. Here's the Chief.
Yes, sir. Thank you very much. Happy Monday. Weekend was solid, huh? I mean, across the board, we feel good about it. I did get a little under the weather. I was fighting through yesterday on the BetMGM program, but we got it done. So feeling good. The Stars help, ease the throat pain that I'd been dealing with. I don't know. I developed a little scratch on Friday. Not really sure if it was like a allergy thing or what, but been
shook it off,
hammering through the old Zyrtec a little bit.
Job.
And bouncing back in a big way. So weekend sports was a lot of fun. Obviously the Stars, are you kidding me? Walchuk in the building. And I feel like, we're 2-0 in our last two in the building.
We got to find a way to get in there for the conference finals and then hopefully the cup finals, just like alternate games.
We got to get you some tickets?
Yeah.
Let's do this.
Might need to get some tickets to the AAC. Bully Melrose. How could he not plant the flag at the AAC?
Might have something special in store for Wednesday.
Who, Bully?
Bully Melrose might.
Going to the game? Bully going?
No. I'm not going to be able to afford, back-to-back like that.
Not that cool.
I went ahead and just pulled the trigger with the brother-in-law and said, let's go see them, shake their hands and move on. But I don't think I can't pay to go to every game.
Any weekend that had a moment like that in overtime is going to be great. I also, though, Chief, got my 3.5-year-old in the pool without her floaty for the first time.
Oh.
And she full sends everything. So she's like jumping off the patio into the pool. She's trying to run away from me to jump into the pool. Now, she will drown in 10 seconds, right? So I'm having to but she's so confident now that as long as she knows she can't be in there without me, I'm kind of encouraging the confidence.
Right.
And she actually got back to the wall a couple of times when she jumped into the shallow and then turned and tried to go. She got back a couple of times by herself. So that was a relief that we're making progress in the swimming. And then I actually watched Wolf of Wall Street for the first time.
What?
Yeah.
Whoa. Did the sides cure cancer?
What's that?
Did the sides cure cancer?
Yeah, did the sides actually cure the cancer?
I don't know. They were very expensive sides, though, weren't they? Like 20 grand for sides.
Yeah.
But yeah, good movie. So
that one scene's great.
You liked it?
I thought it was long, and you could have chopped out the silliness. Like, this should have been a movie made for people 10 years older. But once you bring in that, not the Seth dude, but the other goofball that works with him. Who's the other goofball with the glasses?
Jonah Hill.
Okay, Jonah Hill. Once you bring him in, it's like an impromptu comedy off.
Yeah, the whole Quaalude
So
deal.
every like 30 minutes, it's time for another what's his name sketch.
Yeah, Jonah Hill.
Yeah. Now we're going to sit around and watch Jonah Hill do impromptu comedy. You guys try to react to him, okay? We're going to put this in the movie.
You want to smoke crack with me, man? Please, man, please.
Yeah. So, it's over the top. The whole movie's over the top.
That Jordan guy is ridiculous, though. Have you seen him do interviews?
I have not.
He's a ridiculous guy at the same time.
Is he?
So, yeah.
Is that the real
Jordan Belfort, whatever?
Yeah.
Okay, so it was accurate.
He's a little ridiculous. Hella ego, super cocky, kind of goofy.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
Okay, so they hit it.
Leo nailed the character. Sounds like.
What an ending, though. As he's talking to this sales conference of total schmucks because he can't be in the game anymore.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah. Pretty unbelievable movie for sure. I can't believe it.
Landing the helicopter.
Yes. If you're pilot, man, how are you letting that happen? Yeah, I was. I don't know how I hadn't watched it. but I'm glad I did.
Yeah, absolutely, dude. One of those.
I'm glad you're getting the references stuff now. Like,
right?
You know what it is. Oh, I get what Leo's doing the thing on the TV now. Okay. Okay.
And all the memes and the gifs from that. Yeah, there's a lot. Yeah,
there's a lot from that movie. Well, we had a pretty successful weekend for Atolo, didn't we, Wolchuk?
We did. Shout out to the Skaggs family. Our buddy Tate, who's a legendary Tolo, went ahead and proposed. Now, Marty, his dad, reached out and was like, look, can we go into RS Diamond Broker? He reached out. He said, your dad took incredibly good care of me. They were on a tight deadline, came through for him. And then I believe that everything went great over the weekend. So shout out to the Skaggs family. Marty, you're the best. I'm glad, Pops could come through and RS Diamond Broker took care of you.
Huge success. Congratulations, Mr. Marty. And it's because of, it's a family affair.
It is.
When you're dealing with RS Diamond Broker. And it's inspiring family-oriented spots, live spots like these that get people to the building.
RS Diamond Broker. Yep, I love them. From dazzling diamond tennis bracelets to stunning engagement rings, our showroom is filled with exceptional pieces you'll love. And I can say our because, well, it's my dad's store. That's the R. That's Robert. My Uncle S. That happens to be Seymour Wiener. Visit in-store to explore those beautiful collections of high-quality diamonds and come enjoy the incredible prices and fantastic service that Robert and Seymour Wiener are absolutely known for. The prices are going to be better than you can get anywhere, and I can tell you, because I can speak from absolute certainty, you go see them. They got the best prices for lab-grown diamonds, natural mine diamonds, engagement rings, and fine jewelry. New location, RS Diamond Broker in North Dallas. You can check them out at rsdiamondbroker.com.
It's a one-stop shop for all incredible
best prices
things.
And my guy, my uncle, Seymour Wiener.
That's right, dude. It's a beautiful thing.
What do breasts cost these days? About 10, 12 grand, probably?
It just depends.
Inflation get them?
I think we should ask Pat Mahomes.
The right pair that you want. Yeah, that's true. My gosh.
Okay, so this is also the 1 year anniversary of
Pat Mahomes.
Yeah, what happened, fam?
At this time last year.
Brittany got some new joints?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, Brittany got a lot of new things.
She pulled them puppies out or something? What's going on?
According to the timeline, she's loud and proud.
It's not quite the same.
Revamped the.
When they get them new ones, they always like to pull them out, man.
Oh yeah,
show them off.
I bought them.
Yeah,
they're really not for you.
Yeah,
they're
you
for
the
world.
Well, this is actually 1 year ago on this day in sports history. Walchuk and I were up here on a Sunday, and we were doing our BetMGM program. And Walchuk, we get a little loosey-goosey in there a little bit, and it's tough sledding by the end. This is like the second to last segment of the show. He's teasing a question, a segment called Questions with Krully, but we also have a segment with Carter Freeman called Carter's Corner. This is Walchuk doing an unheard of move in the art of teasing on the radio.
So damn skinny there on Fury. That's something we haven't even talked about, but Usyk with a massive
dominated
KO.
him. Dominated.
Watch that. The first half of that fight, I thought it was all him. All right, coming up next, Krully. Let's go into the corner or whatever the fuck questions with him.
Zach Wolchuk and Eric Schiff.
Is that not ridiculous, dude?
I was so scared the entire rest of that show, and we never heard a word about that.
We didn't hear a peep.
I was not wanting to be there. That's one. It's like a Sunday afternoon. This is dragging. I'm not feeling well. Like, get me out of here. And yeah, the dismount didn't go quite as I wanted. But
truly,
gosh, it made for a memory. I'm sorry for all the children that were listening.
No, apparently there were none because we got no negative feedback on that.
I think we're good.
It was really
Until
special.
now.
I'd be kind of concerned about that too.
Yeah.
Dude, as long as the check clears, I don't care if one person listens to that show.
For all we know, we have a bagel in the listener column, but they keep bringing us back in, man. So we will take it. Congratulations, Scotty Scheffler. Of course, that's a weekend dub for you. Such a great story, says Mike Bouvet on Twitter. Got out of jail, turned his life around, and hasn't reoffended. The system works, ladies and gentlemen. How about
That's good.
Caitlin Clark and Angel Reese? This is exactly what the WNBA couldn't have painted a better picture for the start of their season, could they? Other than like her going for like 100 points or something.
Yeah, she had the triple-double.
She had the triple-double.
And you have a rivalry that might be good for the league. I think it's kind of gross on social media, the abuse that both ladies are taking. And I don't want it to go there, but I think I don't know. Were you being facetious? Because I do think it's a great opening.
I'm being
right.
I'm being dead
And
serious.
There's nothing wrong with what either did. There's hard fouls and there's pushing in every basketball game. Yeah,
Totally
absolutely.
fine. Like, and the fact that they upgraded it to a flagrant, though, I thought
was weird.
that
Yeah.
was sort of patronizing. Like, come on, these are professional basketball players.
Yeah.
There's going to be
let the girls play.
There's going to be some hard fouls from time to time, dude. Like, get over it. It wasn't anything crazy, but I think that was great news for the WNBA because everybody is talking about it. Caitlin Clark lived up to the start there with the triple double, 20, 10, and 10. How about this, dude? She has 9, 20, and 10 games in her career when it comes to 20 points, 10 assists. Okay, she's got 9. She's played 41 games. Courtney Vandersloot is the leader in WNBA history, 20 and 10 games. She has 10 of them. She played over 400 games in her career.
Damn.
Caitlin Clark has played like 10% of the games that Vandersloot played, and she's one shy of tying her in WNBA history for 20 and 10. Diana Taurasi has 9, so Clark is tied with Taurasi. Taurasi played almost 600 games in her career. So pretty epic stat of the day there from Caitlin Clark. I know Dave Portnoy was there from Barstool, and he threw a last-second triple-double bet and cashed
No
in.
way.
He laid down like 25 G's
Holy
right
cow.
before the game.
He had the whole Indiana uniform on too, like a goofball, bro.
That is freaking awesome.
From head to toe, shorts and all, bro. Like he was about to go hoop.
Yeah, I know. And he was doing it without no undershirt, like just straight armpit.
Ankle brace.
Hairy as hell.
Ready to go,
Got
bro.
taped up.
I think there was a Thunder fan doing the exact same thing in OKC yesterday. It's a funny look there. You got the headband on and everything. But
Would that bet pay though? She hasn't had that many triple doubles.
oh yeah,
has she?
it was like he bet like 25 G's and got like 350 G's off.
Oh
it.
my god.
Yeah,
God, dude.
it's ridiculous. He was on Club Shay Shay the other day, and one of the things that went viral was him saying like, "Yeah, I could go make $5 million next week if I wanted to." He's like, once the money starts coming in, it's just easy to compound it.
He's a wild.
That was a great instance of that.
Yeah, but some of these stats are ridiculously low. Reset the record for most consecutive double-doubles in a single season last year, and almost broke Thompson's record for most double-doubles in a season with points and rebounds. I think she had 26 of them or something like that. But no, this is fun, and Paige Becker's career got off to a decent start. So I feel like both nationally and locally, this WNBA at least offers you something else for your sports calendar. Top stories of the day coming up next. We'll relive the epic Stars weekend, take a look at your Rangers stories of the day, then get to Greg Wyshynski coming up at 3:20 here. It's the G-Bag Nation on 105 through the Fan.
Apes, you want the scoop from the sources? You came to the right place. It's the G-Bag Nation.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Baby.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No,
Nutmeg Maidens?
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Roger that, Sally.
An Odyssey sports station.
Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios, you're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
It's Hour 2 G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. Thanks for making us part of your day. The top national stories generating headlines at the hour. Frankie Louvu, he is a Commanders linebacker, right?
Yes, sir.
He wants the tush-push banned.
Mm-hmm.
And I know that's been a conversation throughout the season, and they're going to make an official ruling on some of this stuff here in the not-too-distant future.
A couple days, like Wednesday?
Yeah.
That's when they're meeting in Minneapolis.
Yeah, I guess
2
they had
days.
to change the language on it. Now it's like instead of just you can't push the quarterback, you can't push any ball carrier. So that would be
That's kind of the original rule, right?
Yeah, right. Wasn't it like the Bush push?
But
back
yeah,
in USC Notre Dame.
You just couldn't push a runner.
So
carry a runner.
It surprised me when the Eagles started doing it 5 years ago or so or whatever, because I didn't realize that was allowed.
Well, it's smart for, I guess, the league that got back to Green Bay or whichever team it was to propose the initial rule, because, yeah, that's an easy loophole. If it's all about I just can't push the quarterback, can I just do like a jet sweep, and here I'm giving it to a wide receiver real quick, and here we go. I mean, there's ways around it if you want to get creative.
Yeah. So, I don't know if we need to do it now, though. I mean, the Eagles, they had a great team last year. They weren't able to steamroll their way to championships. If you're willing to risk your players like that, I mean, I don't have any problem with it, but it does come to competitive balance because the defense can't do it on the other side. So I see it on both sides. I guess, for NFC East purposes, for rivalry purposes, if a rule impacts your biggest rival in a major way, I definitely see an upside to that. The Eagles did reward Nick Sirianni with a multi-year extension. I don't know how I'd feel about that if that was the front office. The last 2 years, we've had significant chemistry issues popping up. Maybe, 2023, it got the best of you in the second half of the season. Maybe last year you just proved that stuff doesn't matter. And we got it figured out and just absolutely dominated. But whatever the case, you won a Super Bowl. Head coach figures, he can get it done.
Yeah.
Let's keep rolling with this guy until there is a full-on implosion. And I do think that's how it'll end here in the next couple of years.
Yeah, this will be a situation where Nick Sirianni's ego will, right now it's cool, I've got it going, but kind of saw the same thing happen in Green Bay with Mike Holmgren and Ron Wolf.
Really?
All of a sudden, if they just would have stayed together, if they probably would have competed. We probably would have competed with Dallas better. Probably would have had an opportunity to win. We won the one Super Bowl in '96. Got back in '97. You could add maybe a couple more. We were talking about dynasties and stuff like that. But Green Bay was on that path. It's just that, these coaches have such egos that they think they're the reason why. And instead of staying with a guy that's super aggressive, really one of the best personnel guys there are in the league when it comes to wheeling and dealing and knowing when to get rid and know when to get and know when to make moves, is that guy in Philadelphia. And I don't know as a coach why you wouldn't just want to hang in there, maybe, like I say, maybe in a couple years they won't. Maybe he'll become like, well, I'm the reason why we're winning these games. And then when that happens, then you're going to make Jeff Lurie have to decide between the GM and the coach.
Managing success is really tough, because all the players want to get paid as they should, and a lot of the coaches and front office guys think that they are the reason. That was Nico Harrison. That's why he was, so fond of the idea of trading Luka, as he thought, the trades that he did last year proved that he was capable of, spinning up a championship team. But whatever the case, I do think losing is toxic, and when they start losing, I think that's when it becomes too difficult to manage. We are headed for Game 1 of the West Finals, Stars and Oilers. Once again, Game 1 Wednesday night, 7 o'clock. All the games are going to be at 7. So enjoy your earlier evenings than you've been used to. Should be in bed by 10, maybe 10:30 at the latest. Haven't played a lot of overtime games, though.
Yeah.
Stars are on this historic run of every series they play in just about has.
Nuts.
Yeah.
Free hockey.
But they did win 2 of 3 games against the Oilers in the regular season, outscored them 12-9. None of that matters, as we just saw in the Winnipeg Jets series. The series last year, 4-2, Draisaitl and McDavid, the 2 best players in the series. Is that still the case with Rantanen in here now?
No, I think Rantanen's a better player than Draisaitl. So I think you've now got McDavid is the best player in the series. There's no question. He's the best player in hockey. So the Oilers will have that. I think that it'll be much like Nathan McKinnon, who got his in the Colorado series. You didn't have Cale Makar. So that'll be it. Like, is it possible to neutralize Draisaitl to where, hey, Connor McDavid, he's so damn good, he's going to end up getting some goals. But how does the Stars penalty kill fare in this series? I think that's really going to be if they're able to win or lose this thing.
Especially if the Stars continue to take bad penalties.
Yeah.
If you can find a way, maybe as you go along and get in the conference finals, the officials let more and more go. They always believe in letting these players decide it, like we saw the other night. But yeah, if it's a tightly called, but special teams, so with the power play and things, if it's a tightly called game, that's got to favor the Edmonton, because Dallas, if they'll take penalties, and Edmonton, the one thing that the Stars have been able to kill some, but man, I don't know if you could kill against this group. That's very similar to what I think Colorado would bring.
It's terrifying.
Yeah, I mean, that's why I still think that Colorado has been a better opponent than Winnipeg.
Absolutely.
Oh, agreed. I think these are the 3 best teams. I think you're going to have to beat the 2 best teams in the West to get there with Colorado and Edmonton outside of yourselves.
Okay. Other keys to this series. The Franklin Frankel injury attorney text line is open for you if you want to get into the conversation at 877-881-1053. Harley has the most neutral zone turnovers in the playoffs, and he has made some incredible plays. That's one of the things they hope he cleans up as he gets older. But I think along with the penalties, it's the turnovers that have crushed this team for a long time. But I'm confident. Even though you lost last year to Edmonton, those games could have gone either way. You're better on special teams now. Your goalie is hotter than he has ever been. They're talking about him being the Team USA netminder now. It is about a pick 'em, but the Stars are favored at -115 on the money line, Brian.
Yeah, you look at and they've added a couple of guys that were with the Stars with Klingberg and also with Perry.
They're pretty deep.
Perry's been there for a few years now, and he's been really good this postseason. He always is. He could be like 50 years old and still play.
Yeah, I guess I was talking to a guy in the league about this, and he says, man, he has found, talking about Perry, the fountain of youth, playing there with the Edmonton Oilers there. So, but yeah, that's a couple of guys you're kind of familiar with there. But I think Kane, my buddy says Kane has made a really, really big difference with them as well.
He's been awesome.
They got a really deep team, he said.
Janmark, I think, scored the shorthanded goal. That's a former Star for them last year.
Man, I hate shorthanded goals against you. It's the worst. By the way, speaking of Perry, Katy Perry's tour, the Lifetime Tour, has been rescheduled at the AAC.
Carter's a big fan. Carter Freeman, if you want to get his hot takes on Katy Perry.
Yeah, I believe Carter Freeman does his own, his music album rankings at the end of each year, and she was second to last in last year's album rankings.
Try to get to 100 albums, Brian.
Really?
He does draft work,
serious.
but for albums. Carter's
Are
crazy.
they all pop albums?
He's got the Scout's ear.
I don't know. That's a good
No,
question.
it's a wide variety.
We're mixing, matching.
Wide variety, but he was essing all over the Katy
I
Perry.
think it was
album.
Charlie XOXO is number one.
Yeah, Charlie X.
Katy Perry was peaking hard like 8 years ago. I remember Mike Bassick had the biggest crush on her, and he would talk about her on the show all the time. I was like, all righty.
It was that Elmo shirt, bro.
Okay.
This Saturday Night Live Elmo shirt turned everybody out to Katy right there. Boy, I tell you what, if you Google that, you'll know what I'm talking about.
Turner?
Oh, yeah.
That was a pair.
And then that Blue Origin mistake, everybody's hated her since. I heard the sales haven't been popping off.
Is that right?
Yeah.
That did it?
Yeah, I think the big arena tours are not something that these artists can really pull off anymore. It's just hard to get the butts in the seats in giant arenas for the most
You
part.
should see some of the clips of her concert, her up there performing.
Bro, I see her running around, and I'm like, is this real?
It's ridiculous.
It's super ridiculous.
Not really a showman, not necessarily a dancer.
Not smoking it.
She's lost her fastball. I don't know what her performances used to look like if she was much of a
she can
dancer.
go do
but
it
now
from space
she's
if she
getting,
wants.
getting buck wild. But
Fun.
It's hilarious. You go back into the 80s and watch some of these dance choreographies. It looks like a high school talent show. Like what they've done over the last 40 years, evolving that thing into now like a full stage presentation. The way that it is, it is amazing. But it's difficult. You find the total package, Brian. You know that. You know,
I mean,
a lot of these gals can't dance.
No,
they can't sing though.
I tell you what. I was trying to think because you were talking about.
No, you're right, because Britney Spears, those same moves that she does right now are those same moves she did back then. Back then, we was like, Britney's killing it. Now we're like, oh my God, somebody protect her.
Creature habit, man. You got to go back to the plays at work.
Play the hits.
You know?
Wow, yeah, that is scary. That's terrifying, and you pray for the family. I think the Spears family. That's pretty rough out there, isn't it? But
tough sledding.
I get hung up. The girl next door when I was growing up was named Katy Perry, dude, and she was insane. Like this was the girl who was stronger and faster than all the boys and would fight you. And was drinking at 14 and smoking cigarettes behind the gym. I mean, the whole deal.
How long did you date her?
I never did. Never did.
And now her name's Ken.
Yeah. No, right? No, I don't know. I lost track of Katy Perry, but that was quite an interesting neighborhood there.
Did she ever beat you up?
Probably. Yeah.
Put her hands on you.
Saw my other neighbor though on the other
It's
side.
probably a headlock too.
She was giving him a
headlock. Please let me go, please.
Her brother though was so big and heavy though. She was stronger than all the boys, but her brother was the one that I told you beat up my other neighbor and sat on his head and just like wailed on him. Traumatizing, like 8 or 9 years old.
Legit family here.
Yes.
This is like the Beers family.
Yeah.
Like Rowdy and Rhonda.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah. Best football players, the whole deal. But it was quite interesting living across the street from them for those
She
years.
sat on his head.
No, her brother. Her brother was built like her, but like a dude and like 5 years older. So the most terrifying dude in the county by far. I don't know what Mike was thinking when he tried to fight him that day.
This is you're like, it wasn't just me. I wasn't the only one.
I was making sure the guy didn't ask for it. That's what I was trying to say.
Yeah.
He told you guys that.
Fair enough.
We got to show love to Stars fans that donated to Mark Scheifele's charity, though. I mean, just an unbelievable story. When I tuned in, I'm like, oh, this is going to be one of those Brett Favre type of games. And then when he scored in the first, it's like, you got to tip your hat to him. You could see it on his face and the way that everybody talked to him after the game. It was just an absolute tearjerker. I can't imagine, but he said the family wanted him to play. And it was nearly storybook for him. And I would have felt terrible if I was Jamie Benn. I mean, could you imagine?
I know.
Is there guilt in there, you think? Like, did I contribute to the stress? What did he die from?
Oh gosh.
Oh! I got you.
I mean, like seeing
it was
seeing your kid
unexpected.
get decked.
Yeah.
Seeing your kid get decked, I think would fire you up and adrenalize you. And now you're getting ready for the next game and your kid's revenge. How could you not be thinking if you're Jamie Benn?
But
I
also
indirectly
Pops,
caused
like,
that?
Pops, it's
I
playoff
did not even think
That's
that
a
until
slippery
you just
slope
brought
right
it
there.
up.
I don't know.
I was wondering what Jamie Benn said to him afterwards because they stopped and he talked to him and I'm sure he was like, man, so sorry about hitting you and your dad and all that. But I don't know. If I'm Jamie Benn, I probably have a guilty conscience right now.
But he took it well. I mean, they embraced a long time. He didn't
he's not going to blame him. Shifley's not going to blame him.
It's
hockey.
He didn't push away from him or anything like that.
But whenever there's death, it sort of invites like this guilt. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And I
mean, human nature. I get what you're. Yeah, I get that.
Who knows? Who knows? But
I do know that rules are rules.
Yeah. And you got a handshake?
Well,
got to protect yourself at all times?
Did nobody hear that?
No.
Oh, Favre?
Did you say the full name?
He said He
said B and F?
He said B and F.
Are you serious?
He hit both of them, dude.
Mama gave me 8 of them flapjacks, and Mama take away 5 of them flapjacks. Want to say hungry for the Crimson Tide.
It is time for Cowboys OTAs. Will Micah Parsons be a full participant? That's one of the stories. Will the door open for another leader, maybe to emerge? But it is a contract negotiation. Things can go one way or the other. But I do believe if you want to lead, you got to be present.
I agree.
And I think Dak Prescott has set the example on that. I don't know if it's going to change your negotiating position at all if you're at OTAs or not. You know,
Helps.
Maybe, does it? If
I
you
think
don't,
it helps.
If you don't go?
Yeah. No. I think it helps if you're there. I think it helps the Joneses.
Especially with what they've laid out for him, where it's like
Yeah.
we want to see him sort of like from a leadership standpoint earn the contract that we're inevitably going to give him. So I think he's absolutely going to be in attendance. Even Lamb was in attendance last year, right? It was training camp that he punted on.
Yeah,
I feel like
training camp. Yeah.
So I would expect Micah to be there and in full force because that feels like that's what the deals they're making it seem like hinging on.
Yeah. This one's interesting to me. Is it a guarantee he's going to be there? I know he said maybe last week that he's going to work out, but maybe not do some things.
Yeah, I'll see if I can run that
Maybe
down.
he goes Trey Hendrickson's route, where like Trey Hendrickson's there in Cincinnati, but I mean he's not doing anything.
He hasn't said anything on his podcast or anything. If he was,
I don't think he's done an episode for a little while.
All right.
Yeah, I think that's probably the way to do it. Sean Lee tore his ACL 1 year at OTAs. You know, these kind of things happen, and I could see I don't want to get hurt. And as a veteran, you say I don't want to run around and have a no contact injury. I kind of get that. Rangers off tonight. Visit the Yankees tomorrow. It's going to be 5:00 for the pregame. The biggest topic right now is, do they need another bat? Right. I think 2 weeks ago I was sold. We got to do something. Second base, first base, outfield. Let's do something. But Berger is really seeing the ball well. Garcia is seeing the ball better, and he's playing great defense.
Jock
Peterson, you know. So
up the slug, Jockey.
It's going to take a while to get that up. After, that stretch that he had.
Yeah.
that was an all-time bad.
Well, I mean,
baby steps.
Should we ask CY about this? Like, what is in general, like, how do you view power? Do you view it as as this sort of like volatile skill
It's
that
a great question.
can leave you and then all of a sudden come right back? Or like, what's the deal with that? Because we're all waiting.
Yeah. I think with Jock, because he's taking so many walks, he's trying to be patient and let the game come to him. Where power can come from, I'm going to go hit the first good pitch I see and try to pull it. I think his average got so low, he was like, okay, let's make contact and have patience to start with.
Baseball Miyagi.
Yeah.
Baseball Miyagi is like confidence breeds power.
Yes, that's right.
And we're still trying to get that confidence.
Yeah, right.
Build it.
So we'll have CY coming up at 4:20. We'll have our weekly conversation with the resident. With the Rangers president, with the resident of baseball operations, CY.
I believe he's a full-on citizen.
That's right. Okay, and a Texas native and a legend. And Greg Wyshynski, senior NHL writer, ESPN. Puck Daddy joins you next right here. It's the G-Bag Nation of the Fan.
All right, if you're current wealth man.
that.
You know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen that before. Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
From Hellebuck. Played to the corner by Pionk. Circling that second to Harley.
Series over. Yes, sir. Let's go. Welcome back. It's the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. Stars on to the conference finals. They'll face Edmonton Wednesday. It's time to talk with Greg Wyshynski, senior NHL writer at ESPN. Puck Daddy joins us here on The Fan. Brought to you by the Frankels. If you've been injured in a car truck wreck, call the Frankels first, 214 or 817-333-3333. There's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. The go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas is the Frankels. And a good afternoon, Greg. How the heck are you?
I am good. I am very good. I'm going to be headed to Raleigh tonight. I'm on the east, unfortunately, so I won't get to see the Stars Oilers series in person, but I'll be watching intently from afar.
And we love your insights and analysis. Thank you so much for joining us again. Let's start with Thomas Harley. How good is he? Can you put this in context for what he's doing here at 23 years old?
Well, he's awesome, and obviously, like, did a lot of growing up with Heiskanen out and having to play the minutes he's played and take on the responsibilities he's taken on. I think that's obviously benefited him throughout this run towards the playoffs and in the playoffs. And, you know, it comes at a time for Dallas where this helps kind of fill out the template for a championship team. So in my estimation, if you're going to win a Stanley Cup, you need two good centers, which the Stars have. You need a goaltender that's not going to lose you a series and in some cases can win you a game, which they obviously have in Jake Ottinger. But I've always felt that Stanley Cup champions also have another trait, which is you need two really good defensemen that can play a bunch of minutes. Now, you know, in the case of Harley, obviously sometimes he's not anchoring his own pairing or anything like that. But I mean, the fact that they have two guys they can depend on now with Miro back and healthy and Harley playing as well as he has, I think is a real key to any championship formula, and his emergence is a big reason why I'm very high on the Stars.
You had an awesome article last week about Mikko Rantanen. He's on a mission in the Stanley Cup playoffs. I think the last time we got to catch up with you was towards the end of that Colorado series before he went full Superman in that Game 7. But how much does this now put the Stars maybe in an advantage having Mikko Rantanen, who they didn't have when they played a year ago in the conference finals versus Edmonton?
Well, he only has one assist in his last three, so he's a bum. We should probably just assume that he's a giant
back
bust
to he
now,
can't play without McKinnon, right?
Yeah. No, I mean, like, listen, his emergence for them as an offensive force in this postseason is why they are where they are. I mean, if he doesn't do what he did in that Colorado series, they might not make it out of that Colorado series. It was interesting talking to his teammates to a man. They all said, look, this is what we've seen when we played him when he was with the Avalanche, just this immovable force, this guy who knows how to use his big body to shield the puck. He's great with puck possession. He's a dynamic scorer. But, Pete DeBoer was one of the first to say that Mikko Rantanen is on a mission in this postseason. And I asked him to kind of elaborate on that. And it's a combination of a few factors. I mean, one of them obviously is he wants to show that he's worth the money invested in him by the Dallas Stars. I think another is his reputation has always been as a playoff performer, and I think he's lived up to it. But it's undeniable that the bizarre nature of his season, the trade from Colorado to Carolina, the decision not to sign with Carolina, so they trade him on to Dallas, that's weighing on his mind, along with, as we saw in the first round of the playoffs, kind of the Mikko Rantanen revenge tour to show that he was more than simply just being a player in the shadow of Nathan McKinnon and Cale Makar. So far, so good. I will say that there is an interesting subplot to the playoffs in which he could maybe meet Carolina in the final, which would be really bring this bizarre soap opera full circle. But let's not get ahead of ourselves. The Edmonton Oilers are waiting on the other side of the bracket right now.
Yeah, I was going to ask you about the Oilers. It just seems like we're all kind of familiar, having played them last year. But where are they different from this year's team as opposed to where last year's team was that Dallas saw in the finals?
So they're different in two ways. The first is that I think their depth is better. They've been not having to rely on Connor McDavid and Leon Draisaitl to win games in these playoffs, and that's not something that you often see from that team. In fact, you might say that in some cases, McDavid and Draisaitl have been better defensively than they've been offensively in these playoffs, which is, again, kind of bizarre to think about. But, when you go down the lineup and see what Evander Kane's done, what Adam Henrique has done, what the occasional scoring they're getting from their defense, like it's been a real impressive collection of depth so far for Edmonton, and that obviously makes them a bit more dangerous. The other thing too, as I mentioned with the defense, they really found their stride defensively in the playoffs. During the regular season, they were very inconsistent. I think maybe they were just kind of biding their time until they started playing games that mattered again, which is understandable when you lose in Game 7 of the Stanley Cup Final. You're just thinking about getting back there. But the number they did on Vegas, they had an entire period where they held the Golden Knights to one shot on goal. You look at the numbers Vegas's best offensive players put up in that series, they were all non-factors. Edmonton's really playing strong team defense, again, in front of shaky goaltending, but strong defense nonetheless.
Greg Wyshynski with us here in the G-Bag Nation, ESPN NHL writer. I'm glad you brought up goaltending. My gosh, the save that Otter had in Game 6. What are your thoughts on how Otter's playing right now? And do you think that series had any bearing going into the Olympics between him and Hellebuck and who might start for the U.S.?
Well, that all depends on whether or not Team USA considers games played in Milan, Italy, road games or home games. Because if they're road games, then Hellebuck shouldn't be anywhere near them. But if they're home games, then maybe you think about playing them. I mean, all joking aside, Connor Hellebuck's a hell of a goalie, and I think the big difference between the guy that we saw for most of that Dallas series, he played all right in the elimination game, versus what we could see in the Olympics next year is that he goes from having the Winnipeg Jets in front of him to having an all-star team in front of him. And as we saw in Four Nations, when you put an all-star team in front of Connor Hellebuck, he plays pretty well. But that being said, you have to give Jake Ottinger his flowers for the way that he's played throughout this postseason, the way that he's played in pressure situations, the huge saves that he's made. If not for Rantanen, he's probably their MVP right now. And I'm sure there was a certain amount of mano a mano for him and Hellebuck in that series. Ottinger even nodded at it after the elimination game where he said, outside of winning a Stanley Cup, being the starting goaltender for my country in the Olympics is my, biggest goal of my career. And so it had to mean something for him. He definitely made a statement in winning that series, but I think he's got more statements to make as these playoffs go on.
Greg, do you feel like Miro Heiskanen has now found his footing? How much better are the Stars when he's at the height of his powers? They're a lot better, and I think he is finding his footing. I was in the midst of covering that series when we were getting daily Miro updates on what he was doing in practice and what he was doing, and it was just a relief to have him come back to the series and the drama of whether he would or not play. I'm still kind of shocked that Robertson came back before he did in the playoffs. I was convinced it would be the other way around, but he's just a calming influence. He does so many little things correctly. When you go into a series facing what they're going to face with
with McDavid and Draisaitl, you need your top guy back and playing at an elite level, which I think he will be in this series. So they're immeasurably better than they were when they started the playoffs. Now that they have both those guys back in the lineup.
Pete DeBoer, 6th time in 7 years. He's now back in the Western Conference Final. I mean, we got to see it with Florida winning last year, and finally, their head coach gets it done. Like, is Pete and Jamie Benn, are they two of the figures right now in the NHL where if your team can't win it, those are two guys you'd like to see finally get the chance to hoist Lord Stanley's Cup?
Yeah, there's a few of them. I mean, like Carolina's got Brent Burns, who has played a ton of games. I mean, shoot, their goalie, Freddie Anderson, Taylor Hall, there's some guys on that team that have yet to lift the cup. Same thing, obviously, with Edmonton, with Draisaitl and McDavid. Florida, like, who cares? I mean, like, the only guy who hasn't won there is Seth Jones, I think. Everybody else has a ring, so who cares? But I mean, in the case of DeBoer, it's been interesting to see the reaction to his legacy. I mean, we all see now how good he's been in Game 7s and what his incredible record is in Game 7s, but then people will point out, well, then look at his record in Game 6. There's a reason why his teams have to play in Game 7 so often. The rap on him was always that his teams would kind of get burnt out on him a little bit, but I think he's done a really, really good coaching job in these playoffs, knowing where the pieces fit. I think he's had to learn a new skill as a coach once Rantanen was acquired, insofar as having a superstar offensive player that all of a sudden he might want to double shift with guys like Sam Steele, and he's been really smart about doing that too. I think he's done a really good coaching job in these playoffs. And someone asked me earlier today if I'd want him or Chris Knobloch, the Oilers coach, behind the bench for the series. And I mean, the answer is always going to be Pete, with the amount of experience that he has and the kind of veteran savvy that he brings to a series like this.
Greg, how comfortable are you with some radio host calls it Lord Stanley's Cup?
It's fine. I miss the formality of the National Hockey League. Like, as a kid, I grew up with the Patrick division and the Smythe division.
There you go.
And the teams didn't play in the East and West. They played in the Campbell Conference and the Wales Conference. And I think when Gary Bettman became commissioner, he made an executive decision to sort of dumb it down for Americans. Mm-hmm. Like, it's bad enough the sport is played by a bunch of foreigners. Let's just get rid of all the weird names and make it a little bit more approachable for people. Like, I think ultimately probably that was the right decision, but I have no issue with people calling it Lord Stanley's Cup or any of the sort of formality that goes with some of the things that we've had in hockey for like over a century.
Greg Wyshynski's with us here on The Fan, ESPN senior NHL writer. How do you like working the Stars locker room?
Oh, it's great, man. Like, I've covered this team now for a few years when we get to this point in the season. And, there are certain guys that I think are really good. I mean, I think I've always had good conversations with Tyler Seguin, for example, and there's a certain amount of, he's not the most verbose guy, but there's definitely a good amount of intensity when Jamie Benn decides to speak. I think Rantanen's an interesting guy, certainly has been candid about his situation this year. And I think much like a lot of American goaltenders, Jake Ottinger is a fun guy to talk to about the sport and about, his position and the things that kind of go into playoff goaltending. So it's a good place to be. Pete could be kind of off-putting sometimes in post-game press conferences if he sees the wrong guy asking the wrong question, especially if memory serves last postseason, if somebody hasn't covered the team day in and day out, and if they decide to ask a critical question, Pete will call them out. But I've also kind of been dealing with that for many, many years. I covered him when he coached the Devils and then San Jose. So that's also something that you just kind of expect is going to happen as the playoff pressure increases.
You see eye to eye with him now, though?
Oh, I don't think he and I have any issue. I think he knows that when I raise my hand to ask a question, it's either going to be something that maybe he doesn't want to answer, which is fine. But for the most part, I'm just trying to pick his brain, like I did with the Rantanen stuff, and I think he's appreciative of people that are just trying to learn as much as they can insofar as what he's trying to say. I think he would take that a million times instead of being misquoted.
Well, you're doing a hell of a job, Greg. We love having you on the show. Before I let you go, can you do anything to get under McDavid's skin other than asking him a question about defense? I mean, what's a good strategy for taking him out of his game?
I mean, it's physicality. You know, he's a tough guy to hit. He's kind of Gretzky like that, where when Gretzky played, the thing they always used to say is, you know, if you can be physical with him, that's great, but you have to catch him first. And Connor's kind of the same way. I mean, I think Dallas knows that the path to victory in this series is to grind it out. It's not to win a bunch of 6-5 games. It's to do what they can to kind of mitigate the chances that McDavid and Draisaitl will get. And again, like I said, the danger in that is that the Oilers are pretty good down the lineup this year. But ultimately, you know, I think the way that Dallas has played against McKinnon, the way that Dallas played against Scheifele, and Kyle Connor and players like that is the way that you have to play against McDavid. It's just that being that it's McDavid, you know that he's going to get his points at some point. You're just trying to kind of mitigate the damage there.
Enjoy the playoffs, sir, and we'll look forward to catch up with you maybe next round.
Yeah, anytime. Thanks for having me.
Sweet. There he is, Greg Wyshynski, Puck Daddy, ESPN senior NHL writer here with you on The Fan. We got 2 days to go. 2 days and about 3.5 hours. Puck's going to be dropping down at the AAC as they host the Oilers once again. Okay, Krusty's Corner's coming up next. Where are you taking us?
Yeah, I've got some questions for my guys. We'll do that next.
But for
In the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet and Grapevine, back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. They've got more new Chevys than anyone in their own price to sell. Silverados, Tahoes, Blazers, Malibus, Equinox, and more. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference. Based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 and 2024, y'all.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Lucius. Time for Krusty's Corner, brought to you by Reliant Air Conditioning, gimmick-free AC repair and replacement. Here's the king, Brian.
Thank you very much, Cheryl. Thank you much to Reliant as well. Can I tell a real quick story? I think I can make.
Please. Hey, the floor is yours, man.
Krusty's Corner. Young Bennett Broadus was working out here in Dallas.
Working out? What do you mean by that?
Working out like lifting weights, running, doing stuff.
What a guy, getting that summer bod ready.
Yeah, happened to be in the same area with President George Bush.
How does he just randomly find himself in these situations?
It's it's kind
Runs
of funny.
in the family.
Yeah, he was working out, and he was kind of just like a different vibe in the where they were working out. I don't want to say. I just for the president's sake.
Did Mr. President go over there and correct his form?
No. How about
and say,
this?
Son, do it like this.
How about this? Bennett walked up on him.
Oh, wow.
And asked him how many sets he
got
has
choked
left.
out too, right?
Yes.
I hope he got choked out.
Bennett.
Yes, W. How many sets he has left? I need
he
that
had
machine.
his back. He has back. Goes, sir, how many sets? And he turned, and he goes, I go, what did you say? He goes, I didn't say anything because I saw these people kind of rushing out. No way.
He didn't know it was the president.
He didn't know. He didn't know it was President Bush, and he was going up on him and hey, how many sets you have left? And when he turned around, he's like,
he almost got judo chopped.
Yeah,
well,
you
you take
gotta-
all the sets you need.
I said, did you even apologize? Or he said, I didn't know what to say.
Yeah, that's
and
fair.
He kind of saw. He said there's certain areas where, and all of a sudden, people kind of converged on him while they were.
I'm surprised he didn't have a private gym.
Yeah,
over there working out.
No,
He's just a man of the people. He wants to be out and about.
Nice guy. But yeah, Bennett was like,
that's amazing.
He's like,
did they have a talk then after that? Did he shake his hand?
No. Bennett just Backed up because he saw people coming. He's like, you just got to. I'm sorry. He didn't. Like he just didn't. Hey, sir, how many more reps you got? How many more sets you got? And he turned around. And
that's one of those you got to put your two hands in the air and just walk away.
Just back up.
And I don't know. I think if you're on the gym floor in public, you're open game for conversations.
Yeah.
Maybe a fist bump. Maybe you kind of get a spot.
Yeah.
Hey, how you doing? How many sets you got left?
I was surprised. You never think about hey, how many more sets you got over there? And then he turns around.
You definitely don't think you're working out, and I'm going to look over and the president's working out over there too. Or a former president.
Yeah, but that was a part of the fun.
I want to know what machine it was. I want to know how much weight it was. Was he broken out in a big sweat? Was he huffing and puffing?
I kind of feel
the vascularity. Was it showing on the forearm? Paint that picture.
Do you look like Troy Aikman? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, there's no way.
I
imagine Troy. I know he's got forearms like Troy.
Tonnage.
Right, Aikman for sure. All right, we'll put.
He's on that hip abductor machine.
Yeah, get your flex on.
Yeah.
Do you have him wearing the sweatbands on the wrists and the head, or just the wrists?
I see it on that forehead.
I do too.
Definitely see it on the forehead.
How about what kind of shoe?
Gotta keep my locks from out of my face.
What kind of shoe are we going with then?
New Balance. New Balance. Yeah.
We're gonna. Are we maybe the
for sure now. New Balance is up the game now.
Maybe an Asics guy.
Something with Velcro.
Yeah.
That's what we're going with. The old school suede Converse
geriatrics.
Red. All right.
That's incredible, though, dude.
All right. We still don't have a number for
Pickens,
our wide receiver yet.
Wow.
And we're having issues.
I'd like to go around the room.
Is this negotiation?
I don't know exactly, but we don't have. I'd like to go around the room.
All these guys are leaving him on red. He's texting them about the jersey swap number.
Yeah.
And Marquise Bell, who's got 14, not even texting back.
Dude, I've been here. I finally just got an extension. Leave me alone.
Dawson, you looking at DallasCowboys.com right now?
I'm going to look at the rosters numbers that are available. Yeah,
looking at what he wore in college.
What number should he wear?
Yeah, but no, what number is he currently wearing right now?
Oh, I don't know.
14.
You say 14?
Oh, George Pickens?
Yeah, but he can't get 14.
I'm not.
So tomorrow, what number? What number is he going to be on the field tomorrow wearing?
81. Good question.
81 from Dawson. Okay, got that.
Is there an 18? Do we have a Cowboy 18?
I think so.
What's our guy Flournoy?
Damone Clark is currently 18.
18th.
That might end up becoming available. Flanoy is 19.
That's right.
19.
Okay.
I still think Jalen Tolbert just needs to give Pickens his old college number back, the number 1.
Okay.
Tolbert, what has Tolbert done to really earn that number?
Just throw a number out there, whatever you think. He might
Okay. Give me, I guess give me 84. We got an 84?
We have an 84, Wolchuk?
Yeah, Kelvin Harmon rocking the 84. But hey,
Kelvin Harmon?
It looks like you can
You're
double
making up names now.
Just go ahead and give him the 2 or whatever the hell he wants, because it looks like you've got 2 81s listed right now. Mingo and John Stevens Jr. are both wearing 81.
There you go.
So at this point in the season, maybe we can just double up on jerseys.
What's that?
We can have replicas. No problem.
Do you want to change your number then if you want to double up?
Well, I mean, what numbers aren't taken?
Everything in the 80s is just 82.
82.
You want to give him the Witten number?
Can't take that.
That's the untouchable.
I
Can't
think
take
you give it
8
to him.
for Aikman, 82 for Witten. Yeah, I don't know.
He should make a mockery of it and wear a number 90.
Double
something.
0.
No good guesses, huh?
I guess I'll go with
16.
13.
That's your guess?
No, that's what he's wearing.
He's going to wear
13.
Oh,
you nailed it.
13's available.
13.
I didn't realize you had it.
No, I had it.
I didn't realize you had it this whole time. I thought we were all just playing a game.
Yeah, no, that's what I was saying. I was playing the game
you had it the whole time.
I had it the whole time. I was trying to get you guys to
Well, we
guess.
know good at 13. Michael Gallup wore that.
Yeah, Dak likes throwing to that number.
I was trying to kind of help you along there. I was kind of, say, hey, I've got the number. Just guess
Did y'all
it.
realize he had the answer?
No, I thought we were just guessing what he's going to end up wearing tomorrow.
Right, I thought we were all in the dark on this.
I was 50-50. I didn't know if you knew it or not.
13's going to look
I
good
feel
on
like if anyone knew it, it would be you, and you would know it first.
An insider like Broadus would know the number. He probably knew it before George
You're
knew
in
it.
What if I tell you,
contact with my fellow former
what if I tell you
Wildcat?
Dak's going to practice tomorrow?
Well, he should be. I think he is.
Under center, 3-step drops.
Once again,
You're confirming?
I'm confirming this.
Thank you.
We're going to see some rollouts.
Also, I'm confirming the fact. I've confirmed that.
I love it. 5 years into this, you're starting to figure out breaking news.
Dak's
Boots and
practicing
waggles
tomorrow.
See him on the move.
Let's go.
We're
Brian
ready for
Broadus
practice,
has
but
it.
the plan is for him to practice tomorrow. So
What about
Heck yeah.
last month when they said he was going to be limited? Is that totally out the window, or
I don't know.
you just know that he will practice?
He's going to practice tomorrow, from what I heard.
I love it, dude.
Hell yes.
I hear he's the new Mr. Unlimited.
The Mist Unlimited. Also, too, I heard some people talking about with Diggs. Somebody asked me about what Diggs.
So I'm working on some chords today on social.
The umbilicals?
He's going to be on PUP to start the deal, and they're going to see how it goes from there.
To start training camp?
Yeah.
Okay.
Anything on the other corners? Like Josh Butler was posting a video. He was running around. He looked pretty good.
I asked about Diggs because that was the one I was the most concerned
Diggs was
about.
the only one.
That was the one I was the absolute most concerned about because somebody asked me, like, what's the schedule? And I really haven't pursued that one very much because I did see him working with another trainer. So I was kind of like, oh, okay, well, maybe we'll have a repeat of what happened last year when we did this.
I hope not.
I hope not, too.
It'd be bad.
All right. I got a couple minutes I wanted to ask you guys this question.
Fire away, sir.
Dawson.
Yeah.
Would you rather have a seat at the Stanley Cup final or a World Series game?
Ooh, I'm going to go with...
And make them both closing games. Make them
an elimination game?
Make them an elimination game.
I guess I have not been to a Stanley Cup final game, but I mean...
We'll put it out there if you want to. If somebody wants to take us all, we'd love to go.
Rangers be back in the World Series in this situation.
It'd be a lot of fun.
Or I can get the Stars there right now. I'll go Stars. I haven't done it yet. Bucket list.
Yeah. So you would say you've been in a World Series walk off.
Been to World Series.
Yeah.
I think that's it. I don't think I've been to NBA finals. Been to conference finals. Been to Olympic basketball. That was fun.
Oh,
that's it.
Dang, dude. Your resume is better than mine.
Chieftain.
Yeah, I mean, with the opportunity of doing the World Series stuff that we got to do, how could you not want to check off another brand new sports experience? I'd probably go with the Dallas Stars of Dallas.
And I think it's the best trophy in all sports with Lord Stanley.
Yeah.
That'd be freaking bad. Everyone's skating around with it. I mean,
Bully Melrose would be drinking out of that thing.
I got to go Stanley Cup.
Would you?
Yeah. Yes.
Lucius, give you a choice to go see a Stanley Cup game or a World Series game. And it's elimination.
Elimination. Ooh.
Do or die.
Ooh. Man. It might have to be Stanley Cup situation only because that energy in there is rocking.
Yeah.
Really is.
When they start banging on the glass and
stuff.
The Stars fans bring it so much harder than what we had with the Rangers fans in the World Series, even in the LCS. I mean, honestly, the lack of enthusiasm at times ticked me off.
Yeah, it's a real thing. I mean, it's that way at the Cowboys games too. It's that way at a lot of the Mavs games as well. I think the hockey fan in DFW is built a little bit different. Maybe some are northern transplants. They know how to bring that hockey energy. It went contagious.
Yeah.
And now, you step into that arena, and I've said it for years, it's a hockey town inside the AAC, no doubt about it. But the intensity of Saturday, the first period, there was some of it throughout the second and third period as well, was insane. And the quality of play that the Stars exhibited, like they were definitely at the top of their game, probably should have won that game 5-1.
I find it, to me, and I've been fortunate to be at both, but I would take, I think the baseball was so exciting though.
Yeah,
I mean, even the championship series and stuff, that was just so exciting. But that energy that they at a Stanley Cup game, like you're talking about like I've been to a Western Conference Final elimination game 7, which was crazy against the Avalanche.
Oh, I bet.
While in the way back. But man, I'll tell you what, that intensity is hard to beat.
It is, and that's no slight on baseball at all.
No.
Playoff baseball, World Series baseball, I think is probably 100 times better than regular season baseball. The intensity of every pitch having to be locked in. You can passively watch regular season baseball. If your team loses, we'll get them tomorrow. But with all or nothing type situations, playoff baseball is just incredible as well.
Yeah, it's as exciting as it is. It's just exhausting too when it's over.
Oh yeah.
I mean, after that Stars game, I was just like, gosh, I'm glad that didn't go any longer than it did.
Hey, we got CY coming up in 20 minutes. That's Krusty's Corner, brought to you by Reliant Air Conditioning. Thank you. Cowboys news of the evening coming up next here. It's the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Let's talk Collars & Co. And if you don't know...
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen that before.
Well, I mean, of course you have.
That's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
Something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
What is it? Cinnamon Sisters?
Razor Blades.
Sapphire Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens? No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it SpongeBob?
Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios, you're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Yeah, buddy, here we go. Hour 3, G-Bag Nation, 105.3 The Fan. Usually we do this segment, the Cowboys News of the Evening, every afternoon at 3:20. But we had Puck Daddy on, Greg Wyshynski there. We were talking Stars and Oilers. If you want to get all of his thoughts on that, who he thinks is going to win, go back and listen with the Odyssey app. Instant rewind functionality back there in the 320. But right here, Cowboys News of the Evening, number of headlines. Maybe we'll have time for some Rangers talk here, the very latest on your baseball team. But a little breaking NFL news. Fred Warner, linebacker, deal done with the Niners. So they get business done there with a key guy. I'm not sure what to think of San Francisco. How good are they going to be this year?
Just paid Brock Purdy. Now you just paid Fred Warner. He's the highest paid linebacker in the sport. I don't know. I don't think San Fran is going to be that good. I think that if anything, they're a wild card team this year. You got a lot of questions. Like if Ricky Pearsall can step up, he's the guy opposite Brandon Ayuk. Ayuk's coming off the injury. The health of Christian McCaffrey you really don't know about. Yep. And they lost so many pieces on defense. And at every level, really. With Dre Greenlaw, you're talking about Javarius Ward, the defensive line, Hufanga at safety. They lost pieces on the D-line. They did draft Michael Williams out of Georgia, but yeah, I don't think you're going to be looking at that dominant Niners team that we've come to expect.
Interesting, though, I saw from like the Warren Sharp and guys like that, like they have the Niners with like a top 3 or 4 easy schedule in the league.
Yeah, okay.
I wonder how much that could benefit them.
Because I was thinking that division isn't that tough. You might be able to win that thing.
Yeah, I mean, we'll see what if the Rams are really coming to play,
good.
but the Seahawks have some question marks. The Cardinals are, always just kind of whatever. But yeah, I guess they have a pretty easy schedule, so that'll help things. But I think their chances of winning a Super Bowl have passed them by.
Yeah, I think the Cowboys' chances might be better, and that's not saying much. But we do have CeeDee Lamb and George Pickens at Kyler Murray's softball game over the weekend. Here we go.
Oh, no, we both won.
Yeah.
It ain't no A, B, none of that. It's one. You look over there, you see one. You look over here, you see another one. So do what you got to do with that.
I saw Micah Parsons teasing a little bit. They got a budding bromance here going on with these two guys. But I hope that George Pickens can live up to that and be as good as CeeDee Lamb. It'd be a very difficult pairing to stop.
I love CeeDee setting that tone immediately, though. Because that's something that people love to try and stir that up. Like, oh, you're competing for targets. Who is the alpha? And that's a very alpha position. Anytime you're out, like a corner as well. When you're outside, you're on an island. I'm the best. I mean, we talk about like the burden stuff we talked about there during the draft. Like wide receiver is a diva position. That's not something that's surprising to me. So CD could have not made any comment about that. And I love that he just came out and got in front of all of that. Like we're both ones. We're both studs. It helps us both.
And it doesn't hurt that you get paid last year, right? So now you have 3 or 4 seasons before you got to worry about your contract. Go get yours. Be awesome. Make life easier on me. And then, in my contract year, maybe there'll be a player to give me the same opportunity. But I think the only way those can become troublesome is if they're both competing for the same contract, Brian.
Well, I think to me, the bigger problem will be, I think, that if all of a sudden you have 2 guys that are super competitive, and I don't want to gloss over your point, but I can get to that. But I was just sitting there thinking about the biggest problem could be is if you lose a game.
Yeah.
And then the reason why that the loss happened was the offense stalled and one of them was getting fed more than the other.
They both don't like that.
And then after the game, Zach and I are doing the post and we get the locker room cut. Fred Davis and them go in there and get it for us. And the next thing you know is, hey man, you just have to ask Shotty.
Yeah.
You have to ask Shotty. Don't ask me. Yeah. Ask Shotty what happened there.
Mm-hmm.
And now that's the first boulder that gets pushed down the hill. When it starts to talking about, okay, here comes the avalanche of just don't let it happen where they lose and one of it be because one got slighted on the target.
You saw that from Pickens in Pittsburgh. He wanted to win, but he felt if I wasn't getting the ball, like I'm the best chance for that to win. Now, I think there's been times in CD's history where
absolutely
it's happened to him where he's like, look, as long as we're winning, if I'm not the one that's getting the ball, then that's okay.
Right.
But I think that it is important with George Pickens coming in a new situation. CD is now that leader in the room, setting that unselfish tone right now.
Didn't that slow down a lot last year? I mean, the motivation, okay, it can be 2 things. It can be we lost and I hate losing, so now I'm mad and I'm going to take it out on somebody. But the other thing is I need to catch this amount of footballs every Sunday in order to get this contract, right?
Yeah.
And CD gets paid. Last year, they were losing a lot. We didn't see super frustrated CD, did we?
No, we did. We did in the middle part of the season there. It was the same thing. I mean,
but not the
toxic
body
language,
yelling at Dak.
Yeah,
we saw that last year, like we did in the Green Bay game.
There was a bunch of calls that we got in one of the post games. I can't remember which game it was. It was like during that 3-game streak, Baltimore. He had a big drop. I think he refused to talk to the media after a game.
Was it the Detroit, Baltimore, New Orleans? That was that.
Yeah, during
run?
that stretch. Yeah. And then they brought up last year with the San Francisco stuff. So it did happen. Like when they lose, CD gets moody with it, and he doesn't hide his body language well, so you're going to have people that criticize that.
Yeah,
and he should have been getting the ball last year.
Everything in the spirit of competition, like I want to win so bad, so I get toxic. I can understand all that, as long as after the game the next day we're all back on the same page. And from my understanding, like George Pickens has never carried that sort of attitude into the practice facility. He got along with everybody once he got there.
Right.
But nobody's perfect.
Well, hopefully, like I said, if it's something that goes wrong, it's like both of them had a hand at it. Not just one of them. And then you get the guy that, like I said. That's all Clarence Hill has to hear is like, oh, what? Go ask somebody else. Okay.
Yeah, now I know there's a real problem here.
Now I need to go ask somebody else, and I will. Yeah.
Mike Clay, ESPN, says temper expectations for this rookie. He's talking about Jaden Blue here. Says he's a bit small, had issues holding the ball. Does talk about the speed. Blue will begin his career behind Williams and Sanders, but neither have played well in recent seasons, so the depth chart's wide open. The lead back role in Dallas is there for the taking. I don't want to temper expectations. I think the way you can have a great year is if Jaden Blue is a Rookie of the Year candidate. That's what needs to happen.
Yes.
So, if I have to temper these expectations, I guess your only other hope really of a productive down-in, down-out runner is Miles Sanders. And he's like, 29 years old now?
Maybe Javonte Williams?
Maybe Williams coming back. I'm
trying to hope that Moffa's going to be a guy.
Yeah, Moffa, absolutely. That's a
big
big
boy.
chance.
It's a first and second down guy that can
grind it out guy.
Run it in between the tackles. I didn't love Blue at number 34. We got to see those pictures. I'm just used to him as a 20 guy.
I think he'll probably switch, right? Don't you think after preseason and stuff, when they whittle it down, he'll be one of those rookies that switches numbers?
I could see that
before the season.
Yeah.
I would hope.
Because Pollard did. I think Pollard might even started off at 34 as well, and then he moved over to 20. It's not 34's a good running back number. Walter Payton was 34.
Certain guys,
Herschel
like
Walker. Just Blue's a little bit of a smaller, skinnier. You're thinking of speed there. I like that in the 20s. That was just my aesthetic.
No, I'm with you. On that. But like the size thing, I guess the hands are a problem when it comes to the fumbling. But his body type, I was surprised to see
5'9", 196.
I mean, he's like
pretty
too stout.
For being a 5'9" guy, he's stout.
Pretty stout, more stout than I thought he was.
Yeah, no doubt. Well, I think Jaden Blue is an electrifying player. He's exciting to get him there in the fifth round, and he's got a shot. But if he's not the guy, I don't know. We might be talking about trade here about midway through training camp.
Super explosive. Like I said, if it was him and Dowdle, man, I think this running back combination would have been on point.
You're right. They messed that one up.
For sure.
Okay, Micah Parsons making a lofty claim, says he believes, quote, "I'm not going to lie, if Lotto came to Dallas and went crazy, I might average 5 sacks. Lotto is a female rapper. Apparently he's a big fan. And so there's a call across Cowboys social media to get her a suite at the games. Apparently, dude's going to go for like 80 sacks a year if she was there. He's a huge fan.
Yeah, dude, I believe it. It's just like when you got the lady sitting courtside.
Latto. Yeah, Southern rapper.
I mean, if you're Jerry, you're on the horn right now, aren't you?
Oh yes, absolutely. We're going to make this happen.
Yeah,
we're going to at least for a training camp appearance. But something's going to happen. We're going to bring this together for Micah Parsons.
Yeah, we need to make this happen. Maybe a Thanksgiving performance. Could we get that going?
Hey, shoot your shot, man. He was talking last year whenever Kelsey and Swift got together. He was like, "Let's go, the power of the athlete." Maybe he's making it happen for himself now.
Playmaker Michael Irvin, 12 wins is his prediction. That's the next story up here in the C-Note, Cowboys News of the Evening. Yeah, I think when you're looking at that kind of a deal, it's got to be like what I was just talking about with Blue. When Murray was great in 14 and Zeke in 16, it took so much pressure and it created such a time of possession advantage. That's the way you get to 12 wins. Is that realistic? Can they pull that off? Do they want to pull that off? Is that their goal?
Well, I think Shoddy would love to pull that off. That goes back to Marty Ball right there that he grew up with his dad. So I think they talk about physicality. That is absolutely the team in a perfect world. If this offensive line comes together and gels, no matter what piece it ends up being, if it is, Guyton, Tyler, Beebe, Booker, and then Steele, that's the projected 5. It ends up being something else and it's shuffled. But as long as they get that type of physical, nasty line, which is what worked in 14 and 16, you had the best line in football. So it's gravy when you also add in an elite back and what DeMarco and Zeke were. But absolutely, that would be a masterful way to get to yourself to 12 wins.
Yeah, I think if you can do that and you can be a takeaway defense again, like they were a couple of years ago, and you get your rookies to perform. The first 3-round rookies, that's a lot to ask, but I think it happens to at least one team every year in the NFL, so why not the Cowboys? Tommy Yarge, DallasCowboys.com. He gives you this article, 0 to 100. A numerical look at the Cowboys schedule, and there's a number of tidbits in here, but I got a number 33 for you. Over the course of his 9-year career, Dak Prescott 33-8 against the division. Further breaks down 9-4 against the Eagles, 11-2 Commanders, 13-2 against the Giants. As he returns from the injury, the Cowboys are hoping that his success against the division continues. I don't think it will. And I think that, is a big reason why maybe the odds makers are down on the Cowboys and thinking mid-single digits for win total could be realistic. I just think this division is so tough. Now you look at the 6 games. I mean, what are you guys' realistic expectations? I think 3-3 is what I'm hoping for. I think you split with the Commanders, lose both to the Eagles, and hopefully still beat the Giants twice.
Yeah, I think 4-2 is best case. You split with the Eagles and probably Washington, because, I do have a lot of love for that quarterback. Jaden Daniels is, I hate the team he plays for, but he's special.
Have to hope for the split, I think.
Yeah.
We're talking about banning the tush push. I would like to see the NFL ban the Jaden Daniels under center, takes the snap on 4th and 1 and just runs to the sideline and smokes everybody to the corner. That's the big.
Can't do that.
That's the most surefire player in the sport, I think.
Yeah, he's something.
It was ridiculous last year.
That'll be the case, I think, probably for 5-6 years you're going to be dealing with that.
That's probably the worst Commander team you're going to see him play for.
Yikes. They have a good offseason?
Well, they got a lot of money, and they've had a pretty good offseason.
Yeah.
Rangers 5-2 on that homestand, and they're off tonight. Pregame 5:30 or 5 o'clock tomorrow. First pitch in the Bronx about 5:30. Back-to-back weeks better than the previous week. We are trending in the right direction. Did we have a reversal? You now have Jack Leiter back-to-back quality starts at 877-881-1053. 7 first pitch outs against the Astros. Guys throwing strikes early. Just like his last bad start, he's getting ahead of guys, but yesterday putting him away.
Yeah, it's a shame though. The runs that he gave up were just like 2 bloop singles.
Yeah.
Weren't even hard hit balls. And so, that's unfortunate that happens. But the quality of the starts have been, it seems like he has much better control and much better command. When he goes bad, it's usually something that you're like, oh, well, that's unfortunate that happened to him. But, man, he's been pretty solid for you.
Chris Martin had to leave another game after just 1 pitch, this time with a shoulder. Do we have an update on that yet?
Well, I think we'll get one from CY at 4:20. I'm not totally sure exactly where things stand with him right now.
They made a roster move, but Chris Martin was not part of that. So, no. I don't think we have anything specific as of just yet, but they did acquire Michael Hellman from Pittsburgh via waiver claim. He's been optioned to AAA, and Jonathan Ornelas has been designated for assignment.
Okay. I think the official diagnosis for Martin is old. You get an elbow one day, a shoulder the next.
Well, and he'd
with
sound
no
like
sign of it.
They dodged what we thought was going to be something massive the first time. So if it is, again, if it's anything similar, you got to think that, that could be a long injury.
Could be, and that's unfortunate because he has been a quality arm. Kamar Rocker approaching a rehab start. Let's get a more official word here from the Rangers president of baseball operations, Chris Young, will join us next year. It's the G-Bag Nation and the Fan.
has low LIV products? I got to remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean, what's your name? No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
True that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a...
Shoot, yeah, welcome back. It's the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan, and it is time now for the Chris Young Show here on your home of the Rangers. It's brought to you by Anheuser-Busch and by PlayScore, and here he is, the president of baseball operations. CY, good afternoon, sir. How the heck are you?
Hey, guys, I'm well. How are you all?
Well, we're doing good. You know, thought you could have maybe won another game or two against Houston over the weekend, but a 5-2 homestand, that has a little pep in our step. How about you?
Yeah, no, you're absolutely right. A 5-2 homestand, we'll take that every time. I mean, certainly we wanted to get greedy there and go 6-1, and you know, we're a few outs away from doing that. So it was a tough way to end the homestand. Nonetheless, as you look back at the week, a really productive week. The guys played great baseball and something to build on as we come into New York and hopefully start continuing the way we've played at home into the road.
So what do you think is the most encouraging thing, that your offense over the last couple of weeks trending up, or Jack Leiter's last two starts? What's on the top of your radar?
Well, just a combination of that. I mean, our pitching has continued to be really, really solid. The starting pitching has been phenomenal. They continue to give us a chance every single game. And when you do that, you know, by and large, you're going to have opportunities to win. And so it's been really good to see that. I mean, the guys are feeding off each other. Every single start, you just feel like we've got a chance. And now the offense starting to put together, you know, more productive at bats. We're starting to slug a little bit more, and really without Corey. I mean, I want to, you know, highlight that we won these games without Corey Seager, and it was such an important piece to our offense. So I think we're seeing some positive signs. The key is that we keep going and build off this momentum, and you know, continue to play better and better as the season progresses.
What were your takeaways from Jack Leiter's start yesterday? So fun seeing him flirt with the no-no, but unfortunate the way that it ended.
Yeah, I mean, you know, it's hard to get no hitters in the game, and you know, in the game. So you didn't really expect him to have that, but just to see him go out and compete against a really good Houston lineup and a interdivision rivalry, and seeing him compete and you know, go and attack those guys, it was fun to see. So it was a great day for Jack, and you know, we hope he builds off this start. But disappointing ending. Obviously, we wish we could have gotten him the win, but you know, all in all, a great start for a young pitcher. Should be a confidence builder for him, and our hope is that he'll just continue to improve. And you know, with his stuff, I wouldn't put it past one day for him to have the opportunity to, you know, finish a game like that.
CY, is as a former baseball player, is Yankee Stadium the biggest stage in baseball?
It's certainly one of them. It's a special place, and anytime you come to Yankee Stadium, New York City, it's a different atmosphere, and it's a great place to play as a visiting player. Yankee Stadium, you know, especially when the Yankees are good, it's really special, and you know, there's nothing like it. So it is a good test, especially for young players who have never been or pitched in that environment or played in that environment. But it is a really, really cool, unique baseball experience.
How do you personally feel about the Yankees?
Well, you know, they're the New York Yankees. They're one of the storied franchises in all of baseball, and they're really good. They've got the best player in the game right now, in my opinion, with Aaron Judge, and it's going to be a great series. I think this is a great test for us. I'm really excited for this series. I want to see us come in and play good baseball and see, you know, kind of where we are, how we stack up. And my hope is that this is maybe a preview of a matchup we could have in the fall.
Yeah, I hate to bring this up again, CY, but you mentioned how tough it is to complete a no-hitter. In 06, you took one into the 8th and to the 9th inning. I mean, what changes there late? Does anything change, or? How'd that go in your experience?
No, I'll actually, before I will answer your question, I'll tell you that yesterday I'm watching the game with my wife. I was in Kansas City on Saturday. We were celebrating the Royals' 10-year reunion from the World Series team in 15.
Man.
And so
Nice.
they honored us in Kansas City over the weekend. And so I flew up just for Saturday's game. I flew back and didn't make it. The flight was a little delayed getting back and didn't make it in time for game time for us. So I stayed home to watch it before catching the charter to New York last night. And when Jack gave up the home run to break up the no-hitter, my wife looked at me and said, well, you and Jack both give up no-hitters in style, because that was how I lost mine on home runs. So it was a really funny moment that she reminded me so kindly that I used to give up home runs to end no-hitters too. But, but it's just, really, you get later in the game, you face the team, it's their third or fourth at bat, and they have an idea of what you're throwing. Your stuff isn't quite as sharp. For Jack, it's the deepest he's gone into a game, and so there's just a lot of elements kind of working against you. I mean, there's a reason that the third time through the order, predominantly, hitters have the advantage, and it's hard to get 3 consecutive outs in the big leagues, much less 21, 24, or 27. So it's just one of those things. It's why it's a rarity.
What's the update on Chris Martin right now, and what type of options or additions maybe do you foresee for the bullpen?
Yeah, Chris is he's getting scans and doctor's appointments today. We should have some news here pretty soon. I think we're relatively optimistic that it's nothing major. It may be just a little bit of fatigue in the shoulder. I don't have full confirmation on that yet. I haven't talked to our team doctor, Keith Meister, yet, but Keith does such a great job. And we know that he'll be in good hands in terms of whatever the prognosis is from Keith, and we'll give him the appropriate time that he needs. I can't tell you if that's just a couple days or if that's going to be 2 weeks or what, but Chris has done a great job this year. He's been an important piece to our team, and we got to make sure we take care of him and get him right. Obviously, this past week, we've had a couple scares with him. Something isn't feeling perfect in there, and we need to make sure that we get to the bottom of it and get him right.
When it comes to what you have cooking on the farm as possible bullpen options for you, Cole Winn came up, gave you a little bit of a breather this weekend, and goes back down. Teodo was a name we were excited about at spring training and surprised. What can you tell us about stuff in AAA and AA that maybe you'd have options with?
Yeah, I think the on-roster guys, Cole Winn, obviously we got to see a couple innings of the other night. And, if Chris Martin goes on the IL, then you'll likely see Cole recalled to fill Martin's place. So my guess is we'll see Cole again here soon. We also have Luis Curvelo, who is at AAA throwing very well right now. He's on roster and could be an option for us. And, beyond that, I'm not sure there's anybody that's right in line. I think those are the top 2 names. I think the biggest thing we're excited to do is really the progress we're making with Cody Bradford, John Gray, and Kamar Rocker. These guys are making great progress. They're coming along, and our hope is that, sometime in the next, hopefully month, that they're all 3 going to impact our big league team in some capacity. I can't tell you exactly what the roles are going to be. Obviously, the starting pitching is doing great right now. But getting 3 major league quality arms back is going to make our whole staff better. So we're on the right track there, and our hope is that they continue to make good recoveries.
It's Chris Young here with you on The Fan. When you took over, what was it that you had to set out to fix with the pitching development, and what do you credit for maybe bringing that together to where it is today?
Well, I think the credit goes to just the organization collectively. We have a lot of good people who have all played significant roles in making this come together. We've really identified the things that we think are most important with our pitching philosophy, making sure that we have continuity of development. That's one thing that every organization needs, and we've been able to have that over the last several years. Just that continuity with similar coaches, same coaching voices and styles. And the players really hear year over year the same message and the same priorities in terms of what we value. So our PD group has done a tremendous job. We have a number of people who have made significant contributions, including our bullpen coach, who was our former pitching coordinator, Jordan Teagues. We have director of pitching, Sam Niedorf, who's also been wonderful and instrumental. We've had scouting department who've really identified the traits that we want to see in pitchers. And then our coaches, our boots-on-the-ground coaches, who day in, day out are working with our pitchers and reinforcing the messaging and the prioritization of our goals and our key performance indicators, which are so important. And if you continue to harp on these things, the players start to hear it and they understand what they have to do to reach the big leagues. And so I think we're seeing that more than anything, just the consistency and the continuity of messaging and philosophy. And our coaches and PD group have done a tremendous job.
Yeah, see, I mean, you grew up a Ranger fan like we all have, and I think, you know, our eye is we expect the Rangers to have amazing offense, and they're going to hit. It's where's the pitching? Have we? And we've asked you every week. We're talking about the offense, and obviously the results haven't been maybe to our expectation. But have we not stopped and said, like, holy crap, this is historic what your starting pitching is doing right now? We've been begging for this.
Well, you know, it is, and it's fun to see, and I'm glad to see the Rangers starting pitching getting the credit they deserve because they have been phenomenal. And you know, but it does show you a little bit how, you know, sometimes we all know about the game, and we did expect to have an offense that was going to be at the top of the league in terms of run production, and we're not there. There's a long way to go. We've got a lot of improvement to make, but it shows you at times that, you know, none of us have this game figured out because we certainly weren't expecting the pitching to be this good, and we expected the offense to be a lot better. But nonetheless, this is a really good team. The guys are playing good baseball. This past week has been very, very encouraging. If we keep throwing the ball like we're throwing it, the offense is going to come around. We're going to win a lot of games. It's going to be a fun summer.
What can you tell us about the two-way Korean international? Is it Sung Joon Kim? Is that how I say it?
He's really fun. He's a really great job by our international group. We had some leftover money, and they did a great job of really making inroads with him. This is a player who may have been one of the top picks in the Korean amateur draft this year, and so he decided to forego that to join the Rangers. He's a two-way player, a very good defensive shortstop, and has a very good arm as well. And it was great having him and his family into Globe Life Field this weekend. And we're excited to see his progress. I mean, he's 18 years old. There's a long way to go, but nonetheless, to have a talent like him added to the system, it's pretty exciting. And we'll continue to develop him as a two-way player and see where it leads.
So just a couple injury updates, housekeeping as we're heading off here. Evan Carter, Kamar Rocker, and our guy Sporzy, who was so great with us last week. Man, conversating with him is tremendous.
Sporzy is great. He's a fun one. Sporzy's probably the furthest away, continues to recover from shoulder surgery. He's building up his arm strength right now. His throwing program's going very smoothly, but still a little bit of time left in his rehab. Evan has a quad strain. He's going to be 10 days at the minimum, maybe closer to 2 weeks, something we need to get right. His legs are so important to his game. We want to make sure that we find a way to make this heal completely so that he comes back and he can impact the game, with his speed on the bases, defensively in the outfield. It's really important for Evan and his game that we get this right. On the pitching front, I mentioned Rocker and Bradford and Gray are all doing really, really well. Our expectation is Kamar will be out on rehab this week, building back up his pitch count. He threw a live BP yesterday. It went well. And we expect to see him in some rehab games, at least one rehab game this weekend. And Bradford and Gray continue to make progress as well. They're not quite ready to go out on rehab, but they are making progress. And our hope is that, here in the next, 3 to 4 weeks, that at least one of those guys will be ready. Rocker will be ready before then. Bradford and Gray, hopefully in the next 3 to 4 weeks to impact our team.
And how about our guy, Corey Seager?
Corey's doing well. We're attacking this hamstring. He's been very diligent with his rehab. He continues to make progress. We're going to make sure we get this right. We probably rushed it a little bit last week. We thought we could manage the game speed, and sometimes the game requires you to do some things that you can't quite manage in a controlled way. And so we're going to make sure that he passes all the tests and that we hopefully put this to bed and don't deal with it again throughout the year. But he's obviously so important to our team. But I really believe right now for our offense to play the way that we've played this past week and win the games we've won without Corey, it's a good sign for our team to see that we can do this, without one of our best players. And this is what a team does. They pick each other up.
Sounds great to us, sir. Best of luck up there in New York, and we'll look forward to catching up with you next week.
Guys, thanks so much. I appreciate it.
There he is, Chris Young here with you in the G-Bag Nation. Rangers, Yankees tomorrow night here on The Fan. CY brought to you by Anheuser-Busch and PlayScore. The segment presented by the Frankels. If you're injured in a car truck wreck, call the Frankels first, 214 or 817-333-3333. There's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. The Frankels, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas. And it's brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today, carsforkids.org. All righty, good stuff here as some hoop coming up next, Chief, huh?
Yeah, let's go around the rim. This Mav likes the idea of Cooper Flagg being his teammate, and Giannis is teasing fans around the NBA. Next in the nation.
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens?
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. Back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. They've got more new Chevys than anyone, and they're all priced to sell. Silverados, Tahoes, Blazers, Malibus, Equinox, and more. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference. Based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 and 2024.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Lucius. What a sports Monday here with the Stars heading for the conference finals again. We'll have 5 thoughts from Game 6 coming up here at the top of the hour. Here's the Chief with some basketball.
Yeah, let's go ahead and cut the lights out. We'll put the kids to bed, and the G-Bag Nation's going all 56 inches around that rim.
Let it ride! Rain dance!
Rain dance!
I got a joint here, man. I've been saving for a special occasion.
Always a special occasion when the best shaman in the Metroplex, Mr. Eric Palfy of CBD American Shaman in McKinney, swings by and gives us the care package. How about that? I mean,
best.
What a legend. I believe we're on the YouTube on the flat screen right next to the Whataburger G-Bag flag that was signed by all of us right there in McKinney right now. So he's Toloan, and he is the man. This is fantastic stuff. Also fantastic hearing from Jason Kidd. He's kind of making the rounds. We saw he was on Dan Patrick on Thursday or Friday of last week. DLLS Mavs today, talking about Kyrie Irving recovering from the ACL injury. Quote, he's in the right frame of mind, and I wouldn't be surprised if he's back early. So I don't know what that could necessarily mean. Could we get a Christmas Day Kyrie Irving situation brewing? I don't know, but that would be very, very exciting.
Dude, if he could just miss 25 games or so and have Kyrie Irving back for the rest of the season, it could be special. I mean, this league is so weak right now. The Mavs should win the championship next year, honestly. I'm just so glad that crap didn't scare off Jason Kidd, because I believe this is a great asset for this basketball team.
Yeah, absolutely. And he's apparently embraced it. I saw some other quotes where he's like, hey, I get the Luka stuff and the frustration, but also we have ourselves a great opportunity right now where we're at. He's saying, like, him and Nico, their relationship is at an all-time high, and so he's definitely, like, on board with the direction they're going. I'm sure the Cooper Flag stuff really helps things out quite a bit. Definitely. I don't know if he'd be sitting down with DLLS and Dan Patrick if they didn't have the good fortune of the lotto balls.
It changes the whole outlook.
Yeah. And he even said when it comes to Cooper Flag, like, he can play anywhere from the 2 to the 4. He's like, I see a young man who's only 18 years old who can do a lot of things. So maybe he's your 2 guard, maybe he's a 3 or a 4, but the versatility is obviously through the roof. 2-way player. Everybody's fired up for Cooper Flag, including Najee Marshall. And this is Najee Marshall talking about just how shocked he was about winning the lotto and getting the number 1 overall pick, and then the excitement for Cooper Flag.
No, I understand. It's very crazy. Like, I can't believe it. Like, how, though? Like, honestly, how? But like I said, I'm ecstatic, and I cannot wait. It's an unbelievable opportunity.
What do you know about Cooper?
I mean, I love his game, honestly. Like, for real. Like, he's a winner. I love how he hoop. I love his dog. Like, the dog, I'm a dog, so that's really what I'm looking for. And he's a dog, too, so I'm excited, bro. I'm excited to see him grow, become a star in the league. I'm excited.
I'm excited to hear that. Maybe this is a guy who's been in a losing situation and really wants to make sure he is back, because I know the Mavs have to be considering all options. And if you're thinking about playing Cooper Flag at 2 or 3, that's where Najee Marshall plays. And this is being the perfect teammate. Like, I love it. He might cost you starts. He might cost you minutes. I love it. It's a great opportunity to be part of a winning situation. And I hope Najee Marshall is back. Like, as far as all the role players go and the non-stars on this team, I think P.J. Washington might be the most important. But after that, it's a short list. And Najee Marshall's on it for me.
Najee can play a point for you. I mean, I was listening to DLS. Like, that's something they tried him out. Maybe he's an option for you.
Great defense, playmaking, best floaters in the game.
No doubt. And this was a great visit with him on the Young Man in the 3. I mean, I encourage, if you missed it, go back and listen. I mean, Najee, pretty good personality.
Absolutely. Yeah. I'm glad you mentioned Young Man in the 3. I guess they've
it's not the old man either.
Reinvented the old JJ Redick podcast is what they did, right?
Young Man.
But Najee Marshall talking about Cooper Flag having the dog. I mean, a dog knows a dog.
We know Najee Marshall is a dog.
Absolutely. Yeah. If he's given the dog credence to Cooper Flag, I think we can put that question to bed. And I was suggesting to Corey Majors in the hallways earlier today, you're trying to name your dog. Why don't you name him Cooper?
It's a great name.
Cooper's a good dog name.
But Corey's still, like, he's guarding his heart right now. He's like, I don't want to put the cart before the horse or before the dog. because you name him Cooper, then all of a sudden Nico Harrison pulls a Nico Harrison dumb A move, and Cooper Flagg's not a Mav, which I believe is very, very far-fetched.
There's a lot of...
You can't change the name up after that.
No, you're right. There's a lot of second and third graders right now out there named Luca.
There are.
Whose parents are...
But they're actual children.
I mean,
actual
what's safe?
Human beings.
Is it just Dirk? I mean, what are you naming your kid if you got to name
Jet, part of the Mavs?
Yeah.
Oh, Jet's not bad. I do like that. Diggler.
Cool name.
Diggler. Yeah,
Diggles. Diggles.
But Dirk for sure.
Honestly, I think I'd be calling my dog Rolando right now because that guy has the luck, right? He's the face of good fortune at this point.
We're probably not giving him enough credit for this.
If I end up reversing the vasectomy, then and I have a son, even a daughter, might go Rolando.
I think Boban would be good.
Rolanda would be nice.
Boban. Boban would be a good name for a dog.
Boban's
name my daughter
fantastic.
Boban.
Yeah, that's true. Walchuk has the option right now. He's got one in the oven. He can go with a Bobby baby.
We're struggling right now on the name for baby girl number 2.
Text in some good options for Walchuk to name his future daughter that'll be coming this fall in a theater near you.
Where'd you get the name Eliza from?
So my wife does want to stick with like Hebrew names. Okay. Her family is like Israeli. So like Eliza is a Jewish name. It's different. So we've been looking through some of them, but man, a lot, they're just not hitting with me right now. I think Leia is the leader in the clubhouse right now. So we'll see if we rock with that or we want to pivot. Some of the ones that she was trying to like sell me Noah as a girl's name. I'm like, 1, Hagee's got his son's named Noah, and 2, Noah to me is not a girl's name. I don't see that as like a unisex name. I think in Noah, that's a boy.
What about like Naya?
Yeah, Nia Long.
Naya works.
Yeah, Nia could
that's
work.
more of a Nia situation, but
Nia, Naya.
Tomato. But
Naya's
yeah,
not bad.
text in your favorite Hebrew option for a female name for Walchuk's future
Labrana.
incredible baby. Labrana. I like that. Okay, let's cleanse the palate with off a Game 7 loss. Nikola Jokic, what are the plans for you in the near future, sir?
We will see, But from now, like next couple of days, there's going to be a lot of beer probably.
I mean, he just has no problem.
Yeah.
He is who he is. Somebody said, I hope the Serbian horses are stretching right now because they're about to start getting some good runs going. That's a guy who he knows what it's about for him. And when he gets the time off, it's all about the beers.
He hits it hard.
He's my spirit animal.
How about Giannis? He was doing some Twitter Q&A over the weekend and just NBA fans just tweeting him random questions for him to answer. And somebody asked him, like, what out of all the cities you've ever been to, which city made you the happiest to be there, not counting your hometown? And he responded, Florida cities. So Orlando Magic fans, Miami Heat fans got very, very excited about that.
The Florida
notion.
cities.
Yeah,
Florida cities.
The Florida cities.
Mm-hmm.
So is there some tea leaves? I don't know. Does he want to stay out east geographically or just because the east is certainly wide open? I mean, the NBA feels relatively wide open across the board, but especially in the Eastern Conference, the Celtics are about to blow up. But
he's a guy whose mind is always on ladies. I think that's what that's for.
Oh, wow. That's true. Wifey might not like that, dude. Wifey might not like old Greek freak in South Beach.
Oh, did he get married?
That's a collision course that wifey might not be a fan of. Yeah, he is married. Now, he says his favorite road city to play in is New York. So Brooklyn fans, Knicks fans getting fired up. We'll get to the Knicks here in a second. I did want to note, I forgot to mention this when we were talking Mavs, but Dallas Mavericks assistant coach, one of our guys, Sean Sweeney.
Yeah.
He's advanced to the second round as one of the top 8 candidates for the Phoenix Suns head coach position. Now, Haynes did not mention anything about Jared Dudley, who's also on staff with the Mavs and got an interview for the job.
My guys around the league, NBA, were telling me this. Sweeney's got options.
Yeah.
Really? It's like Sweeney's
Well, he's been interviewed for head coaching jobs multiple times in the past. It feels like he's like one off season away.
My guys were saying, it's funny how these guys all know each other the way they do. But they feel like that Sweeney's got options if he wants to come back with the Mavs. And then maybe even there's some other teams who just hired a new coach. Was San Antonio?
Yeah.
Yeah, San Antonio's hired a new coach, maybe as an assistant if they need one. I know Chris Haynes said he's made the second round of the Suns stuff.
Yeah.
He's been with Jason Kidd a lot. I'd be surprised if he left for anything other than a head coaching job.
Yeah, I think the head coaching job probably what they sounded like. Everybody's like, yeah, that's the one thing you want to get. But I'm interested to see now with maybe if the Spurs, do you get more money? Do you new staff, new opportunity. You always try and stay ahead of the the getting fired bit. But
I have a lot of respect for the defense that they improved on multiple occasions over the last 5 years. It didn't like they should be a good defensive team multiple times, and they figured out a way to be a good defensive team. And I think Sweeney probably deserves some credit for that.
I'd like for him to stay, but man, you never know about that.
Yeah, I would like for him to stay as
Somebody offers you more
well.
money, maybe more opportunity. Who knows?
Yeah, I mean, you never know what can happen. You leave the Mavs, and all of a sudden you're winning awards, kind of like the Knicks and their NBA TA Athletic Training Staff of the Year award that they just received earlier today. New York's training staff is led by Casey
Stern.
Casey Stern.
Yeah. Walchuk's on a name roll right now. He's the VP of Sports Medicine. He's one of the goats of the Mavs organization for
Thank you.
a very, very long time.
I'm going through all these names. I'm getting a lot of good ones here.
He was ousted for no good reason, and now he's award-winning, and he's sitting in the ECF right now with the Knicks.
So ridiculous.
Knicks fans perpetually being rabid and disgusting. There was a Pacers fan who was wearing a Pacers jersey in the mob of Knicks fans after their victory. And, of course, the Pacers and the Knicks are getting ready to collide in the Eastern Conference Finals. They were throwing trash at him, and they were making a fool of it. But Pat McAfee went on the internet to try to find this guy. Him and Tyrese Halliburton teamed up, and they're hooking it up for this Pacers fan who was getting lambasted by Knicks fans in New York. They're going to send him out to Indiana for one of the games, tour it up, give him the works there. So that's a pretty cool deal.
Probably worth it.
Pacers,
take that trade.
Cheapest ticket for game one, Pacers Knicks. What do you think?
Is it in New York?
It's in New York.
Yeah, it's in New York.
$500.
$500. Anybody want to go higher on the bidding?
I'll go $600. I'll go $600. I'll go $780.
Okay. Walchuk's going to win. $671. Cheapest ticket in the house. But for the small price of $170, you can go see the Thunder take on the T-Wolves for game one. How about a difference there?
Wow.
$170, dude.
Boom, baby.
Well, thank you. There he is, Eric Chiafalo, with a rim session here in the G-Bag Nation. Saturday, we saw two incredible plays, some of the greatest we've ever witnessed.
LeBritney.
We have the best single sports plays in DFW sports history. Thoughts on Game 6 and a mic'd-up Pete DeBoer next in the Nation.
D&M Leasing Studios. You're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Welcome to the nation.
Here we go. It's hour 4 of the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan. Hope you're having a fantastic day. How about these Stars heading for the Western Conference Finals again? We have 5 takeaways from Game 6 before we get to these Oilers. I have most iconic plays in DFW sports history. I want your help here. The Franklin Injury Attorney text line. What play from DFW sports history is just permanently in your brain? You know, and you're always thinking of it. The more iconic, the better. And we'll get to Pete DeBoer here. He's got some handshake line comments as they were going through with the Winnipeg Jets. I'll get to those here in just a minute. We go to Leah Asimakopoulos, Dallas Morning News, working off her article here, her 5 takeaways. Overtime heroics continue. Wolchuk, Broadus, Chief, Lucius. We've seen these Stars go to overtime 3 times. They're perfect. Is that because they're getting lucky? Or is that when all the chips are down and the cream rises to the top?
That's the cream rising to the top right there. I don't think you can call that luck. I mean, there is a lot of puck luck that goes on in the playoffs, but you're also putting yourself in position to get a couple of those bounces, right? If you don't shoot, then you're not going to have an opportunity to get one of those that bounce off a skate or off the boards or something like this. I mean, this team is battle-tested. This is their 3rd straight conference finals appearance, so I think it's absolutely them just being the better team.
Yeah, I think they've done a heck of a job assembling some really clutch players. And as long as they aren't in a situation where they're clearly overwhelmed, I mean, I think Colorado was the better team in the first round. They're more clutch. They figured out a way to get it done. I don't think it's any coincidence that they just keep making the conference finals.
Yeah, I think to me with the Stars, it's really their coaching staff is outstanding. They're highly respected. The front office is very respected. The way they've assembled this team, their ability, they could have very easily sat there at the deadline. They took advantage of a team and a player, in Ranton that was his ability, to not want to be in Carolina, and then Carolina thinking they had to make a move, and then that's just knowing the league. That's just not sitting back and all that. And I'll tell you what, there's a reason why they're in these. It seems like there's some pieces have been the same, but these pieces, the new pieces, that's what's going to be the difference, and I think, for them right now.
It is electrifying right now. Yeah. To make a run to the Final Four in any sport, it's just incredible. It's what memories are made of, And, to have this team continue to do it, I don't think it's a coincidence at all.
No.
Let's talk home ice advantage. Stars coach Pete DeBoer said after Game 7 against Colorado, they would not have won that game. I don't know if they would have won Game 7 in Winnipeg. I would not have liked their chances after losing the 2 in the way they did in Games 2 and 5. But if they do make it to a Game 7 against Edmonton, they will have home ice advantage. Do you think they have to have it in order to be successful, Brian?
Well, I'll tell you what, it's always nice because everybody's going to talk about, though, with Pete DeBoer, his record in Game 7s and the fact that crowd absolutely makes a difference in that place. There's no question that you can watch other games, and I've kind of been looking at them a little bit more, and say what you want about some of the other cities, but this Dallas crowd has been different in the playoffs, and I think that's a huge, huge event. The one thing that Edmonton has to know, though, is they've seen it. They've seen it with their own eyes, so it's not something that will be a shock to them coming into that place and playing.
And they got home ice now if indeed they can make it to the Cup final. They'll with Toronto losing to Florida, they'll have home ice against Florida or Carolina.
Some great text coming in on your favorite DFW sports play ever. I do think Otter's save and Harley's goal could be there for you if you want it. Dirk singing "We Are the Champions" at the parade, 972. A lot of Dez caught it in here. Emmett Smith's rushing title. And we'll get to more of those here in just a second. The fourth line impact has been great, and Steele and Marchment had a role in the result on Saturday. I thought Dodonov was going to score. I mean, he had some incredible opportunities, and it's the depth. I mean, most teams don't have 3 lines this good. Stars have 4.
They moved Marchment down. He was a guy that hadn't been playing well. That's the first time he played on the 4th line. So moving him down might have ended up helping him out a little bit, light a spark, light a fire. But Dodonov is just one of those guys, crafty as hell. I mean, he seems to always be in the right place, does an excellent job with his stick handling, winning wall battles, just some of the dirty, gritty stuff that wins you playoff games. Dodonov is absolutely, him and Steele have been brilliant.
They have. Okay. And then the final thought here from Leah in the morning news on Game 6 is Mark Scheifele's storybook moment. Just unbelievable. I think, human interest, everybody's heart goes out to the guy, and you wonder, what would it be like if I had to do this? And, he scored, he put the team up 1-0, and, it appeared that it was like almost made for TV type of stuff. Ultimately, the Stars come back, they tie it, then they win it there in overtime. Here's some audio, post-game handshake line. Coach Pete DeBoer making his way through. You can hear the respect from the Jets fans. Here was his exchange with Scheifele.
So sorry, Scheif. Thank you. Hey, your dad would have been so proud of you tonight. How you playing, he would have been. Thank you. I appreciate your job, man. Jenner, great job, man. Go get yourself a cup. Thanks, buddy. Appreciate it. Thank you. Good job, Cole. You're playing a great year, eh, man? Thank you. Good luck. I'm rooting for you. Good job. Hey, thanks, Scotty. Great job. Great job, guys. Hey, you had a great year, man. Played great. Hell, love you.
You can hear all the different guys from the Jets, telling them to go win the cup, congratulating each other. Man, your heart goes out to Scheifele. I don't know what it would be like in that kind of situation because you got all these people coming up to you, making you talk about it again and again and again. I wouldn't even want to talk about it. I don't think I would have been able to get on TV for sure and play.
Yeah, I believe that there's a side of me that I just know my dad from me being in sports. If I had something to be in, and Dad would say play, my mom would say play.
Yeah,
if it was something like that, maybe
you'd get strength from that.
Yeah, you all of a sudden. I had a friend who. In George Hearn, he might be listening right now. His father passed away. He was 9. We were 9 years old. We played a championship baseball. He played that day. His dad passed away. He had a grand slam homer that won the championship.
Oh my goodness, dude!
Yeah, and George, you might be listening right now because he's a Tolo. But he was like 9 years old, and like we didn't. We were kids. His dad passes away, and that night he hit a home run. His mom said, you're going to play. Keep playing. Your dad would want you to play. Yeah. And he did. He had a grand slam homer out there off of Walnut Hill Park.
I mean, I think it energizes you in a way you can't have a superhuman performance. You can have your best game ever.
Yeah.
I do think there's
Favre.
that possibility.
I was at a game when Favre's dad passed away when he played the Raiders.
Monday Night Football. I'll never forget watching that.
Holy jeez. Couldn't stop him that night.
Unreal.
Well, the Raiders were not, but anyway, it was.
It was Javon Walker?
Yeah. It was crazy. Yep. It didn't matter who. It just threw it up, and they were
Walker
catching
did
the
have
damn
3
ball.
touchdowns, though. Yeah, he was dialed.
Okay, at 877-881-1053.
This is tough because this is now the second time, but rules still are rules.
Was it a full on?
Yeah,
I heard the
was.
I
He went full breath, and then he finished with a hard
Mama
fart.
gave me the flapjacks, and Mama take away 5 on flapjacks. I want to stay hungry for the Crimson Tide.
He's the Grand Wizard.
At 877-881.
Where's our money, Brett?
1053. Might be behind bars here before too long. I got to clean up my act. Okay.
Have y'all watched the documentary yet?
It drops tomorrow, maybe tonight at midnight.
Wow, dude.
Perfect.
Okay,
Yeah.
I'm looking forward to that.
They've been teasing the hell out of it because every time I go to Netflix, I'm like, oh, it's here. Oh, no, it's not. It's not a damn trailer.
Is it just one documentary, or is it a bunch of different?
I think it's just one episode.
Just one episode,
but they seem like they're hammering them pretty good.
Yeah.
Okay, most iconic plays in DFW sports history. I think the Otter save has got to go down as just like, I don't know, is it quirky? Was it lucky? It was crazy, but you're going to lose the game and go to Winnipeg and lose Game 7. You're going to relive the Cardinals Rangers 2011 World Series probably if Otter doesn't get the cartwheel save in there or whatever that was. The Thomas Harley goal, obviously iconic, an overtime game winner, right? Maybe not your top one, but definitely got a big reaction from me. Aikman to Irvin, Super Bowl 27, says the 903. Beautiful tight spiral, jumping catch, twisting, diving towards the goal line. Pylon touchdown. One of my most absolute favorite plays, says the 903, Brian.
1979, Roger Staubach's last touchdown pass in Texas Stadium. It won the NFC title against the Commanders that day. So that I was 16 years old. I remember that. It didn't end well in the playoffs and stuff, but to get in, that was his last touchdown. That was iconic to me.
Yeah.
16 years old.
My favorite play had no implications, but it was the 49ers and the Cowboys. Emmitt Smith slams the ball on the star.
With you, bro.
After the touchdown, because T.O. was out there. He went up there and celebrated.
Yeah.
Oh, man, it was like the gladiators.
Yeah.
The crowd was going to say, Emmitt just slammed it on the ground, took his helmet off.
Not in our house.
Yeah.
Unbelievable. That was an incredible. How about Dorsett's 99-yard touchdown run? Anybody
Monday Night
texted
Football.
that?
Yeah.
I mean, of course, we got to think about bottom of the ninth, World Series, Game 1, 5-3, 1 out. Corey Seager at the plate. Boom!
The Garcia home run to win it in that game, too.
I keep saying Rugi every time we think about Rangers. I'm sorry.
Dude, the text is just lighting up with Rugi.
I just see Rugi,
The
bro.
Rudy punch is. And that's a historic moment. Witten running with his helmet off against the Eagles. Yeah, that's a great one. I mean, some of the catches, Gary Matthews Jr., hell, Leody Taveras robbery. in Game 3 against the
Baltimore.
Orioles.
Yeah.
I still remember Josh Young's double play against the Orioles.
Ooh,
that one
sick.
was like top of the ninth or bottom of the ninth or something.
Yeah,
bottom
that
of
was
the eighth maybe.
That was 8th or 9th inning. It was huge play.
The Dirk moments for me, the 3-point play against San Antonio.
Yep.
The first run to the NBA Finals was brilliant, and then the left-handed layup in Game 2 of 2011 was just the okay.
It's a complete
they
comeback.
were going to go up 2-0.
Yeah,
weren't they up 15?
I think it was like a 14-point lead going into the fourth quarter, something like that.
Jeez.
And then Dirk just
Jet Terry's jumper, I think, iced the championship.
How about speaking on Stars? How about Brett Hull's goal in Buffalo?
Yeah,
I mean, the Mika Rantanen Game 7 hat trick. That's not a singular moment.
Yeah.
But, I mean, all three of those goals were crazy.
I do love the 2-on-4 San Marion Barber's 40-yard, 1-yard run where he stayed out of the end zone,
best 2-yard
avoided the
run
safety.
ever.
Yeah,
in the history of
absolutely.
football.
Even Romo with like the avoiding J.J. Watt play, where he should have probably
Des
had his
Bryant
back
down the left
completely
sideline,
oblitterated.
How about the play against the Rams where Gerard
fumble
snapped
fart?
the ball all way over his head. He's got to run back, and he ended up picking up a first down, just keeping it and running with the ball.
Some great ones coming in. 817, Nolan's last out in the 6th no-hitter. 304, Vince Young to the pylon.
Yeah.
A lot of Nolan and Robin Ventura's. Vince Carter's corner 3 against San Antonio for the 817. A surprise Mavs playoff team, and they nearly upset. Was that the defending champions at the time? I think the Spurs might have been the defending champs. I think if DeJuan Blair hadn't got hurt in that game, they might have ended up completing that that storybook finish. But I still remember watching that one in that dive bar over there off that Jeff used to take us to. Was that Butterfingers? Milo's. We had a big watch party there, and even Bassick was there. It was incredible.
This one kind of hurts, but 4-3-2, the Luka buzzer beater over Gobert.
Yes.
Yeah. I mean, Luka has provided.
He had a couple of daggers. The bubble Clippers.
The
Clippers,
three, that was
right?
epic. I think that was the first big one that he had in the playoffs.
Dirk jumping over the scorers table, says the 972. Crabtree touchdown against the Longhorns, won the Big 12.
Oh, my God. And then they played that highlight over and over again. Whatever show they had, they intro it with that.
Yeah, game day, I think.
Oh, my
Uncalled
God.
for.
I got so sick of that.
Maybe even Sports Center, when Sports Center used to have their cool intro.
Blake Gideon in that game.
Oh, Blake
right
Gideon
before that happens,
dropped it, right?
He just drops the interception.
Right in the breadbasket.
That's like the DeMarco Murray fumble. Like we all talk about the Dez catch. If Murray doesn't fumble, he scores a touchdown. We might not even be worrying about that. If Blake Gideon makes the interception for Texas, you don't have the Crabtree play.
That's a good point. 972, Jared owning Gavin live on air. I don't. Oh, I know what you're talking about. That baseless personal attack.
Look at them gaslighting. Oh, wait, what do you mean?
Oh,
okay, I forgot.
He actually had me for a second.
It was so insignificant to me.
I remember it now. I mean, it was a personal attack. I had to go to HR over it. I was surprised that Sandler was so unprofessional in that moment. Romo drops snap, says the 214.
Romo can't get the snap down.
Oh, Romo drops it. Against Seattle?
Screw you, Martin Dramatica. All right, Martin Dramatica, can you dive? Do something. Get your damn body on Babineau there.
I'd say Jonathan Babineau, right?
Oh, my gosh, Martin Dramatica. Every time I watch that play, I'm like, dude, do something. If it was just a split second, he'd have scored a damn touchdown.
Crazy he didn't get in.
Brad Sham was wearing him out. Romo drops it. Romo drops it. It was like 6 times in a row.
It was a waxy ball, Brad. Give me a break.
He likes a slick, shiny ball.
Wearing him out, bro.
214, Dak not getting the spike in time.
San Francisco, right?
Forgot about that one.
That one's tough. What would be Dak's signature?
It's definitely the quarterback draw against Seattle. He goes somersaulting. It's like a big third long, and he somersaults. Almost scored. They get it down to the 1 yard line. They beat Russell Wilson.
Come back against Philly, too.
He had an OT win against
Patriots.
Philadelphia.
Yeah,
that
was amazing.
Maury Cooper, yeah.
One of my favorite basketball plays, Roy Tarpley, putback dunk. Mavs win their first ever playoff series and knocked off Houston, and then moved on to face the Lakers. That was an iconic hoop for a lot of old-time basketball fans. You got, obviously, Des caught it coming in a lot on the text. Larry Brown, Super Bowl. The clinching interception, removed all doubt. Nelson Cruz.
Yes. I'm sorry, it sticks with me, bro.
Yeah.
It is an iconic moment.
Yeah, it sticks with me. It's like a knife on my side.
That one hurt, and that sucks because up until that moment, he was going to have one of the greatest postseasons in baseball history. Like, he beat the Tigers. The Grand Slam
He was the
against the
LCS
Tigers.
MVP.
Freaking kidding me? It was really unbelievable. And Wash told him no doubles. The previous pitch, and Wash actually says, I didn't think I had to tell him again.
He did.
He shouldn't have. He shouldn't have had to. And that's why I don't forget Nelly. That's why I don't forgive him. All righty.
Screw you, Gavin. Goodbye.
Didn't think I had to tell him again, man. God, dog it.
I had just told him.
Freaking kids.
Okay, we'll preview Stars and Oilers and then hit the G-Bag of the day coming up at 5:30, and we're back here on 105 through the Fan.
At Blue Cross and Blue
Welcome back. It's time to hit the expressway. We'll go commercial free to the top. G-Bag of the Day is coming up here at 5:30, then LA Live at 5:40. The expressway brought to you by the On-Time Experts. Segments brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today, carsforkids.org. Have some Will McClay audio coming up here in just a second. He was on Sirius XM, and we'll hear his thoughts on the Cowboys offseason and George Pickens here in just a second. Oilers Stars preview. Edmonton, a possession hog, right? Covers.com. And they dominated expected goals at 5-on-5 through the first two rounds. A solid 58.9 puck possession percentage. Pretty good. Their defense has been great. But here's what I'm getting to right here. The Oilers posted a very middling 78.2 penalty kill percentage during the regular season. They are average. I think that is the Stars' big opportunity right here. And it was 66.7 in the last round. So 1 out of every 3, 1 out of every 4 power plays been getting home against the Oilers, both in the playoffs and in the regular seasons, respectively. And they have not received consistent goaltending. Before Stuart Skinner shut out the Vegas Golden Knights in consecutive games, the Oilers had an .865 team save percentage and 3.9 allowed.
This is great news, boys. This is what we want to hear, huh?
If you can handle their Stars, you can handle this game.
Hey, best remaining power play percentage is the Dallas Stars. They've got a 30% power play percentage. They lead the NHL in the postseason with 12 power play goals. They've been really, really good. So that is something that I think is a matchup in favor of Dallas.
You know, I was thinking on the way in is every time you're in the playoffs, you're either not the favorite, hoping to play your best game, maybe get a bounce, or you are the favorite and you're hoping that you don't spoil your opportunity as the favorite, which, 12 President's Cup winners in a row have in the NHL. I don't know which one I'd rather be, because both are pretty anxious. Trying to be the defending champ. It's pretty tight. Okay, Will McClay here, Cowboys president of personnel there. He was talking about the George Pickens deal. I'll get his real title here in just a second. How are you going to keep here we go. Will McClay on the George Pickens trade and how that came together. Here we go.
All credit to Jerry and Shotty for pushing it and making sure we stayed on top of it. And after the draft, we continued to go through and look at guys that may be available, that we heard were available, and got on the phone with a couple people and, tried to work some things out. And they came to fruition that, we were able to work out the deal with the Steelers.
Nobody likes a wide receiver trade more than Jerry. We know that.
Man, he's made a lot of them over the years.
Jerry likes his wide receiver wheeling and dealing. But Shotty, hey, the head coach has power. We've talked about that, Brian. Shotty, that's a guy you wanted.
Yeah, that's, and it's funny thing about it, he came out initially and said that he was going to, those scouts, it's a 24/7 job for them and not going to get in the way, that kind of thing. But then as we kind of watched through the weekend, there were some times where even pre-draft, or actually day 3 stuff that I saw, he was kind of walking Will McClay and Stephen Jones through an exercise, and he was standing at the board, and you could tell that Will was trying to tell him about how he thought the sequencing might go. And so, you got a head coach that, understands, hey, I don't want to get involved, but if you're asked to get involved, make sure you're ready to go.
Will McClay, massive member of this front office, of course, the vice president of player personnel. How are you going to keep Pickens from having the same issues that he had with the Steelers? What's his thoughts on that?
At the end of the day, you have to establish a culture that holds everybody accountable. You got to care about people. I think Shotty's whole kind of process of putting the team together and the way that he's approaching it is, hey, we're going to have open conversation. We're going to have open dialogue. We're going to treat you like men. And then also it's on the player having to grow up, but it's us also having the things in place to ensure that he has an opportunity to receive it, to achieve his full potential.
Yeah, I think it's difficult to manage these. They're all case by case, and a lot of times players just start to figure it out as they get through their mid-20s and they get some experience with them. But sometimes it doesn't happen. My only thing for George Pickens would be, buddy, we don't have a single issue other than when the game is still going on and a play is in progress. Don't try to fight people, okay? And in close games, let's really keep a handle on our temper, because it could end up costing us the game. But
sure,
other than that, like, everything we've heard about you is good, and we want to empower you to be yourself. And that's what Pete Carroll was so good at. guys felt like, I'm going to go to Seattle, play for Pete Carroll, and he's not going to change me into the perfect little football robot. He's going to let me be me, and I think players appreciate that.
Yeah, it's just there's a fine line. You can't be showing up like late for games or
late for meetings, missing team flights.
Like if you're still,
I think they actually might be okay with that.
You want well, that's true. As long as you're producing, we probably never hear about it.
Yeah.
But I mean, that's one of those things. Like you have to have the professionalism, but I think the super hyper competitive and sort of boisterous personality, you need that. You need some of those guys, and you've had an influx of good guy, buttoned up, captain, whatever. You got to have a couple of guys in there that are ready to ruffle some feathers.
I love the answer from Will McClay, though. I mean, he didn't shy away from it. He's like, some of that's on the player needing to grow up. And I think that is. I think George Pickens probably acknowledges that as well. But then also the infrastructure, right? What they're already putting in place there with Brian Schottenheimer and building the culture. If you believe in what you're building, then you feel like that's somewhere that he can succeed.
So there is Will McClay on Sirius XM. I'm sure we'll have him on in training camp or before too long. Anyway, OTA starting tomorrow. The biggest storyline is Micah going to be there. I talked about it to open up the show or in crosstalk. And if we want to be a leader, then you got to be present. And if he is, then I'll take that as a sign that maybe he is going to be the leader of this defense. You talk about guys hitting their mid-20s, turning over a new leaf into full adulthood. Yeah. Maybe if it's not him, I think there's other guys on the team that could step up and be a leader. Murray, the addition. Yeah. Ezeraku, the rookie.
I said earlier, too, in the crosstalk, and I agreed with y'all about the leadership stuff and should be there. And I'm just starting to have my doubts about that one. Not about him being the leader or anything like that, but him participate in these camps.
Yeah.
I just think that
just the risk is too high for a guy with on the line.
Kind of, you feel one thing about Dak and then the other one you're kind of not feeling this very
Do
good.
the players care if the other guys aren't there?
I've never, I mean, I know that talking to some people there last year, it was like, it wasn't the players, the coaches care, but they, they're like, hey, it's business. We understand that part of it.
Yeah.
But the players, like I had a coach tell me that the players do notice.
Yeah.
They do notice. It's not like they're mad at their teammate, but they do notice who's there and who's not there.
It says something about your buy-in, and I think Micah is going to be amazing. He'll be a Hall of Fame player level next year. And I would say to Micah, listen, maybe leadership's not for you. I think you have an interest in it and you've been dabbling in it, but if you can't be here, then we're going to look for somebody else to be the leader, or maybe another type of leader will emerge. But, I mean, here at this point, you can't say it's just a negotiation because you've really never been here.
Yeah, I think that Micah knows that they're going to negotiate with him whether he's there or not. That's what I think. And maybe he's just protecting himself if something happened. Somebody mentioned about, I think it was you, Doss, about Sean Lee. I remember that. He got tangled up with Zach Martin.
There will be one guy in the NFL is going to have really bad news at some point over the next month or so. And if all my good players just said, listen, I'm going to be here and I'm going to cheerlead everybody. I'm engaged in all the meetings, but I ain't running around out there and having a non-contact injury in May. I wouldn't mind that at all.
Yeah. Dre Greenlaw hurt out for the season with the Broncos.
Yeah.
It's happened.
It's time now to go into the Pimp Cup, where Lucius has your G-Bag of the day.
Pimpin'. Get my mic right. All right, here we go. G-Bag of the day. We do it every weekday at 5:30-ish. My name is Lucius Alexander. You can send me stuff if you see anything floating out there. I don't care where you see it, man. I don't care what it is. Just make sure it's funny or entertaining. It can be a crash out. I do not care, fam. Send it to me at Lucky Lucius P on social media. Lucius Alexander on the Facebook. That's where LA comes from, by the way. I'm not from California. That's my initials. Lucius Alexander, LA. Or you can follow us at G-Bag Nation on Twitter. I go by LA, Little Paul, Lou. There's a whole lot of names they call me. But only Lucius Marie. Yeah, they said my attitude gets getting funky. Act right, Lucius Marie. That's what my gay friends say. Act right, Lucius Marie. All right, our winner and champ right here so far comes from the RJ and Choppy show. Which one of these fools is Chop? It's AI Broadus. I'll let these guys set it up for you. Go ahead, Bobby. Tell them.
Brian Broadus had the worst take when it came to talking about why maybe some Stars fans or some casual hockey fans have not jumped on the bandwagon aggressively for the Dallas Stars yet.
If I can ask you guys this question, though, hockey fan is going to do this, but is fan that's trying to be the bandwagon fan, these games are hard to find.
True TV.
No, it's hard to find if it's is it a TNT game? Is it
It's TNT or ESPN.
ESPN, but okay, what night?
Let's give more covering fire to the casual fan. I decided to ask AI Brian Broaddus yesterday. Hey, AI Brian Broaddus, do you have any more excuses for Stars fans?
You know, how do the Stars expect fans to even get to the game with how confusing cars are these days?
Yeah.
I put it in R to go, L, N. That's a lot of letters that you expect guys and gals to learn. Are you going to learn that if you're a casual hockey fan? If you're walking around Dallas, how do you even know a game is going on at the AAC? I mean, I can't see any ice from the outside. It looks more like Petra to me. Seriously. The first time I went down there, I was like, whoa, am I in southern Jordan right now with this rock-cut architecture and these water conduit systems? I'll tell you what, I think Jake Ottinger is really hurting the Stars right now with their fan base. People are going up to me and they're saying, Ryan, I love your podcast with Botch Lombardi. And then they say, you know, I went to the Stars game last night and I never saw an otter on the ice. My children were so upset. And it's like, you're not wrong about that. You're not wrong about
You're
that.
not wrong about
Stop
that.
with such confusing nicknames. I just think we need to be consistent here.
Guys and gals. Guys and gals is hilarious to me.
They got him down pat.
Oh, yeah. Not wrong about
Scary.
that. You're not
All
wrong
right, let's go
about
to the next one real quick. I don't have a lot of time here. You guys were talking about lacrosse the other day. I believe it was Friday, maybe?
Yes.
All right, well, let's go to ESPNU. There's a broadcast of men's lacrosse, Sacred Heart. They had a hot mic in the crowd.
Oh, no.
Oh, man, it was great. Hold on.
Sacred Heart has diarrhea.
And now we'll get our penalty.
A lot of people saying Sacred Heart has diarrhea.
Okay, we apologize for our crowd mic.
That is great, bro. Lot of people say it. Lot of people.
You say thicker, harder diarrhea?
I thought she was the analyst when that clip started. I was like, okay, where's the hot mic?
That was Sacred Fart versus who?
Has diarrhea.
And now we'll get our penalty.
A lot of people saying Sacred Heart has diarrhea.
Okay, we apologize for our
Lot of
No
people.
apology needed.
Lot of people say it.
That's fantastic.
Let's get her up in the booth.
Let's see what else we got. Hey, the encore. I'm not going to touch this Charles Barkley. I had it on Friday, but my man Eric had it too. So I'll let you play it, then I'll get to it tomorrow because it'll still be relevant and good, I guess.
Oh, absolutely not, dude. G-Bag of the Day takes precedent.
Absolutely not, dude.
G-Bag of the Day.
You better work that magic, bro. You better get in there, dude.
Dude, just play it, dude.
All right.
Hit me with the Chuckster.
Yeah, Charles Barkley's perfect day. I think he was hungover here.
Hey, Biz, did you ask me am I still drunk?
Yeah.
Well, first of all, I got a hangover. If you're going to ask, your first question is, am I drunk? If I got a hangover, that means I was drunk yesterday, not today.
And you're getting drunk today, too.
I got a hangover. Yeah, because I had an off night, and I went out and got drunk all night. And this is the only thing I got. I played golf. So I was on the golf course yesterday.
This dude's still drunk.
It was a perfect day. I played golf, I smoked cigars, and I got drunk. Then I got drunk last night watching basketball and hockey. And you know what I'm going to do today? I'm doing the Spittin' Chicklets, which y'all guys got an amazing podcast. So then I'm going to go back to bed. I'm going right back to bed. Then I'm going to get up. And I'm going to get drunk and watch hockey and basketball again. It's a perfect day.
You got any draws on right now, Chuck?
You know, I burned all my draws like 30 years ago.
Free balling.
I like this drunk Charles.
Dude, that's incredible.
He was struggling, bro.
I was struggling. He was.
Struggling to get you there.
That's the life. I mean, dude, you just wake up, do a little podcast hit, go back to sleep. Do I want to golf?
Do it again.
Stogie. I got him sitting like in his recliner smoking a stogie, watching sports.
Nice leather recliner, leather bound joint, real tough.
Beautiful lazy boy.
With a cigar smoke and the leather get together and it smells fantastic. It's like it was made for it.
Yes, dude.
Yeah, I know what you mean, bro. It's got the ashtray sitting right next to it, the big marble almost.
Yes.
Wood marble. Humidor. I feel you, bro.
Beautiful.
Yesterday was a church day. I pray you got your blessing because there is a blessing out here for you. I promise you, dog. Shout out to my Reverend Dr. Pastor Freddie Haynes. Easter service bloopers are starting to trickle out on the internet. because Easter service wasn't too long ago. Check this out.
The physical bodily erection.
Oh.
Did I say that?
You did?
Okay.
Okay.
Jesus, take the wheel of my entire life right now.
Party gal.
Yeah.
Easter bloopers.
Wow. Yes.
Sorry. That was last night.
Yes, Jesus.
Did I say that?
Oopsies.
One more right here, too.
And it moves people. It moves people. You ready? It moves people, right? They begin to expand. I'm going to come in somebody's face. It moves people.
No.
See, when the Holy Spirit comes on the inside, it's a different kind of water. Stop. It makes a different kind of impact.
I don't think he had to say that to make his point.
No.
I thought he was going for a third strike there. I was about to ring him up.
That was bad.
Holy cow.
What a nut.
Yeah.
What a nut.
Maybe not actually his calling. Sorry. Is it AI brought us, our champ? Is it Sacred Heart has diarrhea?
A lot of people say. A lot of people.
Charles Barkley's still drunk. Had a hangover and a margarita. Or is it our Easter service bloopers? Wow, that's a tough call. Tough call.
You know how to vote.
I do know how to vote. And I'm going to go with the Easter service bloopers. Chief, how about you?
This is a star-studded cast. I got to go with AI Broadus, though.
There it is.
Good. Sacred Heart, a lot of people.
Tried it one. We'll check.
AI Broadus needs to be a 5-timer, but I do love Sacred Heart. I'm going to go Broadus, but gosh, that's a great clip.
Good job.
Sacred Heart.
Oh, Broadus, do the right thing. Come on.
Is it Sacred Heart or is it AI Broadus? Jump onto our Twitter account. It's at GBagNation. They're on your Twitter X.
It's going to be a landslide.
Yeah,
I got this being 90-10.
It's not even close.
Is it AI Broadus? We'll create a little 12, 13-minute Insta poll. Then we'll announce the winner here towards the backside of LA Live and in the Pimp Cup. Here's Lucius.
It's a Monday, Friday edition of LA Live right after the great Rick James. Bam.
Well, all right, you squares. It's time you smoke. Fire up this funk and let's it'll make you dance to some of everything. Everybody get high.
You have children? You have one, so you have some money. When do you make a conscious decision to have a child? When do you look at each other? Honey, we've been married a while. We're happy, we have money, we have friends. Let's put an end to it. Why have fun when we could worry until we're dead?
This is LA Live for Monday, May 19th, 2025. It is a Monday, Friday edition of LA Live. Monday, Friday is just where I go over some things I've seen on the timeline over the weekend. Welcome in, Tolos. Welcome in, first time, last time, and long time listeners. And shout out to the now disbanded Dallas hip hop group PPT for the name. Thank you, sir. LA Live is sponsored by Greystone Roofing and Construction. That is greystone-roofing.com. I hope everybody had a fantastic weekend.
It's pretty good. Yeah, pretty good.
It was good. Yeah.
Amazing weekend.
Yeah.
Saturday Stars game was bad.
Yeah, you definitely had a fun-filled weekend there, Wooly Bully. Good for you. Right off of the cruise situation into the fire, man.
Riding
Good for you, bro. I had a chill weekend. I didn't do much because every time I step out the house, it's $200.
Oh, my God. You're not kidding.
Every time you step out the house, bro.
Expensive life now.
Oh, my gosh.
Inflation happened.
And then wifey be spending it like, hey, man, you looking at the same account I am. Where are you getting this money from?
Dude, they're making plans and stuff. And I'm like, where do you see the money to do this?
Where are you doing this?
Yeah.
Where's JJ getting all this money? Well, did anyone of the Tolos listening, did y'all go to Jeep Week in Galveston? Did anybody go to Jeep Week in Galveston? LA Live 105.3 The Fan on a Monday, Friday. Jeep Weekend 2025 had nearly 300 arrests.
My goodness.
Oh. Is that a record?
3-day affair.
These Jeep people, they can party and commit some crimes. This is the second Jeep event in a row, isn't it?
See, well, for a long time here, these Jeep events were kind of dangerous.
I thought we did this
there was a lot
last
of
year, too.
Yes, there were shootings. One person tragically lost their life. 2 other people were shot. The year before that, there was some shooting. So And the Jeep guys get kind of rowdy out there on the beach, apparently.
Surprise, surprise.
Yeah, 3-day event. Galveston County officials say the arrests are for nearly 300 misdemeanor charges, about 50 felonies. Man, 50 felonies. Y'all caught some felonies out there, bro.
Wow.
It's supposed to be a party, and somebody's catching felonies. The most common charges for the arrests were weapon offenses. They got a lot of guns. Apparently, they picked up 42 guns, bro.
You can't have that Jeep event in a state where you're going to get arrested for possession of a firearm.
How do you get arrested for firearms in Texas?
That's
I thought
crazy.
you could have one, even if it was unregistered, right?
Well, I mean, if
Am I tripping?
if any other crime is being committed, then it's not legal.
Right.
Yeah. So if you're in possession of drugs, if you're assaulting somebody, disturbing the peace, then that gun can become a problem. Yeah.
Sorry.
No, you're good.
Yeah, man, my dad trying to hand me. I'm drinking a lot of water, bro.
Sorry.
Real
That was awesome.
Yeah.
Can we just do that? Like, can we just normalize that?
Yeah.
I would
belching.
like to sneeze and burp into the microphone.
It's real life.
Yeah.
Just no chewing. Chewing is crazy. Sounds it sounds
Especially with
crazy.
the way that's bad.
Burping is fine. I think burping is amazing on the radio, even that people get mad at it sometimes. I love when Dawes used to burp, like right in the middle of a sentence, because, CD Lambert.
With the beers.
Yeah.
Now he eats them like a total pro. I mean, your burp eating is.
I mean, I think I could burp 50 or 60 times a day on air. I don't want to do that. I'll try to just save up the big ones.
I guess. Yeah, give us the big ones, pause. A lot of public intoxication out there, and marijuana. They're arresting people for marijuana.
Where? Jeep Fest?
I'm reading.
Jeep Fest.
I'm reading about a crackdown. It's just like
Crackdown.
There's new rules. That's why all these arrests came through. There's new rules.
caught people by surprise.
Listen.
First, let's go over the beach rules. There will be no parking on the beach this weekend.
No parking on the beach for Jeep Week. So I'm supposed to park my Jeep in the parking lot and we just all hang out down here? Show pictures of our Jeeps? Hey, mine is up there at a A6 if you want to check out a Jeep. A6. If you got a duck on you, holla at me.
Stop to unload trailers on the beach. There will be no golf carts, ATVs, UTVs, and dirt bikes allowed on the beaches for this weekend. There will be no camping permitted on the beach. Mass gatherings are strictly prohibited under Texas law.
Mass gatherings are prohibited? This is there's 100,000 people out here. How's it going to be? We can't have a mass gathering. It is a mass gathering by definition.
Right.
What is
I think they're trying to discourage them like that Florida did, Fort Lauderdale.
Yes.
I think Fort Lauderdale stepped up and said, we don't want you here for spring break.
Yeah, and then like some of the businesses in Fort Lauderdale were complaining, like, hey, we're not getting the same thing. Well, hey, you told everybody to beat it.
Yeah.
Yeah, sounds like the fun's over. You know?
The fun is over for Jeep
New spot.
Yeah, they did the same thing at Kappa Beach, ran them off with a whole bunch of rules. Hold on.
Remember, no glass containers and no littering. Please help keep our beaches clean. Stay off the dunes. They are protected by law. If you are operating in...
What's a dune?
Like the rolling hills of a beach.
Hill. Sand dune.
Yeah, you go.
The hills? The cool spot?
Yeah, that's where you go ride your four-wheeler.
Okay.
Motorized vehicle, you must have a valid driver's license, and open containers are not allowed. Reckless driving will not be tolerated. The speed limit on the beaches is 15 miles per hour. If you bring a dog, please keep them on a leash at all times. And finally, bonfires are not allowed on Texas beaches.
All right, there you go. Now you know, folks.
There we go.
Now you know.
That's a wrap.
That means that no more Jeep Week. Hope
Let's see what Florida has going on.
Get your T-shirt.
Relocation.
Get the kick. Stay away.
Yeah, that's that. There's Beach Week, or whatever it's called, Jeep Week. I think the Jeep guys drive too slow, by the way, on the highways. I'm just saying that.
Their tires, I think.
Is that what it is?
I think it's their tires.
Boom, boom, boom.
Yeah. I had a Jeep for a little bit, and it was very annoying getting out on the highway. Like,
Okay.
I decided towards the end of it, if we're going to be Jeep family, we're definitely going to have a highway car.
Okay.
And then we're taking the Jeep on a vacation or a trip to the beach or whatever.
Okay.
Yeah.
So I don't
It's
need to
not a
blame
daily.
them. It's the car itself. It's a tank.
I think it's the tires. You know, if you put the road tires on there, like a lot of them come standard, it'll be fine, but that doesn't look cool.
Nah. Those big tires, they get hot, burn up. Yeah.
They're huge.
Yeah.
All right, LA Live 105.3 The Fan on a Monday, Friday. Shout out to the most excitable fan base in all of the NBA. New York City, what's up?
Yes.
Oh, they crashed out. They crashed out, bro.
They did.
Oh, I loved it. They had my timeline jumping. I knew it was going to be fire.
It's like it's growing, you know? They're all going out trying to go viral now.
Listen, I just don't want them to run out of gas.
No,
you still got more rounds to go.
Yeah.
You might have 7 games, maybe 14 more games left.
Yeah.
I don't want you to run out of gas, Knicks fans.
I think they get a day to recover in between games. And just like Charles Barkley, there's more at the store.
They're going to burn out on us.
They might.
Knicks fans before the game. Matter of fact, they had the garden packed and outside the garden.